Chapter 1. Logging into the game ahead of time. In the 53rd year of the Xian era, early March, within a secluded courtyard of the Eastern Marquis residence in the capital. The early spring air still bore the chill of the harsh winter, as the heavy snows that had blanketed the city began to melt away. Xia Chen, attired in light garments, perspired in the biting wind as he diligently practiced his swordsmanship. His handsome visage flushed with vigor, the blood and energy within him surged, and a resolute glint sparkled in his eyes. With a long, crimson blade in hand, he sliced through the air, creating ripples that seemed to cleave the cold winds asunder. Each stroke he made was accompanied by a series of small notifications appearing in his line of sight. Successful swing. Basic sword technique proficiency, 1 successful swing. Basic sword technique proficiency, 1 successful swing. Basic sword technique proficiency 1. Basic sword technique perfected. You have comprehended the advanced technique Shuiyang demonic blade. Your vitality has reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Do you wish to break through immediately? As these messages materialized, a joyous expression illuminated Xia Chen's youthful face. In that moment, the crimson blade in his grasp transformed, and the energy within him roiled violently, threads of vitality weaving through his body, coalescing into a radiant sun of crimson light behind him. This sun resembled the primordial Shuiyang, cleaving through the chaos and darkness, brimming with life and fervor. With the empowerment of this great sun, Xia Chen trembled violently, his entire being akin to molten lava, as his blood and energy surged to their zenith, seemingly capable of incinerating rivers and boiling seas. This transformation did not last long. With keen eyes, his youthful visage bore a solemnity. He swung his blade, and it felt as if the courtyard had transitioned from the grip of winter to the embrace of early summer. With a single stroke, he transformed the very fabric of reality. At that moment, a resounding crack echoed from within him, as if an invisible shackle had shattered. The boiling energy within him found its release, surging forth like the mighty Yangtze River rushing to the sea. And at this juncture, Xia Chen's momentum peaked. He had reached the 8th rank of the refining essence realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, and for a fleeting instant, it seemed as if two gazes merged into one, resembling a pair of mesmerizing eyes. Yet this phenomenon was ephemeral, and Xia Chen soon regained his composure, retracting his aura, transforming back into an ordinary youth. It has been 2 months since I arrived in this world, and I have finally broken through to the 8th rank. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. 2 months prior, he had discovered that he had entered an early version of a mysterious game ahead of time. In his past life, the game had suddenly appeared on Earth. Shrouded in mystery, only a select few fortunate souls were chosen to enter this seemingly authentic world. At present, it was the era of Emperor Wen of the Great Wu Dynasty. Xia Chen was not well versed in this period, as he had entered the game early, while the official server launch would coincide with the reign of the Empress. Now, it is the period of the second dragon struggle for the throne 5 years hence. The third prince's coup will unfold, as he leads troops into the capital, breaches the White Tiger Gate, and assaults the palace, resulting in the demise of the crown prince, while the third prince descends into madness. The royal bloodline has been ruthlessly exterminated, yet the ultimate victor is not he. As Xia Chen untangles the narrative, he reflects upon the events of this era. Regrettably, in his previous life, Xia Chen had only entered this realm during the initial public testing phase, at which time the Empress had already been on the throne for 6 years. Thus, his understanding of this historical period is rather superficial, limited to a general outline. At first glance, the struggle for supremacy appears to be a contest between 2 dragons vying for the throne. However, there exists a hidden dragon lurking in shadows. 5 years later, the coup of the gate unfolded when the second princess, with her sudden and unexpected arrival, brandished the sword of the founding ancestor and led cavalry into the White Tiger Gate. That fateful night, the imperial palace resounded with cries of battle, and blood stained the pristine white snow, culminating in the second princess quelling all rebellious factions. Yet, though an emperor, the crown prince, the third prince, and all male members of the royal bloodline perished in the chaos of the coup, meeting their end on the spot. Ultimately, the Great Wu Dynasty welcomed its first female emperor, heralding the dawn of a splendid era. Is it due to this jade seal that I am able to enter this world 11 years early? Xia Chen opened his palm, revealing a jade seal imprinted within, resembling a totem visible solely to him. This jade seal is intricately carved with 9 dragons, exhaling chaotic energy, surrounded by primordial purple mist. In a fleeting glimpse, Xia Chen also perceived the sun, moon, and stars encircling the jade seal, with the sun, moon, and Z-Way stars at its epicenter. He wished to continue his observation, but the jade seal dimmed, becoming seemingly inscrutable. Xia Chen withdrew his gaze and exhaled a breath of turbid air, striving to calm his heart. Regardless of the seal's extraordinary nature, the paramount concern now is to enhance his strength and influence. Present. During the Wen Emperor's reign, the court is in disarray, with banditry rampant. Although overall stability persists, the country has devolved into a fragmented state. This presents an opportunity for him. Heroes are forged in times of turmoil, and only amidst chaos can one rise to prominence. I must seize the moment. Once the Empress ascends the throne, resolves the 8 Kings' rebellion, and consolidates the strength of the Great Wu, we shall soon enter an era of unification. Xia Chen realizes the necessity of planning ahead. For while the era of unification promises safety, economic prosperity, and cultural flourishing, it also diminishes opportunities. By then, the Great Wu dynasty will stand as the singular hegemon, exerting dominance over the seas and commanding the expanse of the world, compelling all Buddhists, Taoists, and self-proclaimed players Aikido submit beneath the Empress. It is only after the awakening of spiritual energy and the merging of realms that this world will transform into a tangible reality. As the ceiling of martial prowess rises and the Empress vanishes, the Great Wu dynasty will fragment, ushering in a new opportunity with the advent of the Xia Imperial Dynasty's competition version. While contemplating this, Xia Chen busied himself with drawing water, taking up a towel to wipe down his sweat-soaked body. In this life, his circumstances at the outset are relatively favorable. Having been born into the residence of the Duke of Eastern Town, 800 years since the founding of the Great Wu, 637 years ago, the Spirit Emperor favored eunuchs and relied heavily on the maternal relatives, leading to the outbreak of the feudal lord's rebellion and the fall of the capital. The 8th son of the Ling Emperor, Emperor Wuzong, reinvigorated the realm, embarking on a northern expedition that restored the old capital and re-established order across the land. This monumental endeavor culminated in the creation of the Great Wu's 19 provinces, renewing its fortunes for 6 centuries. The inaugural Duke of Eastern Pacification, Xia Xuanjin, followed Emperor Wuzong closely along the borders, rising from a mere soldier to a renowned general whose name echoed throughout the world. During the Northern Campaign, Emperor Wuzong divided his forces into 3 routes, with Xia Xuanjin commanding the Eastern Front. As the other 2 armies faced insurmountable obstacles and the Northern expedition appeared futile, Xia Xuanjin led 5,000 cavalry on a swift march, covering 1,000 miles to reach the capital. Like a sharp blade piercing the enemy's heart, he breached the city, claimed the enemy's head, and decisively turned the tide of battle, aiding Emperor Wuzong in solidifying his dominion. The grand ceremony of rewards. Emperor Wu, smiling in the presence of his ministers, proclaimed, externally formidable yet internally wise, unmatched in sharpness throughout the realm. Thus, Xia Xuanjin's accomplishments placed him at the pinnacle among the ministers, and he was elevated to the title of Duke of Eastern Pacification. There are whispers suggesting that with such merit, Xia Xuanjin could have been conferred a royal title. However, adhering to the ancestral decree of not awarding royal titles to those of external lineage, he was only granted the title of Duke. Otherwise, he would have been known as the Duke of Eastern Pacification. Now, the title of Duke of Eastern Pacification has passed to the 17th generation, flourishing and never waning. Although still referred to as the Duke's estate, it has long since evolved into a household of 3 dukes. Though the Duke's estate does not hold significant esteem, it is still a far better beginning than that of many others. Xia Chen mused, satisfied with his auspicious start. He was aware that in a previous life, many players who entered the game began as nameless commoners, some even as beggars by the roadside, facing a dire commencement. According to the principles of game balance, those who entered the game earlier often started with lesser identities. However, Xia Chen had shattered this norm, being born into a family of nobility. Third young master, a letter from the second master. At that moment, a hurried figure entered, a young servant clad in blue, panting and flushed, whether from the cold wind or the exertion of running, it was unclear. The emperor possesses unparalleled insight, and from a young age exhibited unwavering resolve. Diligently practicing and honing his skills, day after day, he wielded his sword thousands of times in the courtyard, forging his martial path until he achieved greatness. One day in the courtyard, he conceived a technique, naming it the Shouyang demon-slaying blade. The History of Xia, Volume 1, Annals of Emperor Taizu. Chapter 2, Princess Shang. I must clarify. The protagonist is a sacred body of cultivation, awaiting the revival of spiritual energy for the version to commence. Furthermore, the protagonist possesses a system to augment experience points and proficiency, allowing players to excel without relying on arduous training to elevate their cultivation. In the small courtyard, the large locust trees sprouted tender buds, shimmering vibrantly under the spring sunlight, teeming with life. The second master has a letter for you, young master. Xia Chen's face bore a hint of joy. The second master had finally remembered the young master. If memory serves right, the last letter was sent 3 years ago. Xia Chen calmly accepted the letter from Xia Chen's hand, displaying neither joy nor sorrow. He merely expressed mild surprise, saying, "Has something occurred in the outside world?" After 3 years of silence, this sudden correspondence led Xia Chen to suspect that matters might not be as simple as they seemed. The young master truly possesses remarkable foresight, for there is momentous news. The second master has vanquished a peerless third-grade demon in the eastern wilderness, a formidable overlord of the mountain range. Following this battle, the myriad of demons has retreated 100 miles, and the calamity that plagued the eastern wilderness has been eradicated, thereby enhancing the prestige of our martial nation. Xia Chen, still in his tender years and a year younger than Xia Chen, having just turned 16, spoke with uncontainable excitement, as if he himself had felled the great demon. Everyone believes that within a year or two, the eastern wilderness may be completely pacified, and at that time, the second master and the second madam shall return home in triumph. The young Xia Chen, filled with fervor, felt a sense of anticipation. After 14 years. The young master would finally be reunited with his family. Yet, upon hearing this, Xia Chen's gaze bore no trace of joy. He had inherited all the memories of his predecessor, a stark contrast to the ephemeral nature of a mere game login devoid of the original owner's recollections. It felt as though he had been born anew, imbued with all the emotions of Xia Chen, awakening merely 2 months prior to his past life's memories. Within Xia Chen's mind, the words of the young servant Xia Chen conjured images of the second master, the Marquis of Zhendong, Xia Yuan, his biological father. In Xia Chen's childhood memories, before the age of 3, his father Xia Yuan had showered him with affection and tenderness. However, following the martial arts assessment at the age of 3, when it was revealed he was a waste body, Xia Yuan fell into silence, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Though my son may be a waste, as my eldest, I shall undoubtedly seek great fortune to alter his fate." The day after uttering these words, the demon tide of the eastern wilderness erupted, and Xia Yuan was appointed as the demon suppression marshal, commanding an army of 100,000 in the eastern territory. Xia Chen's mother, Su Xiaoxue, a powerful sorceress, accompanied him to war. In his youth, Xia Chen was unaware of the implications but longed to follow his parents to the eastern wilderness. He was sternly refused, being told of the region's perilous nature. Thus, at merely 3 years of age, he was left alone in the Marquis's residence, a separation that would last 14 years. For the first 3 months, letters arrived regularly at the Dongzhou Marquis's residence, bringing demon blood for Xia Chen to refine his physique. 5 months later, the correspondence dwindled. Young Xia Chen presumed that the turmoil caused by the great demons and the ever-shifting battlefield left his father with little time or energy to write. A year later, he learned from the inhabitants of the Marquis's residence the new direct bloodline was to be added to the family. Inquiries revealed that he had a younger brother. Su Xiaoxue, having accompanied Xia Yuan to battle, conceived shortly after their first month of deployment. Following the birth of his brother, letters from the eastern wilderness transformed from one every 3 months to one every 6 months, and after Xia Chen turned 6, he received only one, With no more gifts of medicinal blood essence sent, the original Xia Chen continued to believe that the battlefield in the eastern wilderness was fraught with danger, teeming with formidable demons, and that his father, as a military commander, was unable to attend to him. Eventually, he learned once more from the Marquis' residence that his younger brother, born amidst the chaos of the eastern wilderness, had been detected with unparalleled potential and was heralded as a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Xia Chen suddenly realized that he had been abandoned. He had grown accustomed to this liberating and unrestrained lifestyle, even though he remained somewhat inconspicuous within the Marquis' residence. However, his life was not as melodramatic as depicted in television dramas, with malevolent servants and condescending attitudes. His uncle and aunt treated him with great kindness, regarding him as their own son. Now, with the return of his parents and the arrival of his younger brother, Xia Hao, whom he had never met, but who possessed extraordinary talent and a unique bone within him, Xia Chen wondered if he could continue to live so freely. Particularly troubling was his knowledge that this bone was the legendary Supreme Bone. Though it could not rival his innate double pupils, it was still destined to unleash remarkable brilliance in the future resurgence of spiritual energy. After 14 years apart, even the servants within the estate possessed knowledge about the eastern wilderness that Xia Chen himself was unaware of. Thus, although they shared blood ties, he felt as estranged from them as if they were mere strangers. Please leave for now, and also inform the kitchen to double the lunch portions today. Xia Chen smiled as he nodded at Xia Chen, the boy who had followed him since the age of 4. Together, they had weathered 12 springs and autumns. In a sense, Xia Chen was indeed family, albeit a distant branch of the clan, having split off over 200 years ago. Yet he still bore the surname Xia, which allowed him to be nurtured within the Marquis' household and to serve by Xia Chen's side. Xia Chen nodded, aware that his young master had recently intensified his studies in martial training, thus increasing his appetite significantly. Still, he was surprised by the idea of doubling the portion swollen. That mean one person would consume over 20 servings? As Xia Chen departed, Xia Chen gradually lowered his gaze to the weathered envelope in his hand, adorned with a Qilin pattern. After a moment of silence, he extended a finger and lightly grazed it with the crimson blade he wielded, allowing a drop of warm, red blood to fall. Instantly, the Qilin pattern seemed to respond, radiating with a brilliant light, accompanied by the faint echo of a Qilin's roar. This process lasted for a breath or two before the light subsided, returning everything to tranquility. Xia Chen understood that this was a technique from his mother, Su Xiaoxue. Although spiritual energy had not yet revived at this stage, martial prowess was present that a single individual could stand against an army of 10,000, and one sword could sever great rivers. Yet, those who reached such levels were exceedingly rare across the realm. Most, even if formidable, remained within the realm of ordinary people, with a rather rudimentary classification into martial artists and sorcerers. In his previous life, Xia Chen had merely regarded this as a mysterious and entertaining game, simplistically categorizing these two types as warriors and mages. In addition, this world was home to various supernatural beings. Su Xiaoxue was a powerful sorceress, and this letter was specifically intended for Xia Chen. Thus only his blood could unlock its secretsome method to prevent outsiders from intercepting or discovering its contents, a technique beyond the grasp of an ordinary martial artist. Xia Chen opened the envelope. He found fine rice paper, soft and smooth to the touch. It bore only a few sparse words that to serve as the father for no less than 6 months, and at most 2 years before returning home. Moreover, the emperor has bestowed upon you a marriage as my son. You are to be wed to the second princess. Conduct yourself with utmost propriety, and do not tarnish the dignity of our noble house. Words are precious. This was the first impression that Xia Chen had upon seeing the letter. The initial part of the message did not surprise him after all. Following the great triumph in the eastern wilderness, the world is categorized into 9 ranks, encompassing warriors, sorcerers, and demons alike. Among them, the third-rank demons are exceedingly rare. Having slain such a formidable demon, the prolonged conflict in the eastern wilderness, which has persisted for 14 years, must surely be drawing to a close. Furthermore, Xia Chen had just informed him of this fact. What caused Xia Chen's pupils to constrict was the latter part of the message. Was he to be wed to the second princess, the future empress? Chapter 3. Dear younger brother. In the courtyard, the spring breeze carried a hint of chill, leaving Xia Chen's heart in turmoil. The Empress, a formidable presence in the realm of the Great Unification, commanded respect across the world, subduing the 8 desolates, gathering the fortunes of the realm, and establishing eternal laws. With the might of the Great Unification's fortune, she erected temples, boldly expressing grand aspirations to the heavenly Tao, forcibly transforming the great martial dynasty into a dynasty of fortune ahead of schedule. Within the great martial realm, the fortune suppressed all. Henceforth, those who were not subjects of the great martial were regarded as heretics, progressing slowly in their cultivation. However, those holding positions in the great martial hierarchy could accelerate their cultivation through varying degrees of the dynasty's fortune, depending on their rank. The extraordinary talents of the world were ensnared within this web. This situation persisted until the phase of spiritual energy resurgence and celestial fusion, when the Empress vanished. The fortune of the martial dynasty collapsed, and the great unification fragmented. Only then did the heroes of the realm break free from the oppression of the great marshal's luck. However, once Pandora's box was opened, returning to the past became impossible. Subsequently, every ruler of a dynasty emulated the Empress, using fortune to suppress their own territories, making the dynasty's fortune a remedy for cultivation. The higher the rank, the swifter the cultivation, with the dynasty's sovereign reaping the greatest benefits. As Xia Chen meticulously recalled the unfolding narrative, he realized that in his previous life he had merely treated this world as a game, thus neglecting the early stages, allowing many events to pass by in a blur. However, as the celestial fusion version commenced, this world became the primary realm, transforming everything into stark reality. The players no longer enjoyed immortality, and it was then he recognized the dissonance. He had never heard of the Empress having a fiancé. Shaking his head, Xia Chen endeavored to deduce the current situation through the later plot developments. Regrettably, by the time he entered this world in his past life, it was already the early stages of the Great Unification version, and no one knew what the Empress, in her former identity as the second princess during the literary emperor's era, had truly experienced. Yet, during the Great Unification period, the Eastern Town Marquis still shone brightly, radiating brilliance, with exceptional talents emerging continually. His own dear brother, Xia Hao, possessed the legendary Supreme Bone, a talent of extraordinary caliber, and during the Empress's reign, he became a pillar of the empire, the sharpest spear in the expansion of the great martial territory, achieving remarkable military feats. The Empress, with her grand vision, broke ancestral traditions and conferred upon his brother the title of King of Eastern Town. However, whispers circulated that his brother Xia Hao's elevation to kingship stemmed from a betrothal made during the Empress's moment of constraint with a common descendant of the Eastern Town Marquis. Tragically, this noble scion was slain during the coup. After the Empress ascended the throne, the matter of the betrothal was left unresolved. Yet it was precisely due to this event that the Empress compensated the Xia family, granting Xia Hao an exceptional kingship. Xia Chen had long believed these tales to be mere rumors, concocted by those with malicious intent to tarnish the reputation of the Empress and the King of Eastern Town. Yet now, it appeared that perhaps all of it was indeed true. The Empress and the Eastern Town Marquis shared a poignant past, and that ordinary scion of the Marquis, whose name had not even graced the annals of history, was none other than he, Xia Chen. Was my existence merely a shadowed history, an unbearable past that would tarnish the Empress's illustrious image, rendering even my name unworthy of remembrance? Xia Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet deep within his eyes, a peculiar duality emerged, resembling the harmonious fusion of the sun and moon. A wisp of chaotic energy enveloped his gaze, which shimmered with a cold, piercing brilliance. Thus, it dawned upon him that his narrative would culminate at the moment of the door-seizing incident. No wonder, in his past life, he had never heard of a legitimate son named Xia Chen from the Duke of Easttown's estate. After all, the illustrious pillar of the empire, Xia Hao, had a biological elder brother. Xia Chen's expression regained its tranquility, akin to the still waters of an abyss, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. He entered his quarters and donned a splendid attire. Previously, the courtyard had been graced by a number of maidservants, but upon reaching the age of 12, the estate had relieved them of their duties. This was not due to any disdain towards his youth, but rather a tradition upheld by all the scions of the estate. Prior to attaining the 8th rank, martial practitioners were cautioned against indulging in distractions. However, being in the prime of youth, surrounded by beautiful maidservants, would inevitably tempt one into forbidden pleasures, jeopardizing their future prospects. As soon as Xia Chen stepped out of the courtyard, a striking young woman clad in a flowing green silk dress approached him gracefully. Bizon. Xia Chen recognized her. Third young master. The master and madam request your presence. Baizhu announced, halting before Xia Chen and bowing respectfully, her demeanor humble rather than haughty, unlike the portrayals often depicted in dramas. I understand. Xia Chen nodded and followed Baizhu, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her alluring form, which stirred a rush of vitality within him, momentarily overwhelming his composure. He quickly diverted his gaze, having just recently experienced a breakthrough, his vigor now at its peak. Baizhu served as a maidservant to the matriarch of the Xia family, Cui Mingru, who had long intended to assign her to Xia Chen's quarters once he reached the 8th rank to attend to his daily needs. As Xia Chen focused his thoughts, he began to map out the intricate relationships within the estate, which had been in existence for 6 centuries. Yet now only 3 direct lines remained. The elder Duke of East Town, Xia Chutian, while having reached the venerable age of 86, still exuded vitality, though he had withdrawn from the affairs of the household and court, dedicating himself to seclusion in hopes of attaining a higher realm. He had 3 sons, the eldest, Xia Qian, referred to as the master by Baizhu, the second, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen's biological father, known within the estate as the second master, and the youngest, Xia Hang. Currently, the estate was under the stewardship of the eldest, and Wuho Xia Qian. Following Baizhu through the winding corridors of the outer courtyard, Xia Chen arrived at a grand hall. Upon entering, he beheld a stern-looking middle-aged man seated in the main position, alongside a woman in her 30s, impeccably maintained, exuding an air of regal elegance. Uncle Aunt, Xia Chen greeted respectfully as he entered the hall. Chen'er, we are all family here. There is no need for such formality. Xia Qian smiled, motioning for Xia Chen to rise, while the beautiful lady beside him echoed his sentiments. Chen'er, it has been quite some time since you last joined us for a meal in our quarters. Have you grown distant from your aunt upon hearing that your sister-in-law is returning? Cui Mingru playfully reproached Xia Chen, her eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions, revealing the elegance of a mature woman. Cui Mingru, the matriarch of the Xia family, had nurtured Xia Chen since childhood, cherishing him as her own aunt. Recently, Chen'er has been diligently practicing martial arts, which has led to his neglect, Xia Chen remarked with a smile, settling beside Cui Mingru, a warm sensation blossoming within him. Despite his biological mother's indifference over the years, showering her affection solely on his younger brother, his uncle and aunt treated him with genuine kindness, never looking down upon him due to his innate frailty. Growing up from a tender age of 3, he had faced little adversity, thanks to the care of Xia Qian and Cui Mingru. Upon hearing that Xia Chen was engrossed in martial training, both Xia Qian and Cui Mingru's expressions darkened, their hearts heavy with sighs. Although a naturally frail body could still engage in martial arts, achieving significant success in this lifetime would be exceedingly difficult. Even with 100-fold effort compared to ordinary individuals, the rewards remained disappointingly scant. Xia Qian and Cui Mingru inquired about what Xia Chen currently lacked. The 3 shared a harmonious exchange, resembling a true family. Your father has achieved great merit in the eastern wilderness, and the emperor has bestowed a marriage contract, promising the second princess to you. Are you aware of this? What is your perspective on it? After their pleasantries, Xia Qian delved into the crux of the matter. I've just learned of it. Xia Chen nodded, his expression turning serious. Is there any room for negotiation regarding this matter? He was reluctant to wed a princess. While such an alliance would be a tremendous honor in the eyes of outsiders, it would merely embellish and potentially constrain him, especially if she were to become the future empress. This prospect was fraught with peril. Who could ascertain how his past life had met its end? In his youth, the emperor possessed mediocre martial talents, resulting in a lack of affection from his parents. After they departed for the battlefield, They remained absent for 14 years, and letters from home were rare, leaving him feeling rather neglected. At the tender age of 3, he lived independently within the clan, fortunate that his uncle and aunt treated him as their own, nurturing him with care until he reached maturity. History of Xia, Volume 1, Annals of the Great Ancestor Emperor, Chapter 4, The Imperial Decree, that has withstood the test of time for 6 centuries, sustained by a lineage of exceptional talents and formidable generals. In the present day, the world is divided into 3 parts. To the north lies the Great Foam, to the west the Great Qing, and the east wilderness is plagued by monstrous beasts amidst its unending mountain ranges, while the south is dominated by the southern barbarians and their potent sorcery. The realm is far from peaceful, with such external threats. It finds itself in a position where it need not constantly seek the emperor's favor. Rather, it is the imperial court that frequently seeks to cultivate ties with the bestowing rewards during festivals and occasions. The recent decree of betrothal to a royal princess serves as the most evident signal of this. As for Xia Chen, he has never been one to languish beneath others. If he were to become engaged to the future empress, he would find himself constrained, especially with the impending coup in 5 years. Do you not wish to marry the princess? Chui Mingru inquired softly, her gaze sparkling with a mature elegance that flowed naturally. I do not. Xia Chen responded decisively, without a trace of hesitation. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. By this time, the decree should have already left the palace gates and be en route to the... Xia Chen sighed and shook his head. This affair had long been deliberated and decided, and now it was merely a matter of announcing the outcome. Xia Chen remained silent, acutely aware that many matters had already been settled, and given his current status, he had no right to participate in the decision. Yet, he was undeniably one of the protagonists in this marriage, only to discover the truth once everything was finalized. How absurd and laughable that was. Originally, this marriage was not intended for him. The emperor had his eyes set on his younger brother, Xia Hao. However, upon the envoy's arrival in the East Wilderness, Xia Hao graciously declined the proposal, leading to Xia Chen becoming the focal point of the marriage. Observing the taciturn Xia Chen, Chui Mingru pondered for a moment before revealing the rivalry hidden behind this union. Upon inquiring further, Xia Chen learned that this marriage was originally meant for his younger brother, Xia Hao, but their parents had resolutely refused, citing his youth and the need to focus on martial studies, asserting that he should not be distracted by matters of marriage at such an early age. Subsequently, they proactively submitted a letter stating that Xia Chen, as the legitimate eldest son and of comparable age to the second princess, should be considered for the match. After receiving this letter, Emperor Wen remained silent for 3 days, and it was only this morning that the decree was issued, granting approval to Xia Yuan's request and confirming the engagement. Chui Mingru gazed at Xia Chen, who wore a calm expression, her heart heavy with empathy. For an ordinary person, becoming a prince consort would be a meteoric rise. However, for someone of their distinguished lineage, it is a form of constraint. 6 centuries ago, the Ling Emperor's favoritism towards eunuchs and reliance on the imperial relatives led to the chaos of the feudal lords, nearly overthrowing the dynasty. Had it not been for the restoration by Emperor Wuzong, the realm would have long since changed its surname. After seizing control, Emperor Wuzong learned from past experiences, instituting a rule that forbade imperial relatives from interfering in governance or holding significant positions. Although they were not entirely stripped of power, imperial relatives had long ceased to be favored, and a century ago, Emperor Suzong began to reinstate their roles to balance the court's affairs. As we have arrived at the present day, the situation faced by the maternal relatives has improved considerably, yet they still encounter numerous restrictions. The prince consort naturally falls into the category of such relatives. This is precisely why Xia Yuan, in the face of the emperor's intention to betroth the princess to his youngest son, would rather offend the emperor with his defiance than agree to this union. Marrying the princess would lead to a future devoid of hope. A sigh of resignation flickered in Xia Chen's eyes. His nephew had already been dealt a harsh fate. Yet the emperor's decree was inexorable, and a marriage alliance must be forged. As Xia Yuan and his wife were unwilling to see their youngest son take on this burden, it was incumbent upon their eldest son to step forward. although this was undeniably unfair to Chen, who was inherently weak. He had devoted years to the study of military strategy, yet his prospects in martial arts remained limited. Becoming a prince consort, bolstered by the influence of the Hou family, might afford him a life of wealth and security, which could be viewed as a blessing. Xia Chen mused. Despite having watched his nephew grow up and feeling a natural affinity towards him compared to the yet unseen Xia Hao, he was the head of the family and had to prioritize the clan's interests. His younger brother's son, Xia Hao, possessed exceptional talent and might one day achieve the remarkable accomplishments of their ancestor, Xia Chen, positioning him as a potential leader of the family. Indeed, he should not be tethered by the title of prince consort. Though Xia Chen harbored indignation within, his expression remained calm and composed, a smile gracing his lips as he accepted the unfolding reality. He was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. His own parents were reluctant to jeopardize the future of their youngest son. He ultimately recalled that he had an elder brother in the capital, who had been cast aside in order to defuse the emperor's apparent attempts at alliance, which were, in truth, a strategy of disintegration and suppression. His forthcoming marriage was merely a byproduct of political compromise. His own thoughts and opinions bore little significance. Even the Empress, who commanded the 4 seas and oppressed the world, had been utilized as a political pawn before seizing power. What could he possibly find unacceptable? Xia Chen's spirit was resolute and remarkably optimistic, his mind traversing these thoughts. Moreover, the originally selected individual had no desire to marry her and had been returned, which explained the reticence surrounding this historical account during the reign of Emperor Wen. The inability to dictate one's own fate was indeed disheartening. As Xia Chen pondered, he sighed inwardly, the last words escaping his lips ambiguous, whether directed at the Empress or himself. At this moment, his resolve to seize power only intensified. In the main hall, Elju strode in with urgency, yet maintained an air of grace and composure. "Master, madam, someone has arrived from the palace, led personally by eunuch Yi, and the entourage is quite grand." Xia Chen and Cui Mingru exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the purpose of the visit. "Chen, let's go and welcome the envoy." Xia Chen silently rose, following behind them to embrace his destiny. Xia Chen encountered the venerable Yi Gonggong, as mentioned by Green Pearl, outside the grand gates of the Marquis' residence. Despite his hair being a silver hue, Yi Gonggong possessed a youthful visage and a vibrant complexion. Although he was a eunuch, an aura of dignity surrounded him, commanding respect and deterring any form of disdain. Known as Yi Wuzhen, he had served 3 generations of emperors and had navigated the treacherous waters of the door-seizing incident with remarkable poise. Even during the reign of the Empress, he remained a steadfast guardian of the palace, his strength and influence profoundly inscrutable. In Xia Chen's mind, these reflections surfaced spontaneously. Indeed, the heir of the Marquis of Zhendong was a figure of exceptional grace and charm. With a warm smile, Yi Gonggong regarded Xia Chen and offered his congratulations. Observing the future luminary of the door-seizing incident, Xia Chen bowed respectfully, which momentarily took Yi Gonggong aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, nodding amicably at the youth, forming a favorable first impression. Although Xia Chen was the protagonist, many subsequent events bore little significance to him, merely requiring his presence to fulfill certain formalities. After welcoming Yi Gonggong into the Marquis' residence, the two proceeded to a ceremonial bathing and changing of garments. Yi Gonggong then proclaimed the imperial edict, which Xia Chen received with reverence, solidifying the matrimonial arrangement. The entire procedure left Xia Chen in a state of bewilderment, overwhelmed by the myriad of formalities associated with such a decree. Generally, imperial edicts are conveyed in a more conversational manner, devoid of excessive ceremonials. Yet, the betrothal of a princess naturally demanded a grand affair, reflecting the importance attributed to both parties involved. The process extended into the afternoon, with Xia Chen clutching a scroll adorned with dragon motifs, crafted from an unknown material, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. He had truly become the betrothed of the Empress, yet the haunting question lingered. Would he survive the door-seizing incident and ascend as the Emperor's consort? In that fateful upheaval, Xia Chen had met his demise. Was it truly an accident? Contemplating these thoughts, he gazed at his uncle and aunt ahead, no longer hesitating. He quickened his pace to join their side. "Uncle, I have advanced to the 8th rank of refining essence, and I wish to seek a position to serve the nation," Xia Chen declared firmly, taking a deep breath. In his youth, the founding emperor was composed and reserved, concealing his brilliance among his peers. However, the Empress of the Wu dynasty recognized his extraordinary talent at a glance, believing he would achieve greatness in the future. At that time, the Empress, Princess Yao, was being considered for marriage, and she proactively submitted a proposal, resulting in the engagement between the founding emperor and the Empress of the Wu dynasty. History of Xia. Volume 1, Biographies of the Founding Emperor. Chapter 5, The Sun's Blade of Demonic Destruction Within the Duke's Residence. A winding path of meanders gracefully, resembling a lively ribbon weaving through a tapestry of vibrant blossoms. With spring barely upon them, renowned flowers could no longer contain their desire to bloom, competing for splendor. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the senses. Xia Chen and his wife, Cui Menglu, abruptly halted in their tracks. Turning to gaze at Xia Chen, their astonishment palpable. "You have broken through to the 8th grade? Under ordinary circumstances, the breakthrough of another to such a level would hardly warrant a second glance from them. While the 8th grade is commendable, particularly for Xia Chen at the tender age of 17, is a feat that might be deemed extraordinary in the outside world. However, within the Duke's household, where prodigies abound, even among the collateral branches, there are several remarkably gifted youths of Xia Chen's generation. Thus, reaching the 8th grade is hardly remarkable. Yet, the fact that it is Xia Chen who has achieved this breakthrough is indeed astonishing, especially for Xia Chen and his wife, who are intimately aware of Xia Chen's talents. Over the years, although Xia Chen's biological parents have not sent rare treasures or medicinal herbs from the eastern wilderness, Xia Chen has provided him with numerous valuable resources to refine his physique. However, despite the considerable resources expended by the Duke's household over the years, Xia Chen had only managed to progress from the unrefined state to the 9th grade of body refinement. This led Xia Chen to lament the notorious reputation of the so-called waste body. Now, however, Xia Chen has inexplicably leaped to the 8th grade. In recent days, feeling a spark of inspiration during his practice, he inadvertently experienced a moment of enlightenment, extracting newfound understanding from the foundational sword techniques, leading to his unexpected advancement. Xia Chen recounted the truth, omitting certain crucial details. At present, he felt no need for excessive modesty. He must swiftly secure the Duke's resources to rise in prominence. "Show me your technique." Xia Chen's expression turned grave, his heart filled with uncertainty. To have attained enlightenment from the foundational sword techniques? The foundational sword techniques of their household are no ordinary methods. They have been honed over 6 centuries, even drawing inspiration from the most formidable 9th grade techniques of the royal lineage, ultimately leading to the creation of a style ideally suited for the 9th grade body refinement. This foundational sword technique has long reached a point of no further improvement. Even in his youth, Xia Chen had studied this very technique. Yet now, Xia Chen claims to have gleaned something new from it. In his own youth, Xia Chen had harbored lofty ambitions to contribute to the family by refining this technique. But even at his current level, he has yet to attempt any modifications. Not just him, Xia Chen's biological father, Xia Yuan, and even their patriarch, Duke Xia Chutian, have been unable to achieve such feats. "Draw your sword," Xia Chen instructed his attendant. "Use mine." Without hesitation, Xia Chen unsheathed a long knife that gleamed with an astonishing cold light, its entirety cloaked in a deep black hue. At the moment the long sword came into existence, Xia Chen seemed to perceive a black serpent leaping from the abyss, its chilling scales appearing as if they could devour the very essence of the heart. This extraordinary vision was but a fleeting glimpse. The ebony longsword quickly returned to a state of tranquility. Xia Chen understood that what he had witnessed was no mere illusion. This was a divine weapon, and the black serpent was at least a 3rd-tier great demon, born from the blood of formidable beings beyond that rank, with the soul of a great demon suppressed within the very blade. This was one of the profound legacies of the Marquis estate. Xia Chen gripped the long sword firmly, yet he could feel an immense weight pulling down upon his hands. Despite the sword having retracted its supernatural aura, its sheer mass remained astonishingly heavy. Had he been in his previous state, merely at the 9th tier realm, he would have struggled to lift it, let alone wield it. This longsword itself posed a test, one that assessed his level of mastery. Observing Xia Chen's steady reception of the longsword, Xia Chen nodded in approval. This lad had indeed broken through to the 8th tier realm. With this thought, Xia Chen felt a flicker of anticipation regarding Xia Chen's recent insights. As Xia Chen held the ebony longsword, a fervent light ignited in his eyes. His entire being seemed to boil with vitality. Threads of blood and energy coursed through his body, and a radiant sunlit silhouette rose behind him. The energy in the atmosphere shifted subtly. At that moment, Cui Mengru's eyes also sparkled with brilliance. Coming from the prestigious Cui family and trained in the arts of sorcery, she possessed a keen sensitivity to the energies of the world. An overwhelming surge of solar energy was absorbed by Xia Chen and ultimately channeled into the palm of the ebony longsword. Sun's radiance breaking demon blade, he bellowed, standing amidst the garden as if facing an army of thousands, a myriad of demons. With his back to the onlookers, he leveled the sword toward the abyss. His aura reached its pinnacle, his vitality surging, and with a single stroke, the heavens shifted in hue. Xia Chen observed as a radiant sun passed through his palm, a dazzling beam of sword light that he caught effortlessly with his hand. Though it did not even break the surface of his skin, Xia Chen could hardly conceal his delight, unable to remain composed. Have you truly refined the foundational sword technique? His tone bore an interrogative edge, yet he was already convinced. For what he had just witnessed, though fundamentally different from the basic sword technique, shared its essence. It was undoubtedly an advanced version of the foundational sword technique. It harnessed the energy of the sun, coalescing into a lethal force that repelled all evils. Not only was it a method of slaying foes, but it also refined the very flesh and blood. Cui Mengru articulated the essence of the sun's radiance breaking demon blade. To her, while its combat utility was secondary, the more crucial aspect was its ability to commune with the world, drawing forth the essence of the sun to refine one's flesh. Could such a technique truly be wielded by a mere brutish warrior? This swordplay resembled a synthesis of martial prowess and sorcery. Such an extraordinary technique existed in this world. Cui Mengru found it difficult to remain calm. Although Xia Chen was not a sorcerer, he too quickly grasped the crux of the matter, the 9th tier body refinement realm, the 8th tier essence refinement realm, and even the 7th tier spirit refinement realm all fundamentally revolved around the enhancement of the physical form and the refinement of blood and flesh. However, the martial practitioners lack the ability to communicate with the energies of heaven and earth. They must either toil diligently, relying on the passage of time to accumulate their strength, or consume rare treasures from nature. Yet, this particular sword technique enables one to actively engage with the celestial energies, facilitating the refinement of flesh and blood, and undoubtedly accelerating the cultivation process from a 9th to the 7th rank significantly. Xia Chen swiftly recognized the invaluable nature of this technique. Keep your understanding of this sword technique confidential. It must not be disseminated, he stated solemnly while surveying the few trusted attendants and maidservants behind him. Fortunately, these individuals belonged to his own family, whom he could trust. Otherwise, he would have to commit further acts of violence today. This sword technique shall be devoted to the family. It is entirely at your discretion, uncle, Xia Chen stated without a hint of hesitation. The reason for revealing the technique was to exchange it for resources necessary for his advancement. Moreover, given the considerable resources the family had expended on him over the years, he felt no grievance even if he were to offer it freely. Well, Chener, your improvement of the sword technique is a significant contribution to the family. I shall report your achievements to the Merit Hall and inform the elders of the clan. Additionally, you may proceed to the Technique Hall to select another technique. Furthermore, you mentioned your desire to seek employment outside. I will assist you in planning this matter, Xia Chen declared emphatically. The family's enduring prosperity over 6 centuries is attributed to their comprehensive merit system, ensuring that no individual who has made substantial contributions to the family is overlooked. Chapter 6. Who says a woman cannot ascend to the throne? Note: the Empress is virtuous and possesses lofty aspirations, with a discerning eye for beauty. Both her spirit and body remain pure, devoid of consorts. She shall not take any in the future. Within the Marquis, flowers bloom in resplendent hues, and Xia Chen reveals a radiant smile. He is indifferent to the happenings around him. He yearns to venture forth. For only by stepping outside can he forge his own legacy. Though the Marquis is splendid, it ultimately does not grant him dominion. He can only leverage its influence, not entrust everything to it. Xia Chen is acutely aware of this. The Marquis belongs to the collective, not solely to him. His interests do not equate to those of the Marquis. However, at present, he can utilize the resources and prestige of the Marquis to secure a favorable official position. Why toil up from the bottom when a shortcut is available? Xia Chen has never been one to suffer in silence. Accompanying Xia Chen, he proceeds to the merit building to meet the clan elders, to receive accolades and inscribe the true essence of the Shouyang-breaking demon blade. To the east of the palace, a grand yet subtly understated residence stands alongside the main thoroughfare. Its vermilion gates tower majestically, with copper studs shimmering with the light of ages, flanked by imposing stone lions. The Princess Yaowang's estate. This is the abode of the second princess, who is currently in the bloom of youth. Yet, long ago, she requested the liberty to enter and exit the palace at will. Shortly after the recent spring festival, she independently sought permission to move out of the palace. Such actions are certainly at odds with tradition. According to protocol, even upon reaching adulthood, a princess should continue residing in the palace until her marriage to a prince consort, at which point she may relocate to her own estate. None are privy to the conversation between the second princess and the emperor that led to his acquiescence. Soon, however, the courtiers learn that this princess has been betrothed to the son of the Marquis of Zhendong. At this moment, within the reception hall of the princess's estate, 3 women and 2 men sit quietly below, yet all eyes inevitably gravitate towards the dragon-patterned imperial edict casually placed beside them. At the forefront sits a woman whose complexion resembles congealed fat, her brows like distant mountains, and her eyes twinkle like stars, exuding an aura of profound tranquility. With a delicate nose and raven-black hair, cascading like a waterfall, her elegance is accentuated by her resplendent attire, rendering her beauty exquisite and unparalleled. Simply by her presence, the others, regardless of gender, appear to fade into obscurity. The imperial edict rests beside her. The second princess, titled Princess Yaowang. In stark contrast, Xia Chen, within the Marquis of Zhendong's estate, is rendered nearly invisible, evidently overlooked. You, a jewel of a woman, how could Xia Chen ever be deemed worthy of you? From below, a woman, her voice tinged with indignation, disrupts the silence. What can be done about this? The second princess's gaze remains unperturbed, revealing no sign of joy or sorrow. The previously outspoken lady finds herself momentarily speechless, realizing the futility of her words. Indeed, His Majesty has bestowed the marriage and publicly announced it. There is no turning back. Shall we dispatch an assassin to eliminate Xia Chen? It is said he is not favored in the Marquis. And with Marquis and on the way at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield for 14 years, only receiving a letter every 3 years. It is obvious he does not hold much regard for his legitimate heir. A man on the left side below speaks in a hushed tone. Such antics, the despicable act of assassination, should not be employed lightly. If it were guaranteed to yield a conclusive resolution, perhaps it could be justified. However, whether the attempt succeeds or fails, it inevitably leads to significant complications that cannot be easily resolved. The young man at the forefront on the left, named Hua Qiming, a scholar from the Imperial Academy, shook his head and admonished. Although he has learned, he is not naive. If assassination were indeed a viable solution, it might be acceptable. Yet, whether successful or not, it would provoke a calamity. Xia Chen may be regarded as a mere waste, overlooked by the Marquis of Zhendong and his household. But he remains the legitimate son of the Marquis. Moreover, This betrothal was conferred by His Majesty, intended to win over the Marquis's favor and demonstrate imperial grace. The identity of the second princess's groom is of little consequence, as long as he belongs to the Marquis's lineage. Thus, even in the event of Xia Chen's demise, it is highly probable that the second princess would still be betrothed. Su Jun, upon hearing Hua Qiming's reprimand, felt a surge of anger. Yet he suppressed it in the presence of the princess. Yao Guang listened quietly to their exchange, refraining from interruption. Yet deep within her eyes lay a hint of disappointment towards Su Jun. Both Su Jun and Hua Qiming had been recruited by her this month from the Imperial Academy, and it was now evident that Hua Qiming's intellect surpassed that of Su Jun. Assassination is not inherently inadmissible, but to target the legitimate son of the Marquis is rather frivolous. If all matters in the world were to be resolved through killing, chaos would have long since engulfed the realm. The Marquis of Zhendong, while not the highest in rank, has produced numerous talents. The current Marquis, Xia Chen, is celebrated as a great military deity of the previous generation. 36 years ago, during the Huayang battle between the Great Wu and the Great Feng, the conflict persisted for 3 years. Ultimately, as the commander-in-chief, Xia Chen led an army of 200,000 to vanquish the renowned general of Great Feng, Xiao Yu, penetrating deep into their territory, advancing with unstoppable momentum until they were a mere 30 miles from the capital of Great Feng. Had it not been for the opportunistic incursions from the west by the Qing and the eastern hordes, that battle could have resulted in the near annihilation of Great Feng, or at least the acquisition of half its territory. This victory brought the Marquis of Zhendong renown throughout the realm. Following this triumph, the Marquis voluntarily relinquished military authority, retreating into seclusion to diligently pursue martial arts. This act garnered immense trust from Emperor Wen, leading to continuous rewards. The second princess understood, well, that the Marquis's voluntary retreat alleviated her father's suspicions and provided an opportunity for the younger generation of the Xia family to shine. Xia Chen and Xia Yuan, the two brothers, began to emerge in the military, achieving remarkable feats and becoming leading figures among the martial nobility. 21 years ago, the eldest son, Xia Chen, who inherited one of the 2 Marquis titles within the household, distinguished himself in a battle against the southern barbarians. Following his father's example, he concealed his brilliance, voluntarily relinquished military command, and returned to the capital to oversee the Marquis's affairs. Although he has remained out of the public eye for many years, no one can underestimate his capabilities. The second son, Xia Yuan, inheriting the title of Marquis of Zhendong, was entrusted with command on the Eastern Wilderness battlefield 14 years ago during a critical moment. For the preceding 13 years, he has steadily maintained his position without achieving significant victories, yet he has committed no errors, ensuring stability along the eastern border. The ministers, filled with elation and relief, recognized that Xia Yuan had managed to stabilize the eastern front. Although this achievement was commendable, it paled in comparison to the feats of his father and elder brother, making him seem less extraordinary. However, unbeknownst to many, a month prior, Xia Yuan had bided his time for 13 years, luring the enemy, and, in a single moment of explosive action, he succeeded in vanquishing a formidable third-grade demon, shocking the entire realm. With 3 commanders hailing from one family, how could this not astonish the world and instill trepidation within the royal court? Yet, in the current tumultuous times, the Dou dynasty was not the sole power. In the face of the Marquis's house, suppression was not an option, but rather the cultivation of alliances. Under such circumstances, an assassination attempt on the Marquis's legitimate heir was out of the question. Xia Chen, merely a figure of mockery, posed no significant threat. It was merely a matter of marriage, a matter already settled, requiring no further discussion. The Marquis of Zhendong had shown loyalty and patriotism, making substantial contributions to the state. Assisting the emperor in alleviating his burdens could only be a positive endeavor. The second princess beamed with a radiant smile, illuminating the entire hall, although her gaze remained profoundly calm. Deep within her heart lay a grand ambition, one she had never divulged to others. Her peculiar behavior, refusing to confine herself like other princesses within the palace walls, stemmed from this very aspiration, who decreed that women could not ascend to the throne. Xia Hao was determined to become the first of her kind in history. Chapter 7. The Golden Generation. Deep within the esteemed residence of the town East Marquis, there stood an imposing ancient tower, 7 stories high, exuding an aura of uniqueness. The foundational sword technique has indeed been refined. 7 venerable elders, their hair grayed with age, reacted with astonishment. Some rose abruptly from their seats, others inadvertently tugged at their white beards, while a few spilled tea from their cups, their hearts tumultuous. The foundational sword technique, as its name suggests, is the bedrock of martial arts, a fundamental law. An individual's combat prowess and future potential are profoundly intertwined with this foundational technique. Thus, the foundational sword technique of the Marquis' household is a closely guarded secret, accessible only to the direct descendants of the Marquis and exceptionally gifted disciples who have proven their worth. This sword technique has been the cornerstone of the Xia family's enduring legacy for 6 centuries. Every martial arts lineage possesses its unique foundational law, all shrouded in secrecy to maintain knowledge monopolies and ensure their perpetual prosperity. The Xia family's foundational law was conceived by their progenitor, Xia Chen, and has been refined through generations of family heads and elders who believed it had reached a state of unparalleled perfection, rivaling even the royal foundational techniques. Yet now, the prospect of further refinement, achieved by a younger generation, left them utterly astonished as they gazed at the searing fissure on the ground, a manifestation of the technique that Xia Chen had just demonstrated before them. Their skepticism waned, yielding to belief. Their profound reaction stemmed from sheer incredulity. Well, though your martial talent may be lacking, your comprehension is astonishingly exceptional. In terms of merit to the clan, you surpass even your father, Xia Yuan, exclaimed the elder with a head of silver hair, his tone direct and hearty, though his heart ached with sorrow. How unfair fate is, bestowing this child with extraordinary insight while withholding martial prowess. Otherwise, the Xia family would have been graced with another unparalleled prodigy. His name was Xia Yu, the elder brother of town East Marquis, Xia Chen, and the great-uncle of Xia Chen. Within the lineage, Xia Chen ranked 3rd among 8 brothers, distinguished for his exceptional talent and intellect, ultimately chosen as the head of the Xia family and inheritor of the town East Marquis. The other 7 brothers had also held military positions in their youth. 36 years ago, during the Huaiyang War between the Great Wu and Great Feng, Xia Chen achieved legendary status in battle, ultimately relinquishing his military command and returning to the family estate. The other 7 brothers followed suit, returning their military powers and assuming roles as clan elders, dedicating themselves to nurturing the next generation and enhancing the family's foundation. Even the greatest military achievements pale in comparison to your creation, another elder remarked, who was Xia Chen's 5th grandfather, Xia Chen. The Marquis' residence had basked in brilliance for 6 centuries, producing generations of talents. Over 300 years ago, their ancestor was once again honored with the title of Anwu Marquis, and 173 years ago, they received another title, that of Anong Marquis. Thus, the Xia family boasts 3 marquises. For them, military accolades were far from scarce. Xia Chen, having refined the foundational methods, will undoubtedly elevate the caliber of his descendants, ensuring that future generations excel with unprecedented speed in their cultivation. The significance of this cannot be overstated. Upon departing from the Merit Tower, it was indeed the first time Xia Chen had set foot within its confines. For the first time in 17 years, he had also encountered the venerable elders of his family, yet their reactions suggested they were already familiar with the infamous reputation of Xia Chen's former frailties. This encounter had certainly enhanced his presence, greatly benefiting his status within the Marquis' residence. The 7 clan elders held him in high regard. Exchanging the Shouyang demonic blade for this recognition was undeniably advantageous. Xia Chen pondered the notion of having his name inscribed in the clan's annals, a legacy to be honored posthumously alongside the illustrious figures of his lineage, receiving the blessings of future generations. However, he remained indifferent to such considerations. seeking only to establish his name during his lifetime. The remembrance after death was not his current preoccupation. As he meandered through the serpentine paths of the rear courtyard and traversed the martial arts arena, he observed the bustling activity within. Children aged 5 to 6 were diligently practicing foundational punches under the tutelage of martial instructors, while slightly older youths, around 11 or 12, wielded spears with commendable finesse, their movements glistening with the cold light of their weapons, demonstrating exceptional prowess. Younger boys lifted massive stones, drenched in sweat, yet their eyes betrayed an unwavering determination, embodying persistence. Brother Chun, at that moment, a boy around 13 or 14 years of age, cast aside the stone he was lifting, bounding towards Xia Chen with the agility of a monkey. "Brother Chun, have you come to see me?" The boy, with his chubby cheeks and a mischievous grin, appeared endearingly naive. This boy was named Xia Wen, the son of Xia Chen's third uncle, Xia Hao. Although born into a family renowned for martial prowess, Xia Hao favored the literary path over the martial, aspiring for his son to excel in scholarly pursuits. He named the boy Xia Wen, hoping he would become a beacon of learning. However, Xia Wen displayed a proclivity for martial arts over academics, demonstrating extraordinary talent in combat. While his performance in studies was less than stellar, due to Xia Chen's own lack of martial aptitude, Xia Hao had taken him under his wing, instilling in him the principles of righteousness through scholarly pursuits, guiding him along the Confucian path of cultivation. Thus, before the age of 10, Xia Chen frequently dined at his uncle's residence, forming a close bond with the children there. "I am visiting the Hidden Merit Pavilion to select a cultivation technique, and thought I would stop by to see you," Xia Chen replied with a smile. In the Marquis's household, children, regardless of gender, were expected to commence their training in the martial arts arena by the age of 5, enduring the elements daily with unwavering dedication. However, due to Xia Chen's lack of talent in martial arts, his uncle Xia Chen had granted him special permission to abstain from daily attendance, allowing him to preserve his dignity. In his youth, Xia Chen had been reluctant to accept this, stubbornly attending the martial arena. Yet, as he witnessed his peers, who were of the same age, making rapid advancements daily while he struggled to even grasp the basics, he gradually ceased his visits. Looking around, Xia Chen noticed that the arena was filled predominantly with youthful faces. Many of those who had once been his contemporaries, often slightly younger, were now absent. He understood that most had already transcended to the 8th tier of refinement, beginning their trials within the military, a tradition within the Marquis's household that prioritized cultivation level over age. Upon breaking through to the 8th tier of the refinement realm, one can emerge into the world and realize grand ambitions. "Brother Chun," a voice echoed, prompting Xia Chen to turn in its direction. Approaching him was a delicate little girl, her features as exquisite as jade, clad in a small garment, seemingly no older than 10. Her cheeks were flushed, having just completed a set of martial forms. This was Xia Qian and Cui Mengru's youngest daughter, Xia Yushi. Brother Chun," a few more individuals approached, all descendants of the 7 clan elders, alongside several outstanding youths from collateral branches. Despite their initial hesitation, they too came forward to greet him. Listening to the whispered conversations around him, it became evident that he was regarded as a direct descendant. Although Xia Chen had been somewhat inconspicuous in the Marquisate over the years, his reputation was far from negligible. After all, the Marquisate had been established on martial prowess, and it was the first time a talentless individual devoid of martial aptitude had emerged in generations. Some greeted Xia Chen with smiles, while others maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding without overt friendliness, yet refraining from any offense. No one dared to mock him. Despite their youth, most possessed a maturity and emotional intelligence beyond their years. It was unwise to provoke a direct descendant, even one lacking martial talent. Moreover, everyone was aware that Xia Chen had become a prince consort, further diminishing any rationale for derogatory remarks simply based on his lack of martial prowess. Furthermore, in terms of seniority, Xia Chen remained the elder brother to all present. The Marquisate, with a legacy spanning 6 centuries, placed great emphasis on fraternal respect and harmony. Xia Chen greeted each person with a warm smile, his tone gentle, evoking a sense of spring's embrace. His gaze rested heavily upon several youths present, recognizing that they would undoubtedly shine brightly in the future. Xiao Wen, styled Xuanba, is the brother of the Heavenly Emperor. The Emperor has instructed him since childhood, leading Xiao Wen to regard him with both affection and respect. In his youth, the Emperor was like a hidden dragon in the depths, biding his time in silence, waiting for the opportune moment. Thus he did not stand out among his peers. Within the imperial clan, only one remains unaffected by external circumstances, maintaining a close and profound friendship with the Heavenly Emperor. History of Xia, Volume 1, Clan Chronicles, Part 3, Chapter 8. The Hidden Skill Pavilion. At this moment in the training ground, it was a time for rest. The martial artists observed the crowd mingling and did not intervene. Xia Chen's gaze fell upon a seemingly aloof youth of about 12 or 13 years old, named Xia Chen, with whom he had exchanged pleasantries earlier. Xia Chen was a descendant of the Xia family's collateral line, destined to command the formidable cavalry of the Great Unified Era and dominate the Eastern Wilderness battlefield. Yet, he appeared still quite youthful. Xia Chen's attention shifted to another young man, Xia Hao, the legitimate grandson of his sixth uncle, who was also poised for remarkable achievements in the future. "Brother Chen, you are heading out for training," exclaimed Xiao Wen, his face alight with excitement. Xia Chen candidly shared his intention to visit the Hidden Skill Pavilion and his plans for departure with Xiao Wen. "I will soon reach the 8th rank as well. I will come find you then, Brother Chen." Xiao Wen, with no ill intentions and a straightforward disposition typical of youth, spoke freely without further contemplation. Xia Chen was astonished. Xia Wen was merely a few months shy of 12, yet was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th rank. Indeed, the prodigious talent of the Xia family's brightest stars was proving to be as illustrious as proclaimed, both within the Xia family and the Great Wu dynasty. The younger generation of exceptional talents emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, heralding the dawn of a golden age. Xia Chen mused internally, filled with fervor. The illustrious generation had yet to fully mature, and the accumulated fortune of the Xia family over 6 centuries was about to be unleashed, propelling them to unprecedented heights. He recognized the necessity of seizing the opportunity ahead of time. The Hidden Skill Pavilion. The grand structure boasted 7 stories in total. Xia Chen had only visited once before, during his studies of foundational sword techniques. This time, due to his significant merits, he was granted exceptional access, allowing him to roam freely below the 6th floor. However, rather than hastily ascending to the 5th floor, he chose to explore the 1st floor first. Approaching the right side bookshelf, he picked up a volume and began to peruse it. Stunning Wind Sword Technique. Xia Chen glanced over it quickly, but his thoughts were far removed from the sword technique itself. Collection of techniques. He reflected calmly within. Technique collection in progress. 125, 100. A virtual panel materialized before Xia Chen's eyes. Although he had entered this realm ahead of time and was no longer in the guise of a player, this auxiliary system remained intact, granting him full access to its features. For instance, it facilitated the comprehension of advanced sword techniques, as well as the current collection function. Initial players possessed only the rudimentary ability to enhance their proficiency, simple and crude, while his auxiliary system had already evolved into the awakening of spiritual energy version. Thus, even when players from the Empress era arrived, Xia Chen would be able to outclass them with his advanced functionalities. As he ambled through the 1st floor of the Hidden Skill Pavilion, he was swiftly cataloging the myriad techniques available. However, despite the filtering process that had taken place over the 600 years of the Marquis' accumulation, with ordinary techniques barred from entry, the expanse of techniques on the 1st floor remained vast and profound like an ocean of smoke. Xia Chen meticulously focused on a selection of esteemed martial arts techniques before abandoning the 1st floor to ascend to the 2nd. The 2nd floor primarily housed techniques suited for practitioners at the 8th grade refinement mirror level, encompassing a vast array of swordplay, knife techniques, spear methods, and halberd forms, alongside practices for body refinement and energy cultivation. Additionally, various military formations could be found, and Xia Chen even encountered several methods of cultivation employed by sorcerers. The Xia family, having established itself through martial prowess, boasts a rich legacy spanning 6 centuries. Historically, they have quelled insurrections led by rebellious sorcerer sects, assimilating their techniques into their own repertoire. Xia Chen concentrated on the military formation methods, recognizing the terrifying potential of martial artists and sorcerers in this realm. Yet, the soldiers, when organized into formations, could condense unparalleled malevolence capable of vanquishing martial artists or sorcerers. However, upon inspection, Xia Chen noted that these military formations were largely rudimentary, consisting mostly of small groups of 3 or 5, with only a few formations capable of accommodating 7 participants. He did not feel disheartened, as such military formations were closely guarded secrets, forming the cornerstone of noble martial families. The formations capable of amassing tens of thousands of troops, allowing the commander to harness the collective strength of the army and empower themselves to engage in battles beyond their rank, were exceedingly precious even within the Xia lineage. Not meant for all to learn, Xia Chen surmised that techniques of such caliber were likely stored on the 5th floor or higher of the repository of techniques. Throughout the vast expanse of the martial realm, noble families possessing military formations of over 10,000 individuals could be counted on one hand. Deep within the repository of techniques, Xia Huang and Xia Hong exchanged glances, both having already noticed Xia Chen's peculiar behavior on the 2nd floor. They were respectively Xia Chen's 4th and 6th granduncles, and the Xia Hao whom Xia Chen had seen in the martial arena was the direct grandson of Xia Hong. Their usual duty was to guard the repository of techniques, and having recently been summoned to the Merit Building, they learned of Xia Chen's enhancements to the basic knife techniques, leaving a profound impression on them. What is he doing? Just skimming through? Xia Hong queried, perplexed, as even his 70 years of experience could not decipher Xia Chen's actions. You ask me, who should I ask? Xia Huang huffed in annoyance, equally bewildered. This boy has considerable talent, yet he remains too young and indecisive at this moment. His martial aptitude seems somewhat lacking. He requires proper guidance. If he becomes restless, his lifelong achievements may be limited. After observing for a while, Xia Hong shook his head and offered his critique on Xia Chen. A martial artist must be resolute in their goals, unwavering and relentless. Yet, Xia Chen's wavering spirit led him to hastily pick up a technique only to discard it without thorough examination. Such a temperament was not conducive to grand accomplishments. Alas, it is regrettable. No wonder Xia Yuan neglects this child, focusing all his attention on his younger son, Xia Hao. Xia Hong sighed, retracting his gaze and choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, his every action was being scrutinized and critiques were being formed. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent to their observations. He appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart brimmed with immense joy. As he gazed at the series of 100 indicators on the system panel, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. This time, he intended to clear out the entire grand repository of the Ho residence. After sensing the passage of time, which had already elapsed for an hour, Xia Chen swiftly cataloged some unique techniques from the 2nd floor before ascending to the 3rd. Compared to the first 2 levels, the collection of techniques on the 3rd floor was considerably smaller, yet their quality was evidently of a higher caliber. Xia Chen even encountered some esoteric practices from both Taoism and Buddhism, the sacred texts and true principles of these traditions meticulously organized in a designated area. Xia Chen was astonished to discover that such techniques resided within the Ho residence. As the Buddhist and Taoist teachings flourished in the resurgence of spiritual energy era, their methodologies proved to be remarkably profound. Some individuals derived the Arhat breathing method from the Arhat Sutra, while others envisioned the celestial palace of peace from the Taiping Sutra, thereby making significant strides into the extraordinary realm. Xia Chen placed great emphasis on the scriptures of these 2 schools, prioritizing their cataloging. Chapter 9. The Red Sun Body Refining Technique. In the 3rd and 4th levels, Xia Chen left no stone unturned, meticulously cataloging every single technique. He then proceeded to the 5th level. This expansive space was adorned with only 100 martial arts manuals. Xia Chen continued his methodical approach, noting that the time required to assimilate the techniques varied across levels. For instance, in the 1st level, most techniques could be absorbed in merely 2 to 3 seconds, while on the 5th level, it took at least 1 to 2 minutes. Patiently, Xia Chen awaited the process. In this level, he discovered a collection of techniques for a 1,000-man military formation, capable of harnessing the full might of an army to augment one's own power. 10 manuals were uniquely arranged in a designated area. In another section, scriptures of Buddhist and Taoist arts were displayed, while another corner showcased various Confucian calligraphies and paintings. Each piece of art and text encapsulated a special essence of the Tao, imbued with a profound and righteous energy, proving immensely beneficial for scholars pursuing the Confucian path. With determination, Xia Chen approached these calligraphies and began to engrave them. As he observed the progress bar on the panel, a smile graced his lips. After completing the inscription of all techniques on the 5th floor, he picked up a manual titled The Red Sun Body, Refining Technique, and feigned interest in its pages. However, internally, he began to ponder and channel his comprehension. System simulation in progress. 5 minutes later, new text appeared on the panel, ingesting the true meaning of the Red Sun Body, Refining Technique. Progress 5, Progress 35, Progress 78. The entire transmission process lasted 3 minutes. Xia Chen felt his skin grow fervently warm, as if his flesh and bones were being tempered by molten lava, each sinew akin to a master craftsman forging impurities out of metal. Within his eyes, a great sun arose, merging the insights of the Shouyang demon-breaking blade with the profound essence of the Red Sun Body Refining Technique. Every drop of blood became viscous, imbued with the essence of the utmost yang. The entire 5th floor radiated with a scorching heat reminiscent of midsummer. Xia Chen transformed into a piece of steel freshly forged from a blazing furnace. At that moment, the clan elders, Xia Hong and Xia Huang, appeared in the 5th level space, their expressions somber as they beheld Xia Chen's transformation. Has he truly grasped the Red Sun Body Refining Technique? Has he comprehended its essence so swiftly? They exclaimed in unison, astonishment flashing across their eyes. They were well aware that this technique was profoundly beneficial for martial artists, even yielding effects for those at the 4th tier. Hence, it was housed within the 5th level of the repository of techniques. Initially, they had observed Xia Chen browsing the techniques without much concern. But how had he suddenly comprehended the Red Sun Body Refining Technique? Questions swirled in their minds. Xia Chen slowly opened his eyes, the radiant sun within gradually receding, the surging energy from his pores subsiding, and his skin returning to its natural hue. 4th grandfather, 6th grandfather, what brings you here? Xia Chen feigned curiosity and inquired, fully aware that such an essential place as the hidden merit pavilion of the entire Mark residence would undoubtedly be guarded. How did you comprehend the Qiyang body forging technique so swiftly? Xia Hong, impatient by nature, was the first to pose the question. I am uncertain. I was merely observing when, all of a sudden, I felt a surge of inspiration. Xia Chen scratched his head, appearing endearingly foolish, his innocent demeanor reminiscent of a more advanced version of Xiao Wen. Xia Hong, perplexed, found himself momentarily speechless. Uncertain? A sudden feeling of inspiration? Is it truly that simple? Without uttering a word, Xia Huang stepped forward, grasping Xia Chen's hand, and a stream of true energy surged into Xia Chen's body for examination. He harbored doubts about his grandson's abilities. However, as he traversed Xia Chen's meridians, he discovered no issues. Instead, he felt Xia Chen's physique was remarkably robust, with an exceptionally deep foundation. Indeed, his innate talent appeared ordinary, rendering him unsuitable for martial arts. Yet his underlying strength was profound. Xia Huang, filled with questions, felt a sense of the uncanny. Amongst so many techniques, why did you choose this one? Furthermore, what were you doing prior? Xia Hong voiced his confusion, as Xia Chen's earlier actions were utterly baffling. I have heard that ancient sages extensively studied myriad texts, assimilating the essence of countless schools to create astonishing methods. Thus I, perhaps overestimating my capabilities, sought to emulate the ancients. Xia Chen rubbed his hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As for why he selected this particular technique, he sensed a resemblance to the Shouyang demon-slaying blade he had previously comprehended, which inspired his choice. Xia Huang burst into laughter, his mirth echoing through the air. "You wish to imitate the sages?" He chuckled, amused, as it had been years since he had encountered such delightful absurdity. Yet, he quickly realized that such a boisterous laugh might dishearten the young boy, prompting him to offer a gentle warning. "At your tender age, how much experience can you truly possess? Your current realm is too low. Delving into numerous texts is premature for you. What you require now is unwavering focus. Follow a single path. Even if your talent is exceptional, you should at most pursue a secondary route. One must not study too broadly, lest it adversely affect your realm and mindset." Xia Chen nodded earnestly. "Though your martial talent may be lacking, your insight is remarkable. Perhaps a significant achievement awaits you in the future," Xia Hao encouraged. Indeed, Xia Chen engaged in further conversation with Xia Hao and Xia Huang, who patiently shared various cultivation insights before he took his leave. As he departed from the Hidden Merit Pavilion, Xia Hao sighed. "What a pity for this child. His comprehension is nothing short of extraordinary, yet he is burdened with a wasted physique. How unjust fate can be. Why was he not guided toward the Confucian path? Was it not said that he followed his elder brother Xia Hao closely in his youth? Why was he not allowed to continue on that path? With such astonishing insight, had he pursued Confucianism to cultivate righteousness, our Xia family might have produced a great scholar." Xia Huang lamented, his heart heavy with sorrow, genuinely pained that such a bright future had been squandered. The Xia family has endured for 6 centuries, predominantly comprising rugged warriors who often faced disdain and oppression from scholars in the court. Should Xia Chen ascend to become a great Confucian scholar, it is conceivable that the Xia lineage may eventually foster a scholarly tradition, achieving a harmonious balance of yin and yang. Xia Hao fell into silence, but ultimately, he spoke slowly, recounting, it is said, that many years ago, the second brother returned from the eastern wilderness battlefield with a letter addressed to the third brother, stating that his child ought to practice martial arts. Even if deemed talentless, he should, in the future, wield a blade on the battlefield rather than a pen. A profound stillness enveloped the Kangong Tower. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally emerged. "Ah, the second brother, Xia Yuan, is indeed a fine man and a commendable general, possessing exceptional wisdom and extraordinary talent, bringing no disgrace to our noble house. However, in the realm of fatherhood, he has fallen somewhat short." Xia Huang shook his head, reminiscing about the previously heard accounts of Xia Yuan's attitude toward Xia Chen, and sighed heavily. In his youth, the heavenly emperor experienced little affection or care from his parents, growing up in solitude within the clan. The elders of the family held little faith in the heavenly emperor's martial aptitude. Nonetheless, he exhibited unwavering determination, relentless perseverance, and a diligent pursuit of knowledge, immersing himself in numerous texts and achieving extraordinary insights. One day, while in the scripture repository, he suddenly comprehended the essence of martial techniques, leaving the clan elders astounded. Chronicles of the Xia, Volume 1, Annals of the Founding Emperor. Chapter 10. Official position. As Xia Chen returned to his courtyard, the night had already enveloped the earth, with the moon hanging high in the sky, casting delicate rays of moonlight upon his fingertips, as if fairies were dancing. From the moment he left in the morning until now, this day was more vibrant than the past 2 months combined. "Young master," Xia Chen exclaimed joyfully as she rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "I have heard that His Majesty has betrothed the second princess to you. It has spread throughout the estate, and gifts have been sent from every courtyard." "Very well, just keep them safe," Xia Chen nodded, choosing not to expend much energy on this matter. In the following 2 days, Xia Chen remained diligently within the confines of his courtyard, immersing himself in rigorous practice. With each increment of proficiency reflected on the system panel, he felt his progress accelerating remarkably. The pure yang energy within him had thickened, and his combat prowess was incomparable to before. He wielded the Shouyang demon-breaking blade to draw upon the extreme yang energy of the heavens and earth, specifically refining his flesh and blood. Simultaneously, he practiced the Qiyang body forging technique to cultivate his internal energy and strengthen his bones. Though these 2 methods bore some similarity, they complemented each other, resulting in a profound transformation of Xia Chen's physique. This tranquility was disrupted on the third day. A longtime attendant of the family head, Xia Chen, knocked on Xia Chen's courtyard door. Third young master, the master requests your presence. As the third among the direct descendants, Xia Chen was referred to as the third young master within the estate. Uncle Dong, why have you come personally? You could have simply sent someone to call for me. Xia Chen, who was bare-chested and engaged in body forging, quickly invited the middle-aged man inside. Xia Dong, a trusted aide of Xia Chen, shared the Xia family bloodline, descending from a branch that separated 156 years ago, thus maintaining a close blood relationship. Having accompanied Xia Chen since childhood in a manner akin to a study companion, he had been at his side for martial training, military strategy, and even during his time in the army. 21 years ago, he had achieved great merit alongside Xia Chen on the southern frontier and was awarded the title of general by the court. However, after Xia Chen withdrew from military service, he too resigned from his position, remaining by Xia Chen's side as an ordinary attendant. Concerning the young master, it is best that I come in person. Xia Dong smiled as he stood in the courtyard, observing Xia Chen's skin, which resembled tempered iron, as the crimson hue gradually faded, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. We are family. There is no need for such formality. Please take a seat, Uncle Dong. I will wash up shortly, Xia Chen said with a smile, leading Xia Dong to sit in the courtyard. Although Xia Dong regarded himself as a subordinate, none truly perceived him as such. With a smile on his face, he did not overly indulge in politeness, holding a favorable impression of this somewhat understated third young master. Compared to his interactions with other young masters, this third young master showed him considerably more respect. Xia Chen soon finished his washing and changed into a clean outfit. While he felt a surge of joy within, his demeanor remained steady, exuding an unyielding calmness. He had already surmised that Xia Chen's summons pertained to the matter of his official position, which must have reached a resolution. The estate of the Marquis sprawls extensively. Constrained by the inability to gallop swiftly, Xia Chen can only meander along. After more than 20 minutes, he finally arrives at Xia Chen's residence. Uncle, there is no need for excessive formality. In the understated and modest front hall, a few chairs are arranged. Xia Chen takes a seat, and immediately, a maidservant brings tea before promptly withdrawing. Chener, your desire to venture forth for experience has been addressed. Currently, there are 3 positions available, all quite respectable, Xia Chen states. Sipping his tea leisurely, Xia Chen beams. Indeed, having the backing of the Marquis makes endeavors easier. In his past life, it took him over half a year in the game to attain an official rank, starting from the lowest grade of the 9th rank. Yet now, he has the luxury of choosing from 3 official positions. Although he is not yet aware of their ranks, the Marquisite's intervention guarantees their significance. The first is the Imperial Army's Yulin Guard, the second, the Qingzhou Garrison, and the last, the Southern Frontier Army, all of which are of the 7th rank. Xia Chen's eyes gleam with determination. As a prominent family, the Xia clan allows its offspring to ascend to officialdom through familial favor, and the ranks are certainly not insignificant. This is precisely why Xia Chen sought Xia Chen's assistance. Why start from the bottom as a mere soldier to prove one's capability? It is utterly ludicrous. By ascending directly from a higher starting point, can one not demonstrate their abilities? The Yulin Guard it shall be. Xia Chen inhales deeply, swiftly making his decision. The Imperial Army serves as the Emperor's personal guard, tasked with safeguarding the palace and maintaining the safety of the capital. They oversee the day and night patrols, uphold public order, manage access control, and possess the authority to enforce the law against criminal activities within the capital. What captivates Xia Chen is the enforcement power inherent in this role. Although the capital is rife with influential figures, a mere stone cast carelessly might strike a noble. However, should he wield this responsibility wisely, it could unlock immense power. More crucially, 5 years hence, during the coup of the gates, the Imperial Army will play a pivotal role. Perhaps I could lay the groundwork in advance. A glimmer of ambition shines in Xia Chen's eyes. He dismisses the idea of the garrison troops, while the Southern Frontier Army could hone his skills and rapidly earn military merit. It is of little use to him at present. His cultivation speed is sufficiently augmented by the system, leaving no cause for concern. Although military merit is advantageous for swift promotions, Xia Chen believes that remaining at the heart of power in the capital may present even greater opportunities. Are you certain? Xia Chen inquires earnestly. Uncle, I am certain. It is the Yulin Guard. Xia Chen affirms without a moment's hesitation. Very well, await my news. Xia Chen replies with a smile and a wave of his hand. Xia Chen turns to take his leave, his spirits soaring. After 2 months, is he finally departing the novice village? Capital, here I come. In his previous life, although his initial identity was that of commoner, he quickly experienced the splendor of the capital. Yet this time, despite his exalted initial status, the Marquis imposes numerous restrictions, preventing him from leaving the estate without attaining the 8th rank. It is curious why I still retain memories of the myriad schools of thought, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, poetry, and prose from my previous life. Suddenly, Xia Chen recalled a crucial point. Although players from that world have descended into this realm, they are only aware of their existence as beings from another world and can recall their friends and family from their daily lives. However, all cultural elements, philosophical thoughts, and classical texts from the other world have been obscured, rendering them entirely forgettable upon entering this new reality. It is as if this world forbids the existence of such things. Only when the version of heavenly fusion was activated did this restriction begin to dissolve. Xia Chen speculated that this may have involved the paramount principles of Tao and Li, where certain profound scriptures and thoughts were not permitted to manifest prematurely. Am I the one who has been overlooked? Taking a deep breath, Xia Chen glanced at his hand, where only he could perceive the ethereal image of the 9-dragon seal. What is your origin? That you not only facilitated my early entry into this realm, but also preserved my auxiliary system and lifted the veil of obscurity? Xia Chen murmured to himself, and as he posed this inquiry, the seal emitted a hazy, radiant light, as if it were on the verge of awakening, or perhaps seeking to respond. Chapter 11. The Celestial Realm. Upon witnessing this extraordinary transformation, Xia Chen's pupils constricted. For the past 2 months, he had endeavored to awaken the Jade Seal. It had remained utterly unresponsive. However, today, faint strands of light began to emanate from it, prompting Xia Chen to quicken his pace as he traversed the expansive Marquis' estate and entered his chamber, shutting the door behind him. He felt an intense heat radiating from his palm, as if something were poised to burgeon forth from his very flesh. Xia Chen could distinctly sense a profound connection between himself and the Jade Seal, as if they were symbiotically intertwined, sharing the same essence. A diffuse aura of chaotic energy wafted from the seal, and in a moment of reverie, he perceived the intricate interplay of Tao and principle. As the chains of order surged forth, mysterious runes materialized upon the surface of the Jade Seal, revealing countless beings prostrating themselves, engulfed in celestial flames. In the heart of this vast expanse, a towering altar constructed of 5-colored chaotic stones stood, embodying an ancient and arcane rite. Xia Chen was enveloped by the haunting resonance of a sacrificial chant that seemed to transcend the heavens. Are they calling for me? A wave of dizziness washed over him, the sound reverberating in his ears, sending chills cascading across his body. At that moment, the once ethereal Jade Seal began to solidify, poised to manifest in the mortal realm. As if descending from an unknown domain, compelled by an irresistible force, Xia Chen approached the Jade Seal, which floated in his chamber, exuding tendrils of violet mist. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the room, drawn into the Jade Seal. Outside, the tranquility of the East Town Marquis' estate remained undisturbed. Oblivious to his disappearance, Xia Chen swiftly steadied his mind and surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he had arrived in an unfamiliar world. This realm was enshrouded in ice, steeped in silence, save for the area immediately surrounding him, which pulsed with a flicker of vitality. He found himself standing atop a grand altar of 5 colors, upon which lay various offerings. Among them, a colossal primordial beast, still oozing fresh blood as if it had only recently been slain. There was also a piece of chaotic jade, emanating chaotic energy, alongside a phoenix egg of resplendent golden hue. Is that a phoenix egg? As he examined the objects before him, he realized that despite this being his first encounter with them, knowledge of their nature, surged into his mind. In the distance, he beheld another egg suspended in the void, radiating vitality as if undergoing a process of rebirth. His heart trembled. He then noticed that not far from the pure-blood phoenix egg lay another egg, seemingly in harmony with it. A dragon egg. Xia Chen struggled to maintain his composure. The phoenix and true dragon had long since vanished from existence as the apex divine beasts of the cosmos. The mere appearance of pure-blood phoenixes and pure-blood true dragons would incite a tempest of bloodshed. In the era of spiritual awakening, there had been individuals who, upon acquiring just a few drops of phoenix marrow or dragon blood, ascended rapidly. Yet here, in this place, lay a phoenix egg and a dragon egg, seemingly brimming with life, an astonishing discovery. To offer such ancient ferocity, rare materials, and even pure-blood dragons and phoenixes as tributes. Who could possibly be the recipient of such veneration? Heaven? No, it could not be. A storm of emotions raged within Xia Chen. Who, indeed, could partake in such lavish offerings? He instinctively felt as if he were offering a sacrifice to the heavens. Yet upon glancing around, he immediately dismissed the notion, for he stood atop the celestial realm. Seated within the majestic heavens, before him lay a vast expanse of palatial grandeur, constructed from the very essence of stars, spanning countless miles, as if subduing all realms. In that moment, Xia Chen seemed to transform into a deity of this place. The entire world appeared to unfold within his sight, revealing certain truths about the surroundings. He had attained a peculiar authority. Xia Chen yearned to approach the offerings, but as he drew near, an invisible barrier seemed to impede his progress. After numerous attempts, he ultimately conceded, as it appeared that all access remained closed to him. Was it a lack of recognition from this realm, or perhaps insufficient conditions to unlock the secrets? Xia Chen mused to himself, yet soon relinquished his worries, continuing to survey this enigmatic world. Was this the heavenly court? A realm of unparalleled strength, commanding the celestial realms, yet seemingly defeated for some unknown reason, everything encased in ice. Xia Chen beheld the frozen celestial soldiers in the distance and noted the names inscribed upon various palaces: Lingxiao Hall, the Ministry of War, the Medicine Palace, the Hamlin Academy. The schools of various philosophers, the demon-slaying platform, the deification platform, the pavilion of hidden merits, the pool of transcendence. An array of departments existed, each housing individuals exuding an aura of terror, yet all were ensnared in ice. Their lives appeared dimmed, yet within them resided crystalline stones radiating a unique Tao rhythm, filled with the essence of universal laws. As Xia Chen observed, a resounding dragon's roar echoed in his ears. His pupils constricted violently as he witnessed a golden divine dragon surging forth from the Xiao Palace, traversing an unfathomable expanse. The dragon was elusive, its head unseen. Yet, it seemed to be in a dire state, extraordinarily weakened, its golden light dimming, as if it were on the verge of vanishing from this realm entirely. The Dragon of Fortune. Suddenly, the origins of this dragon flashed in Xia Chen's mind. The dragon's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and upon spotting Xia Chen, a profound joy illuminated its gaze. In an instant, it appeared above Xia Chen's head, and before he could react, it plunged directly into his forehead, merging with him as one. Xia Chen felt as if his body might explode. A colossal surge of energy coursed through him, shattering his meridians in an instant. Yet, this energy was imbued with immense vitality, and his once diminishing flesh began to rapidly rejuvenate. Destruction and life intertwined, each opposing yet harmoniously united. Xia Chen's body transformed into a vessel, achieving a peculiar equilibrium. Simultaneously, his eyes were struck by a profound stimulus. The previously faint dual pupils began to manifest fully, and his black-gold irises seemed to undergo a metamorphosis. Within his luminous eye sockets, two distinct pupils emerged, one yin and the other yang, as if embodying the confluence of the sun and moon, suffused with purple-gold energy. The golden dragon of fortune flickered past, seemingly merging with his gaze. An extraordinary phenomenon of ancient times, is said to be a distinguishing mark of ancient sages and emperors. It is rumored that those who possess the bear a supreme destiny. As long as they do not meet an untimely demise, they inevitably ascend to become sovereigns of the heavens. Now, within the being of Xia Chen, that begins to awaken. Uncertain of how long this process has endured, Xia Chen awakens to find his physique forged as if from the very essence of adamantine, his entire being transforming from within. That golden divine dragon, a manifestation of the fortune of this fractured celestial court, has now entered his body. Xia Chen's expression turns grave. The Fortune dynasty can consolidate the world's fortunes, appointing divine officials who can cultivate their powers through the dynasty's fortune. This is the fundamental reason behind the later celestial dynasty rivalry. In a world rife with conflict, the struggle revolves around the very essence of fortune. Only the sovereign of the dynasty can bear the golden dragon of national fortune. Yet it seems as if he has absorbed that very golden dragon of fortune. Chapter 12. The Supremacy of the Imperial Path. Xia Chen meticulously examined his inner self, yet the golden dragon of fortune had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. During his exploration, he sensed that his vital essence had reached an unprecedented peak, and he felt an unparalleled vigor coursing through him. It appeared that his foundational bones had been reshaped, and his strength had astonishingly advanced to the 7th rank of the refining spirit realm. Xia Chen murmured to himself. Although he possessed an auxiliary system that merely required him to enhance his proficiency to elevate his power, the reshaping of his foundational bones, freeing him from the shackles of being a waste body, was evidently significant. Regarding his own enhancement in power, Xia Chen was only mildly astonished. A colossal surge of energy had infused his body, leading him to believe that he was on the verge of complete dissolution and ruin. However, he had not anticipated that this energy harbored a profound vitality, allowing his body to undergo a rebirth. Calming himself in the center of the altar, Xia Chen began to stride forward toward the Lingxiao Palace. He was unaware of how long he had been walking. Here, time seemed to have come to a standstill. A day, a month, a year, or perhaps even a decade or a century passed in what felt like an instant. The distance he gazed upon, though seemingly close, felt as if he had traversed an infinite expanse. Ultimately, he entered the Xixiao Palace. Before him stood imposing deities whose forms surpassed even the mightiest mountains, their gazes able to penetrate the depths of the underworld. Their very essence could shatter rivers and mountains. Yet at this moment they were all still, bowing their heads in reverence, as if expending every ounce of their life force. Within their rib cages, mysterious crystals were gestating. Xia Chen was awestruck by the scene unfolding before him. The 9 Dragons Jade Seal in his palm was of a significance far greater than he had imagined. It seemed to encapsulate a decayed ancient heavenly court. Unable to resist the urge, Xia Chen gazed toward the throng of deities bowing in homage. Their majestic figures stood, surrounded by the stars of the heavens, with 9 true dragons suspended like ornaments upon his arms. This figure stood silently, exuding an overwhelming imperial aura. The supremacy of the imperial path. All myriad paths submit. His twin pupils. Xia Chen's heart trembled. In the instant his gaze fell upon the figure, the endless chaotic mist that had obscured the emperor's face gradually receded. From the very first glance, he was entranced by the man's eyes, which possessed the rare quality of twin pupils. At that moment, Xia Chen's own twin pupils seemed to resonate, awakening autonomously, as if calling out to the emperor's own gaze. Sensing a kindred essence, a beam of purplish-golden light emanated from the emperor's twin pupils. Again, instinctively, Xia Chen felt compelled to retreat, recalling the earlier golden dragon of fortune that had abruptly surged into his being. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly immobile. The entire realm seemed to awaken. Myriad paths roared as the purplish-golden light surged directly into his mind. A colossal torrent of information erupted within his consciousness. Xia Chen let out a soft grunt, his vision darkening as he collapsed into unconsciousness. As Xia Chen awakened, a faint light emerged on the horizon, gradually dispelling the darkness that enveloped the capital. The brilliance returned to the world. He glanced at the hour hand produced by the sorcerers of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Had only a night passed? Upon inspecting his body, he discovered that aside from feeling somewhat depleted, his vital energy had reached its zenith. My realm has ascended to the 7th rank of spirit refinement. What I experienced was not a dream. Opening his palm, he noticed the jade seal's totem slowly materializing in his vision. A gentle, radiant light emanated from it, as if celebrating that the precious gem was finally free of dust. Xia Chen could distinctly sense a peculiar connection forming between himself and this jade seal. He meticulously recalled everything that transpired the previous night in the ruined heavenly court. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his mind like a needle. The Taichu Imperial Dao Yutian scripture? A new scripture had emerged in his consciousness. Yet when he attempted to peruse it, he found it obscured by a veil of chaotic mist. It seemed that this scripture had not yet reached the time of its revelation. Is this the imperial cultivation method imparted to me by the sovereign of the heavenly court? But why can I not access it? Is it because we have yet to enter the era of spiritual revival? Or is it that I have not established a fortune dynasty and gathered the necessary fate, rendering me incapable of comprehension? Xia Chen conjectured, but ultimately relinquished his thoughts, trusting that when the time is right, the profound truths within would reveal themselves. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to restore his energy. Despite his substantial increase in strength, it seemed that the inheritance of the scripture had consumed a great deal of his vitality, leading to his fainting. Xia Chen reasoned that it was likely due to his own weakness. Neither his body nor his spirit could bear such power, let alone cultivate it. He practiced diligently until the afternoon before finally opening his eyes, his complexion rosy, with his energy and vitality restored to their peak. Venturing into the courtyard, he commenced his martial practice, the sound of his punches slicing through the air, resonating with explosive force. Indeed, there is a qualitative difference between the 7th and 8th ranks. At this stage, being at the 7th rank constituted considerable strength. Even within the military, one could serve as a captain, commanding 1,000 men. In the realm of martial arts, such prowess could easily be deemed as that of an expert. Young master, your official documents have arrived, along with your armor. The Imperial Guard has also sent a delivery, announced Xia Chen, entering the courtyard while holding the documents and a set of armor. Xia Chen paused, accepting the documents, and immediately began to read. This was an appointment letter issued directly by the Ministry of War, marking his official entry into the civil service. His starting point was that of a 7th rank lieutenant. Indeed, the status of a noble heir proved advantageous. Xia Chen smiled, reflecting on how he had expended countless time and effort in his past life to attain the same rank, yet now he achieved it with such ease. The illustrious legacy of the spanning 6 centuries is built upon countless military achievements and the sacrifices of valiant ancestors. Summer Chun gazed at the document in his hands, murmuring to himself, acutely aware of the reasons behind his attainment of such honors. Young master, when will you assume your post? Tomorrow, Summer Chun replied calmly, having awaited this moment for 2 long months. Such urgency. Young master, I wish to accompany you. Summer Chun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Having spent his childhood within the confines of he yearned to explore the outside world. His talents were commendable. Merely a month prior, he had successfully advanced to the 8th tier of the refinement realm. Very well, prepare your belongings and join me tomorrow, Summer Chun nodded. It was customary for the scions of martial families to bring their personal guards when assuming positions, a tradition upheld in the current era of the Great Wu Dynasty. This practice served a dual purpose: to enable martial heirs to swiftly acclimate to military command and to ensure their safety. For often these young warriors were not merely gilding their resumes, but were heading into the fray of battle. This understanding was also why the civil officials of the Great Wu Dynasty refrained from objections. Any dissenting voices would be met with a retort. If you oppose the presence of personal guards, perhaps you would prefer to send your own offspring into the battlefield to contend with barbaric foes and monstrous beasts. Such statements invariably rendered the court silent, leaving no room for further discussion. The following day, at the break of dawn, Summer Chun rose early. Today marked the beginning of his official duties. Chapter 13. The Imperial Guard. Xia Chen donned his official military attire and stepped out of the small courtyard. Xia Chen was already waiting at the entrance, accompanied by 3 robust men exuding vitality. At a glance, Xia Chen discerned that these 3 individuals were no ordinary men. An aura of ferocity surrounded them, emanating a formidable presence merely by their stance. "Young master," the 4 spoke in unison. Xia Chen was not surprised to see these 3. They were the household guards of the Marquis' residence. Every scion of the Marquis' family was accompanied by several guards, serving not only as protectors, but also as a foundation to aid the young lords in swiftly mastering military affairs. "Let us proceed," Xia Chen nodded, exchanging no further words. The 5 moved quietly through the Marquis' estate and exited through a side gate. The Marquis' residence stood at the very heart of the capital, in close proximity to the Imperial Palace. Upon exiting, they found themselves on the Central Avenue, a thoroughfare established 800 years ago at the founding of the kingdom. Although termed a street, it resembled more of a grand plaza, capable of accommodating 12 carriages simultaneously, remarkably spacious. Even at this early hour, the street bustled with activity. Various vendors lined the sides, engaged in their trades. The flow of pedestrians and carriages was incessant, and as dawn broke, the vast capital commenced its rapid, mechanical rhythm. Xia Chen and Xia Chen indulged in a casual breakfast by the roadside before heading directly to the Imperial Guard's office, responsible for the safety of the capital. The Imperial Guard also served as royal escorts during official outings, hence their establishment within the inner city rather than outside its walls. "Stop! Who approaches?" As Xia Chen approached an imposing office near the palace, he was intercepted. Fully armed soldiers in gleaming armor advanced, yet their demeanor remained courteous. "I am Xia Chen, here to assume my post today," Xia Chen stated succinctly, foregoing unnecessary pleasantries or attempts to conceal his identity, avoiding any pretentious display of arrogance. He was there to fulfill his duties. "Lieutenant Xia." The soldiers at the entrance immediately stood at attention, saluting respectfully. They had already been informed of the arrival of a lieutenant from the Eastern Marquis' household. Xia Chen nodded, maintaining a serious expression that conveyed an air of distance. "Allow me to escort you inside, Sir Lieutenant." A junior officer stepped forward, bowing with a humble demeanor and a beaming smile, personally guiding Xia Chen into the office. As Xia Chen's figure disappeared through the entrance, the remaining soldiers exhaled deeply, engaging in hushed discussions. "Goodness, when did our superior ever wear such a broad smile? His face is practically creased with it." The selection standards for the Imperial Guard were exceedingly stringent. Most members were hereditary, or the offspring of distinguished military families, with a select few being exceptionally fierce individuals from various military camps. Moreover, they were the Emperor's own troops. Thus, everyone possesses a certain confidence. Ordinarily, one would not only encounter the likes of a school captain, but even generals frequently. While a newly appointed captain may exhibit politeness, they would never adopt such a humble demeanor. However, this occasion is markedly different. It goes without saying, one need only consider the identity of the individual in question. Although he is known throughout the capital as a mere figurehead, his status cannot be overlooked. His unexpected arrival at our Goulan Guard raises questions about whether this is a boon or a bane. Within our Goulan Guard, where hidden talents abound and renowned scions are plentiful, this is merely the addition of another noble heir. We are here merely to observe," a soldier remarked with a smile, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Sir Captain, this is the barracks." Li Shi led Xia Chen into the rear courtyard. Although it was the back area, it was vast and expansive, resembling a military camp. At that moment, a squad was engaged in drills on the square. "Where are my men?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, feeling somewhat disoriented in this unfamiliar environment. The small officer who guided him was quite perceptive. "Captain, they're over there," but at this moment Li Shi hesitated, his expression betraying uncertainty. Xia Chen furrowed his brow, pressing for answers, yet Li Shi refused to divulge any further information. "Sir Captain, you will see for yourself if you go over." Xia Chen remained silent, choosing not to press further. Lifting his leg, he ventured deeper into the barracks. As he approached the right rear of the camp, he was met with boisterous laughter. "I won again. I'll treat the brothers to drinks at Deshun Tower this noon. Standing outside a tent, Xia Chen overheard the raucous sounds of cards being played, accompanied by hearty laughter. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. This world engaged in card games, a rare form of leisure, yet such activities were strictly forbidden in the military, especially when financial stakes were involved. However, he revealed no sign of his thoughts, leaving Li Shi, who was quietly observing, feeling a sense of apprehension. The newly arrived captain was somewhat inscrutable. Li Shi was well aware of the circumstances here and the reasons behind them. Initially, he had intended to merely enjoy the spectacle, but now he had not discerned any anger on the face of a new captain. It seemed this captain lacked any fiery temperament and was merely fortunate in his birth. Li Shi inwardly shook his head. I will go and call them. Xia Chen, standing behind Xia Chen, could no longer contain his anger. It was early morning, and while other squads were engaged in their morning exercises, this group was brazenly playing cards. I'll handle this. Xia Chen intercepted Xia Chen, his gaze piercing through the thick tent fabric, revealing the scene within. This morning, he had noticed a peculiar change in his eyes, enabling him to perceive extraordinary details. Such sight, capable of penetrating the mundane, was effortless for him. Xia Chen lifted his leg and parted the tent, instantly unleashing a gust of cold wind that roused the two soldiers stationed at the entrance. They shivered, their faces contorted with indignation. Upon seeing a stranger enter, they bellowed, "Who are you to dare intrude upon our military camp?" Having just been on the brink of slumber, their minds were still foggy, but they had encountered figures from the Imperial Guard before, emboldening them to speak so defiantly. Their shouts quickly captured the attention of others within the camp, prompting those gathered around several card games to rise abruptly. Xia Chen, he remained composed, and his voice resonated once more. Who here is in charge? A palpable silence enveloped the military camp, as some instantly recognized the newcomer, their expressions tightening with anxiety as they hastily concealed their gaming tokens within their armor. Yet, there were others who remained unfazed, a smile gracing their faces, showing no sign of reverence. Ah, it is young Master Xia. How eager he is. The appointment was only finalized yesterday, and he has come to assume his duties today. At that moment, a voice dripping with sarcasm echoed from within the military tent, unabashedly confronting Xia Chen. Chapter 14. The first day in office within the military tent, a robust young man rose to his feet. He flicked the plaque in his hand, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Xia Chen. Rather than displaying fear, his expression bore a hint of provocation. Zhao Yu, the commander of the Feathered Forest Army and the third son of the Duke of Jinwu, was a direct subordinate of Xia Chen. Xia Chen had already perused the backgrounds of several officers under his command, as the Duke's residence had provided these details the previous day, with particular emphasis on Zhao Yu. Xia Chen understood the animosity that Zhao Yu harbored towards him. It stemmed from the fact that Xia Chen had usurped his position. Had Xia Chen not been airlifted to the rank of lieutenant, Zhao Yu would have undoubtedly secured the role due to his lineage as the Duke's son. Zhao Yu had previously boasted to his subordinates, promising a feast for everyone upon receiving his official appointment. However, merely 3 days had passed, and the situation had dramatically shifted with Xia Chen's unexpected arrival, inciting Zhao Yu's resentment. Since yesterday, he had taken the lead in causing trouble, neglecting drills to indulge in leisure within the barracks, intending to instill fear in Xia Chen. Zhao Yu's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Xia Chen, whom he believed had stolen the military uniform that was rightfully his. Do you understand the consequences of leading games in the army? Zhao Yu sneered. Ignoring the hostility emanating from Zhao Yu's eyes, Xia Chen directly confronted him. While he was indeed an airborne soldier, Zhao Yu's own ascent to the commander's position had not been devoid of privilege. He too had parachuted into his role. Everyone resented privilege while simultaneously coveting it. Xia Chen's advantages were the fruits of generations of sacrifice and bloodshed by his ancestors. For 6 centuries, the Xia family had contributed countless lives for the nation. This was merely a reflection of the Zhao family's inability to match the Xia family's legacy, resulting in Zhao Yu's current predicament. At present, we have no mission. We are merely enjoying our leisure time. Do you have an issue with that, young Master Zhao? Zhao Yu retorted, his demeanor still nonchalant. During work hours, one should address their rank. Xia Chen's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yu. Moreover, I am speaking to you. His voice remained calm, yet inexplicably, Zhao Yu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to the intimidation he had only experienced from his father or prominent officials in the court. This caused his face to flush with embarrassment, realizing he had been unsettled by this so-called waste from the Xia family. Is the newly appointed lieutenant seeking to establish his authority over me on his very first day? Zhao Yu's eyes glinted with malice. His family had already cautioned him to maintain composure and avoid trouble for the time being, yet he remained defiant. Both were signs of noble families. Although Xia Chen was the legitimate firstborn, Zhao Yu had two elder brothers. However, he was well aware that Xia Chen was not held in high regard at the Duke of East's residence. The Duke of Zhendong's indifference towards Xia Chen had long been the talk of the capital. Moreover, Xia Chen was notoriously regarded as a talentless individual, which was a source of disgrace for the esteemed warriors of their lineage. Thus, he did not perceive his standing to be inferior to Xia Chen's. Ignoring the admonitions from his family, he was resolute in his intention to confront Xia Chen. I shall not grant him any dignity in front of the public. Diminishing his stature will serve as an example to others. How can he maintain his position within the imperial army if I open this breach? Zhao Yu's thoughts were quite straightforward. He aimed to trample Xia Chen's reputation into the ground on the very first day of his appointment. Outside the military tents, numerous soldiers were crouched by the flaps, eavesdropping. From the moment Xia Chen entered the camp, they were intrigued by the unfolding drama. The crowd outside swelled, as nearly all who were not engaged in training converged to witness the spectacle. At the center of the camp, two middle-aged men were sipping tea. Should we intervene? One suggested, let us act as if we are unaware and continue enjoying our tea. There is no need for us to meddle in the conflict between the scions of the noble houses. Yet, Xia Chen was, after all, the legitimate heir of the Duke of Zhendong and a prince consort. As members of the emperor's personal army, it would be unwise to allow Zhao Yu's antics to spiral out of control. One of the generals, a man with a square jaw, took a sip of his tea, his brow furrowed with concern. Patience. Precisely because of his unique status, we should refrain from intervening. Today marks his first day in office. If he cannot even manage his subordinates, it may lead to disappointment among some. The general seated at the head of the table, dressed in civilian attire, yet bearing a fierce countenance, spoke in a low voice. General, are you suggesting that someone is observing Xia Chen, perhaps the emperor? The square-jawed man, named Qin Mu, looked alarmed, suddenly realizing the implications. As he was about to voice his thoughts, the general's piercing gaze fell upon him, prompting him to quickly silence himself. We are the emperor's personal army. While it is customary for the scions of noble families to join us, the manner and means of their entry are of utmost importance. Without the emperor's approval, even the Duke of Zhendong would find it challenging to place anyone within our ranks. Li Wenzhong remarked, his gaze distant, seemingly penetrating through the camp to perceive distant conflicts. Qin Mu nodded in understanding, grasping the gravity of the situation. Disrespecting superiors, instigating unrest, and gambling within the military camp. Do you comprehend how these transgressions should be punished? Xia Chen's voice resonated within the tent, echoing far and wide, ensuring that all eavesdroppers could hear. Zhao Yu furrowed his brow. Xia Chen maintained an air of calm throughout, and his tone was disconcertingly authoritative, as if a lofty figure were looking down upon him. Does he truly believe himself to be a person of consequence? Zhao Yu scoffed inwardly, dismissing the gravity of the situation. After all this talk, what can Xia Chen possibly do to me? Captain, you wouldn't dare to penalize me, would you? Not with your limited power. Zhao Yu laughed heartily, and as he did, several soldiers gradually gravitated towards him, standing at his back, creating an invisible aura of intimidation. In an instant, Xia Chen and his companions unleashed their formidable presence, no longer suppressing their vitality. According to military orders, they were to receive 100 strikes from the military staff and be expelled from the camp. Those who dared obstruct would face the same fate. Xia Chen remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the shift in atmosphere. However, the moment he uttered those words, his aura transformed dramatically. His blood thickened, his entire being radiating heat, as surging vitality coalesced behind him into a resplendent sun. He unsheathed a crimson long sword from behind, striking directly at Zhao Yu. This blow resembled a sun traversing the void, causing every hair on Zhao Yu's body to stand on end, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. With urgency, Zhao Yu drew his military blade, channeling his inner energy into it, determined to block Xia Chen's strike. He could hardly believe that this infamous wastrel from the capital dared to draw his sword in such a public setting. Why did this blow evoke such terror within him? Intense sparks ignited at the point of contact as their blades clashed. In that moment, Zhao Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an immense force surging from the impact. The next instant, a cold snort escaped him, his complexion flushed crimson, before he violently expelled a torrent of blood. His body was sent sprawling, crashing into a tent, and subsequently colliding with a soldier who had been eavesdropping outside, both tumbling helplessly onto the ground. A profound silence enveloped the entire military camp, as all remained frozen in place. Chapter 15. Expulsion from the Barracks. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that none could react in time. Was it truly permissible to resort to violence so readily? It was only when they beheld Zhao Yu, his arms hanging limply by his sides, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, that they snapped out of their stupor. The brigade commander, someone in the tent, exclaimed, hastily rushing out to assist Zhao Yu. Unexpectedly, this seemingly refined lieutenant harbored a tempestuous temper. Wasn't he reputed to be a notorious good-for-nothing? How could he possess such formidable strength? Zhao Yu is already at the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Quite domineering indeed. In the barracks, whispers arose from a distance, expressions of astonishment evident on their faces. Some had taken note of Xia Chen's prowess, realizing that with but a single strike, he had vanquished Zhao Yu. It was worth mentioning that Zhao Yu hailed from a noble family, trained in extraordinary techniques, and was typically capable of exchanging blows with several 7th-rank experts in the army. Although Zhao Yu had been caught off guard, the defeat was remarkably swift and decisive. Li Shi, who had led Xia Chen into the camp, wore a look of surprise. He had anticipated a conflict, yet he never imagined that the local tyrant, Zhao Yu, would suffer such a significant loss right from the outset. His gaze towards Xia Chen began to shift, recognizing that this famed good-for-nothing from the capital's noble family possessed some genuine skills. Not only was he astonished, but even Xia Chen's companions, including Xia Chen, exhibited signs of turmoil in their expressions. Xia Chen sensed that her young master had undergone considerable transformation during this time. Not only were his thoughts inscrutable, but his strength appeared to have surged remarkably as well. After decisively defeating Zhao Yu, Xia Chen's countenance remained unchanged as he slowly sheathed his crimson blade. He then lifted the curtain of the military tent, sunlight cascading upon him, enveloping him in a golden aura, exuding an air of sacred majesty that was beyond reproach. What a strikingly handsome visage! This was the immediate reaction of all who beheld Xia Chen's face. Though clad in armor, devoid of the ostentatious garb of a wealthy heir, he stood out remarkably in both appearance and demeanor. Xia Chen strolled leisurely to Zhao Yu's side. What intentions do you harbor towards my master? Zhao Yu, now pale and weakened, attempted to raise his arms upon seeing Xia Chen approach, only to be thwarted by the recent violent encounter that had left his limbs shattered. Instantly, 3 soldiers behind him sprang to their feet, positioning themselves protectively before Zhao Yu. These are Zhao's household guards. Zhao Yu scorned his superior. I have already subdued him. Where's the oversight team? Xia Chen chose not to respond to the guard's inquiries, but instead surveyed his surroundings. His voice, though soft, rippled through the air, echoing throughout the entire barracks. Soldiers exchanged glances, but soon, some regained their composure and swiftly gathered in the open space. The previously hesitant soldiers, witnessing their comrades mobilizing and casting a glance at the incapacitated Zhao Yu, gritted their teeth and joined the ranks. Within mere moments, the entire contingent of the 98th Regiment had formed up. Where's the oversight team? As Xia Chen's words echoed, 5 individuals swiftly emerged from the Jiazi camp. This newly appointed lieutenant disregarded even the Zhao family, and with the scion of the Hou residence, he exhibited an audacity that brooked no dissent. His authority was resplendent, and he dare not waver. Drag him away, 100 military strikes, and then summoned the Jinwu Ho residents to claim him. Henceforth, he is expelled from the Imperial Guard. Xia Chen cast a glance at the prostrate Zhao Yu, then at the members of the disciplinary team. His voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated throughout the military camp, sending chills down the spines of many. Expelled. Expelled from the Imperial Guard? The captain of the disciplinary team, Li Zheng, quavered. Did you not hear clearly? Shall I reiterate? Xia Chen's gaze bore down on him, making Li feel as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. For reasons unknown, he sensed that this new lieutenant exuded a dominance far surpassing the oppressive weight of the court officials. I understand. Li Zhen Astilinudda. Why do you have to expel me from the Imperial Guard? Zhao Yu, though weakened, regained some strength. Upon hearing Xia Chen's decree, he was consumed by fury, spewing forth blood as he bellowed, his eyes suffused with red. If he were truly expelled from the Imperial Guard, it would not only strip him of his dignity, but also tarnish the reputation of the Jinwu Ho residents, rendering them the subject of ridicule among the elite of the capital. Xia Chen paid no heed to Zhao Yu. The man was foolish beyond measure, brazenly engaging in card games within the military camp and daring to openly challenge him. The military valued humility above all else. Was this not akin to placing a dagger in his hands, inviting him to establish dominance? How could the illustrious Jinwu Ho have sired such a dimwit? Xia Chen even questioned whether Zhao Yu was truly of his lineage, for he bore not a trace of the noble genes. What are you still hesitating for? Carry out the punishment, Xia Chen admonished, his displeasure evident as he gazed at Li Zheng. Trembling, Li Zheng ceased his hesitation and, without further ado, advanced toward Zhao Yu with 4 subordinates. During this process, the Zhao family guard attempted to intervene, but Xia Chen's companions swiftly disarmed them, having been idly awaiting a chance to assert their might. They had accompanied Xia Chen to the camp to bolster his presence. Yet the entire affair had unfolded without their involvement, as Xia Chen effortlessly took control of the situation. Within the camp, onlookers beheld Zhao Yu being dragged away, and soon after, the air was pierced by chilling cries that sent shivers down their spines. Zhao Yu is indeed the scion of the Jinwu Ho. Yet this noble-born heir displayed no restraint, as if he regarded Zhao Yu with utter disdain. Those present, regardless of their ranks or backgrounds, could not compare to Zhao Yu and thus dared not underestimate Xia Chen any longer. Xia Chen had firmly seized control of the situation. His actions were executed with remarkable precision, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Capitalizing on the prevailing momentum, his strikes were swift, accurate, and ruthless, thereby establishing his authority and instantly fortifying his position. In the heart of the camp, Qin Mu, with a square jaw, slowly nodded, evidently impressed. Although Zhao Yu's methods were rather crude, relying on his lineage from the Jinwu Ho residents, he presumed that Xia Chen would show some restraint. To his surprise, Xia Chen acted with reckless abandon, directly employing sheer force to shatter all laws and instill fear within the military ranks. It appears this lad has indeed studied military strategy at the Zhendong Ho residence. Li Wenzhong, the commander of the Yulin army, took a sip of tea, his gaze calm. He is your subordinate. Once he establishes his authority and gains full control of the situation, bring him to see me. To enter the Yulin Guard without first paying respects to me, and instead heading straight into the barracks, is utterly lacking in decorum, Li Wenzhong stated with irritation. After finishing his remark, he noticed Qin Mu's serious expression and quickly added, "Show more respect." "Yes," Qin Mu replied respectfully. Li Wenzhong sighed, lamenting, "Alas, our Yulin army is modest in stature." This newly arrived officer not only hails from the Zhendong Ho residence, but also holds the title of son-in-law to the emperor, rendering his status exceedingly unique. He cannot be treated as an ordinary subordinate. Who knows how the increasingly inscrutable emperor, growing older by the year, truly regards this Xia Chen. If he were to be assigned to the Imperial Guard, it might well be for other intentions. It is entirely possible that the sage's gaze remains fixed upon this matter. Chapter 16. The advantages of the prince consort's identity. Xia Chen followed closely behind Qin Mu, meandering through the military camp towards the general's tent of the lieutenant general. The Imperial Guard comprised a segment of the elite troops, consisting of 3 000 personnel, with the highest commander being the lieutenant general, a position of 4th grade rank. Beneath the lieutenant general, there were 3 captains, each overseeing 1,000 imperial guards, with Qin Mu serving as one of the captains, thereby Xia Chen's direct superior. Under the captains were the lieutenants, who managed 2 battalions, totaling 200 soldiers. Below them were the company commanders, who led a single battalion. The previous battalion, the Jia Battalion, was commanded by Zhao Yu, and it was indeed the soldiers of the Jia Battalion who were engaged in a game of cards within the tent. Xia Chen was already acquainted with Qin Mu, and to his surprise, despite being his superior, Qin Mu exhibited a remarkably courteous demeanor. Xia Chen pondered briefly and soon discerned the reason. "Captain, may I inquire why the lieutenant general has summoned me?" Xia Chen approached Qin Mu and spoke softly. "I'm unsure. You'll discover the reason once you enter," Qin Mu replied with a smile, shaking his head. "However, I suspect it isn't a matter of great significance. You just assumed your post. By protocol, you should have first visited the lieutenant general." Observing Xia Chen's tranquil demeanor, devoid of the earlier ferocity he displayed toward Zhao Yu, Qin Mu felt compelled to elaborate. Xia Chen contemplated this. Indeed, he had been remiss. Initially, he had been escorted in by the sentry, under the impression he was to meet the lieutenant general, only to be directly led to the tent. With narrowed eyes, he recognized that everything had been meticulously orchestrated. As he ruminated on this, a soldier emerged from the expansive and grand military tent. "Lieutenant, the general requests your presence." Xia Chen nodded, maintaining a composed and respectful demeanor as he entered. Upon entering, he beheld a middle-aged general seated within the tent. "Salutations, General." Xia Chen promptly clasped his fists together, respectfully performing a military salute. In the military, hierarchy dictated all interactions. Even when discussing backgrounds, such matters were reserved for private conversations. Subordinates were obligated to show deference to their superiors, a fundamental principle. Thus, regardless of circumstances, any offense by a subordinate toward a superior in the military was deemed a grave offense. This was the basis for Xia Chen's audacity in expelling Zhao Yu from the Imperial Guard. Should the matter escalate, it would ultimately be Zhao Yu's fault. "Please, no need for excessive formalities," Li Wenzhong said with a genial smile, gesturing for Xia Chen to sit while personally pouring him a cup of tea. "I summoned you not for any pressing matter, but primarily to meet and get acquainted." "Ha." Li Wenzhong bore no semblance of superiority, continuing with his discourse. "As fellow descendants of martial merit, we are akin to family. Moreover, I share significant ties with the Duke of Zhendong's household. 2 centuries ago, my ancestors accompanied the Duke of Zhendong on campaigns, achieving remarkable military exploits and serving as vanguards, ultimately securing a marquisate for my family. Although this marquisate is not hereditary, it has nonetheless woven itself into our martial legacy, allowing me to occupy this position of lieutenant general today. Hence, if you do not mind, feel free to address me as uncle." Li Wenzhong gazed at Xia Chen, taking the initiative to strengthen their bond. "Uncle." Xia Chen did not hesitate and smiled as he spoke. Meanwhile, a sense of tranquility enveloped his heart as he swiftly analyzed the detailed information regarding Li Wenzhong that his uncle Xia Chen had sent him the previous day. Although the Li family was a member of the martial merit group, over the course of 800 years of national fortune, countless martial families had risen and fallen within the Great Wu dynasty. Time had transformed the landscape, and among the founding martial families, only 3 have endured to this day. The martial sovereign emperor, who reclaimed the lands, could rightly be called the founder of the nation, having rewarded countless loyal subjects for their contributions. Yet, only 6 families have successfully passed down their legacies, while others have long since faded into obscurity. Presently, the backbone of the martial merit group predominantly comprises families that have attained nobility through military accomplishments over the past 1 or 2 centuries. The Li family is among them, albeit the marquisate of the Li family has long since vanished. Since the generation of Li Wenzhong's father, the family began to decline, destined to follow the fate of many martial families, a gradual fading into history. However, just as the Li family seemed on the brink of oblivion, an unexpected resurgence occurred. Li Wenzhong surged forth, rapidly ascending through the ranks of the Imperial Guards to become a middle general, commanding the Feather Forest Guards. This revitalization allowed the Li family to regain some of its former vitality, granting it a measure of influence within the martial merit group. He is favored by the Emperor, although Xia Chen's report did not explicitly state this. Xia Chen quickly concluded that such rapid advancement within the Imperial Guards could only imply one possibility. He had garnered the Emperor's favor. Otherwise, a position as pivotal as the commander of the Feather Forest Guards would not be bestowed so casually. Given the cordiality directed towards him, it appeared that his status as a prince consort was not as disadvantageous as he had initially presumed, particularly within the Imperial Guards, where this title proved exceptionally advantageous. Xia Chen soon understood why both Qin Mu and Li Wenzhong treated him with such deference. His lineage from the Zhendong Marquis was one factor, but the underlying reason was likely his identity as a prince consort. If the royal family were to be likened to a household, then the Imperial Guards clearly represented the royal family's household troops, and as a prince consort, he could be considered a half-master, until the higher-ups clarified their stance towards him. Those beneath him would naturally refrain from any disrespect. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Chen's demeanor grew increasingly composed. Before Li Wenzhong, he neither acted disrespectfully nor adopted a subservient attitude. As they sipped tea and conversed, their relationship deepened, and soon they were addressing each other as uncle and noble nephew. Upon exiting Li Wenzhong's military tent, a smile graced Xia Chen's face. This beginning surpassed his expectations. The authority he could potentially wield within the Imperial Guards might very well exceed what he had initially envisioned. Returning to his own military camp, Xia Chen hurried over. "Young master, generally did not give you any trouble, did he? In the military camp, we still refer to ranks. Do not call me young master anymore." Xia Chen waved his hand and continued, "No, I had a delightful conversation with General Li." Xia Chen briefly recounted certain circumstances to Xia Chen and the three family soldiers accompanying him, namely Xia Hui, Xia Hao, and Xia Kong. All three were seasoned warriors, having faced the battlefield with unwavering resolve. Among them, Xia Hui had attained the remarkable realm of 7th rank refining spirit, a status that would undoubtedly qualify him for the positions of school lieutenant or even captain within the army. As Xia Chen engaged in conversation with the four, a voice resonated from outside the military tent. Subordinate Qian Nan requests an audience with the esteemed lieutenant. Upon receiving permission, Qian Nan entered the tent, saluting respectfully and pledging his loyalty. It was evident that he was already aware of Zhao Yu's fate. To be frank, he felt a chill of apprehension running down his spine, for just yesterday, Zhao Yu had approached him with a proposal to join forces and intimidate the newly arrived lieutenant. Fortunately, he had been out on patrol with his troops that morning, thus avoiding an encounter. Had he not, he feared he too would have been expelled from the Imperial Guard. In that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 17. The Marquis of Zhendong. Within the military tent, Xia Chen scrutinized Qian Nan, who remained silent for a considerable time, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Qian Nan's forehead. Just as Qian Nan's heart raced with trepidation, a calm voice resonated beside him. "Rise, Sir Xia." Qian Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped him dissipated almost instantaneously. That fleeting moment had felt like an eternity. He perceived that the newly appointed officer exuded a presence far more formidable than that of the middle-ranking generals in the army. Could this truly be the demeanor of a legitimate descendant from the Marquis of Zhendong's estate? What an extraordinary bearing. Qian Nan mused inwardly. "How goes the patrol?" "All is well. We encountered a theft incident along the way, and the thief has been apprehended and taken to the criminal department's prison." Qian Nan promptly replied with utmost respect. Xia Chen proceeded to inquire about various matters, primarily concerning the duties of the Yulin Guard and certain precautions. Much of this information was already familiar to him, yet he sought clarification on specific details. Recently, the capital had been somewhat unsettled, as spies from the Daqing had begun to surface. Our Yulin Guard has been ordered to assist the lantern bearers in swiftly identifying these spies. Qian Nan mentioned a matter that piqued Xia Chen's interest. The lantern bearers refer to an organization that operates under unique circumstances in the Dawu dynasty. It is neither affiliated with the cabinet nor subject to the six ministries, functioning independently of the civil and military systems, and accountable solely to the emperor. It bears a resemblance to the Jinyui of the Ming dynasty that Xia Chen recalled. Xia Chen nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. Although the Imperial Guard wielded significant power, during peacetime, its influence within the capital was not as formidable as one might imagine. Indeed, should any incidents arise or enemy spies be discovered, the emperor's first consideration would be the lantern bearers, followed by the criminal department and the Supreme Court. The Yulin Guard typically played a supporting role, assisting only after matters were resolved, such as in arresting individuals or conducting searches. At noon, Xia Chen invited his colleagues and subordinates to dine at the Tongfu building in the capital, and his peers graciously accepted the invitation. All those free from military duties gathered at Tongfu building. Eventually, even Li Wenzhong and Qin Mu arrived, which instilled a sense of respect among Xia Chen's colleagues, all of whom were astute individuals well aware of the significance of this gathering. As a result, they treated Xia Chen with increasing reverence, frequently offering enthusiastic toasts. Meanwhile, at the Marquis of Zhendong's residence, chaos erupted. Young master, what has happened?" At the entrance of an imposing gate, the guards were taken aback as they beheld Zhao Yu being escorted back by the household soldiers. Zhao Yu appeared utterly wretched. His arms hung limply, his back a gruesome sight of blood and flesh, and he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this scene, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically, given the severity of his injuries. Had Zhao Yu not possessed martial prowess, he likely would have perished long ago. The once tranquil Marquis of Zhendong's residence began to stir with commotion, as various servants and maids rushed about in distress. A person hastily journeyed to the East City to summon the finest physician from the Xuanji Medical Hall. "My son," exclaimed Madame Zhao, the biological mother of Zhao Yu, as she rushed into the room, finding her son lying unconscious upon the bed. Who could have committed such a heinous act, showing utter disregard for the dignity of the Zhendong Marquisate? Her gaze turned sharply towards the family soldiers who had been accompanying Zhao Yu, her voice rising with intensity. Yet, as she spoke, tears streamed down her face. He had been well this morning, and now he was brought back in such a state. Could it be the spies from a rival nation? "Madam." Several family soldiers quickly knelt down to apologize, recounting the events in detail. "This young man has shown such cruelty towards his peers. Our Zhendong Marquisate, known for its martial achievements, has been met with such treachery. Justice must be served." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao's expression hardened. She had not only broken her son's arms, but had also struck him with 100 military blows, even expelling him from the Imperial Guard. Was there no justice left in this world? Truly, the affront was intolerable. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the room. Observing Madame Zhao's furious demeanor, he spoke with displeasure. "My dear, you must advocate for Yuer. That wretched boy seeks to ruin him." Upon seeing Zhendong Marquis Zhao Yu enter, Madame Zhao quickly took his hand, leading him to Zhao Yu's bedside, tears flowing as she pointed to her son, pleading, "Look at what has become of Yuer." Zhao Yu's gaze hardened upon witnessing his son's condition, but he maintained clarity of thought. "He has brought this upon himself. Just yesterday, I summoned him to the study to explain the ramifications of his actions, advising him against provoking that young man from the Xia family, who is now his direct superior. It will be child's play for him to manipulate Yuer. I even promised to help him secure a position as a school officer soon. Yet this fool chose to confront him instead, employing such crude tactics. It is utterly nonsensical." Anger flared in Zhao Yu's eyes, compared to his two elder brothers. This younger son displayed a lamentable lack of intellect and capability. He hardly resembled a member of the Zhao family. Otherwise, with his noble lineage and having passed his 20s, how could he still be languishing in such a minor position? Madame Zhao paled at Zhao Yu's tirade, but stubbornly retorted, "It is true that Yuer instigated the conflict. Yet we belong to the same martial lineage and are part of the same faction. To consider ourselves as family is not an exaggeration. Even if disagreements arise, must we resort to such brutality? Had Yuer not achieved the 8th grade realm, those 100 military blows could have truly led to his demise." upon hearing his wife's words. A flicker of ferocity flashed across the Jinwu Marquis' eyes, but reason swiftly regained dominance. Military affairs are not to be compared with ordinary matters. On his very first day in office, he chose to assert his authority, and if he does not establish his dominance now, how will he navigate the ranks of the Imperial Guard in the future? From a moment this fool decided to instigate trouble, there was no turning back. Duke Jin Wu spoke calmly. Despite inheriting his title, he had commanded troops and understood the intricacies involved. He felt a profound disappointment in his son, whose methods were far too crude. Had it been him, he would never have made a public display of authority on the very first day of his superior's appointment. That young man from a Xia family already held a position above him, inherently occupying the moral high ground. If he intended to undermine him, it should have been done subtly, orchestrating a downfall from the shadows. Is this how it will conclude? He has directly expelled you from the Imperial Guard. Does a mere lieutenant possess such authority? Lady Zhao exclaimed in indignation. Enough, I have my own plans. He may lack the power to do so, but your son is too foolish to evade culpability. He has provided ample grounds for accusation. Should this matter be reported upwards, the outcome will remain unchanged. For the time being, it would be prudent to refrain from any actions against him. His situation is rather unique, and perhaps the Emperor's gaze is upon him. Do you understand? Duke Jinwu warned, his expression grave as he looked at his wife. Why, yes, I understand. Observing his wife's unwillingness, Duke Jinwu sighed. His eldest and second sons had inherited his intellect. Yet this youngest son seemed to have acquired solely his mother's lack of wisdom, lacking any semblance of his father's sagacity. Chapter 18. The Astonished Second Princess. The Yaoguang Princess Mansion. In the back garden, a beautiful figure gazes upon the pond. The central pond ripples gently, adorned with lush lotus leaves and delicate pink and white lotus flowers standing gracefully, reminiscent of a shy maiden dancing atop emerald jade. Golden fish frolic in the water, occasionally splashing crystalline droplets, adding a touch of vivacity to this serene tableau. This scene is as beautiful as a painted scroll, until a woman clad in yellow hurriedly steps in, disrupting the poetic ambience. Princess, there is recently news regarding Xia Chen. Would you like to hear it? He has taken office. The second princess does not turn around, continuing to quietly admire the lotus flowers in the pond. What does the princess know? The woman in yellow, named Li Wei, is astonished. She has yet to say anything, yet the princess seems already aware. Li Wei, a strikingly beautiful girl, is one of the second princess's personal attendants. A prodigy in swordsmanship, she had ventured alone to Sword City during the reign of the Empress, challenging the Sword Saint, and astonishing the world by defeating 3 swords. He has mostly remained at the residence of the Eastern Town Marquis, and aside from rumors regarding his discarded physique, there has been little news. Recently, the Eastern Town Marquis' residence has been assisting him in securing a position, rumored to be within the Imperial Guard, which seems to be the matter at hand. The second princess's voice is cool and detached. This matter is not difficult to deduce and can be easily understood with a moment's thought. You truly are remarkable. Li Wei sincerely admiras. Unable to fathom how she had not considered this. You ought to learn more from Xia. Devour the wisdom contained within books. The second princess shakes her head. While her attendant possesses many admirable qualities, her intellect is somewhat lacking. Reading makes me drowsy. Xia enjoys it, but I much prefer delectable food. It is simply delightful. Li Wei shakes her head, giggling as she rushes to the second princess's side. Having grown up alongside Xia and the second princess, there are fewer formalities between them. Princess, do you not wish to hear news of him? After all, he is to be your future consort. Li Wei approaches Yaoguang, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Both she and Xia are personal attendants to Yaoguang, and according to tradition, they are also to serve the prince consort after the marriage. I have no desire to hear. The second princess shakes her head at Li Wei's demeanor, though a glimmer of amusement dances in her eyes. She wishes to tease Li Wei, but holds no curiosity regarding the man destined to be her husband. Princess, how can you be so indifferent? I shall tell you anyway. Li Wei pouts adorably, clinging to the second princess's arm, hastily recounting everything she has heard about Xia Chen's encounters with the Imperial Guard. After Li Wei finishes speaking, The previously calm second princess reveals a flicker of emotion in her gaze. He incapacitated Zhao Yu with a single move? Indeed, I heard they say Xia Chen was incredibly fierce, facing an entire battalion alone, while the others dared not move, all struck by fear. Li Wei nods earnestly, affirming her words with conviction. Did he act with his family soldiers? Not at all. The second princess nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. What could be troubling the princess? Although Li Wei was astute, it did not imply foolishness. Observing her usually intelligent princess in such a state, she promptly inquired. For 6 centuries, the Duke of Zhendong's household had maintained a rule. Only those from a noble family who attained the 8th rank of the refining realm could leave the estate to join the military. The fact that Xia Chen had been permitted to emerge signified that he had indeed reached the 8th rank. Yet, was he not supposed to be a martial arts failure? Initially, I presumed that his breakthrough to the 8th rank was the result of the Duke's considerable resources and precious elixirs artificially elevating his standing. However, it now appears that my prior judgment may have been erroneous. His combat prowess must have already attained the 7th rank of the spirit refining realm. While one can elevate their realm through elixirs, true combat strength is determined by various factors. The second princess spoke slowly, a hint of confusion glimmering in her eyes. Could it be that he consumed a miraculous elixir? Li Wei's eyes brightened at the thought. Such miraculous elixirs are a rarity in this world. Xia family, have you concealed something? The second princess furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling that the rumors surrounding Xia Chen's failure had always originated from the Xia family, yet no one from the outside had ever interacted with him. This implies that the information might have been deliberately disseminated by the Xia family. But for what purpose? To obscure the existence of an ordinary genius? However, the Xia family has a history of producing talents, and even in this generation, several prodigies have already emerged. Thus, does it warrant such concealment for merely Xia Chen? The usually astute second princess found herself perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Continue to monitor Xia Chen and report any developments to me, she instructed Li Wei. The princess then noticed that Li Wei had, for some unknown reason, produced a candied hawthorn skewer and was happily licking it, prompting the princess to smile and shake her head. Very well, I shall keep an eye on him. After saying this, Li Wei retrieved another candied hawthorn skewer from her sleeve. Princess, would you like to have some? There are so many delicious treats outside. Life beyond the palace is far more enjoyable, Li Wei exclaimed with a smile, and then eagerly took another lick of her skewer. The sweet and tangy flavors exploded on her taste buds, causing her eyes to squint into crescent shapes. I shall not partake. Just have one, I bought plenty. With that, Li Wei pressed a skewer into the second princess's hand. A quarter of an hour later, the second princess was holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, enjoying the blossoms while savoring the treat. Surprisingly, this candied hawthorn was indeed quite sweet. A faint smile crept onto the lips of the ordinarily aloof second princess. In the afternoon, with no significant matters at hand, Xia Chen, feeling rather idle, summoned all the personnel from his 2 camps to familiarize himself with them. By the end of the afternoon, he had acquainted himself with nearly 200 individuals. While this task may seem trivial, it was in fact quite crucial. Among them, he appointed his family soldier Xia Hui to temporarily lead the Jiazi camp as commander. Xia Hui possesses the 7th rank of the refining spirit realm. Upon learning this, Xia Chen discovered that he had previously attained the position of deputy commander within the border army, overseeing over 1,000 men. Thus, managing a mere 100 individuals now seemed a trifling task. Appointing him as a mere battalion commander felt like a disservice to his capabilities. Although Xia Chen's appointment was somewhat irregular and procedurally flawed, after reporting the matter, Lieutenant General Li Wenzhong did not hesitate to complete the necessary formalities. Principally, such actions are indeed improper, yet that remains a matter of principle alone. Li Wenzhong was more than willing to extend this favor. Furthermore, Xia Hui serves only as a temporary appointee. Should Xia Chen depart from the Forbidden Army or relocate elsewhere, Xia Hui would undoubtedly follow suit. Having shown no attachment to his former role as deputy commander, it is inconceivable that he would now cling to the insignificant title of battalion commander. Chapter 19. Case Analysis. It was evening when Xia Chen returned home. Originally, he was supposed to patrol the streets during the curfew, but upon inquiry, he learned that the curfew tasks assigned to the 2 battalions under his command had been completed 2 days prior. Thus, he found himself with no obligations for the night and, unable to indulge in the pleasures of the brothels, decided to return home instead. Young master. Not long after Xia Chen entered his room, he heard the voice of Xia Chen outside. Gumin, young master, the information you requested regarding the undercover agents from Beijing is on its way. Xia Chen entered, carrying a stack of documents. This material, classified as internal records of the Yulin Guard, was accessible to Xia Chen, who now held the rank of school officer. In recent weeks, the situation in the capital had grown somewhat tumultuous, rumored to have reached the ears of the emperor himself, inciting his wrath. The lantern bearers were dispatched, and many individuals in the capital had been apprehended, leaving the populace in a state of unrest. Upon perusing the documents, Xia Chen discovered the alarming news regarding the theft of military defense maps from the northwest military region. The borders of the Great Wu Kingdom and the Great Qing and Dafeng were adjacent, with an army of 200,000 stationed there. The theft of such critical military plans was indeed a grave matter, explaining the emperor's fury and the mobilization of the lantern bearers to arrest numerous suspects throughout the city. The audacity of stealing such crucial military maps directly from the Ministry of War without alerting anyone suggested the presence of an insider. Xia Chen pondered this quietly. For decades, the Great Wu and Great Qing had been in constant conflict, yet aside from the significant Battle of Huaiyang against Dafeng 36 years ago, there had been no large-scale wars, merely minor skirmishes along the border. However, the theft of the military maps now posed a threat of considerable upheaval. It had been 36 years since the Battle of Dafeng, and it was likely they had regained their strength. Since that conflict, the relations between the Qing and Dafeng had grown increasingly close, resembling a coalition against the Great Wu. As Xia Chen continued to read, the records revealed that the military maps had been pilfered by a minor clerk from the Ministry of War, who subsequently passed them to a blacksmith in the western district of the capital. Upon receiving this intelligence, the lantern bearers discovered that both the clerk and the blacksmith had already taken their own lives when they arrived at their residences. The trail of information ceased there. With 6 or 7 days having passed, the military maps had undoubtedly been disseminated by now, indicating that significant changes were imminent in the northwest. Xia Chen contemplated the implications. Regardless of whether the undercover agents from Beijing could be apprehended, the maps were certainly lost, possibly already returned to the capital of Beijing. There must have been at least one intermediary between the clerk and the blacksmith. Yet this intermediary was conspicuously absent from the records. Was this an oversight, or was it a deliberate concealment? Xia Chen soon discerned an anomaly within the documents. The clerk, who could access the Ministry of War and steal the military maps from its core, could not have accomplished such a feat alone. Moreover, he noted that the clerk resided in the inner city of the northern district, while the blacksmith lived on the outskirts of the western district. The direct distance between them exceeded 20 miles, making it implausible for the clerk to have personally delivered the military maps to the blacksmith. In the evening, both the inner and outer cities are subject to a curfew. Unless one possesses a special pass, no one is permitted to roam the streets. The military defense map is precisely what led to the disorientation experienced at night. Lying in bed, Xia Chen contemplated these matters. The only individuals allowed to traverse freely during the night are the Imperial Guards and the Lantern Bearers, which raises suspicion towards both parties. It is even conceivable that both factions have been infiltrated. As Xia Chen meticulously untangled this web of thoughts, he was acutely aware of the limited information at his disposal, which restricted his analysis of the case files. He harbored doubts regarding the completeness of these documents. The Lantern Bearers surely possessed a wealth of information, given their expertise in both investigation and case handling. Unfortunately, he lacked the authority to retrieve case files from the Lantern Bearers. Even if he were to request them in person, the Imperial Guards would merely assist, but in their eyes, he was likely viewed as a mere enforcer. The Imperial Guard were not particularly skilled in casework, a fact widely acknowledged. They seldom concerned themselves with such matters, typically waiting for prominent figures to unravel the truth before accompanying them to apprehend suspects or conduct raids. Consequently, Neither the lantern bearers nor the Ministry of Justice shared much information with the Imperial Guards. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Chen gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Xia Chen arrived at the Imperial Guard's office early once more. "Good morning, Chief." As soon as he stepped into the courtyard of the military camp, he spotted Li Shi, the young man who had ushered him in the previous day. With a beaming smile, Li Shi hurried over, raising a bag in his hand. "Chief, would you like some buns? I specially bought these from the renowned Quan Bully Bun Shop. Their buns are the best in the entire capital. Do try them." Xia Chen observed the boy's face, which was lined with laughter despite his youthful age of merely 20. He appeared much older, akin to someone in their 40s. It remained uncertain whether the lad intended to trick him or merely sought amusement. "Chief, they are truly delectable, an exquisite taste. The buns from Quan Bully are notoriously difficult to procure. One must make a reservation in advance." Li Shi, seemingly oblivious to Xia Chen's shifting emotions, maintained his cheerful demeanor, almost shoving the buns into Xia Chen's hands, enthusiastic as a loyal dog. Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at Li Shi and then at the buns he held, which indeed emitted a tantalizing aroma. Such delightful buns bore the unfortunate name Quan Bully, which was somewhat unappealing. Dogs are our faithful companions and would never betray us. If they did, they might very well end up as filling for meat buns. Xia Chen examined the bun in his palm and noted its generous meat filling and thin dough. It was no surprise that some of the capital's dignitaries favored this establishment. As he savored the bun, he remarked nonchalantly, while Li Shi, upon hearing his words, sensed a slight shift in Xia Chen's gaze and realized that his little ruse had been uncovered by the esteemed officer. The esteemed officer arrived yesterday and immediately dealt a severe blow to the son of Duke Jinwu, clearly indicating that he is not a person of amiable temperament. If he were to conspire against me in the future, how could I possibly endure such days? The buns are delightful. Henceforth, do ensure that I receive one daily. Just as Li Shi was consumed by his anxious thoughts, the voice of Xia Chen reached his ears. He looked up to find that Xia Chen had already walked a considerable distance away. Realizing this, Li Shi's face brightened, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Absolutely. I shall bring you breakfast every day," Li Shi exclaimed with fervor. Originally, Xia Chen had been about to step into the military tent, but he halted abruptly, a peculiar expression gracing his features. What does he mean by bringing breakfast every day? An outsider might think he is attempting to pursue me. Xia Chen glanced at the enticing bun in his hand, pondering, indeed, the name unresponsive bun is rather unappealing. Chapter 20. Entertainment and Leisure Activities. At noon, Li Shi approached once more, his radiant smile illuminating his wrinkled face, which added a touch of humor to his demeanor. "Boss, after the evening assembly, I invite you to a delightful place," he said, leaning closer to Xia Chen with an air of mystery, his countenance adorned with a somewhat mischievous grin. Despite being merely a junior officer, his audacity allowed him to address Xia Chen, a captain, with such familiarity. Xia Chen regarded him with a peculiar expression, wondering if this young man intended to lead him to a brothel or a place of entertainment. In this world, recreational activities were scarce, and nighttime diversions were even fewer, primarily consisting of drinking, listening to music, and engaging in deeper interactions with women, which thrived in this realm. Among these, brothels represented the upper echelon of such establishments, akin to upscale clubs, where the ladies were exceptionally beautiful. However, the costs were exorbitant. A single visit could consume more than half a year's income for an average family, and if one wished to spend time with a courtesan, mere money would not suffice. Consequently, lower-tier entertainment venues flourished. Although they offered a more modest experience compared to brothels, their affordability made them highly sought after by the common folk. To be candid, Xia Chen harbored a certain yearning for these establishments. Though he prided himself on being a man of virtue, he believed in sharing joy with others. Embracing this philosophy, he readily accepted Li Shi's invitation. With an idle evening ahead, he decided to accompany the young man, intrigued by his enigmatic demeanor. "Tonight, I shall join you," Xia Chen declared, patting Li Shi on the shoulder, recognizing the young man's potential. Elated, Li Shi departed from Xia Chen's military tent to arrange the evening's activities. How fortunate it was to be a leader, with leisure and entertainment effortlessly organized by others, devoid of the burdens of financial counting or worry. Yet, he mused, could this be considered an alternative form of indulgence? As night fell, the day had been relatively uneventful. In the afternoon, Xia Chen had accompanied his subordinates on a patrol through the bustling streets of the capital, where the splendor dazzled his companion, Xia Chen. Along the way, they passed the Princess Yao Wang's residence, briefly noting the imposing stone lions that had weathered the ravages of time at its entrance. After a moment's glance, he redirected his gaze, refraining from lingering any longer. Additionally, Xia Chen took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the locations of several brothels, not for his own indulgence, but rather to maintain the image of a virtuous gentleman. That night, this purportedly virtuous young man stealthily followed Li Shi, along with Xia Chen, as they slipped away from Yulingard's gates and ventured into a narrow alley. Xia Chen felt increasingly uneasy as he walked. This route diverged sharply from the brothels and entertainment venues he had studied during the day. "Hey, boss, it's gonna be fun. Let us enjoy the music and the dance," Li Shi exclaimed, his face breaking into a wide smile. It was common knowledge that the boss hailed from the esteemed Hofu of the eastern town, where strict regulations were imposed. Before reaching the 8th rank, he was not permitted to venture out freely, let alone spend the night away from the estate. It seemed the boss had never frequented such establishments. "Tonight, I shall treat him, allowing him to experience the vibrant nightlife of our capital." Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Qian behind him flushed with embarrassment, questioning why the young master wasn't returning to the Hofu tonight, and instead choosing to visit such places. He himself had never been, but had heard whispers from the kitchen servants, who spoke of these locales as unparalleled realms of delight, where one would be reluctant to leave after just one visit. "This direction isn't leading us to Suyu Street, is it? Aren't the brothels and theaters primarily concentrated on that street?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, though his heart raced with suspicion. Could this be a trap? Was the Zhao family plotting revenge, luring him into this dark alley to enact their vengeance? Li Shi seemed to sense Xia Chen's growing apprehension and quickly reassured him. "The brothels are rather lowly and unworthy of your status, my lord. The theaters, however, are quite commendable. Yet, given your unique position, those places are teeming with gossip. Should any rumors tarnish your reputation, it would be most unfortunate. Therefore, I specifically sought out a place called Qingya Xiaozhu. Here, one can enjoy music and dance, and also spend the night. Everyone within wears a mask, ensuring utmost confidentiality." Li Shi spoke in a tone of self-satisfaction, aware that the betrothal between Xia Chen and the second princess was common knowledge throughout the capital. Xia Chen regarded him with a peculiar expression. This lad was indeed quite thoughtful. Could it be that he truly possessed talent? In the great Wu dynasty, visiting entertainment venues was hardly a novelty, and in recent years, such outings had been romanticized by scholars, becoming a mark of refinement. Among literati, if one had not ventured into such places by their youth, it was deemed a disgrace to their scholarly persona. Xia Chen reflected on this, realizing that the pride of scholars was rather remarkable. While engaging in illicit activities was frowned upon, they somehow found honor in it. It was no wonder that during the reign of the Empress of Unification, strict prohibitions against such indulgences were enacted, stifling the flourishing of these interactions. Consequently, when Xia Chen and other players entered this world, they lamented the loss of the once glorious era they had never truly experienced. Some players, driven by this decree, even contemplated rebelling against the Empress to restore the vigor of manhood. Of course, that individual was swiftly dealt with by the Empress, who ended his ambitions with a single strike. "I thought you were going to take me to the Imperial Music Bureau?" The chief chuckled, saying, "How could I possibly venture into the pleasure quarters? Merely entering requires 5 taels of silver. To drink and enjoy music at a table incurs additional costs. And as for spending the night with a lady, that would require no less than 10 taels. Such thoughts are utterly fanciful." Li Shi shook his head, his eyes brimming with longing for the pleasure quarters. He had heard that the women within were so fair that one could almost squeeze water from their skin. More importantly, the majority of these women were the wives and daughters of officials. It was conceivable that the lady one might spend the night with could be the spouse or daughter of a former superior or colleague. The thrill of such a connection, derived from their esteemed status, is something money cannot procure. The pleasure quarters represent the pinnacle of entertainment and leisure in this world, with their women being primarily the relatives of officials embroiled in scandal, a resource unmatched by brothels or other establishments. As they walked, Xia Chen remained silent, absorbing Li Shi's insights regarding various precautions, gradually forming a clear understanding of such venues in his mind. These establishments are not solely about carnal pleasures. That would be too base. Thus, they have evolved to include musical performances and even literary activities such as poetry and song, catering to the tastes of cultured individuals. The more refined these pursuits, the more they are sought after. The elegant abode that Li Shi intended to take them to today is akin to such a place. Naturally, the core business of overnight stays is also present. Otherwise, one might think that everyone is simply idle at night, attending to poetry and music for no particular reason. Before long, the trio found themselves entering a concealed alley, arriving at a courtyard that seamlessly blended with the surrounding residences. At the entrance stood 4 simple characters, elegant abode. Those unaware might easily mistake this courtyard for an ordinary residence. In his youth, the founding emperor was wholly devoted to the path of martial arts while serving in the imperial guards. When colleagues invited him to indulge in the pleasures of the brothels at night, he replied, "In my youth, I must dedicate myself fully to martial arts. I cannot squander my time in such frivolity and be ensnared by the allure of women." Thus, he resolutely declined. As a result, the emperor's martial prowess advanced significantly, far surpassing his peers. History of Xia, Volume 1, Biography of the Founding Emperor, Chapter 21. The elegant abode. The name elegant abode is indeed melodious. Xia Chen marveled at such a refined title. Yet who would have expected it to be a venue for soulful exchanges? Li Shi, with keen insight, approached the door to knock, simultaneously providing Xia Chen with an explanation. The elegant maiden, the proprietor of this quaint courtyard, is somewhat renowned in the capital and is highly sought after by literati. It is said that even certain officials occasionally visit this establishment. Upon entering the courtyard, aside from paying the entrance and beverage fees, the possibility of spending the night within its confines depends on whether one's talent can captivate the elegant maiden. However, even if one fails to impress, there is always the option to choose from among the maidservants. The elegant maiden enjoys considerable fame in the city, renowned for her beauty. Xia Chen was somewhat taken aback. The elegant maiden appears to possess a sharp business acumen. This elegant abode resembles a high-end private club. By leveraging her personal brand, she has cultivated a reputation and, through a distinctive approach characterized by mutual consent, has differentiated her establishment from conventional brothels, thereby enhancing its competitive edge. This unique model, cloaked in the guise of mutual desire, is bound to pique the curiosity of scholars and intellectuals, who are known for their discerning tastes and often consider themselves superior to others. Moreover, the allure of the unattainable only intensifies the desire to possess it. A visit here that does not culminate in an overnight stay may lead to a second or third visit. The tantalizing sensation of something visible yet out of reach stirs a yearning in the heart, thereby increasing the likelihood of return visits. Truly remarkable. Xia Chen nodded, intrigued by the elegant maiden, though he pondered whether the true master of this courtyard was indeed her or someone else entirely. Just then, a small head peeked out from behind the grand door, revealing a round-faced, charming maiden. Li Shi promptly handed over the invitation, and the door was soon opened. Xia Chen, having donned the mask that Li Shi had prepared in advance, entered and was immediately greeted by a waft of exquisite perfume. The round-faced maid led the trio into the courtyard, which was already bustling with approximately 20 to 30 people, all adorned in scholarly attire. Upon their entrance, the gathered individuals merely glanced up before returning to their pursuits. Xia Chen took a seat at the end of the table and began to observe attentively. The yard was lively, with maidens dancing gracefully and others engaged in games of wine and poetry. After a few glances, Xia Chen shifted his gaze to the center of the courtyard, where a dancer moved enchantingly. Aside from her somewhat revealing attire, the dancer exuded an exceptional grace, unlike the commonplace courtesans, resembling instead a refined lady of high birth. It is no wonder that this seemingly ordinary elegant abode is so highly esteemed. Indeed, It is elegant and transcendent, yet one wonders what the elegant maiden herself truly looks like. Surely, her beauty must be exceptional, otherwise her reputation would not be so grand. As Xia Chen contemplated these thoughts, he was suddenly enveloped by the melodious strains of a zither, causing a slight stir among the guests at the table. The elegant maiden is about to make her appearance. Xia Chen listened intently to the enchanting sound of the guqin until the melody faded, at which point the voice of Li Shi reached his ears. The elegant maiden, proficient in poetry, song, and music, is particularly renowned for her exceptional skill with the guqin, with some even proclaiming that her playing rivals that of the courtesans in the music bureau. Xia Chen nodded, directing his gaze into the room, where he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure, illuminated softly by the lanterns, casting a delicate silhouette on the screen. "Gentlemen, thank you for your patience." A melodious and refreshing voice echoed as a beautiful lady emerged from behind the screen, a smile gracing her lips, instantly brightening the eyes of all present, even those adorned with masks. What a refined young lady! Upon seeing the true visage of the elegant maiden, Xia Chen could not help but smile. Was this a play on contrasts? Quite intriguing. The elegant maiden jests, "We are merely here to indulge in wine, and the night has only just begun, so it is hardly a long wait," exclaimed a man seated in the front row, his voice booming. He wore a mask and was dressed in finery, his gaze burning with fervor as he regarded the elegant maiden. "Indeed, after all, a beautiful lady is always worth the wait," chimed in another rotund gentleman. The elegant maiden, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly, covering half her face with a handkerchief, her demeanor shy and demure, evoking a desire in others to cradle and cherish her. As the elegant maiden made her entrance, she overshadowed the allure of all the maidens in the courtyard, rendering them somewhat despondent, and drawing the gaze of all guests solely upon her. The atmosphere in the courtyard reached new heights. The earlier silence dissipated as attendees began to speak up, eager to elicit a smile from the enchanting beauty, hoping to capture her attention and become the favored guest of the evening. The elegant maiden surveyed the gathering, her eyes sweeping over each masked individual. When her gaze lingered briefly on Xia Chen, it seemed she sought to peer beyond the mask to discern his true identity. The crowd, noticing this detail, began to scrutinize Xia Chen closely. This careful examination tightened the hearts of many, despite Xia Chen's mask. His casual demeanor as he sipped his drink exuded an extraordinary charm. Some individuals are simply destined to be the focal point of attention. Could he be a scion of nobility? Speculations arose in the minds of the crowd, yet there was no sense of alarm. All were patrons of the same entertainment, and with masks donned, it was a fair competition devoid of concerns. "Gentlemen, shall we commence with a game of flying flowers?" The elegant maiden proposed with a smile. The game, cherished by scholars, requires participants to recite verses containing a specified keyword in turn, with the loser facing a penalty drink, necessitating a certain depth of poetic knowledge. The crowd nodded in agreement, evidently confident in their abilities. Xia Chen played several rounds and contributed a few lines, yet refrained from drawing too much attention to himself, thus remaining relatively inconspicuous amidst the gathering. Although the Marquis is a family renowned for its martial prowess, the signs of the house have been instilled with the importance of scholarly pursuits from a young age. While mastery of the arts may not be requisite, a solid foundation is certainly expected. As time gracefully unfolds, a variety of games ensue. Flowing waters and floating wine cups, the rhythmic beating of drums, and the passing of flowers. Ultimately, there emerges a contest of poetry. The courtyard, neither overly expansive nor confined, pulsates with a fervent atmosphere. Xia Chen could not help but nod in approval. Qingya is indeed a person of remarkable talent, deftly orchestrating the entire event's tempo and elevating the ambience to a crescendo. Throughout the proceedings, several scholars distinguished themselves with their exceptional performances, presenting verses of such quality that even Xia Chen found them commendable. Esteemed guests, I find myself somewhat fatigued and shall take my leave to rest. May you all enjoy the festivities. Rising gracefully, Miss Qingya offered a courteous bow, her demeanor exuding warmth and elegance, reminiscent of a refined young lady of high standing. The assembly nodded in acknowledgement, albeit with an air of tension, aware that the main event was yet to unfold. Unbeknownst to all, the question lingered. Who among them would have the fortune of being favored by Miss Qingya this evening, thus becoming a loyal subject beneath her skirts? Among those scholars who had shone brightly today, several stood, their eyes brimming with confidence, each believing that they would be the one to remain by her side tonight. Chapter 22. An overnight stay. In the courtyard, the majority of people had shifted their focus away from the game. However, a small group remained aware of their dwindling chances of being selected by Qingya, their gazes lingering on the maidens within the yard. "Shall we choose a maid, or should we return tonight?" Li Shi inquired softly as the hour approached the late night, drawing near the curfew. The three of them were rather inconspicuous, and Qingya showed little interest in them throughout the evening, prompting Li Shi's question. Xia Chen stood behind, his face flushed. He felt utterly out of place, as it was his first visit to such an establishment. "Let us wait a little longer," Xia Chen replied calmly. Li Shi pondered, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Logically, this leader of his should have been a novice in such places, yet he appeared remarkably at ease, as if he were a seasoned veteran, exuding an air of composure that belied his inexperience. Inside the room, behind the screen, warmth enveloped the air and mist swirled. A graceful figure entered the wooden tub, her delicate, fair skin pressed against the warm water, where flower petals floated, filling the air with their fragrance. Qingya's shoulders and collarbone, resembling jade, were exposed to the air, her damp hair cascading around her exquisitely beautiful face, which bore a hint of melancholy. This visage evoked a desire for tenderness, contrasting sharply with her earlier radiant smile in the outside world, now embodying a purity akin to a celestial being from the heavens. If Xia Chen were present to witness Qingya in this state, he would surely marvel at her ever-changing charm, finding her quite suited for the art of role-playing. An exhilarating thought indeed. At that moment, a maidservant approached, pouring more warm water and inquiring, "Miss, shall we keep someone here tonight?" Qingya's residence did offer overnight services, but she did not entertain guests every night, doing so only once or twice a week at most. Yet, this rarity only heightened her allure. A wealthy patron had once offered 1,000 taels for a single night with her, but she had declined, thus cementing her reputation. Upon hearing this, Qingya frowned slightly, and a sudden realization sparked in her eyes. Invite that gentleman wearing the white mask, who possesses an extraordinary demeanor, to stay the night. The maid hesitated, puzzled. His performance tonight was rather unremarkable, while several other gentlemen shone more brightly. Keeping him here might provoke discontent among them and tarnish the reputation of our establishment. Let him stay tonight. Perhaps he can help us resolve the troubles we have faced in recent days. A faint smile graced Qingya's lips, breathtaking in its beauty. Does this individual hold a special status? The maid's expression brightened at Qingya's words. Though she was quite striking herself and would be considered a beauty in the outside world, she still felt overshadowed by Qingya. He is none other than the esteemed scion of the Zhendong Marquis, Xia Chen, who recently became betrothed to the second princess of Dao. Presently, he serves as a captain in the Imperial Guard, and it is rumored that he expelled the son of the Duke of Jinwu from the Guard just yesterday, suggesting he has firmly established his position within the ranks. Qingya displayed a smile, one that radiated sweetness, her demeanor shifting with grace. Her maid, Xiao Yin, was taken aback, for she was aware that her mistress possessed a unique pair of eyes capable of seeing through any fade. "Very well, I shall summon him." Without hesitation, Xiao Yin slowly exited the room. Qingya sighed softly and then rose from the tub, her flawless form akin to a masterpiece exposed to the air. Pure droplets of water glided down her delicate skin, shimmering under the light, evoking a sense of exhilaration. Unfortunately, this exquisite scene remained unseen by any appreciative eyes. Outside the courtyard, as Xia Chen and his companions quietly enjoyed their wine and the dance, a young man wearing a white mask suddenly approached them. "This young sir," he began, "I am Li Kuei, son of Li Gang, an official in the Ministry of Revenue. I observe your distinguished demeanor from afar. Yet I gather this is your first visit to this elegant abode." The young man, dressed in scholarly attire, bowed respectfully to Xia Chen, then unfurled his folding fan with an air of confidence. Upon hearing the name Li Kuei, Xia Chen's lips twitched slightly, imagining that behind the mask might lurk a burly man adorned with a bushy beard who would, upon speaking, affectionately refer to him as brother. Do you have a brother? Xia Chen could not resist posing the question. Why do you say such a thing? I am the sole heir of my family. Li Kuei replied while fanning himself, as if this act would highlight his distinctive charm. Oh, merely out of curiosity, I am Yang Shi, without any courtesy name. Feel free to call me by my given name. Xia Chen jested, but upon noticing the lack of comprehension in their expressions, he felt a pang of disinterest and adopted a more serious tone. One must adopt an alias when traversing the world, especially when seeking amusement. How could one possibly use their true name? Ah, so you are young Master Yang. Li Kuei bowed once more, yet his mind raced to identify any prominent Yang family in the capital, realizing he had no acquaintance with them. However, the more he pondered, the more elusive his target became. He noted Xia Chen's lack of intent to disclose his own lineage and refrain from further inquiries. Could he be a descendant of the esteemed Yang Goulan? Suddenly, Li Kuei recalled Yang Yin and Yang Goulan from the inner cabinet, a thought that stirred his heart, though he deemed it improbable, as Yang Goulan's household was known for its strict upbringing, and he had never heard of any offspring from the Yang family frequenting such establishments. Xia Chen remained oblivious to Li Kuei's speculations regarding his lineage, and even if he were aware, it would hold little significance for him. After all, he was merely the son of a fifth-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue, a position that hardly commanded respect in the capital, granting Xia Chen the liberty of indifference. Observing Xia Chen's lack of enthusiasm, Li Kuei felt uncertain of his companion's origins. Yet he sensed that the young man's family must be of considerable standing, for one cannot feign such an aura. He boldly initiated conversation once more. Brother Yang, it seems unlikely that Miss Qingyao will stay the night. Instead, let us divert our course to Suyu Street, where the atmosphere is lively. I am aware of a certain establishment there, a brothel where the young ladies are exceptionally beautiful. Let us indulge in some wine and spend the night there. I shall treat, Li Kuei declared with a hearty and carefree demeanor. As the saying goes, the four pillars of brotherhood among men are sharing the same roof, bearing arms together, dividing spoils, and engaging in carnal pleasures together. Li Kuei prided himself on his discerning eye, seldom misjudging the character of others. Perhaps this Yang Shi hailed from a prominent family in the capital, as there are several esteemed families bearing the surname Yang. Should his wager prove correct, he would reap substantial rewards. Li Shi, standing behind Xia Chen, observed with growing wariness as he listened to Li Kuei's words. How audacious! Does he intend to usurp my position? Tonight, he had invited their leader to Qingya Cottage, yet this fellow sought to lead him to another brothel, insinuating that his arrangements were lacking and that their leader would not be thoroughly entertained. In an instant, Li Shi's gaze towards Li Kuei shifted dramatically. Chapter 23. What a bargain for the second princess! Li Kuei remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly offended someone, just as he was feeling a surge of confidence. A lady emerged from within. It was Miss Xiaolian. The crowd, initially prepared to retreat, suddenly brightened with renewed hope. Although there was no opportunity for Miss Qingya to stay the night, the prospect of spending the evening with Miss Xiaolian was equally enticing. Li Kuei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Xiaolian, for her beauty rivaled that of the most celebrated courtesans. If he could win her favor tonight, his visit would not be in vain. As he entertained these thoughts, he noticed Xiaolian greeting the crowd and making her way directly toward him. His heart raced. Had he been chosen? Could it be that Miss Xiaolian recognized his distinguished demeanor and, knowing his father held a position in the Ministry of Revenue, intended to keep him close for an evening of indulgence? Lost in his reverie, he caught a glimpse of Xiaolian gliding past him to stand before Yang Shi. "Young master, my lady requests your presence," she called out cheerfully, bowing respectfully to Xia Chen. In that moment, her pristine white attire clung to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette, leaving the onlookers breathless, their gazes fervent and their breath shallow. Yet, amidst the admiration, bewilderment set in. What? Miss Qing, you had chosen to keep someone for the night, and it was this individual? The crowd recalled Yang Shi. Having observed Miss Xia linger on him for a fleeting moment earlier. However, during the game, her gaze had scarcely rested upon him. In Yang, Xi's performance had been rather unremarkable. Consequently, they had shifted their focus elsewhere. Several previously impressive young scholars rose indignantly, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Why should a newcomer surpass them? Was it because they had been too complacent? This was no jest. It concerned their chance for a profound engagement with Miss Xia, and none were willing to relinquish that opportunity. Miss Xiaoyan, this seems rather unfair. This individual has exhibited nothing exceptional tonight. One voice boldly protested. Mang Hile, Li Kui, standing beside Xia Chen, was rendered speechless. Just moments ago, it had asserted that Miss Xia would not keep them overnight, suggesting they seek out a brothel instead. Only to have Yang, Xi unexpectedly selected. What right did he have to be favored? They all wore masks, rendering it impossible to discern beauty from plainness. Was it merely a slight edge in demeanor that set him apart? Observing the growing agitation among the assembled gentlemen, Xiaoyan took a deep breath and once more donned a warm smile. Esteemed gentlemen, whether one can remain at Xia Cottage for the night ultimately rests upon my lady's wishes. She has made her decision for tonight, so I kindly ask you to return another day. Turning to Xia Chen, she added, "This young master, please, you may proceed. The rest of you may take your leave." As Xia Chen rose, he addressed Xia Qian and Li Shi behind him. Just as Xia Qian was about to speak, Li Shi, wearing a broad smile, interjected, "All right, boss, but do make sure to rise early tomorrow. There's a task in the camp. It seems the lantern bearers require our assistance." Leaning in closer to Xia Chen, Li Shi whispered, casting him a knowing glance that only men could understand. Xia Chen chose to disregard Li Shi's comment and followed behind Xiaoyan. However, as they passed by the somewhat dazed Li Kuei, he abruptly seized Xia Chen's arm, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Brother Yang, is there a secret to this? How is it that you have captured the attention of the elegant lady?" Li Kuei paused slightly, refraining from uttering the words about taking shortcuts. He too was eager to learn how to gain such favor, imagining the pleasure of winning over the esteemed lady. Xia Chen pondered briefly before giving Li Kuei a light pat on the shoulder, murmuring, "Perhaps it is simply that I am more handsome than the rest." Upon uttering this, he left without a trace of hesitation, leaving the others with an enigmatic silhouette. The others, particularly those who had previously displayed commendable behavior, wore anxious expressions, fearing that Xia Chen might indeed have found favor with the elegant lady. They were tempted to follow him, but at that moment 2 burly figures, who had been lurking in the corner, stepped forward to block their path. The scholars glanced at the imposing figures and quietly retreated, resuming their previous positions as if nothing had occurred. For scholars, adaptability is key. Upon entering the room, Xia Chen discovered a hidden marvel within. The courtyard was unexpectedly vast. Quietly trailing behind Xiaoyan, he absorbed the sights along the way. "Young master, we have arrived," Xiaoyan announced as she reached a room in the inner courtyard, halting her steps and allowing Xia Chen to enter on his own. Standing at the threshold, Xia Chen hesitated for a moment, observing the graceful silhouette on the door paper. Resolving his uncertainty, he pushed open the grand door. Upon entry, he was greeted by a captivating fragrance that filled the air, a peculiar blend reminiscent of floral notes intertwined with a woman's subtle scent, exceedingly pleasant. Inside, Xia sat at her vanity, seemingly oblivious to Xia Chen's presence as she quietly attended to her grooming. The copper mirror reflected her delicate features, droplets of water still clinging to her hair like scattered pearls. Gently, she took a silk handkerchief to wipe away the moisture, her movements as tender as caressing spring blossoms. Subsequently, she picked up a wooden comb, meticulously working through her flowing, ebony locks from root to tip, each stroke releasing a whisper of fragrant allure. Her 3,000 strands gradually became smooth, shimmering like jade under the candlelight. Dressed only in her undergarments, not an inch of superfluous skin was exposed, her cheeks radiating a rosy glow. The poise of a refined lady conjured thoughts of what was to unfold next, rendering the scene irresistibly enchanting. Xia Chen observed this tableau in silence, refraining from interruption, quietly savoring the moment. Truly, the young master displayed remarkable composure. Suddenly, A crisp and cold voice resonated within the room, prompting Xia to turn her head, revealing her exquisitely beautiful visage, one that could captivate nations. Such a splendid sight, if marred, would render me utterly unrefined. Xia Chen chuckled lightly, exuding an air of playful frivolity, embodying the image of a dashing young master. Now that the young master is within my abode, shall you not remove your mask? Xingya's gaze carried a hint of melancholy, stirring deep emotions. As she gracefully approached Xia Chen, I mused, wearing a mask might indeed add an element of intrigue. Xia Chen smiled, while Xingya paused, slightly perplexed as to why wearing a mask would enhance the allure. Yet, being astute, she surmised that Xia Chen referred to a more profound interaction. This elicited a disdainful huff from her heart. Ah, men are indeed merely enticed by the allure of women's bodies. Xia Chen took the initiative to sit at the table, casting a glance at Xingya's alluring figure, particularly her prominent bosom, which could surely unleash a tempest of allure. The moonlight was resplendent, and the long night stretched on. If one were to desire such sights, honesty would indeed be the best approach. Xia Chen grinned, then deliberately unveiled his mask. His striking features, with deep and luminous eyes, a nose as lofty as a mountain peak, and lips subtly curled in a faint smile, radiated an almost ethereal charm. His skin, pale as jade, glimmered with an enchanting sheen amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Although Xingya had glimpsed Xia Chen's face through a peculiar ocular technique earlier, it had been but a fleeting glance. Now, in close proximity, her gaze momentarily froze, failing to feign nonchalance as she struggled to divert her eyes from his countenance. Chapter 24. The Four Great Beauties of the Capital. What a strikingly handsome visage. Xingya couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It was the first time she had encountered a young man with such unparalleled beauty. She instinctively recalled that imperial princess of the Great Wu. How fortunate he was to possess such a face as her future husband. Surely, life in the boudoir would never be dull. At this thought, Xingya's cheeks flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, bewildered by the errant thoughts flitting through her mind. She swiftly composed herself, regaining her natural poise. Young master, your countenance is truly exceptional. You could surely contend for the title of the most handsome man in the capital. Xingya smiled. There were some enthusiastic souls in the capital who had compiled a list ranking the most beautiful men and women, dubbing them the Four Great Beauties and Four Great Beauties of the capital. While the title may seem somewhat cliché, the 8 individuals on the list, regardless of gender, possessed an otherworldly grace and charm. Thus, it could be said that Xingya had indeed seen the so-called Four Great Beauties of the capital. Xia Chen poured himself a cup of tea without the slightest hesitation, exuding a sense of confidence as if he were the host. He had the fortune of encountering one of them, but felt that, compared to this young master, he was still somewhat lacking. Xingya, wafting a fragrant breeze, took the initiative to sit beside Xia Chen. Her words were not mere flattery, but a sincere truth. According to her information from the imperial city, this Xia Chen was merely 17 years old. In another year or two, during his youthful prime, his beauty would surely reach new heights. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Am I destined to become the male counterpart of Yang Guifei? The phrase beauty of unparalleled grace echoed in his mind, as he reflected on how he had spent most of his 17 years secluded within the Marquis, with few outside recognizing him. He then considered his future fiancée, who would eventually become the Empress. It seemed he truly had the chance to become an otherworldly version of Yang Guifei. Goodness, my recently adopted alias is also Yang. Everything aligns perfectly. As he pondered this, Xia Chen found himself lost in thought, feeling as though his casual choice of a pseudonym held some profound connection to fate. What is the young master contemplating? Xingya asked, intrigued by the distant look in Xia Chen's eyes. Hadn't she merely offered a heartfelt compliment about his appearance? Why was he so distracted? Nothing. Xia Chen quickly regained his composure, sitting upright, which elicited a smile from Xingya. Could it be this lad is truly visiting such a place for the first time? Youthful master, the night is long, and sipping tea can be rather dull. There's fine wine here. Xingya's bright eyes sparkled with amusement as she lifted a jug of exquisite wine from the table and poured a glass for Xia Chen. Xia Chen, curious about the beauty of the four great beauties Xia had mentioned, sought to shift the conversation, for he was indeed quite uninformed about the gossip of the capital. You don't know this? Xia was somewhat astonished. Aren't men typically the most intrigued by such matters? However, before long, her professional demeanor overshadowed the questions lingering in her heart. She spoke slowly. These four renowned beauties each hail from distinguished backgrounds, more credible than the so-called four handsome men, without a shadow of doubt. One is a direct disciple of the contemporary celestial master from the celestial master's estate, while another is the current Buddhist nun from the Dragon Temple. The remaining two are of the secular world. One is the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, and the other is the second daughter of the reigning monarch, Princess Yawang. By the way, it was recently heard that Princess Yawang has been promised to another, apparently a legitimate son from the Duke of Zhendong's household. As Xia mentioned the second princess, she deliberately elaborated, scrutinizing Xia Chen's expression. Yet, to her disappointment, Xia Chen's face revealed no sign of disturbance, as if that noble son from the Duke's household had no bearing on him at all. The Celestial Master's estate and the Dragon Temple are also participating in the selection. Xia Chen pondered, intrigued. The Celestial Master's estate and the Dragon Temple are sacred grounds of Taoism and Buddhism in the Great Wu Dynasty, arguably the holiest sites of these traditions. The Celestial Master from the Celestial Master's estate and the Abbot of the Dragon Temple are the pinnacle of their respective realms, yet neither engages in worldly affairs. These two establishments are situated on opposite sides of the capital, seemingly in a state of confrontation. Although they did not enter the competition, there were those who could not resist promoting these two figures. Xia softly spoke, her words imbued with the charm of the Jiangnan region. How does my appearance compare to these four ladies? She mused. How could I ever measure up to them? Xia was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly shook her head and chuckled softly. Sir, please do not jest. Be it status, appearance, or demeanor, I am worlds apart from them and unworthy of comparison. Xia spoke with a gentle self-deprecation, then slowly rose. Sir, the hour is late. Do you truly wish to engage in an all-night discussion with me at the table? It seemed she did not wish to linger on this topic, as she gracefully approached the bedside, lifted her delicate foot, and stepped onto the bed. In an instant, her aura transformed, shifting from that of a refined lady to the most enchanting enchantress of the realm. Her seductive gaze seemed to emanate a bewitching light, and the atmosphere in the room turned palpably intimate. Xia Chen smiled, his steps light as he approached the bed. It appeared that Xia could no longer contain herself. How impatient she had become. Xia Chen teased, sitting directly on the bed, gazing at the beauty before him. Is it not that you, sir, possess a heart of stone? Fixated solely on conversation amidst such splendid scenery? You should take the initiative to indulge me a little. Xia's eyes held a hint of reproach. The contrast between her demeanor and her words strikingly pronounced. Xia Chen chuckled, then sought to embrace this strikingly beautiful lady, wishing to savor the allure of her contrasting nature. However, just as he made a move, his entire being succumbed to lethargy, collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep slumber. Bah! Indeed, men are all the same. No sooner than they are betrothed do they rush to such places. Shaolin entered from outside, exclaiming, akin to a small lioness. She remained vigilantly stationed outside the door, fully aware of Xia Chen's identity. Earlier, she had overheard Xia proactively discussing the matter of the second princess's marriage with him. I had not anticipated his arrival, yet it fortuitously presented an opportunity for us. Perhaps we could leverage his influence to provide the lantern-bearer with some vital information. Recently, the lantern-bearer had been probing excessively, resulting in substantial losses for our dark web operations in the capital. If this continues, we may face dire consequences. Xia sighed as she cast a glance at the now slumbering Xia Chen. She gracefully descended from the bed, her demeanor restored to its former elegance. The previous allure completely vanished. She exuded an air of ethereal detachment. Beside her, Shaolin exclaimed in anger, "Those damned people of the Great Foam. Had it not been for our intervention back then, they would have long been annihilated by the Great Wu. Now, having regained their strength, they dare to deceive us. Stealing military defense maps, and framing us for it. Xiaoyan's indignation was palpable. Many of their members had recently been captured. Although they were mostly peripheral members, it was only a matter of time before the repercussions reached them. More critically, the covert agents of the Feng National Inspection Institute had leaked intelligence about their Imperial City Division to the Lantern Bearer, resulting in severe losses for their organization. Chapter 25. The Royal City Division. In our Royal City Division, there is undoubtedly an infiltrator from the surveillance court. Otherwise, we would not have faced such a humiliating defeat. Our current identities have become perilous. After this incident, it is imperative that we assume new ones. Xia spoke coldly, and Xiaoyan nodded gravely in agreement. After exchanging glances with the unconscious Xia Chen lying on the bed, Xiaoyan could not restrain herself from speaking. "Miss, what shall we do next? Should we directly employ illusionary techniques to convey some clues to him? But even if he becomes aware of these clues, will he truly investigate the case?" Xiaoyan expressed her concerns. The responsibilities of espionage largely fall upon the lantern bearers, while Xia Chen is merely a lieutenant of the Imperial Guard. Can he genuinely be of assistance? Individuals like him, from distinguished families, typically enter the officialdom with aspirations of achieving great deeds. According to the records, his entry into the Imperial Guard was certainly not to idle away the days. Regardless of the outcome, we must take the initiative. We cannot allow the surveillance court to manipulate us. As Xia spoke, she approached the bedside, her gaze shimmering like waves of water, imbued with a peculiar energy. "I will first draw him into a dream, subtly influencing him within that realm, guiding him to the Chunhua Pavilion tomorrow, where he will uncover certain clues. He will believe that he has discovered these details through his own intelligence, unaware that he has become a tool in our hands." A smile graced Xia's lips. Were it not for the necessity of gathering intelligence, she would never allow that loathsome man into her chamber, and the thought of him touching her was utterly inconceivable. Regardless of who it was, upon entering her room, they would be ensnared in her dream, a realm so vivid that it could easily be mistaken for reality. Capable of influencing thoughts and perceptions, Xia was enveloped in a radiant glow, especially her eyes, which sparkled with a spirited luminescence. Two ethereal butterflies emerged from her gaze, fluttering into Xia Chen's body. However, as soon as they entered, Xia's expression shifted. Within her line of sight, a pair of eyes loomed over her, cold and emotionless, as if belonging to a deity. This pair of eyes possessed 4 pupils, seemingly containing the principles of the universe and the ultimate truths of existence. Transformed into butterflies, Xia felt her soul tremble, frozen in place. In the next moment, the 2 azure butterflies that had infiltrated Xia Chen's consciousness shattered, rendering her efforts futile. Xia opened her eyes, her complexion pale, terror flickering in the depths of her gaze. She instinctively attempted to retreat, but a large hand firmly grasped her delicate, jade-like arm. The immense strength emanating from that hand destabilized her, causing her to tumble onto the bed. By the time Xia regained her bearings, she found herself in Xia Chen's embrace, who regarded her with a bemused expression. Vaguely, Xia perceived that within Xia Chen's eyes, 2 pupils had merged into one, profound as a black hole, capable of consuming one's very soul. "Release my lady." This unexpected turn of events unfolded too rapidly. By the time Xiaoyan reacted, she discovered that her mistress's neck was already being gripped by someone. Yet, deep within her heart, there lingered a profound confusion. Had not Xia Chen already succumbed to the illusion, falling into a deep slumber, with a beauty nestled in his embrace? The gentle warmth of her skin should have ignited an atmosphere of exquisite intimacy. However, neither of the 2 on the bed seemed inclined to delve further into their exchange. To his astonishment, the renowned Xia was not only a lady of grace, but also a formidable sorceress, forcibly drawing him into her dreamscape. One could only wonder if such dreams could lead to fatal outcomes. Xia Chen, intrigued, gently grasped Xia's smooth, porcelain-like chin, playfully lifting her exquisitely perfect visage to meet his gaze. He became entranced by her eyes, which shimmered with an ethereal blue light akin to sapphires. Their bodies were pressed closely together, mere inches apart, their breaths brushing against each other's cheeks. In an instant, Xia felt the fine hairs on her skin rise, her body responding as goosebumps surfaced, her cheeks flushed as if she had indulged in too much wine. In the corner of the room, Xiao Yin observed Xia Chen's utter disregard for her presence, focusing instead on her mistress with an unsettling boldness. Alarmed, she felt a surge of energy coursing through her, her blood roaring like a river, her body taut like a small she-beast poised to pounce at any moment. A sorceress and a seventh-tier warrior. She had not anticipated that the modest Xia's abode concealed such depths. Xia Chen remained unperturbed, brazenly tracing his fingers across Xia's flawless face. His touch, gliding along her ivory skin, ignited a fervent blush upon her cheeks, as if his fingers wielded an unearthly enchantment. The sensation was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. You were never truly asleep. You heard our entire conversation, didn't you? Impossible. You clearly ingested both tea and wine, both laced with my sedatives. Xia, nestled in Xia Chen's embrace, struggled to regain her composure. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond her control, fear gripped her heart at the thought of her virtue being compromised by this man. She hastily sought to divert his attention. That evening, to ensure success, she had added a layer of precaution, infusing their drinks with a colorless sedative developed by the Royal City Bureau, in addition to her eye techniques. Yet astonishingly, it had proven ineffective against him. Perhaps I am simply more robust than most. You must have administered too little of your potion, Xia Chen remarked casually. With his unique system, any foreign substance entering his body was first scanned, and if deemed harmful, it would be neutralized. His body was, in essence, impervious to toxins. Xia stood in stunned silence, bewildered by his assertion of inadequate dosage. Our courtyard is filled with our people. You cannot escape. Be wise and release our mistress. Or else, would you dare to take action against me? Do you truly believe you can subdue me in an instant under these circumstances? With your mere seventh-tier prowess? Xia Chen lifted his gaze, assessing the young maid, Xiao Yin, who appeared to be quite youthful, yet possessed the formidable skill of a seventh-rank practitioner. It seemed that this elegant figure held a significance far greater than he had initially surmised. Even amidst the chaos of the imperial city, it was unlikely that she was an inconspicuous individual. This evening, he might very well have ensnared a considerable prize. He continued, you may attempt to take action, or perhaps summon those within the courtyard. There is a chance that among them, there are experts of the 6th or even 5th rank who could subdue me. However, I must remind you of two things. First, those individuals are likely also agents of the imperial city, not mere household servants. If they witness your young mistress in such a compromising position with me, any rumors that arise would not be my fault. Second, it is now the hour of curfew, and there are lantern bearers and patrols from the imperial guards nearby. Should a confrontation erupt here, do you believe that the skilled members among the lantern bearers and the imperial guards would not perceive it at once? Xia Chen chuckled with a hint of audacity, then gently pinched the smooth and delicate cheek of the elegant figure in his embrace. His confidence in allowing Xia Chen and Li Shi to depart, leaving him alone, stemmed from his assurance in his own abilities and the security of the capital. Chapter 26. Miss, he did not do anything to you last night, did he? A profound silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the lilting laughter of Xia Chen, who cradled a captivating beauty in his arms. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a villain tormenting an innocent maiden. Xiao Yin clenched her teeth, her face flushed with anger, yet feeling utterly helpless. The reality, as Xia Chen had articulated, was that if a conflict erupted here, it would undoubtedly summon the formidable experts from the capital, leaving them with no chance of escape. Young master, since you are already aware of our identities, it would be prudent to release me. Let us sit down and discuss this matter amicably. At that moment, Xia had regained her composure. She gazed intently into Xia Chen's eyes, her own bright ones reflecting a mixture of curiosity and determination. She sensed that this seemingly inconsequential son of the Duke of Zhendong harbored secrets that far surpassed the mundane portrayal in the archives of the imperial city. Can we not converse while on the bed? Xia Chen's fingers lightly traced the smooth, enticing curve of Qian's back, sending shivers cascading over her body. Her skin flushed a vivid red, as if struck by a current of electricity, a peculiar sensation swelling within her heart. Xia Chen's actions served as a warning, a stark reminder that she had become a captive and yet still sought to manipulate the situation and seize the initiative. Young master, since you have overheard our conversation, I shall speak candidly. The military defense map was not stolen by us. Rather, it was a scheme orchestrated by the Great Phone Inspection Institute to use us as scapegoats. Why should I trust you? I know not who pilfered the military defense map, but you are undoubtedly affiliated with the Imperial City S office. And that is a matter of fact. Furthermore, considering your apparent rank within the office, capturing you and dismantling your stronghold would indeed be a significant achievement. Xia Chen smiled. Regardless of who had stolen the military defense map, as long as he could deliver the culprit, it would be an accomplishment worthy of recognition. Thus, why seek distant solutions when the answer lay close at hand? Both Xia and Xiao Lian fell into a contemplative silence, unable to refute his assertions. For Xia Chen, capturing individuals from either the Imperial City S office or the Inspection Institute would be equally commendable. There's another proposal. The Great Phone Inspection Institute is likely to have placed agents within your Imperial City S office. I presume you must have made similar arrangements. Why not provide me with the information regarding the distribution of Inspection Institute members in the capital, along with evidence proving that the military defense map was not pilfered by your faction? In return, I shall grant you your freedom. Suddenly, Xia Chen's voice resonated once more, igniting a spark of hope in the eyes of Xia and Xiao Lian, who had recently been cast into despair by his earlier words. Their emotions surged dramatically, akin to a roller coaster ride. Xia cast a deep, contemplative glance at the young man standing so close, whose very breath she could almost perceive. This youth was not only strikingly handsome, but also possessed ambitions that soared far beyond those of his peers. Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with light. While capturing members of the Imperial City S office was indeed a significant feat, it was insufficient. If the military defense map was truly not taken by the office, the truth would eventually surface as the lantern bearers continued their search. At that juncture, the credit for apprehending the office's undercover agents would be considerably diminished. However, if he could be the first to uncover this issue and not only dismantle the covert network of the Great Inspection Bureau in the capital, but also ensure they suffer significant losses, it would surely draw the attention of Emperor Wen to him. Xia Chen pondered. He was not merely content with obliterating a stronghold of the Imperial City Division. He aspired to leverage this opportunity for rapid advancement. Should he succeed, although it would trample the dignity of the lantern bearer and expose him to scrutiny from all quarters, the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks. With only 5 years remaining, he was still a mere 7th-rank officer. Thus, he must rise swiftly. Why should I trust you? If I provide you with intelligence from the Inspection Bureau, and you turn around and have us apprehended, wouldn't I be utterly defeated? I cannot offer you proof. The only thing you can rely on is my character. You may choose not to take the gamble. Xia Chen once again grasped Xia's delicate chin, compelling her to gaze into his eyes, which shimmered with an enigmatic allure, subtly influencing her judgment. Xia seemed to witness the colossal gaze reminiscent of divine law that she encountered during her previous intrusion into Xia Chen's consciousness. For a fleeting moment, her thoughts appeared suspended. Silence enveloped the room for what felt like an eternity until a voice slowly emerged from Xia's alluring lips. All right, I shall provide you with the information on the covert agents of the Inspection Bureau. As dawn broke, sunlight poured into the room, illuminating it like a sea of gold. On the bed, Xia gradually opened her eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue enveloping her body. Her waist ached, her legs tingled, particularly at the knees, as if she had been kneeling for an extended period, bruised and sore. As her consciousness returned, she recalled the events of the previous night. She turned abruptly to her side and was greeted by the sight of a man sleeping beside her, one hand resting upon her waist. Sensing her movement, that warm hand tightened possessively, drawing her supple form into his embrace. Feeling the man's warm and broad chest, her cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced down at her attire, relief washing over her as she noted that her clothes remained intact, albeit somewhat disheveled, still the same outfit from last night. Good morning. Xia Chen's eyes remained closed, seemingly lost in slumber, yet his voice resonated through the air. Could you let go of me now? Xia urged herself to regain her composure. Despite her unique role in gathering information, she had never allowed any man to touch her. Throughout, she had maintained her purity. Although this man had not coerced her into any relations, they had spent the night alone together, sharing the same bed, and most crucially, engaging in physical contact. Upon this reflection, Xia gently pressed her lips together, her gaze towards Xia Chen filled with complexity. Although the final act had not transpired, her innocence was evidently tarnished by the hands of this formidable prince. Yet, caution prevailed. The courtyard was teeming with his allies. Should she release him, they might descend upon her, rendering her to mere fragments. Xia Chen remained with his eyes closed, yet it seemed as though he perceived everything around him. He was vigilant, even at this critical juncture, refusing to lower his guard. The previous night had descended into deep silence, the streets under curfew, and thus he had naturally chosen to stay overnight. Is the information I requested prepared? He inquired. Xiaolian. Xia felt the heat of a large hand on her waist beneath the covers, her thoughts swirling and her cheeks flushed. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure before calling out to the door. Instantly, it swung open, revealing Xiaolian, her eyes aflame with rage, wielding a long knife as she charged in. Miss, that scoundrel didn't dare to lay a hand on you last night, did he? Chapter 27. The compliance test last night. Xiaolian remained awake throughout the night, standing in the courtyard. Initially, she had intended to stay in her room, but unfortunately, Xia Chen had forced her out. I am fine. Xia shook her head, although her expression betrayed her discomfort. Indeed, Xia Chen had not been overly aggressive with her. However, during the latter half of the night, upon sensing that he had fallen asleep, she attempted to break free from his restraint. Just as she was about to unleash her internal energy, Xia Chen, who seemed to possess an omniscient awareness, awakened just in time to subdue her once more. His punishment for this disobedient beauty was to have her kneel in a deeply humiliating posture, resulting in bruises upon her fair, jade-like knees. It was not until she was utterly exhausted that Xia Chen permitted her to lie down and sleep again, after which she no longer dared to engage in any furtive actions. This young man possesses a certain mystique. Xiaolian observed her mistress's slightly unnatural demeanor and grew increasingly anxious. Although she had not heard any significant disturbances from the room the previous night, who could truly know what that man had done to her mistress during their night together? Hand me the documents. It is getting late, and it is time to go to work. Xia Chen beckoned to Xiaolian, resembling a master summoning a servant, which only fueled her indignation further. Gazing at the sky, Xia Chen realized that if he did not head to the magistrate's office soon, Xia Chen and Li Shi might genuinely believe that his vigor from the previous night had left him weak and fatigued in the morning. Xia Chen certainly did not wish for them to think him incapable due to such trivial matters. Give him the documents. Although Qingyu was unaware of what Xia Chen meant by going to work, she truly did not wish to prolong the matter with him any further. After a night of futile entanglement, she had gained not a single advantage. Reluctantly, Xiaolian retreated, and shortly thereafter, she returned with a stack of documents, begrudgingly handing them to Xia Chen. Reclining lazily on the bed, Xia Chen accepted the documents with one hand while releasing Qingyu with the other. As Qingyu felt the warmth of his hand leave her shoulder, she exhaled a sigh of relief. After the tumult of the previous night, her attire was in disarray, with one shoulder exposed, leaving no fabric between them. Although Xia Chen had released her and was entirely focused on the documents, Qingyu dared not move a muscle. She had already witnessed the boy's uncanny abilities the night before. She was certain that he had been asleep, yet when she made her move, he had preemptively subdued her, as if he had anticipated her actions. Such a skill was daunting. No wonder, even after revealing his true nature, he still dared to allow her to sleep beside him. He was evidently unafraid of any potential threats in slumber. How intriguing. It seems your Imperial City Bureau has embedded quite a few operatives within the Inspection Institute, Xia Chen remarked with a smile, glancing at the stack of detailed documents in his hand. As one of the three most formidable dark organizations in the world, the Emperor's Sharp Blade, both the Lantern Bearers of Dou and the Royal City Division of Deqing, along with the Inspection Institute of Defeng, are deeply interwoven. The most intense battlegrounds lie within the capitals of these three nations. The capital of De Wu serves as the domain of the Lantern Bearers. Yet it harbors individuals from the Royal City Division and the Inspection Institute, a secret tacitly understood by officials and commoners alike. This situation arises not from the Lantern Bearers' desire to cultivate their own forces, but from their profound awareness that even if they were to eradicate every member of the Royal City Division and the Inspection Institute within the capital, new agents would swiftly infiltrate the city. Neither Deqing nor Defeng would allow the political center of the capital to remain unguarded. Similarly, the capitals of Deqing and Defeng present a comparable scenario, rife with hidden spies. Here, amidst the Lantern Bearer stronghold, one would expect solidarity with the Inspection Institute. At the very least, there should be no treachery behind closed doors. Yet this time, the Inspection Institute has chosen to wield us as weapons, leaving us no choice but to retaliate, Qingya remarked coldly. Xia Chen, having finished perusing the documents, fell into a moment of silence before raising his hand to pierce his fingertip, crimson blood seemingly infused with an enigmatic energy. With calm resolve, he declared, "Open your mouth." Qingya, momentarily taken aback, instinctively sensed the peculiarity of his blood. As she knew, certain sorcerers could wield their own blood as a conduit for bizarre spells. Noticing her lack of response, Xia Chen wasted no time. He seized her face and forcefully pried her mouth open, thrusting his bloodied fingertip inside. Coughing and struggling to breathe, Qingya covered her mouth, exclaiming, "What have you done? This is a technique of mine. Even martial artists can employ it. Your body now bears my essence. From this moment onward, wherever you go, I shall be able to sense you. Thus, I trust this information is accurate. Furthermore, you may need to change your identity. If you comply, perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future," Xia Chen stated with a smile, gently squeezing Qingya's smooth, rosy cheek once more, evoking a demonic charm as he rose from the bed. "Time is of the essence. Attend to my bathing and dressing." Xia Chen treated this place as his own domain, his tone deceptively gentle, yet overwhelmingly authoritative. Qingya, reclining on the bed, pursed her lips, her expression complex. Ultimately, she rose slowly to groom Xia Chen's hair and attire. This was her first experience serving another, and the unfamiliarity of the task made the process rather clumsy. Nevertheless, Xia Chen exhibited remarkable patience, never once considering a change of attendants. The entire ordeal resembled a process of taming. Should a player from another realm witness this scene, they would recognize Xia Chen's actions for what they truly were, a compliance test. Xia Chen strode into the government office, invigorated. "Young master." Xia Chen had been waiting at the yamen when she spotted Xia Chen hastening toward her. "Boss, how was last night?" On the other side, Li Shi also noticed Xia Chen, his gaze flickering, and he promptly approached with a smile that only a man would understand. What else could it be but delightful? Xia Chen patted Li Shi on the shoulder, a grin spreading across his face. "As long as the boss is comfortable." Li Shi chuckled foolishly in response. "Have all the brothers gathered at the yamen?" Xia Chen did not elaborate on the events of the previous night, but instead surveyed the surroundings before inquiring. "Most have arrived." "Good. Assemble the A and B battalions." Xia Chen's smile faded, and his expression grew serious as he spoke. Xia Chen was taken aback, unsure why the sudden call for assembly, yet she refrained from asking, while she maintained a calm demeanor. Soon, the 200 men under Xia Chen's command swiftly gathered at the encampment. Chapter 28. If there is resistance, execute immediately. In the encampment, the expressions of the soldiers from the various battalions were filled with confusion. Unable to comprehend why the A and B battalions appeared so poised for conflict at the break of dawn, Xia Chen summoned Xia Hui to the side and whispered certain matters into his ear. As Xia Hui listened, his demeanor grew increasingly grave, culminating in Xia Chen's directive. "We shall divide our forces into two paths, and we must proceed swiftly. Should anyone dare to resist, execute them on the spot. However, the core individuals must be captured and brought back." "Understood, sir." In the military camp, Xia Hui addressed Xia Chen by his title. Refraining from calling him young master, Xia Chen then addressed all the soldiers, proclaiming, "The A battalion shall follow Commander Xia, while the B battalion will accompany me. Beyond this, he uttered no further words. The 200 elite soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, yet none dared to inquire about their purpose. Apart from the order to assault the imperial palace, all that was required of them was to obey. The 100 fully armed elite soldiers under Xia Chen's command swiftly surged out of the Yulin Guard's gate, making their way towards East Street. "Young master, what exactly are we doing?" At this moment, Xia Chen stealthily approached Xia Chen, whispering his inquiry. "No need for further questions. You will soon find out." Xia Chen recoiled slightly, aware that his master's demeanor indicated that significant events were about to unfold. 15 minutes later, they arrived at East Main Street. This thoroughfare was a hub for tea houses and theaters, essentially the cultural epicenter of the capital. Each year, various popular operas and storytelling performances first emerged here before spreading throughout the realm. In front of the renowned Baiwa Tower, Xia Chen halted. "Surround this theater. Not a single fly is to escape. Anyone who disregards the warning and attempts to break through shall be executed on the spot." Xia Chen's tone was severe and unyielding, sending chills down the spines of the elite soldiers behind him. The capital was home to numerous dignitaries, and Baiwa Tower, renowned throughout the realm, often attracted members of the royal family who came to enjoy the performances. The thought of potentially harming someone of significant status was indeed troubling. Yet, considering their leader's background, the soldiers hesitated not for a moment, quickly encircling the entire Baiwa Tower. Within Baiwa Tower, a grand and opulent stage showcased a myriad of performers. Recently, a play titled The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks had emerged, capturing the admiration of the capital's elite. This production originated from Baiwa Tower itself, and it was required to be performed at least 3 times daily to satisfy the incessant demand of the high-ranking officials and nobles. The Tale of the Mandarin Duck conveys a poignant love story, featuring a noble heir and a princess from the eastern wild fox tribe. Initially, their union is deemed unworthy by societal standards. However, the protagonists ultimately surmount numerous obstacles to pledge their lives to one another. This narrative, which should have unfolded as a blissful romance, stands out due to the composer's innovative imagination. Just as the audience anticipates the fox princess's happiness alongside the noble heir, tragedy strikes. The princess perishes, leaving the spectators in a state of shock. This unprecedented turn of events marks their first encounter with such a dramatic tale. Following this, the male lead succumbs to darkness, embarking on a quest for vengeance to avenge the death of his beloved. This unique premise captivates the audience, propelling the White Moon Pavilion's performance of Mandarin Duck play to overwhelming demand. Suddenly, chaos ensues as officials encircle the White Moon Pavilion. Just as the plot reaches its zenith, attendants from various estates hurriedly burst into the venue, some rushing into the private boxes with expressions of alarm. The grand doors of the pavilion are forcefully thrust open, and armed soldiers pour in. Instantly, pandemonium erupts within the pavilion as the crowd grapples with the unfolding crisis. The soldiers bark orders to remain stationary. Disobedience would result in immediate execution. Amidst the impending turmoil, a commanding voice rings out, momentarily disorienting everyone present. Xia Chen stands at the forefront, flanked by over a dozen soldiers drawing their blades in unison. Beside him, crossbows and firearms are aimed at the assembly. Any sign of unrest would trigger a swift assault. Such formidable weaponry, when unleashed simultaneously, poses a challenge even to the most skilled individuals, rendering them akin to a sieve. The dignitaries, initially displeased by the interruption, now were expressions of grave concern, swallowing their inquiries about the soldiers' intentions. They obediently settle back into their seats. Xia Chen scans a crowd, quickly honing in on a striking young performer at the center of the stage, portraying the male lead in Mandarin Duck play. At that moment, the performer also assesses Xia Chen, their gazes locking. What a handsome figure! Yet, is he truly exceptional? This thought resonates in the performer's mind, while Xia Chen, with the insights provided by Qingya, considers the actor's appeal, noting that he has gained fame throughout the capital due to the recent success of Mandarin Duck play, garnering the admiration of many noble women. However, Xia Chen finds him rather unremarkable. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen points at the actor and speaks coldly, "Seize him." In an instant, 5 soldiers behind him unsheathed their long swords, advancing with the precision of a tiger among sheep, swiftly making their way toward the performer. The actor's expression turns grave. He sensed something amiss the moment the soldiers entered, and now it is evident that they have targeted him specifically. This is no mere coincidence. It is a direct assault aimed at him. Behind the actor, a martial character stood resolutely, facing the rushing Imperial Guards without a hint of hesitation, concealing a hidden weapon in the palm of their hand. The 5 Imperial Guards promptly raised their long blades to parry, while 3 more emerged from behind the performer. Instantly, chaos erupted upon the stage. The audience below was left in stunned silence, as some hidden projectiles struck perilously close to them, causing a cold sweat to break out. They had not anticipated that these performers possessed such formidable martial prowess, nor that they would dare to confront the Imperial Guards. The realization that they were witnessing a display of ferocity sent tremors through their hearts. "Onward!" commanded Xia Chen, his demeanor unruffled amidst the turmoil. At that moment, 10 more skilled fighters surged forth from behind him. Meanwhile, an increasing number of Imperial Guards flooded through the entrance. The performer, standing at the center of the stage, felt a growing sense of dread. His identity had been compromised, and it seemed likely that he would meet his demise here today. Even if he managed to escape from this moonlit pavilion, he would undoubtedly draw the attention of patrolling guards and those lurking in the shadows with lanterns. There was no retreat for him. Nevertheless, the performer was resolute in his refusal to surrender. From his sleeves, he produced an array of paper figures, some wielding broadswords, others brandishing long swords. Astonishingly, these paper figures began to swell in size as if animated by life itself. Soon, they demonstrated remarkable offensive capabilities, engaging in fierce clashes with the Imperial Guards. Chapter 29. The Azura Officer. Inside the White Moon Pavilion, the air was thick with exclamations of fear and panic. The flashing blades intimidated many spectators in the hall, draining color from their faces. Fortunately, the presence of the Imperial Guards provided a semblance of security. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing that the situation was dragging on longer than anticipated. He sought a swift and decisive strike, catching the Intelligence Bureau's undercover agents off guard. However, he found himself bogged down. "Altogether, let us swiftly subdue them." With that command, Xia Chen drew his crimson long knife from his back, and as his vitality surged, the weapon emanated an intense heat. His aura skyrocketed, exuding an unyielding and formidable presence. He swiftly targeted a paper figure, delivering a lethal blow that ignited the figure in flames. This paper figure, capable of withstanding 2 or 3 Imperial Guards, was annihilated in an instant. Leading the charge like a tiger among sheep, Xia Chen dispatched one paper figure after another, while behind him, Xia Chen urged the Imperial Guards to follow suit. While engaging the paper figures, Xia Chen kept his focus on the performer. The information provided by Qingya indicated that this performer held a significant position within the Intelligence Bureau in the capital, directly commanding many of its operations. This theft of military defense plans was closely linked to him. The performer's expression was grave. Even at such a critical juncture, he remained composed, quickly scanning the surroundings for an escape route. "Break through," he commanded coldly, and with that, more paper figures surged forth from his hands. However, maintaining these figures seemed to drain his energy severely, leaving him pallid. "You go first. I will hold them off." The martial artist, the first to strike, brandished a large blade, positioning himself before the performer. At that moment, Xia Chen closed in. The martial artist bellowed, lifting his sword as if to crush Xia Chen with the weight of a mountain. Seemingly foreseeing the attack, Xia Chen struck out with his blade as the martial artist raised his weapon. In a fleeting moment, everyone present witnessed a radiant sun emerge from the arc of Xia Chen's strike, illuminating the ground beneath. When they opened their eyes, they saw a crimson gash appear in the center of the martial artist's body, and with horrified gazes, they watched as he was cleaved in two, blood staining the stage. The scene was gruesomely vivid. In the private boxes above, several young ladies and noble women turned pale, their admiration for the striking youth replaced by fear and terror. A living person had been gruesomely dismembered before their eyes. Anyone of sound mind would be terrified by such a sight. A few drops of blood splattered across Xia Chen's face, casting him as a figure of hellish wrath. After dispatching the foe before him without hesitation, Xia Chen surged forward towards the performer. "You are Xia Chen, the so-called waste of the East Town Marquis residence. It appears everyone has been deceived, blinded by appearances. To effortlessly slay a peak 8th grade martial artist reveals the depth of your concealment." The performer, retreating while casting a cold gaze at Xia Chen, had access to his dossier from the Inspection Institute. However, it now appears that the information was erroneous. A 17-year-old 7th grade martial artist, even within the East Town Marquis estate, would undeniably be regarded as a prodigy. Xia Chen, however, had no intention of engaging in dialogue with the performer at this moment. His focus solely rested on the leader of the troupe. His singular ambition was to seize the critical position, disregarding those around him who sought to shield the performer. As Xia Chen led the charge, he activated the Qiyang body refinement technique, the vitality coursing through his veins, enveloping him like armor, safeguarding his form. His speed was like lightning, and the dual pupils in his gaze re-emerged, rendering the movements of those around him agonizingly slow, as if time itself had been altered. The performer glanced at the nearby window, propelled by instinct, ready to dash outside. Yet, in an instant, a figure reminiscent of a demonic deity materialized behind him. A hand extended forth, and the performer felt the air around him being siphoned away. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and he was lifted by Xia Chen as though he were a mere chick. As a sorcerer, he possessed numerous methods. However, if a martial artist closed in, it became exceedingly perilous, especially when faced with Xia Chen. With the capture of the performer, the situation within the Baiwei Tower was swiftly brought under control. Several performers who had attacked the Imperial Guards were executed on the spot by crossbows, while the remainder were taken captive. Although the process was intricate, it transpired with remarkable speed, securing the target in under 10 minutes. All individuals from Baiwei Tower were to be escorted back to the Yamen. Before my return, no matter who arrives, ensure they do not abscond with the captives. Xia Chen instructed Xia Chen to personally lead 30 men back to ensure the prisoners were secured. "Boss, let me accompany Brother Xia Chen. With so many individuals from Baiwei Tower, my presence will ensure a more secure escort." Li Shi quickly interjected, eager to alleviate the burden on Xia Chen. Xia Chen cast a glance at him and nodded in agreement. Within Baiwei Tower, the Imperial Guards, tasked with cleaning up the battlefield, administered blood-sealing needles to the crouched inspectors who clutched their heads. Blood-sealing needles, a disposable artifact developed by the Celestial Master's residence, impose significant restrictions on martial artists. Once implanted, it becomes exceedingly difficult to mobilize the body's vital energy. Xia Chen observed the performer in his grasp, noting the cold, piercing glare directed at him, as if he wished to devour him alive. "Such a direct approach towards me suggests you have acquired our information. You aspire to usurp credit from the Lantern Bearer. Your years of profound concealment indicate considerable ambition." The performer glared fiercely at Xia Chen, having anticipated an encounter with the Lantern Bearer. Yet he had never fathomed falling into the hands of the Imperial Guards, especially not at the hands of Xia Chen, whom he had dismissed entirely. Xia Chen remained silent, delivering a swift and forceful blow to the back of the actor's head, rendering him unconscious. His methods were brutally direct, yet remarkably effective. He cradled the actor in his hands, choosing not to hand him over to Xia Chen, as Li Shi instructed them to take him back. He insisted on overseeing the matter personally. "Gather some people and follow me to another location," Xia Chen commanded, leading a group of dozens swiftly away from Baiwei Tower, heading towards another destination. The essence of military strategy lies in speed, and this time, he intended to catch the Inspection Institute off guard with a blitzkrieg approach. "Where's the chief heading now? Are there still undercover agents?" Li Shi inquired with keen interest, patting Xia Qian's arm. "I do not know." Xia Qian shook his head, opting not to elaborate further as he turned to manage the subsequent matters at Baiwei Tower. The audience at Baiwei Tower, who had come to enjoy the performance, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Witnessing the capture of all the undercover agents, they began to whisper among themselves. Are they from the Royal City Division or the Inspection Institute? Who would have thought that Baiwei Tower was their stronghold? One person exclaimed, filled with trepidation. In his youth, the great ancestor served in the Imperial Guards, demonstrating quick wits and exceptional intelligence. When the capital was suddenly struck by a case of stolen military defense plans, the great ancestor discerned the enemy's cunning scheme, leading the imperial guards with audacity and decisiveness, successfully capturing the enemy's undercover agents and thereby unraveling the case of the stolen military plans. As a result of this campaign, the great ancestor earned the moniker of the Jade-Faced Young Master. Xia Shu, Volume 3, Annals of the Great Ancestor, Chapter 30, The Third Prince. Who is that leading figure, so fiercely ruthless? Although Xia Chen concluded the battle swiftly, he left a profound impression on everyone. He remained utterly silent throughout, merely acting with resolute decisiveness. Such overwhelming dominance and chilling coldness. The young officer is remarkably handsome. It is astonishing to find such a striking figure in the capital. In the loft, several elegant women gazed with sparkling eyes. Despite the earlier bloodshed, the ordeal had now passed. Xia Chen's appearance once again captivated them. They inquired about his family background and whether he was betrothed. A young lady gazed infatuatedly, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. On the third floor of Baiyue Tower, in a luxurious private room with the finest view, a distinguished young man and a captivatingly graceful woman were enjoying tea. Even in the midst of chaos, these two remained unflustered, observing the unfolding drama from their elevated vantage point, as if watching a grand performance, while all below were mere actors. Su Bulu, that officer from earlier, how remarkable his skills are. The distinguished young man chuckled lightly, not turning his head as he addressed the swordsman standing silently in the dim corner. This individual, in both aura and mastery of his inner strength, was nothing short of perfection. With a single strike, all his power coalesced at the blade's tip. Having already grasped the essence of the sword, embodying the utmost rigidity and brightness, in the realm of the 7th rank, few could rival him. Beyond this, not much more was discernible. It remained uncertain whether he concealed further strength. Standing in the shadows, Su Buliu appeared to be around 27 or 28, his gaze flickering as he offered his assessment of Xia Chen. If you were at the same level, you might prevail. The distinguished young man, intrigued by Su Buliu's words, inquired further. You can only know after testing. Oh, so you are the renowned, genius swordsman of the capital, yet you lack absolute confidence in victory. The young man expressed mild surprise. I am already at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, on the verge of advancing to the 4th. If I were to suppress myself to the 7th rank, defeating him would be effortless. However, if I were to face him as I was back then in the 7th rank, I would still need to engage in a battle to ascertain the outcome. Su Buliu spoke sparingly, yet patiently elucidated in response to the young man's inquiry. Upon hearing Su Buliu's words, the young man's curiosity about Xia Chen intensified. How intriguing. Investigate who that person is and bring him before me. I wish to meet him. I did not anticipate that such promising talent still resided within the Imperial Guard. The young man smiled and directed his servants. Su Buliu is indeed a renowned genius in swordsmanship, heralded as someone who may ascend to the 3rd rank in a decade or two. Yet now, another who rivals his past self has emerged. How amusing it would be to have such a talent under my wing. There is no need for inquiries. If I am not mistaken, this individual should have some connection to us. At that moment, the enchanting woman, who had remained silent, turned her head, a charming smile gracing her lips, exuding an alluring charm simply by her serene presence. She appeared to be around 30, dressed in an exceedingly simple manner, yet emanating an undeniable air of nobility. Ah, my aunt recognizes this individual's identity. The young man was taken aback, but considering his aunt's insatiable desire for engagement, her vast ambitions, and her involvement in political affairs as a woman, it was not surprising that she had amassed a considerable number of loyal followers and was well informed. He must be the legitimate heir of the Duke of Anong, Xia Chen, who had recently become betrothed to Yaoguang. My informants reported that he possessed striking good looks, rivaling the so-called 4 great handsome men of the capital. Upon seeing him today, he was even more handsome than those 4. The beautiful woman smiled at the corners of her eyes, reminiscing about Xia Chen's visage, her gaze imbued with the warmth of spring. Princess Pingyang, mature and exquisite, exuded a sensual charm, fervently pursuing power, remaining unmarried throughout her life, yet harboring a deep-seated loneliness, unwilling to settle, yearning for love. My niece is truly fortunate. Princess Pingyang sighed, being the youngest sister of Emperor Wen. Although not full siblings, she was raised by the emperor's mother. With over 50 years of reign, Emperor Wen treated this sister as a daughter. Upon maturing, Princess Pingyang displayed a keen interest in politics, and importantly, Emperor Wen did not impede her aspirations. Rather, he tacitly permitted her involvement. Thus, Princess Pingyang held a unique position within the royal family. The third prince was even more astonished, not anticipating that a mere junior officer in the Imperial Guards, whom he had considered insignificant, would have such a connection to himself. Surely, my aunt's information cannot be mistaken. But if memory serves, was not Xia Chen renowned as a wastrel? The Duke of Anong had neglected him for years, so why was he suddenly so formidable? Just days ago, the Xia family secured him a position as a junior officer in the Yulin Guards. His identity and appearance aligned perfectly. Indeed, it was he. As for his cultivation, it was indeed somewhat astonishing. Princess Pingyang, lost in thought, propped her delicate chin upon her hand, pondering something unknown. Xia Chen remained oblivious. As within Baiwa Tower, Princess Pingyang and the third prince observed the entirety of his capture. He was presently hastening towards another location, and serving as an intelligence relay station for the Inspection Bureau in the capital. The military defense map was likely transmitted from this very place. Although the apprehension faced some resistance, the fully armed Imperial Guards swiftly captured the innkeeper under their crossbow fire. A meticulous search ensued. No detail could be overlooked. Everything must be taken. Xia Chen spoke in a low voice. Then, he immediately led his men to the next location, a charity hall on North Street, akin to a modern orphanage or nursing home. However, upon his arrival, he discovered the premises deserted, save for a few young children and several immobile elderly individuals. Sir, there is no one inside, nor have we found any information. Xia Chen fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the somewhat dilapidated signboard, which bore the characters Xinjingting in large script. Upon exiting the Yulin Guards Yamen and making my way to the Baiwa Tower, then to the inn, and finally arriving here, the entire journey took no more than an hour. Yet, to my surprise, the place was already deserted. It seems that the personnel at the subsequent locations had long since retreated. News travels swiftly indeed. Xia Chen's gaze flickered. Sir, where shall we go next? Someone murmured. Throughout the entire process, Xia Chen had shared little with them. To this day, they remained oblivious to which faction had been captured. Back to the Yamen. Xia Chen waved his hand. The alarm had already been raised, and further searches would prove futile. Upon returning to the Yulin Guards Yamen, Xia Chen was met at the entrance by Qin Mu. As Qin Mu spotted Xia Chen's arrival, he hurried forward. I heard this morning that you took 200 men out. What is the matter? How could so many have been apprehended? Qin Mu was still in a state of confusion. Although the Imperial Guard indeed possessed arresting authority, the scale of this operation, conducted without his knowledge, indicated that the news had already spread throughout the capital. They are all from the Inspection Institute. This morning, the situation was urgent, and there was no time to seek your approval. I will personally explain to the general shortly. Xia Chen realized he had overstepped by failing to request permission before leading such a large contingent for an arrest. Had it been ordinary citizens, Qin Mu might have summoned others to detain him the moment he stepped through the door. Chapter 31. Dividing the Cake. Qin Mu's expression stiffened, and the reprimand he intended to deliver remained unuttered. Xia Chen pulled Qin Mu aside and whispered, My lord, I understand that the procedure may seem somewhat amiss. However, rest assured, upon learning of this matter, the esteemed general will undoubtedly rejoice. Not only will he not hold you accountable, but perhaps this accomplishment may also elevate your position. A smile graced Xia Chen's face, completely devoid of the icy demeanor he had previously displayed while at work. Although Qin Mu held the rank of a mere deputy, he was nonetheless his superior. Xia Chen, having studied the wisdom of the revered elder, understood that in the realm of politics, one must cultivate numerous friendships while minimizing adversaries, uniting all who can be united. At critical junctures, it is only natural for others to elevate you to the highest echelons. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes brightened. And just as he was about to speak, Xia Chen's voice resonated once more. Now that we have apprehended the individuals involved, time is no longer of the essence. Why don't we pay a visit to the general together? Xia Chen's smile was radiant. What? Are you suggesting that the military defense map was actually pilfered by spies from the Inspection Institute? General Li Wenzhong sprang from his seat, spilling tea all over himself. Taken aback by Xia Chen's revelation, Qin Mu, standing nearby, mirrored his astonishment. He was well aware of the recent upheaval in the capital, the theft of the military defense map, and their featherling guards have been tasked to assist the lantern-bearers in investigating the matter thoroughly. It was a widely accepted belief that the map had been stolen by the Royal City Division. Even the lantern-bearers held this assumption. Yet now, Xia Chen presented an entirely different narrative. According to the information I have gathered, the plot to steal the military defense map was orchestrated by the very individuals I apprehended today. They have already been captured, and all will be revealed during the interrogation. Moreover, even if the military defense map is unrelated to these individuals, it is indisputable that they are spies from the Inspection Institute. Regardless of the outcome, we have achieved a significant victory, Xia Chen respectfully reported. Li Wenzhong settled back into his chair, attempting to compose himself, yet the smile on his face was uncontainable. If it were true that the military defense map had been stolen by members of the Inspection Institute, it would indeed be a monumental triumph. Conversely, even if Xia Chen's information were incorrect, as long as the individuals apprehended were confirmed spies, it would still count as a substantial achievement. There would be no loss in that regard. However, they might incur the displeasure of the lantern-bearers, and he wondered if his lord could withstand the ensuing pressure. Before Li Wenzhong could voice his concerns, Xia Chen interjected. The general's gaze flickered. The lantern-bearers operated independently from the court, wielding immense power. The loss of the military defense map already reflected poorly on the lantern-bearers. If it were indeed the spies from the Inspection Institute who had stolen it, it would signify a grave dereliction of duty on their part. Their monumental success would effectively be built upon the lantern-bearers' failures. Fear not, for our featherling guards are the Emperor's close military, and the lantern-bearers cannot encroach upon our domain. Furthermore, we possess the authority to intervene in this matter, making our actions justifiable. Li Wenzhong hesitated for but a moment. Yet his gaze soon solidified with determination. The immense credit had already been bestowed upon him. If he were to shy away from it now, it would be a display of undue timidity. The lantern-bearer wielded formidable power. Did Li Wenzhong lack any backing? Let us keep this matter discreet for the time being. First, we shall pry open the mouths of those involved, gather all the evidence, and then I will enter the palace to seek an audience with His Majesty to commend everyone for their contributions. As Li Wenzhong uttered the final words, his gaze turned towards Xia Chen. The young noble from the Marquis' residence was far more astute than he had anticipated. Devoid of the arrogant demeanor typical of a novice who disregards the world, he exhibited a level of cunning that belied his youth. Xia Chen had already laid the accolades before him. Naturally, he would respond in kind. A smile graced Xia Chen's face as he respectfully clasped his fists. I shall defer to the general's command. A seasoned politician must grasp the art of sharing the spoils, ensuring the welfare of subordinates while appeasing superiors. One must never indulge in solitary feasting. History serves as a cautionary tale. Those who seek to monopolize the bounty invariably meet with a dismal fate. Xia Chen would not fall prey to such folly. Furthermore, he remained too weak. Confronting the lantern-bearer directly would yield no advantages. It was wiser to allocate a portion of the credit, allowing Li Wenzhong to bear the banner into battle while he himself remained in the background, developing in obscurity. The ensuing conflict with the lantern-bearer was beyond his current capacity to engage. Qin Mu stood aside, observing Xia Chen, who appeared at ease while discussing subsequent matters with Li Wenzhong, and he suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. He couldn't help but recall a saying, "In my 35th year, I stood as a mere pawn." Wasn't he supposed to be Xia Chen as superior? Why were his own subordinate and superior engaged in such fervent discussion, while he found himself unable to interject even a single word? Yet, upon reflection, Qin Mu realized he bore no burdens, reaping the rewards effortlessly. The experience was undeniably gratifying. He He resigned himself to playing the supportive role. As Xia Chen emerged from Li Wenzhong's tent, he encountered Xia Hao entering with a group. "How are things on your end?" "My lord, I have dismantled 3 strongholds and apprehended all key figures. However, by the time I reached the 4th stronghold, it was already deserted." Upon hearing Xia Hui's report, Xia Chen fell into contemplation. He had only secured 2 strongholds, while Xia Hui and the personnel from the Inspection Institute had evidently received word too late. "Bring them in," Xia Chen instructed, uttering no further words. The capture of the primary actor in this drama rendered the endeavor worthwhile. At noon, the atmosphere among the soldiers of the Feather Forest Army felt somewhat amiss, as if an air of tension had descended from the highest ranks down to the lowest. The previously reclusive lieutenant general, who had spent much time sipping tea within his own quarters, had made several appearances, personally visiting the small jails at the far end of the Feather Forest Guard as precincts, emerging with a radiant smile that was impossible to contain. This must have been connected to the individuals apprehended by Xia Chen earlier that morning. Many began to speculate regarding the implications of this development. Xia Chen remained steadfastly within the military tent, only accompanying Li Wenzhong to the prison to interrogate the performers. Though referred to as a prison, it was merely a few airless chambers. Within the entire court, only the Ministry of Justice and the Lantern Bearers possessed their own independent prisons. In a bid to swiftly extract valuable information, Xia Chen imparted several advanced memory recovery techniques, aiding the performers in promptly recalling the entire process of the military defense map's theft. He refrained from intervening in these proceedings, fully aware that after sharing the memory recovery techniques, the small prison was filled with incessant wails, sending chills down the spines of those who overheard. The individuals executing the memory recovery techniques gazed at Xia Chen with newfound reverence. This newly appointed captain was undoubtedly formidable. The sheer ingenuity behind such brutal punishments was remarkable, and even those specially trained spies would likely struggle to endure it. Chapter 32. The Essence of Swift Action. In the afternoon, the lantern bearers arrived. Neither Xia Chen nor Li Wenzhong was particularly surprised. This morning, the Imperial Guard had made a significant move, capturing numerous individuals. Such news was impossible to conceal and had already spread throughout the capital. As an intelligence organization, how could the Lantern Bearers remain unaware? Initially, they did not pay much attention, but as more intelligence trickled in, their expressions grew grave, realizing that a significant event was unfolding. Captain Kai Ming of the Lantern Bearers had come at the behest of my commanding officer to retrieve individuals. Accompanied by a dozen men, he presented his badge, speaking courteously yet with unwavering resolve, demanding the release of the captives. "Captain Kai, you must be mistaken. This is the Imperial Guard, and we are here to apprehend individuals." "What individuals are you referring to?" Qin Mu personally intercepted Kai Ming at the entrance, regarding him with a puzzled expression. "Lieutenant Qin, do not feign ignorance. I heard this morning that the Imperial Guard was mobilized to capture a batch of spies. The matter of spies has always been under the purview of the Lantern Bearers. The Imperial Guard oversees the safety of the city. Now that the individuals have been apprehended, they rightfully belong in our custody," Kai Ming asserted. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu chuckled, unperturbed. "Indeed, we did apprehend a group this morning, but none of them are spies. We acted upon reports from the citizens regarding those who were lawbreakers, plotting activities that could jeopardize the safety of the capital. It is our duty to safeguard the city. We are currently conducting an investigation to prevent any accomplices. Once our examination is complete, we will naturally hand them over to you." Kai Ming's lips twitched in frustration. Did they truly believe the Lantern Bearers could be so easily deceived? "Lieutenant Qin, I have no desire to prolong this discussion. Regardless of whether they are spies or mere lawbreakers, simply hand them over to the Lantern Bearers. We will take responsibility for the subsequent matters and will not forget the contributions of the Imperial Guard." With a firm attitude, Kai Ming attempted to proceed inside with his men. Qin Mu's expression hardened, stepping forward. "This is the stronghold of the Imperial Guard, even as Lantern Bearers. You have no right to intrude recklessly." With that, the soldiers behind him surged forward, forming a wall to block the others from entering. Kai Ming's face turned pale. He regarded the resolute Qin Mu, his expression fluctuating between anger and contemplation. After several breaths, he regained his composure and coldly declared, "Very well. I will report this matter to the commanding officer. The Imperial Guard has no authority to detain prisoners. The lantern bearers will hold you accountable for this incident." Having delivered this ultimatum, Kai Ming turned and led his men away, fully aware that they could not force their way in. Moreover, it was evident that there were greater forces at play. Otherwise, how could a mere lieutenant exhibit such audacity? "Captain, what shall we do next? What else can be done?" "Return and report to the commanding officer. I, a mere 1,000 household, cannot possibly turn the tide in another's territory." Kai Ming split the OCD, his emotions aflame as he kicked a few times at the subordinate who had questioned him. Yet his gaze remained remarkably calm. "The Imperial Guards would rather offend us, the lantern bearers, than surrender their captives, perhaps fearing our potential to seize glory. Or is there another reason altogether?" Kai Ming's mind raced, swiftly arriving at the military defense map. The only matter capable of rendering the Imperial Guards so resolute must be this. A foreboding sensation lingered in Kai Ming's heart. They had already received confirmed reports that the individuals captured by the Imperial Guards this morning were from the Grand Court of Inquiry. Yet, the specific reasons remained shrouded in mystery, as Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong had long since sealed off the information. Very few were privy to the entire truth, and those interrogating the suspects were strictly forbidden from leaving the prison, all to prevent any leaks. Although the lantern bearers operated as an intelligence organization, the Imperial Guards were exceptionally sensitive. Unless commanded by His Majesty, casually embedding spies within the Imperial Guards could lead to dire consequences. Thus, even now, the lantern bearers remained unaware of the precise events that had transpired. Once Kai Ming communicated his suspicions, they were met with immediate seriousness. The lantern bearers, when fully mobilized, could be terrifying, especially when they had a specific objective in mind. That evening, the lantern bearers, acting on Xia Chen's movements from the morning, apprehended a group from the Court of Inquiry who had received prior warning and abandoned their stronghold. Under intense interrogation, they uncovered the intricate details of the situation. Deep into the night, the revelation struck. The military defense map had been stolen by individuals for the Court of Inquiry. Commander Liu Li of the Lantern Bearers spoke in a low, stern voice, his gaze fixed intently on the reporting subordinate. The subordinate trembled as he spoke. "The examination results are as such." Liu Li resumed his seat, inhaled deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Lantern Bearers had committed such a fundamental error. They had been investigating for several days, but had misidentified their target. What would His Majesty think if he were to learn of this? Would he not question Liu Li's competence? No wonder they had been probing for days without any substantial results. The misdirection rendered success nearly impossible. "Summon Shun Fong to me." How could he have bungled this matter so thoroughly? Liu Li seethed with anger, but soon regained his composure. "Bring me my garments. I must leave." It was already late into the night. He had retired to his home, having been roused from slumber, the beauty he had held in his embrace now disturbed. With sleep utterly eluding him, he felt compelled to immediately head to the Imperial Guards to retrieve those pivotal figures and confer with Li Wenzhong. This situation must be reframed from one of negligence to a narrative where the Lantern Bearers and the Imperial Guards jointly uncovered the clue, delving deeper into the investigation, ultimately capturing the individuals from the Court of Inquiry. In doing so, not only would they evade blame, but they might also achieve merit. As he had just donned his attire and made his way to the front hall, he beheld his butler hastily rushing in. "Sir, there are visitors from the palace." Upon hearing this, Liu Li's expression changed, and he realized it was already too late. The Imperial Guards had initiated their move ahead of him. Xia Chen, invigorated and refreshed, arose from his slumber, having enjoyed a restful night. The previous evening, he had remained at the Yu Linwei headquarters, working an extra shift until all evidence regarding the theft of military defense maps by individuals from the Inspection Institute was meticulously prepared before he departed. He understood that subsequent developments were now largely beyond his purview. The intricate power plays of those individuals were realms he had yet to reach. In the courtyard, Xia Chen practiced a set of martial arts, just as he was preparing to step out and clock in at the office. "Third young master." A household soldier appeared outside Xia Chen's courtyard. "The master requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you." "Very well." Xia Chen nodded his feet, initially poised to head west, now turned eastward towards the inner courtyard. He surmised that the inquiry would pertain to the military defense maps. Both Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong believed that the matter necessitated prompt action, aiming to settle it before any party could fully react. Thus, Li Wenzhong had entered the imperial palace overnight to finalize the issue decisively. Chapter 33, Emperor Wen. Mingda Courtyard. This courtyard, where Xia Chen resides, is bathed in the brilliance of spring, adorned with blooms of exquisite beauty. With a history spanning 400 years, each generation of the family has dwelled within its confines. Thus, the traces of time are evident throughout Mingda Courtyard. Second brother. Upon arriving, Xia Chen noticed a young man emerging from the courtyard, possessing striking features and appearing to be in his early 20s. Xia Chen, the young man, Xia Xian, is the second son of Xia Qian. Currently, Xia Xian serves in the Imperial Guard, having rapidly ascended to the rank of Duwei within a few short years, making him one of the prominent young leaders of the current Imperial Guard. Xia Xian nodded at Xia Chen, his thoughts momentarily drifting back to their father Xia Qian's earlier words, causing his gaze towards Xia Chen to shift subtly. It was unprecedented for the Imperial Guard to claim credit for accomplishments, particularly with a pivotal figure being his younger brother standing before him. You may enter first. Father is waiting for you. Their exchange was brief, and Xia Xian turned to leave after acknowledging him with a nod. Xia Chen was not surprised. Xia Xian had always possessed a rather indifferent demeanor, devoid of malice. They had shared a reasonably good relationship during childhood, as Xia Chen frequently visited this courtyard. However, as they grew older, Xia Xian moved to a separate wing, leading to a gradual estrangement. Xia Chen walked directly into the courtyard and found Xia Qian seated there, seemingly awaiting his arrival. After bowing respectfully, Xia Chen did not stand on ceremony and took a seat. A nearby maidservant poured tea for him before retreating to a distance. Xia Chen picked up a delicacy from the table and began to enjoy it. It was rather delightful, suitable for breakfast. He was quite familiar with his courtyard, recognizing every blade of grass and tree, as well as each maidservant, having spent most of his time here before the age of 12. However, as he grew older and developed a sense of pride, he chose to move out of Mingda Courtyard, generally residing in his own smaller quarters except during festive occasions. Xia Qian observed Xia Chen as he ate, his gaze contemplative. Before he spoke slowly, the military defense plan was devised by you, with no outsiders present. Xia Qian spoke straightforwardly. This morning, at dawn, he received news revealing significant events that transpired in the palace last night. Indeed, but I allocated the credit, allowing Li Wenzhong to take the forefront. Xia Chen swallowed a pastry and took a sip of tea, responding calmly. You handled this matter well. After all, you're merely a school officer at present. Being too conspicuous at this stage is unwise. Xia Qian nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Xia Chen now infused with a hint of approval. Do you know what transpired last night? Xia Qian's tone shifted to one of solemnity and seriousness. After General Li entered the palace late last night, I returned and did not attend to the subsequent matters. Xia Chen shook his head, realizing that he could no longer intervene in the unfolding events, rendering further concern unnecessary. Luli has fallen. Xia Qian's calm words concealed a veritable bombshell of information. Luli had presided over the lantern bearers for 26 years, having been elevated by Emperor Wen himself. He was indeed the true sovereign of darkness, orchestrating all of Dawu's clandestine activities. Yet now, such a formidable figure had crumbled. It was easy to foresee that the political landscape of Dawu would soon be rocked by seismic shifts, with numerous so-called big shots being ruthlessly suppressed during this reshuffling process. Was it due to the military defense map incident? Perhaps. The theft of the military defense map was deemed a dereliction of duty on Lu Li's part. And once again, he had miscalculated, committing two grave errors in succession. Last night, he was directly stripped of his command position within the palace. Xia Chen sighed deeply, his spirits unlifted, seemingly lost in thought. Xia Chen fell into silence. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that he would be the one to cause the downfall of Lu Li, a titan of power ranking among the top 5 in the entire Dawu bureaucracy. This incident was merely the fuse. For Lu Li had wielded considerable influence for 26 years, serving as a blade for his master, engaging in countless unsavory deeds, and thereby incurring the wrath of many. Though his downfall appeared to stem from professional negligence, it was, in fact, a concerted effort by various factions seeking to stab him in the back. Xia Chen surveyed his surroundings, took a sip of tea, and then spoke with calm resolve. Xia Chen's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as the entire exchange unfolded over the span of 2 or 3 breaths, culminating in a loud reprimand. Silence. Tread carefully with your words and actions. Though his tone was scolding, a spark ignited in his eyes as he regarded Xia Chen with newfound intensity. He had not expected that Xia Chen, who had spent his youth sheltered within the family estate, devoid of exposure to the outside world, could analyze the dynamics of the imperial court with such profound insight, perceiving the essence beyond mere appearances. Despite the Xia family being replete with prodigies, few possessed such keen political acumen, aside from his third brother. Even his 2 sons exhibited little sensitivity to political matters. Yet here was Xia Chen, demonstrating remarkable discernment. Could it be that when heaven closes one door, it indeed opens another? With this thought, Xia Chen's gaze softened as he looked at Xia Chen. The Xia family had never lacked in prodigies and exceptional talents. Rather, they were in dire need of individuals with strategic vision and political sensitivity. In the absence of such sagacious minds to guide them, the more splendid their brilliance, the closer they drifted to decline. Perhaps it had been a misstep to steer Chen heir towards military service. He should have been encouraged to pursue scholarly endeavors instead. This way, his third brother could have borne some of the pressure with greater ease. Alas, dear second brother, Xia Chen sighed inwardly, recalling how he had initially intended for Xia Chen to study alongside his third brother, Xia Hao, only to be thwarted by a letter from his second brother, Xia Yuan. Had he known, he would not have heeded his second brother's counsel. Xia Chen felt a pang of regret for his past decisions. Xia Chen remained oblivious to the profound thoughts his words had ignited within Xia Chen. He gazed at the somewhat distracted Xia Chen and continued to probe. Our sovereign is extraordinarily intelligent, yet profoundly self-serving. Throughout his lengthy reign, he has incessantly incited conflict between the civil officials and our military meritocracy, skillfully maintaining a delicate balance within the court. Moreover, he has manipulated Lu Li and Princess Pingyang to reclaim a portion of his authority, placing them in the limelight while he remains shrouded in the shadows, perched high in the heavens, surveying us from above. Though Lu Li's hands are stained with blood, every significant event has been orchestrated under his discreet guidance. The rewards are all his, while Lu Li bears the burdens of blame. Truly, our emperor has mastered the art of sovereignty. In recent days, Xia Chen has come to perceive that our current ruler bears a striking resemblance to the Jiajing emperor of his own world, selfish and self-interested, yet endowed with remarkable talent. Having wielded power for over 50 years with unparalleled finesse, what further insights might one have? To Xia Chen's astonishment, upon hearing his irreverent remarks, Xia Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to press for more. Chapter 34. Major Events in the Capital. In the courtyard, Xia Chen gazed at his uncle, a smile subtly gracing his lips, as everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. The illustrious Hou residence, with its 600 years of grandeur, could not have maintained its resplendence amidst the tumultuous power shifts over the centuries solely on the principle of loyalty to the monarch. The patriotism of the Eastern Town Marquis family may not be in question, but the matter of their loyalty to the emperor remains debatable. For many years, both the old Eastern Town Marquis and Xia Chen had remained discreetly within the confines of the Marquis' estate, avoiding contact with the outside world. Was this not due to Emperor Wen's suspicions? For the safety of the Marquis' house and the prospects of the next generation, they had no choice but to act thusly. Recently, his adoptive father, Xia Yuan, had achieved great merit in the East Wasteland. Before long, he might return to the capital, and the outcome was evident. Surrendering military power and refraining from political matters, perhaps only to await the next outbreak of war for a chance at prominence. This reflects a certain political sagacity, one imbued with emotion. How could one remain unaffected in such circumstances? The fall of Lu Li surely brought joy to the civil officials. Xia Chen spoke in a low tone. Indeed, this time, it was none other than Lord Li who took the initiative, and perhaps the emperor's abandonment of Lu Li stemmed from a deeper rationale. Xia Chen nodded. Although the lantern bearers were intended to balance the civil and military factions, they primarily served to suppress the civil officials, whose power had surged in recent years, now posing a significant threat to imperial authority. Your ability to perceive these complexities is commendable. You are the catalyst in this affair. Although publicly, it appears that Li Wenzhong is at the forefront. He has consistently maintained an impartial stance over the years and is not adept at handling cases. It is unlikely he would risk so much to seize credit from the lantern bearers. From what I have gathered, you clandestinely led a team out of the camp yesterday, apprehending individuals before reporting to Li Wenzhong, correct? Xia Qian's gaze remained fixed on the distant scenery as he calmly spoke. Xia Chen was taken aback, astonished that Xia Chen was aware of these developments. This matter is something I could surmise. Others can as well, for the capital is not devoid of astute minds. Xia Chen gazed deeply into Xia Chen's eyes. During this period, maintain a low profile. I shall assist you in navigating certain matters. Thank you, uncle. Xia Chen respectfully bowed, presenting himself as a paragon of humility, which elicited a nod of approval from Xia Chen. Go on. Xia Chen waved his hand, signaling Xia Chen to depart. Wise individuals require no further words. In the ensuing days, the political landscape of the capital experienced seismic shifts. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guard mobilized, the downfall of a major figure igniting exuberance among many. In this realm, positions are akin to a game of musical chairs. Only when someone above falls do those below have the opportunity to ascend. Meanwhile, in the unseen world, the lantern bearers sprang into action, launching fervent assaults on the Jingxia Institute of the Great Feng Dynasty. Numerous clandestine agents hidden within the capital were captured, with some even meeting immediate execution. In the distant northwestern frontier, the military began a significant mobilization, imposing martial law and preparing for potential conflict. They stood vigilant against the kingdom of Qing to the west and the Great Feng to the north, ever ready to confront the specter of war. Several prominent figures from the martial merit group were summoned to the palace for strategic discussions, with the cabinet deliberating on who should be dispatched should a major conflict erupt in the northwestern territories. Amidst this tense atmosphere thick with the scent of gunpowder, Duke Anwu, Xia Chen, was called to the palace multiple times. Xia Chen heard through the grapevine that His Majesty intended to appoint Xia Chen and might even consider the venerable Duke Xia Chutian, who is currently in seclusion. 36 years ago, during the Battle of Huaiyang, Xia Chutian nearly brought about the downfall of the Great Feng, and the prospect of this esteemed general returning to the fray inspired considerable confidence throughout the court. It was unlikely that they would call upon your grandfather, as his military achievements in the Battle of Huaiyang were too illustrious. Should war indeed break out again and he emerge victorious, he might very well be granted a title of nobility. However, this was improbable, and both His Majesty and the cabinet would strive to prevent such a scenario. In the garden, Xia Chen and Xia Qian strolled leisurely, engaging in conversation. Since that day, Xia Qian had taken to summoning Xia Chen frequently, sharing intelligence and soliciting his thoughts, much to Xia Chen's surprise. Xia Qian regarded Xia Chen, who trailed half a step behind him, with a complex gaze. Who could have anticipated that the recent significant events in the court were somehow intertwined with this young lieutenant of the Imperial Guard? Thus, if the kingdom of Qing truly sought to reignite hostilities, the only individuals capable of leading troops were your uncle and the Grand Marshal. Xia Chen smiled, noting that in the present era of Dawu, few possessed the capability to command large-scale military operations, and among those, only the venerable Duke Xia Chutian and Xia Qian, who had shown in the Southern Frontier War over 2 decades ago, as well as the current Grand Marshal Ouyang Jing, had a reasonable chance of overcoming Qing. It was no surprise that the Xia family had maintained an understated approach over 2 generations, readily relinquishing military power after each conflict, for any emperor would naturally harbor suspicions. His Majesty had issued orders for the second prince to swiftly conclude the battles in the eastern wilderness. The burden of fighting on 2 fronts was overwhelming. Should the conflict persist, the kingdom of Qing would undoubtedly intervene, escalating the perilous situation. Moreover, His Majesty would never allow both Xia Chen and the second prince to simultaneously command troops. Xia Yuan currently commanded over 100,000 soldiers in the eastern wilderness. And should war with the Great Feng break out, at least 300,000 troops would need to be mobilized, placing the Xia family in control of over 400,000 soldiers, an unprecedented show of force. In such circumstances, no one dared take a gamble. Xia Chen remained silent, realizing that his adoptive parents would soon return from the eastern wilderness. Xia Chen, observing Xia Chen's impassive demeanor, sighed inwardly. The tense atmosphere intensified as scouts reported troop movements within the Great Feng territory, prompting the cabinet to convene several late-night meetings. Besides this pressing matter, there was another significant development in the capital. The new commander of the Lantern Corps had assumed office, a man by the name of Ma Song. The ascendance of this individual took the entire capital by surprise. Previously, Ma Song had remained inconspicuous among the lantern-bearers, even ranking as the least powerful within the 8 divisions. However, this time, rather than following Lu Li's downfall, he surged upward, seizing the ultimate prize and emerging as a significant victor, prompting much contemplation among many. Xia Chen had only gleaned a few pieces of information and did not delve deeper, as his connection with the lantern-bearers was minimal. He was patiently awaiting promotion, and, as the matters surrounding the military defense map gradually settled, it was time to savor the fruits of victory. Calculating the time, it seemed that in a day or two, he might ascend in position. A smile graced Xia Chen's face at this thought. Furthermore, he was also attentive to another matter. On the night following his departure, Qingya Cottage was engulfed in flames, leaving nothing but ashes. All who had visited Qingya Cottage mourned deeply, for their goddess, the graceful maiden, would no longer be seen. Chapter 35. The Change of Power. It is truly lamentable for the elegant maiden. In her youth, she has met an untimely demise. Xia Chen, trailing behind Xia Chen, held a fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other, expressing her sentiments. As one of the trio who had accompanied Xia Chen to the elegant abode that day, Xia Chen had indeed encountered Qing Yan. Hearing the news of her death, she could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Xia Chen, without turning his head, took a bite of the bun in his hand, the fragrant oils bursting on his palate. The dog-ignore bun was indeed delectable. However, to be frank, Xia Chen preferred rice noodles for breakfast. The broth, simmered to perfection, accompanied by tender rice noodles and a few condiments, constituted an exquisite delight. Regrettably, such fare was scarce in the capital. Xia Chen had sought it from several establishments over the past few days, yet none had quite met his expectations. Shaking his head at this thought, Xia Chen swallowed the bun and finally spoke. Each individual possesses their own destiny. Some may have perished yet linger on, while others, though alive, may have succumbed to a different form of death. Xia Chen scratched her head, evidently perplexed by Xia Chen's profound statement. Xia Chen smiled, opting not to elaborate. He held little belief in Qing Yan's demise. Despite the significant setback she had suffered at his hands, she was undoubtedly a shrewd individual. Such a monumental event had transpired in the capital, leading even the powerful Minister of Command, Lu Li, to fall from grace, all instigated by Xia Chen. This would undoubtedly draw many eyes toward him, and one wondered how he had come by the knowledge of the hidden identities of the inspectors lurking in the shadows of the capital. Although Xia Chen and his companions had endeavored to remain discreet that day, the capital was teeming with influential figures, and it was likely that Qing Yan's residence would be uncovered. She would not risk exposure. Thus, a great fire had eradicated her identity entirely. Bold indeed, to remain concealed within the capital. Xia Chen quietly observed a small red dot marked on his system panel. This dot symbolized Qing Yan. On that day, Xia Chen had deceived her. His blood bore no tracking capabilities. He was, at present, merely a martial artist, not a sorcerer, nor did he possess any mystical arts. Yet, the path to greatness is often deceptively simple. Xia Chen was equipped with a system. The system featured a mapping function, and in recent days, he had traversed the vast expanse of the capital, having perfected 95 of the system map, with the exception of the Imperial Palace. That morning, Xia Chen had marked Qin Yin within the system. As long as she remained within the confines of his map, she was inescapable. Currently, the map indicated that Qin Yin was situated in the western district of the capital. At present, Xia Chen had no intention of seeking her out. After all, as long as she lingered in the capital, she was within his grasp, unable to evade him. Thus, he resolved to plan a surprise for Qin Yin during the deep hours of the night. At the Goulan Guard headquarters, as soon as Xia Chen entered his military tent, Qin Mu approached him with an air of mystery. "Why has the captain personally come here?" Xia Chen smiled, but remained seated. "Please, just call me Lao Qin if you don't mind." Lao Qin's face was adorned with a myriad of wrinkles as he smiled. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to the stern demeanor he exhibited upon his first encounter with Xia Chen. Qin Mu took the initiative to sit beside Xia Chen, pouring himself a cup of tea. Evidently, the events that transpired had significantly deepened their bond. After this incident, you might find yourself promoted to the rank of Dui. Soon enough, we shall be equals. Qin Mu took a sip of tea, exhaling a sigh of contemplation. A 17-year-old Dui, while I am already 35. It's astonishing that we would be of the same rank. One can only imagine the boundless potential that lies ahead for Xia Chen. Has there been any resolution regarding the military defense map? Xia Chen immediately grasped the implication. This matter was on the verge of conclusion, and they were approaching the moment of reaping the rewards. Otherwise, Qin Mu would not display such excitement. Although military affairs in the northwest were of utmost priority these days, the officials in the court had not forgotten the significance of the military defense map. The success of the Goulan Guard in cracking this case would undoubtedly warrant great merit and rewards forthcoming in the days ahead. Qin Mu took another sip of tea, suppressing his excitement to maintain a calm demeanor. "Congratulations, my lord." Xia Chen smiled, raising his cup in a toast of tea in lieu of wine to honor Qin Mu. "Haha, you're the one who deserves the credit for this achievement. The Zhongling has already reported this matter, and after this, you shall at least hold the rank of Dui." Qin Mu mused, acknowledging that if not for Xia Chen's youth, his contributions in unraveling the military defense map and dismantling the dark web of the Defeng Inspection Institute in the capital would undoubtedly have led to an even more substantial promotion. In truth, a 17-year-old 5th-rank Dui is a rarity in the illustrious 8th-century history of the Dawu dynasty. Xia Chen smiled, but refrained from further dialogue. The Zhongling is likely to be reassigned to the Longwu Guard as the Grand General. I may accompany him, which could conveniently create a position for you. Qin Mu continued, his spirits buoyed. Although the Goulan Guard and the Longwu Guard each function as separate military entities, their actual powers differ vastly. The Goulan Guard comprises merely 3,000 troops and is solely responsible for maintaining order in the capital, whereas the Longwu Guard boasts a formidable 6,000 elite soldiers tasked with safeguarding the inner city of the Imperial Palace, directly overseeing the Emperor's movements. Though the Grand General of the Longwu Guard holds only a 3rd-rank title, the authority wielded is immense, with only one superior above, Emperor Wen. If Li Wenzhong indeed ascends to the position of Grand General, he would have thoroughly ingratiated himself within the Emperor's inner circle, thus positioning himself at the epicenter of power within the Dawu dynasty. Is the news reliable? Xia Chen inquired. While no official decree had been issued, it had come to his attention that the Zhongling had entered the palace twice in recent days, suggesting that no unforeseen complications had arisen. As Xia Chen processed this information, his mind raced. Such shifts in positions would inevitably herald a reconfiguration of power dynamics. The appointment of Li Wenzhong as Grand General of the Longwu Guard would undeniably signify that he is a trusted confidant of Emperor Wen, validating Xia Chen's earlier assessment that Li Wenzhong had the Emperor's backing. The former general of the Dragon Guard had developed a rather close rapport with the Crown Prince. Thus, suddenly, Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings and leaned in to whisper softly into Xia Chen's ear. His words remained unspoken, yet Xia Chen instinctively grasped the underlying implication. The general of the Dragon Guard essentially served as the Emperor's bodyguard, and now this protector had forged an unsettling proximity with the heir to the empire, an unmistakable signal that was utterly intolerable for any sovereign. The relationship between the Emperor and the Crown Prince has always been fraught with complexity. It embodies both succession and rivalry. with the crown prince being the sole individual capable of overtly threatening the emperor's authority. Xia Chen swiftly cataloged this information in his mind, extracting valuable insights. The emperor harbored reservations regarding the crown prince, thus bolstering the third prince to create a balance, instigating a rivalry between the two. While this strategy was not inherently flawed, it also sowed the seeds of disaster for the impending coup orchestrated by the third prince 5 years hence. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Xia Chen's gaze. The political arena shimmered with vibrant allure, and he too yearned to take the stage and dance amidst its splendor. Chapter 36. The Art of War. Afternoon. Xia Chen remained in the military camp, refraining from his usual routine of patrolling the streets. Reports from various sources hinted that a promotion decree was imminent. He held a military treatise in hand, deeply engrossed in its study. This particular work was authored by a renowned strategist of this world, and virtually every individual pursuing military knowledge had perused these pages. Although this was not Xia Chen's first reading, he could not deny that some of the concepts within the text were indeed profound. "Sir!" At that moment, a voice called from outside. "Enter." Xia Chen did not lift his gaze, his focus unwavering on the tome before him. Li Shi entered, his eyes settling on Xia Chen, who sat composedly at the desk. He could not help but be momentarily entranced. What a striking figure he was, a paragon of elegance in a tumultuous world. At this moment, Xia Chen cradled the scroll. Having shed his armor for simple attire, his long, dark hair was effortlessly arranged with a hairpin, exuding a natural grace reminiscent of a celestial being. "What is it?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, his expression revealing no disturbance. "The lieutenant general requests your presence. It should be a matter of joy." Li Shi bowed his head, hesitant to gaze longer, feeling that the young officer before him possessed an ethereal quality, as if he were destined to transcend this earthly realm. "Understood. You may withdraw." Xia Chen waved his hand, maintaining an air of tranquility, unaffected by the gravity of the moment. As Li Shi exited the military tent, Xia Chen rose, adjusting his attire with measured composure before making his way to General Li Wenzhong's quarters. Upon entering the tent, Xia Chen found Li Wenzhong seated at his desk, coincidentally holding the very same military treatise titled The Art of War. The text states, "A commander must clear his heart to devise strategies and temper the spirit to govern the troops." Before Xia Chen could speak, Li Wenzhong posed the question first. To lead, one must possess a serene mind to formulate plans and uplift morale to manage the army. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen replied, quoting the opening line of The Art of War. "A commander, regardless of circumstances, whether joyous or sorrowful, must maintain absolute rationality, devoid of excessive emotional upheaval. This quality you exhibit speaks volumes. You are truly worthy of the legacy of the Xia family, known for producing renowned generals throughout history." Li Wenzhong set down the treatise, a smile gracing his face as he expressed his admiration. Despite the tumultuous happenings in the capital, Xia Chen had never sought him out for updates or inquired about potential rewards, displaying a demeanor far beyond that of a mere 17-year-old, more akin to a seasoned statesman. "I trust in you, my lord. Since the matter has been entrusted to you, I shall await the outcome in silence," Xia Chen replied with a smile, exuding confidence and poise. "As I have said, when we are alone, you may simply refer to me as Uncle Sure." Li Wenzhong waved his hand, urging Xia Chen to take a seat. Curious about the nature of his reward, he recalled how Captain Qin had mentioned earlier that it was likely a promotion to replace him in the position of captain, while he himself would accompany the lord to the Longwu Guard. Xia Chen spoke calmly, recognizing that although the higher-ups had once determined rewards based on merit, circumstances had now changed. A frown creased Xia Chen's brow as he pondered the unexpected turn of events. Li Wenzhong's voice echoed in his mind. "Qin Mu and I have confirmed the transfer to the Longwu Guard, and it primarily revolves around you." "Me?" Xia Chen gazed at Li Wenzhong, slightly taken aback. He had initially thought that the issue lay with Li Wenzhong's appointment as the Grand General of the Longwu Guard, but it turned out to be about himself. "Indeed, you were to be promoted to captain, but His Majesty has intervened." Li Wenzhong cast a profound glance at Xia Chen. "His Majesty?" A glimmer of realization flickered in Xia Chen's eyes. He had not anticipated that the emperor would personally involve himself in his appointment as captain. Do not worry excessively. His Majesty did not say you could not assume the role of captain. He merely suggested that your promotion should not be rushed, as young people ought to undergo more trials and tempering. Li Wenzhong took a sip of tea, smiling as he finally witnessed a shift in the emotional demeanor of the young man before him, who had previously appeared composed and unperturbed, even more so than himself. This is indeed a positive development. Among the countless officials in the court, only a few can capture the emperor's attention, Li Wenzhong remarked, patting Xia Chen on the shoulder. Prepare yourself. Shortly, we shall enter the palace. Enter the palace? His Majesty wishes to see you personally. Li Wenzhong's expression grew serious. Over the years, the emperor had seldom attended court, with many officials only catching a glimpse of his countenance during the annual Grand Court Assembly. Most matters were deliberated by the emperor, summoning various ministers, and then directly executed by the cabinet. The fact that the emperor had chosen to personally summon Xia Chen conveyed a significant message to the outside world, hinting at potential new responsibilities. Li Wenzhong found himself unable to discern the emperor's intentions at that moment. Understand. Xia Chen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Entering the palace was all that was required. With his considerable achievements and status as a son-in-law, the esteemed emperor, one could hardly treat him unjustly. Half an hour later, Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen boarded a carriage that gradually made its way toward the heart of the inner city. The emperor had ruled for over 50 years, spending much of that time distant from the pleasures of women. The first 20 years were devoted to Buddhist practices, followed by a decade of Taoist pursuits. It was only after ministers advised him that a dynasty could not thrive without heirs that the emperor had sired the crown prince, the second princess, and the third prince. Since having children, the emperor had become less cold and indifferent, yet in the past decade, he had grown increasingly inscrutable, leaving no one able to fathom his thoughts. Therefore, during the audience, Xia Chen was advised not to harbor too many personal notions. Do you understand? Li Wenzhong quietly continued, outlining the various protocols to be observed upon entering the palace. Xia Chen nodded, forming a somewhat clearer image of the esteemed emperor, one in his mind. Success and failure alike could hinge upon the whims of fate. For over 5 decades, under the reign of Emperor Wen, the Great Wu Kingdom has experienced a remarkable surge in power, achieving numerous victories in foreign wars. Notably, in the Battle of Huayang 36 years ago, it nearly led to the annihilation of the Great Feng. More than 20 years ago, in the conflict with the southern frontier, the kingdom triumphed, pushing its borders southward by several hundred miles. Now, the war against the eastern wilderness and the demon tribes is also on the verge of conclusion. The Great Wu Dynasty stands as a formidable force in the world, instilling a deep sense of trepidation in the other two nations, as well as the eastern demons and the southern barbarians. However, the relentless martial pursuits over the years have imposed a heavy toll on the common folk of Wu, leading to acute internal strife. Despite being the preeminent nation of the realm, the current state of Wu appears to teeter on the brink of collapse. Should a female emperor not emerge to guide the kingdom, it is likely that a coup in 5 years could precipitate its complete disintegration, transitioning from prosperity to decline. Within the carriage, Xia Chen diligently analyzed the current and future circumstances. Shortly, the carriage came to a halt before an imposing and majestic city wall. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen opened their eyes in unison. They had arrived at the Imperial Palace. Chapter 37. The first audience in the Imperial Palace outside the city walls. Sharp armored soldiers were stationed. Upon seeing Li Wenzhong's carriage, 2 men approached. Please disembark. The carriage cannot enter. Li Wenzhong was the first to alight, followed closely by Xia Chen. Minister Li, the soldiers saluted upon recognizing Li Wenzhong. They were members of the Dragon Martial Guard, and news had spread among them in recent days that their general might soon be replaced by none other than the man before them, Li Wenzhong. Very well. Conduct a search. I wish to enter the palace. Li Wenzhong nodded, extending his arms. Even as the head of the cabinet, he understood that all must be inspected prior to entry. It was a matter of protocol, unwavering and absolute. My lord, the emperor's decree has been issued. You may enter directly. The soldiers hastily performed a cursory check on Li Wenzhong, then quickly gestured him forward. Li Wenzong nodded in acknowledgement, while Xia Chen remained silent behind him, observing intently. If he was not mistaken, the three characters White Tiger Gate emblazoned on the city wall foretold of a coup that would erupt from this very spot 5 years hence. The third prince, leading an army, would breach the White Tiger Gate and storm the palace, turning it into a river of blood. The towering city walls were formidable, reinforced by magical defenses. The soldiers stationed atop, equipped with crossbows, would be nearly impossible to dislodge without an overwhelming force. Xia Chen meticulously assessed the terrain surrounding the White Tiger Gate. Outside the capital, 3 military camps housed a total of 50,000 troops, collaborating with the Imperial Guard to protect the city. These camps could only be commanded by the Emperor himself, and under no circumstances could the 50,000 troops enter the capital. Thus, breaching the White Tiger Gate would necessitate an internal uprising, requiring someone from within to open it. The third prince must have secured the allegiance of the commander stationed at the White Tiger Gate, or perhaps that individual was already loyal to him. Xia Chen pondered this critical information. Some within the Dragon Martial Guard had indeed aligned themselves with the third prince. As Xia Chen was lost in thought, Li Wenzong followed a leading eunuch through the grand palace gates. Xia Chen ceased his musings and began to admire the palace. The glazed tiles shimmered under the sunlight, resembling stars scattered across the rooftops. The intricately carved beams and painted pillars encapsulated centuries of splendor and legend. Flickering palace lanterns cast ethereal shadows along the corridors, rendering the atmosphere dreamlike. Auspicious birds and mythical beasts perched upon the eaves, seemingly guarding this opulent realm, embodying the majesty and grandeur of the imperial lineage. 8 centuries of history imbued each brick and tile with the weight of time, commanding profound respect and reverence. General Li, you may proceed with the prince consort. The leading old eunuch smiled broadly, displaying none of the arrogance typical of outsiders, appearing truly as an ordinary servant. Very well, Li Wenzong nodded, choosing not to engage in excessive pleasantries. After all, he would soon assume the position of general of the Dragon Martial Guard. He felt little need to regard anyone other than those high-ranking eunuchs overseeing the 12 supervisory offices. Thank you for your service, Eunuch Ma. Xia Chen retrieved a piece of silver from his sleeve and placed it into the hands of the steward. The steward's eyes sparkled momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and waved his hands in refusal. It is merely the duty of a servant. How could I dare accept the silver of the esteemed prince consort? Among the eunuchs who serve the emperor, each is astute in their own right, and the steward is well aware of this young gentleman's significance. If he were an ordinary prince consort, such courtesy would be unnecessary. But given that this young man hails from the Xia family, and more importantly, that His Majesty himself summoned him, the steward felt he could not accept the silver. Over the years, aside from a few cabinet ministers and high officials, he had never witnessed the emperor summon anyone privately. Thus, how could he accept Xia Chen's silver? Although he was performing duties for the emperor, it seemed trivial to bother the steward for such a small sum, merely to procure a jug of wine. Xia Chen smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he deftly tucked the silver into the steward's waistband and waved his hand as he proceeded into the palace. The steward, feeling the weight of the silver against his waist, gazed vacantly at Xia Chen's retreating figure. Though he served the emperor, he wielded little real power, and none of the high officials he interacted with had ever shown him such respect, nor had anyone inquired about how long he had waited or personally offered him silver. Feeling the lingering warmth of Xia Chen's gift, the steward took a deep breath, pocketed the silver, and his gaze returned to calmness. Your servant pays his respects to your majesty. Upon entering the palace and traversing a long corridor, Xia Chen stepped into a grand hall. Before he could take in the surroundings, Li Wenzong abruptly pulled him down to kneel. Rise. A voice, ethereal and untraceable, resonated through the hall. Only then did Xia Chen observe the environment of the palace. At the heart of the hall, seated upon the floor, was an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, adorned with prayer beads around his neck. His hair was streaked with gray, and he sat with his back to the two, obscuring his true visage. This was the ruler of the great Wu Empire, Emperor Wen. This is the Dragon Martial Guard token. Take it and assume your post at the Dragon Martial Guard tomorrow. The emperor remained turned away, as if engaged in meditation or contemplation. An inexplicable aura enveloped him, and Xia Chen faintly perceived a shimmering golden dragon, several meters long, fleeting past the emperor. This golden dragon appeared somewhat illusory, as if it had yet to fully emerge into existence. Was it the auspicious golden dragon of fate, a sign that the time had not yet come? Or perhaps it was indicative of the current insufficient strength of the Great Wu Empire, or even a reflection of the emperor's personal circumstances. While Xia Chen contemplated this, Li Wenzhong suddenly knelt, his voice quivering with emotion. "Your servant humbly thanks your majesty. I shall not disappoint your expectations. You may leave." The emperor gestured dismissively, akin to a celestial being from the heavens. As Li Wenzhong rose and passed by Xia Chen, he offered him an encouraging glance, as if to communicate not to be anxious. Once Li Wenzhong departed, only Xia Chen and the emperor remained in the room. The smoke curled languidly in the air, and the room was so quiet that one could hear the sound of their own breath. Xia Chen patiently awaited, choosing not to speak first. "Please have a seat." The passage of time was indeterminate when Emperor Wen's voice resonated once more. "Thank you, your majesty." Xia Chen immediately knelt, expressing his gratitude for the sovereign's favor, before finding a seat beside him. "Your demeanor is quite unlike that of the Marquis of Zhendong." The emperor remained turned away from Xia Chen, seemingly disinclined to face him, yet it felt as though he could perceive everything behind him. "I was separated from my father at a young age, hence my memories of him are scarce. Over the years, our correspondence has been minimal, leaving me with a limited understanding of his character. The emperor's presence is as formidable as Mount Yu, and as majestic as the deities above the heavens, exuding an air of dignity that is not to be trifled with. Yet, for reasons unknown, I sense a certain warmth from his majesty, which alleviates my tension and emboldens me." Xia Chen replied respectfully, his words surprisingly audacious. Upon hearing Xia Chen's response, Emperor Wen fell into a contemplative silence, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes as if lost in thought. Chapter 38. A display of unbridled talent within the resplendent, yet chillingly formidable palace. The voice of Emperor Wen resounded like a thunderclap, devoid of emotion. "I have heard that Marquis of Wu has neglected you these past years and has even sired a brother for you in the East Wilderness. Do you harbor any grievances?" Xia Chen's form trembled slightly, and in an instant his expression shifted like the tempestuous skies. First, a flicker of anger blazed in his eyes, akin to a small flame igniting, only to be swiftly shrouded by a veil of sorrowful clouds. Yet, he exerted formidable restraint. His lips quivered faintly, ultimately transforming into a choked voice. "Your Majesty, I indeed have grievances." The emperor's tone abruptly turned stern, as if a frigid wind swept across a frozen lake. "Do you understand that in the 8 centuries of the Great Wu Dynasty, we governed through filial piety? Your father, how can a son express grievances?" Xia Chen fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with resolute sincerity. "The Great Wu Dynasty governs through filial piety, where sovereigns and ministers, fathers and sons, each have their roles. Your Majesty, as the sovereign father, how could I dare to deceive you?" At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance erupted in the emperor's gaze, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Xia Chen felt an overwhelming pressure surge upon him, as if a slumbering behemoth were awakening after a millennium. He was inwardly astonished. Is the emperor still a sorcerer? His realm is indeed profound. This formidable presence transcends the mundane, surely placing him among the elite of the second or even first rank. Xia Chen could not help but ponder how such a powerful emperor could be slain by the third prince 5 years hence, even when besieged by armies. The emperor should be able to extricate himself, unless during a coup, a peer or even a stronger figure intervened. His thoughts raced, yet his face remained a mask of sincerity. At this moment, his performance could only be described as masterful. What a commendable understanding of sovereigns and ministers, fathers and sons. If our Great Wu Dynasty had more individuals like you, who clearly discern the roles of sovereigns and ministers, fathers and sons, I too could be relieved of numerous burdens. The emperor turned, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the youth kneeling at his feet. "Raise your head. Let me see you." Xia Chen complied, quietly noting that the emperor typically referred to himself as I rather than the imperious we. "You possess a fine countenance befitting my daughter Yao Guang." The emperor nodded in approval upon seeing him. His eyes were deep and contemplative, youthful yet wise, radiating vitality akin to the morning sun. At such a tender age, to articulate the distinction between sovereigns and ministers, fathers and sons, suggests you have read extensively in the Marquis's household. This knowledge surpasses that of many esteemed scholars within the court. Though the emperor often donned the demeanor of a monk or sage, none could deny his astute intelligence as a ruler. Even upon first hearing these words, he keenly discerned the extraordinary significance they held for the stability of political order. These words served as a cornerstone, fortifying monarchical authority and emphasizing order and hierarchy, compelling all to submit unconditionally to the sovereign. The emperor was clearly enamored with this sentiment. "Did someone teach you this?" he inquired. "Your Majesty, this is my own contemplation," Xia Chen replied succinctly. The esteemed house of Zhendong has long been celebrated for its martial prowess. However, it is surprising that this generation has produced a scholar as remarkable as yourself, rivaling even the most distinguished Confucians. Emperor Wen rarely allowed a smile to grace his countenance, and the maids and eunuchs stationed in the corners of the palace were taken aback by this rare display of emotion. They had served the emperor for many years without witnessing such a shift in demeanor, not even during his audiences with the senior officials of the cabinet. "Do you know why you have been summoned today?" the emperor inquired, shifting the topic. "Your Majesty, I am unaware of the reason," Xia Chen replied respectfully, acutely aware that he had garnered a measure of trust from the emperor. The phrase regarding the hierarchical relationships among rulers, ministers, and fathers and sons was a potent piece he had cast into this political game. For a feudal monarch, such words are akin to an invincible artifact, an unparalleled treasure for maintaining rule. "I have heard that you have uncovered the military defense map case and apprehended numerous spies from the Inspection Institute within the capital. With such accomplishments, you could have been promoted to the position of Duwei. However, I do not intend to bestow this title upon you. Do you harbor any grievances?" "I bear no grievances. Both thunder and rain are the emperor's grace. I firmly believe that your Majesty's decision not to grant me the position of Duwei is rooted in profound intentions. Hence, I shall defer to your wisdom." Xia Chen responded earnestly. "What a splendid sentiment. If all the courtiers shared your awareness, there would be far fewer disputes in the court." Xia Chen's words seemed to strike a chord deep within Emperor Wen, altering the way he regarded the young man before him. What had initially been a mere pawn in a leisurely game had unexpectedly brought forth such delight. If you had devoted yourself to the path of scholarship since childhood, aspiring to the Hamlin Academy, you would undoubtedly possess the qualifications of a prime minister. The emperor's calm words echoed within the palace, causing the attendants hidden behind the pillars to exchange startled glances. If such a statement had been made by another, it might have been dismissed as flattery. Yet, when it came from Emperor Wen, who could assert whether his heart truly held such thoughts, despite the casual tone, "My lifelong ambition is to protect my family and my country. Should your Majesty require my service, I would gladly become the sharpest blade in your hand. Unafraid of being drenched in blood on the battlefield or wrapped in horsehide should I fall," Xia Chen proclaimed with conviction, his performance so compelling that he nearly believed his own words. "Wrapped in horsehide, indeed," murmured the emperor, as if savoring the tragic and poignant essence of those words. "You are indeed correct. I have great plans for you. With your intellect, remaining in the Imperial Guard is a disservice to your talents. I wish to appoint you as a lantern bearer." The preceding conversation had solidified the emperor's conviction that this son-in-law was unwaveringly loyal, harboring grievances against the house of Zhendong, particularly concerning his father, the Marquis of Zhendong, aligning perfectly with Emperor Wen's intentions. "A lantern bearer?" Xia Chen feigned confusion. "Do you not wish to go?" the emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, wherever you command, I shall eagerly follow." Xia Chen's face lit up with excitement, embodying the fervor of a young man eager to showcase his abilities and achieve great deeds before the emperor. Emperor Wen nodded in satisfaction. The lantern bearers are in need of a head for the 9th Department, you shall temporarily assume the position of director. Your Majesty, regarding this position, I fear my qualifications are still lacking. Xia Chen's face displayed hesitation. The director of the Lantern Bearers, a fourth-rank official, was a position he was far from qualified for, as he was merely a seventh-rank lieutenant. The leap from seventh to fourth rank was indeed contrary to established protocol. I am sending you, and no one shall dare to object. This is merely a temporary assignment, and I have a task for you at the Lantern Bearers. The Emperor's words were commanding, yet his tone grew grave towards the end. Your Majesty, what task awaits? Whether it be ascending a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of flames, I vow to fulfill it with my life. Xia Chen's voice was fervent. His complexion flushed. In this moment, his acting prowess could undoubtedly earn him an Academy Award for Best Actor. P.S. Brothers, it is now December 13th, 2024. Just past 1 in the morning. I have just completed this chapter, bringing the book to a total of 80,000 words as we begin the verification period. The range from 80,000 to 100,000 words is crucial, impacting the book's future success. Therefore, during this time, if you find it agreeable, please refrain from hoarding the book and read a little each day. From 80,000 to 100,000 words, I will be providing 2 chapters daily, as the verification period lasts a total of 7 days. I cannot increase the updates, but I will have stockpiled content. Once we reach 100,000 words after the 7 days, and I begin the debut, I will unleash a flurry of updates. Thank you all for your support. 5. Chapter 39. You and I are kindred spirits. Within the palace, candlelight flickers, casting eerie shadows that dance upon the walls like silent specters. The faint rustling emitted by the burning wax resembles the delicate swish of a dancer's gown, each flicker of flame stirring the stillness of the air. Emperor Wen sits high above, gazing down upon the prostrate figure of the young Xia Chen, a slight nod of approval gracing his countenance. I do not require you to brave fire and water. Merely demonstrate your ability to unravel the schemes of the inspection court, and I shall recognize your intellect. I hereby appoint you as the Lantern Bearer to assist Ma Song in rooting out the minions of Lu Li. The Emperor's gaze is piercing, seemingly intent on penetrating Xia Chen's very flesh to probe the depths of his soul, assessing his unwavering loyalty. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chen finally raises his head. Your Majesty, is this all? His voice is calm, yet tinged with inquiry. What more do you believe should be addressed? The Emperor's voice is ethereal, as though emanating from a distant realm, laced with a hint of amusement. Your Majesty has summoned me to the palace. Surely there is another matter of importance you wish to entrust. Xia Chen responds boldly, meeting the Emperor's gaze with unwavering composure. You are indeed astute. There is indeed another task I wish to assign you. Rise. The Emperor's tone softens slightly, momentarily resembling an ordinary elder, yet the aura of authority surrounding him commands reverence. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Chen stands and gracefully takes his seat once more. Your primary duty as the Lantern Bearer is to uncover the hidden spies within the Imperial City South Inspection Court. The Emperor's words are calm, yet they strike Xia Chen's heart like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of turmoil. The Lantern Bearer has already been infiltrated? Xia Chen exclaims involuntarily. Though the term infiltrated may be too strong, there is undoubtedly a traitor among them, and their rank is likely not insignificant. Otherwise, how could Lu Li commit such a blunder as to misidentify the target of the military defense plans? The Emperor narrows his eyes, seemingly recalling the intricate web of circumstances. I shall ascertain the truth within 3 months. Xia Chen clasps his fists, vowing with resolute conviction. Oh, 3 months? You are remarkably confident. The Emperor raises an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as it glides over Xia Chen. I will not speak lightly before you. Xia Chen stands firm, responding with unwavering determination. A commendable declaration. After 3 months, I shall await your good news. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a platinum-colored token floats gracefully before Xia Chen. You shall commence your duties tomorrow. The investigation is urgent. I grant you permission to select a few from the Imperial Guard to accompany you as the Lantern Bearer. Having spoken, the Emperor gestures for Xia Chen to withdraw. I humbly take my leave. Xia Chen performs an elaborate bow, his movements so precise they resemble a model from a textbook, each gesture radiating respect. The emperor, too, cannot help but cast a lingering glance. Inside the carriage, Xia Chen sits across from Li Wenzhong. Do you not wish to know what His Majesty and I discussed? Xia Chen breaks the silence. Since His Majesty has instructed me to refrain from prying, it is clear he has matters of confidentiality to impart to you alone. Why should I inquire further? Li Wenzhong remains undisturbed, as if lost in his own world, his eyes closed in contemplation. His Majesty has entrusted me with a significant responsibility, appointing me as the director of the lantern-bearers within the 9 great offices. Xia Chen's words struck Li Wenzhong like a thunderclap, reverberating in his ears. What? Li Wenzhong's eyes widened in astonishment, his gaze piercing, the brilliance of it only gradually dimming. Following Lu Li's downfall, 2 directors of the 9 great offices had also departed. However, Lu Li had wielded power over the lantern-bearers for more than 2 decades, and many had benefited from his favor, with countless hearts swayed in his direction. The emperor must have sent you to assist the new commander Ma Song in restoring order. A tempest of bloodshed and chaos among the lantern-bearers seems inevitable. Li Wenzhong's gaze deepened, his tone imbued with reflection. For over 20 years, he had witnessed Lu Li's unbounded glory. Who could have anticipated such a rapid decline, akin to a crumbling edifice? How could he not feel a sense of lament? The lantern-bearers wield excessive power, existing beyond the bounds of courtly propriety, once a sharp blade in the emperor's hand. Yet in recent years, Lu Li's brilliance had become too pronounced, as he cultivated a cadre of loyalists within the lantern-bearers, leading many to forget the emperor amidst their reverence for Lu Gong. His downfall was not merely due to the military defense map incident. It was indeed a consequence of his own actions. Xia Chen's gaze remained calm, his tone unperturbed. Although Lu Li's defeat stemmed from him, the root cause lay in the intentions of Emperor Wen. The military defense map was merely a trigger. Li Wenzhong regarded Xia Chen with profound insight, silently acknowledging that this young man was far more perceptive and astute than he had anticipated. To serve as a minister in the court is akin to accompanying a tiger. The emperor's favor is a rare boon, yet it is fraught with peril, where a single misstep could plunge one into an abyss of perdition. In the past, Lu Li, now myself, along with Ma Song of the Lantern-Bearers, and even you, are all ensnared in this whirlpool of power. Li Wenzhong's gaze drifted far, his head resting lightly against the carriage wall, as if seeking to penetrate the world's illusions and discern the trajectory of fate. Xia Chen likewise studied Li Wenzhong, surprised that this typically cautious and traditional general would reveal such heartfelt sentiments before him. The uncle is about to assume the position of Grand General of the Dragon Guard, a trusted minister of the emperor. Does he not fear that I might inform His Majesty of such words? A faint smile graced Xia Chen's lips as he regarded the reclining Li Wenzhong. Though our acquaintance is brief, I cannot claim to know you deeply. Yet, I have always been adept at discerning others. Your eyes betray no reverence, whether directed at me or when discussing the emperor. I am not as outwardly loyal as I seem, nor are you. We are, in essence, fellow travelers on this path. Li Wenzhong's gaze remained steady as he turned his attention back to Xia Chen. I hold a rather favorable view of you. As long as you avoid grave mistakes and perform well, perhaps you could shatter the centuries-old rule that prohibits the maternal relatives from wielding power. In that case, I may even find myself relying on you, considering it an early investment. A hint of amusement flickered across Li Wenzhong's face as he raised his teacup, gesturing towards Xia Chen, and then downed it in one swift motion. Xia Chen remained silent for a long while before finally raising his own cup in salute to Li Wenzhong. As the ancients say, great wisdom appears foolish. This must refer to my uncle. It is said that all ministers in the court are among the most astute individuals in the world. I believe that had my uncle pursued a scholarly path to office, his achievements would not pale in comparison to theirs. It is indeed a pity that he chose a military career. Xia Chen remarked with a smile of admiration. The wisdom that appears as foolishness is a mantle I cannot claim. It is merely a reflection of the ways of navigating human affairs. In the capital, one finds a veritable cauldron of dragons and snakes intertwined. The sovereign, perched upon the clouds, the elite soaring through the skies, the sycophants who wield power to intimidate. The seemingly brutish warriors, the cunning politicians, the schemers lurking in the shadows, and the leaders of the masses. Who among them is not exceptionally astute? In the face of such individuals, how can one refrain from treading cautiously, as if on thin ice? Li Wenzhong shook his head with a gentle sigh, his gaze once more falling upon Xia Chen. It is you who, in these years, stands as the most perceptive of the younger generation I have encountered. Uncle, let us refrain from mutual flattery, Xia Chen quickly interjected, unwilling to pursue the topic further. The carriage rolled forward at a leisurely pace, with both men leaning against opposite corners, lost in their own contemplations. Suddenly, breaking the silence, Li Wenzhong's voice resounded once more. If there comes a day when I find myself bereft of power, might you ensure the safety of my family? Why you speak thus, uncle? Xia Chen's expression turned grave as he regarded the calm countenance of Li Wenzhong, a wave of profound melancholy rising within him. Chapter 40. Each to their own. The spring breeze rustled the curtains of the carriage, while silence enveloped the interior. Why is Uncle he so pessimistic? Xia Chen remarked as he gazed at Li Wenzhong. Do you know how many generals of the Dragon Guard have changed hands in the past 50 years? Li Wenzhong's voice remained remarkably calm, yet his eyes were profound. A total of 8. Especially in the last 2 decades, 5 have been replaced. Upon hearing this figure, Xia Chen fell into silence. It was apparent that the position of General of the Dragon Guard was indeed a perilous one. Over the years, His Majesty has become increasingly inscrutable, his emotions concealed, and the atmosphere of suspicion has grown ever stronger. The last truly capable general of the Dragon Guard was Zhao Chong, over 30 years ago, who retired to a peaceful life at home, while the rest met with ruin. Li Wenzhong's words were serene, yet they carried an air of solemnity. This role is undeniably glamorous, yet fraught with danger. I understand now, Uncle. Xia Chen nodded gravely, choosing not to elaborate further. The carriage continued its slow advance, the wind caressing the bells, producing a melodious sound. The breeze in the capital was quite strong. Xia Chen realized that Li Wenzhong was not merely placing the stakes on himself. Rather, he was placing great importance on the House of Zhendong behind him. Considering the average tenure of 4 years for each general over the past 2 decades, Li Wenzhong's confidence in Xia Chen was not misplaced. However, 4 years was too brief, and it was evident that he did not believe Xia Chen could sway the court or the emperor by then. His true wager lay with the Xia family. Li Wenzhong appeared to engage in conversation with him, yet he was, in fact, addressing the Xia family behind him. By intentionally revealing so much and even exposing his vulnerabilities, he was essentially offering a token of allegiance. As Xia Chen pondered this, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. My lord, there is a carriage ahead blocking our path. Judging by its insignia, it must belong to the 3rd prince. The Li family's old servant spoke softly. Li Wenzhong furrowed his brow. His predecessor, the former general of the Dragon Guard, had fallen from grace due to his close association with the crown prince. Now, with the 3rd prince approaching, this was undoubtedly a dangerous signal for him. Make way for them. Let them pass first. Li Wenzhong instructed in a low voice, but it was clear that there was no room to maneuver. Zhengde Street was a main thoroughfare, wide enough to accommodate 6 carriages side by side. Yet it was evident that their intentions were directed at him. Indeed, the luxurious carriage came to a halt beside Li Wenzhong's. Hearing that General Li is soon to be promoted, I was quite pleased to learn of this. It seems fortuitous that we meet here. Just ahead is Deshun Building, where officials celebrate their promotions. Why not join me there for a feast and celebrate together? A curtain of the opulent carriage was lifted, revealing the handsome visage of a young man, the 3rd prince, who wore a smile, recalling the splendid performance he had witnessed in the private box at Baiwei Building. Li Wenzhong understood that evasion was no longer an option. He too lifted the curtain and replied in a cool tone. Your Highness, I have urgent matters to attend to at home, and therefore cannot accompany you to Deshun Tower today. Should there be a banquet to celebrate promotions, I shall certainly send you an invitation. Li Wenzhong maintained a distance from others. It is well known in court that the Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince are engaged in fierce rivalry. Given his sensitive status, how could he possibly entangle himself with the 3rd Prince, unless he truly wished to relinquish his aspirations of becoming the general of the Dragon Guard? At this juncture, He could only be a loyal subject of His Majesty. General Li exhibited a certain caution. I have long admired the general. Moreover, this is a public invitation, not a private gathering. My father is a magnanimous man. Would he harbor any suspicions against the general over such matters? The third prince chuckled, his demeanor exuding a bold spirit, embodying a sense of carefree freedom. Your Highness, I genuinely have matters to attend to at home today. Li Wenzhong shook his head, sensing the third prince's ulterior motives. If he truly wished to win him over, a discreet encounter would have allowed for more conversation. Yet, with so many onlookers in the street, who would dare to converse freely, let alone dine together? Oh, could it be that one of the general's concubines is about to give birth today? The third prince inquired with curiosity, genuinely intrigued. Li Wenzhong's lips twitched slightly, but he maintained a serious tone as he replied, My wife is virtuous, and the Li family has struggled with heirs. Thus, my wife has arranged a matchmaking event for me today to select a concubine. I anticipate that by this time next year, there will indeed be a concubine expecting, and I shall certainly invite your Highness to the joyous celebration. Li Wenzhong clasped his fists earnestly. Xia Chen listened quietly to their conversation, his expression peculiar. Li Wenzhong had once again expanded his horizons. The third prince was momentarily at a loss. He had intended to put Li Wenzhong in a difficult position, but to his surprise, Li Wenzhong was able to respond adeptly, even outmaneuvering him. The third prince's gaze shifted, landing on Xia Chen in the carriage. Unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar face, the esteemed young master of the Xia family. I have seen you, your Highness. Xia Chen clasped his fists in greeting, yet did not dismount from the carriage. You are my second imperial sister's husband. We are all family here, so there is no need for such formality. The third prince waved his hand, displaying warmth. Young Master Xia, we are indeed family. General Li is rather timid and, to avoid suspicion, refuses to join me for drinks. Why don't we go and share a few cups together? The third prince invited Xia Chen. Indeed, we are family, so there is no need for such politeness. Just call me brother-in-law, and I shall address you as your Highness. That way, we maintain our own titles without seeming distant. Xia Chen responded with a smile, exuding enthusiasm, extending his hand out of the window as if to shake the third prince's hand. The corners of the third prince's mouth twitched slightly. Both Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen were behaving quite unusually today, particularly Xia Chen, who was utterly unreserved, daring to suggest that he address him as brother-in-law. At 20 years of age, how could he call a 17-year-old that? Yet, from a generational perspective, Xia Chen indeed held that title. How absurd! The third prince silently cursed, blaming his unreliable father for the current predicament he found himself in, where his status was compromised. As he gazed at Xia Chen, leaning his head out of the window and observing that handsome visage, his resentment deepened. Not only did this individual take advantage of him, but he also possessed a striking appearance that surpassed his own. The third prince reluctantly admitted to feeling a tinge of jealousy. Yet, he suppressed his discomfort, his expression somewhat rigid as he regarded the youthful countenance of Xia Chen, managing to force a smile. Brother-in-law, your Highness. Xia Chen responded with a radiant smile, returning the gesture with a salute. This visit to the palace proved to be quite fruitful, as he had promptly acquired a somewhat advantageous younger brother-in-law. However, this young man harbored grand ambitions, and, in the future, dared to instigate a coup, committing fratricide and patricide, a ruthless character indeed. Chapter 41. The lonely third prince on Jingda Street. The attention of passers-by and merchants was drawn to the two carriages at the center of the road. One was an opulent and understated carriage, unmistakably belonging to two distinguished figures. The carriage on the left was the exclusive vehicle of the third prince. From a nearby tavern, someone recognized the third prince's carriage, prompting curiosity among the crowd. Who could compel the third prince to halt his carriage in the open street for a conversation? Was that not the carriage of the Li family? The same Li family that had recently gained notoriety due to the military defense map incident. With General Li rumored to be on the brink of a significant promotion, poised to become a key figure in the court. Some expressed concern, while others, with gleaming eyes, urged that the news be relayed. An undercurrent of tension swept across Jingda Street. Meanwhile, At the epicenter of the gathering, Li Wenzhong wore a grave expression, realizing he had been maneuvered into a precarious position. Regardless of the outcome, both the emperor and the crown prince would likely harbor suspicions towards him. What an inauspicious start before even assuming office. Your Highness, I must attend to matters at home. However, I assure you, I have no concubines to bear children, nor am I seeking a concubine. My loyalty to your sister is unwavering, so you need not worry. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. Xia Chen jested, clasping his hands in a mock salute before drawing the curtain. The carriage slowly began to move, leaving the third prince's carriage stationed in the middle of Jingde Street. What audacity from Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen. They show no regard for his highness, exclaimed a beautiful woman inside the spacious carriage, her face flushed with indignation. One serves the emperor, and the other is the scion of the Summer family. By status, he is still my brother-in-law. I am not the crown prince. Why would they deign to acknowledge me? Within the carriage, the third prince maintained a stoic expression, revealing neither joy nor anger. But their insolence is intolerable, especially Xia Chen. Who dares to take advantage of his highness? Retorted a maid in yellow, who was particularly close to the third prince and not an ordinary servant. I understand they will not heed my invitation. Today, I came solely to vex them. Li Wenzhong is unlikely to ally with me, so I shall irk my brother, the crown prince, and my father. As for Xia Chen, I genuinely wish to cultivate his favor. I had previously dismissed the rumors circulating in the capital, but having witnessed his prowess at Baiwei Tower, he is undeniably a formidable warrior. Even my father desires to employ him now, which adds an intriguing dynamic. Although he is 3 years my junior, and calling him brother-in-law is somewhat embarrassing, this connection could indeed facilitate a closer relationship. His lineage from the Duke of Zhendong as household may grant me their support, and with military power at my disposal, the significance of the crown prince title may diminish. The third prince lay in the embrace of the maid in yellow, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke animatedly, while she listened attentively. As she embraced the third prince, sometimes feigning ignorance, it was not genuine misunderstanding. Her apparent lack of intellect was not the sole reason for the trust she garnered from him. She understood his solitude and recognized that he often required a companion to alleviate his boredom through conversation. At that moment, it seemed as though the third prince had fully opened his heart and engaged in a flowing discourse. My father, in his youth, was consumed by the pursuit of immortality, delving into both Taoism and Buddhism. He ascended the throne over 50 years ago, and it was only more than 20 years later that he fathered my elder brother, followed by my second sister and myself. Though he is obsessed with the quest for eternal life, he cannot relinquish his thirst for power. To him, I am merely a pawn, utilized to balance the crown prince. I am acutely aware that he never intended to bequeath that position to me, regardless of my capabilities. I am but a tool in his hands. The third prince closed his eyes, his tone soft and unremarkable, concealing the sorrow within his gaze. The woman in yellow gazed at the handsome visage of the third prince nestled against her, gently brushing her fingers over his forehead, her eyes filled with compassion. If he wishes to use me as a tool, then so be it. Should he desire to turn me into a whetstone for the crown prince, I shall fulfill that role. Ha ha ha. He believes he can control everything, imagining himself a deity among mortals. How laughable. Does he truly consider himself a god? I am eager to discover whether he genuinely possesses such omnipotence. The third prince's tone grew increasingly indifferent, exuding an aura of chilling detachment. Indeed, this third prince is quite well informed. No sooner had we exited the palace than he pursued us, Xia Chen remarked, playing with a dagger in his hand with keen interest. He appears to be coming after me, but his true target is you. Li Wenzhong cast a sidelong glance at Xia Chen. He is merely coveting the Duke of Zhendong's estate behind me. Alas, his calculations are flawed, as I am but an uncherished legitimate son in the Duke's household. Xia Chen spoke nonchalantly, leaving it unclear whether his words were directed at the third prince or Li Wenzhong. Indeed, the Duke of Zhendong does not hold you in high regard, yet your uncle, Xia Chen, treats you well, does he not? He is currently the head of the Xia family. Li Wenzhong remarked without lifting his gaze, his voice reaching Xia Chen's ears. Xia Chen smiled, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Li Wenzhong escorted Xia Chen to Window Street, where the Duke of Zhendong's estate was situated at the heart of the thoroughfare. Tomorrow, I am to report to the lantern bearers. What then are my duties with the Imperial Guards? The Emperor did not specify otherwise, so it seems you are to concurrently assume responsibilities with the Imperial Guards. Li Wenzhong pondered for a moment before replying. Xia Chen nodded, gracefully disembarking from the carriage, waving farewell as he turned to enter the Duke's estate. Upon entering, instead of returning to his quarters, he headed straight to his uncle Xia Chen's courtyard. Although the Emperor had assigned him to the lantern bearers, ostensibly to investigate cases and root out traitors, Xia Chen sensed there was a deeper significance lurking beneath the surface. Despite the rift that exists between him and the Xia family, as well as his father, he is undeniably of Xia blood. Presently, the Xia family has risen to prominence, wielding significant military power. Is there not a fear that the Xia family might infiltrate the Lantern Bearers organization, thereby controlling the intelligence network of the Great Wu? Xia Chen meticulously laid out the circumstances to Xia Chen. I understand the situation now. You should return for the time being. I will send word if anything arises. Xia Chen's expression was grave, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Xia Chen nodded and made his way back to his courtyard. As night descended, it enveloped the capital like a monstrous creature devouring the city. The nocturnal revelries of the affluent and powerful commenced in earnest. On a street lined with brothels, the signs of nobility and even numerous officials congregated. A piece of news began to circulate among various factions. Have you heard? Today, His Majesty personally summoned the legitimate son of the Duke of Zhendong, Xia Chen. How can that be? Even a few of the deputy ministers from the 6 ministries are seldom granted an audience with His Majesty. It is true. Do you know what His Majesty said when he summoned Xia Chen? Li, do share quickly. Stop teasing us, it's driving me mad. His Majesty proclaimed. If Xia Chen pursues the path of scholarship and enters the Hamlet Academy, he shall undoubtedly become the Prime Minister in 30 years. Wait, Li, I heard it would be 20 years before he ascends to the position. Nonsense. His Majesty clearly stated that this young man possesses the talent for governance and intends for him to succeed the current Prime Minister, Lin Hanpu, in 10 years, becoming the pillar of our Great Wu. Throughout the social venues of brothels and taverns, discussions swirled around Xia Chen's audience with the Emperor today, with myriad versions of the tale taking flight. Ultimately, it was even claimed that Xia Chen, despite his youth, possessed talents and wisdom that surpassed those of the current Prime Minister, Lin Hanpu. Chapter 42, Renowned in the Capital, the Cuckoo Tower. This is among the most illustrious brothels in the capital. At this moment, within a private chamber, several young gentlemen are seated at the table, each accompanied by a young lady. Brother Lin, shall we go and teach that Xia Chen a lesson? What a boastful claim of being a talent of extraordinary caliber. His arrogance knows no bounds, exclaimed a young man clad in a purple robe, gesturing with his fist towards the young man seated at the head of the table. How dare he belittle the Lin family? He must have a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. A mere child ignorant of the world's vastness. What culture can a brutish warrior possess? To seek fame, he has become utterly shameless. In an instant, the entire chamber erupted in a cacophony of voices. These young men were all renowned scions of the capital, their fathers or grandfathers holding esteemed positions in the court. Regarding the emperor, this matter seemed unlikely to be false. It had undoubtedly been exaggerated through gossip among the crowd. The young man in the blue robe at the head of the table slowly shook his head, his mind clear and composed. Moreover, he hails from the Duke of Easttown's household. Among us scholars, who knows who might prevail in a confrontation? Lin Zihan set down his wine cup, his tone nonchalant, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of emotion. However, I am genuinely curious about what abilities this Xia Chen possesses that have garnered him the Emperor's summons and public praise. I would relish the opportunity to experience them firsthand. The others exchanged glances upon hearing Lin Zihan speak, aware that while he remained level-headed, as the son of the Prime Minister, he was deeply concerned about the implications for his father's reputation. Princess Yaowang has recently been organizing a literary gathering, inviting the most distinguished talents in the capital. Why not extend an invitation to this Xia Chen? We shall then ascertain whether he is a man of true merit or merely a pompous clown seeking notoriety," suggested Liu Bo, fanning himself with an elegant hand fan, his demeanor calm and composed. He sat beside Lin Zihan, his father being the Minister of Works. "This is the first literary gathering hosted by Princess Yaowang. How could we invite a coarse warrior? This is an event for scholars," someone interjected, shaking his head at the thought of attending alongside a brutish fighter, feeling the gathering would be sullied by his presence. Over the years, the rift between the scholarly officials and the martial achievements faction had grown increasingly pronounced, with both sides regarding one another with disdain. One deemed the other uncouth and merely strong, while the other saw them as mere talkers, lacking in action. What a splendid idea! It is worth noting that Princess Yaowang has significant ties to this Xia Chen. A glimmer of excitement sparked in someone's eyes, sensing that the ensuing spectacle would undoubtedly be captivating. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of discomfort wash over them, akin to swallowing a fly. The thought that the enchanting Princess Yaowang might be betrothed to a brutish warrior left many shaking their heads in silent agreement, their hearts heavy with dismay. In another brothel not far from the Cuckoo Tower, within a secluded private chamber, 5 middle-aged men were sipping wine and savoring the steam base, which had only recently gained popularity in the capital. Behind each of them stood a young and beautiful lady. A bearded man with an imposing demeanor spoke in a deep voice. "Brother Liu, is this statement truly as remarkable as you suggest?" A middle-aged man seated beside Liu Yun expressed his confusion. He acknowledged the merit of the statement, but struggled to grasp its essence. Brother Liu, having studied under the esteemed Confucian scholars Kong and Song, and being the second place in our examination cohort, naturally possesses a deeper understanding of scholarship than the rest of us. Chen Zhizhong interjected with a smile, casually pulling the young beauty beside him into his embrace, his hand resting comfortably upon her graceful form. Earlier this evening, as I passed by the Confucian Academy, I overheard several young scholars discussing this very statement, though I didn't pay much attention at the time. Now that I find myself here, hearing everyone speak of it, isn't it peculiar how swiftly the events from the palace this afternoon have spread throughout the entire capital? Liu Hao did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a question to the 4 men. "Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately disseminating this information?" Chen Zhizhong's eyes lit up as he grasped the crux of the matter, recalling the phrase about the roles of sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons. Suddenly, it seemed he had uncovered the key to the situation. In the capital, who possesses such influence to swiftly disseminate the dialogue between His Majesty and his ministers? Making a common knowledge? Are you implying that? The atmosphere grew tense, and the group fell silent. Only the lantern-bearer possesses such capability. Liu Hao sighed, understanding that this must have been an order from the emperor. Otherwise, the lantern-bearer would not dare to act so independently. The assembled men, all of whom had been selected through rigorous examinations, naturally arrived at the same conclusion. For a ruler to be effective, he must embody the qualities of a sovereign. Ministers must fulfill their roles, fathers must act as fathers, and sons must behave as sons. Each individual in society has their own duties and responsibilities, and this statement is destined to be passed down through the ages. If this declaration indeed originated from that Xia Chen, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Liu Hao sighed again, realizing that with just this one statement, Xia Chen's name would be etched in the annals of history, recited by scholars for generations to come. Even if scholars were to dismiss it, future monarchs would undoubtedly ensure Xia Chen's inclusion in historical records. The expressions of the men shifted dramatically. Was it truly that sensational? Only Chen Zhizhong was somewhat aligned with Liu Hao's thought process, feeling a profound curiosity about Xia Chen, who hailed from the house of the Marquis of Zhendong. The following day dawned bright and invigorating. Xia Chen, full of vitality, found his blanket propped high, forming a perfect pyramid, akin to a work of art. He threw off the covers and, with a powerful release, dispelled the pent-up energy of the previous night. After washing up, he grasped the lantern-bearer's badge and stepped out of the house of the Marquis of Zhendong. "Brother Chen, shall we head directly to the lantern-bearer? Or what shall we do?" Xia Chen eagerly inquired from behind, her expression brimming with excitement. Initially, she had anticipated showcasing her talents within the Imperial Guard, yet she found herself swiftly reassigned to the enigmatic Lantern Bearers. The Lantern Bearers, who in the capital had not grown up listening to tales of these mysterious figures. From a young age, Xia Chen had heard of the Lantern Bearers, who infiltrated every corner, as elusive as phantoms. Today, she was to accompany her master and become one of them. How could she possibly contain her exhilaration? However, there was no need to rush. First, a visit to the Goulan Guard was in order to arrange matters properly. Xia Chen, composed and steady, made his way towards the east. Though the Lantern Bearers were of utmost importance, the Imperial Guard could not be overlooked. 5 years hence, during the coup of the door, the Imperial Guard played a pivotal role. He had originally intended to establish a foundation within the Imperial Guard, laying the groundwork in advance. But plans often falter in the face of change. He had only just begun to make his move when unexpectedly, Emperor Wen summoned him into the ranks of the Lantern Bearers. This had somewhat disrupted his strategy. Yet, such matters were trivial. Regardless of the alterations, he remained in control of the current situation. Moreover, he held a keen interest in the Lantern Bearers' dark prison. If memory served him right, several exceptional talents who would later shine during the reign of the Empress were currently imprisoned within the Lantern Bearers' secret dungeon. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. Countless stratagems lay within his grasp. Chapter 43. The Lantern Bearer's Office. The Goulan Guard's Office. My lord, please allow me to accompany you. The Lantern Bearer is unruly, and you'll surely need some trusted allies for this venture. I wish to serve you. In the military tent, Li Shi knelt half-heartedly, his gaze resolute as he spoke. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Li Shi and responded in a serious tone. We all serve the Emperor as loyal subjects to alleviate his burdens. Rise, for your daily offerings of dumplings have earned you this favor. Come with me. Xia Chen waved his hand, assisting Li Shi to his feet. Thank you, my lord, Li Shi exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Prepare yourself and go. After watching Li Shi depart, Xia Chen turned to the four behind him. Xia Qian, Xia Hui, Xia Shao, and Xia Kong. Xia Qian and Xia Shao will accompany me to the Lantern Bearer. Xia Hui, you and Xia Kong shall remain to develop the Imperial Guard. You both possess commendable merits recorded in the Ministry of War, and I have already petitioned for your advancement. You will rise gradually from here. My lord, this cannot be. Xia Kong interjected anxiously. The head of the family has assigned the two of us to you. You are our master. Wherever you go, we shall follow to ensure your safety. From that moment, they had become irrevocably tied to Xia Chen's fate, belonging solely to him rather than the entire Xia family. I have my reasons for assigning you here. Trust me. Besides, in the capital, who would dare to assassinate me? The difference between having 2 extra people or not is negligible if someone truly intends to strike, Xia Chen replied, shaking his head before turning his attention to Xia Hui, whom he regarded highly. He was aware that Xia Hui had previously commanded troops and possessed considerable military acumen. In recent years, he had retired from the army but had not been idle at the Xia residence, diligently studying military strategy. In fact, Xia Qian, upon learning of this, had even tested Xia Hui and spent time personally instructing him in military tactics. It was because of his departure that Xia Qian specifically sent Xia Hui to assist him. Given Xia Hui's impressive capabilities displayed over the past few days, Xia Chen felt it a disservice to assign him merely a minor rank overseeing 100 men. Rest assured, my lord, I will manage the situation here in the Imperial Guard. At the very least, the 200 men under your command will always remain loyal to you. Xia Hui smiled, his expression earnest as he addressed Xia Chen. The Lantern Bearer's Office, an imposing yet ancient building, steeped in the passage of time, stands on the central avenue, a mere 100 meters from the White Tiger Gate of the palace. The Lantern Bearers traverse the shadows, yet their stronghold resides in the light. Whether noble or commoner, all know the precise location of the Lantern Bearer's office, yet none dare approach within 100 paces. Have you heard? Our Eagle Eye Division is about to welcome a newly appointed director who will report for duty today. A parachute appointment? Is it similar to that new director from the Shadow Division? Damn, I am utterly exasperated by these parachute personnel, each one presuming to be exceptionally knowledgeable, yet in reality, they are nothing of the sort. Ever since Commander Lu's downfall, our lantern-bearers have been engulfed in turmoil, with a metaphorical sword of Damocles hanging over us, threatening to descend at any moment and sever our heads from our shoulders. Hush! Tread carefully. In an office, one individual tightly covered their companion's mouth, glancing around with palpable anxiety. Are you out of your mind for saying such things? Are you unaware of the tense internal situation we face? Some of the higher-ups have already been purged. We insignificant figures should refrain from getting involved. Though there was anger in his companion's eyes, reason triumphed over fury, leaving him slumped in his chair, devoid of spirit. Indeed, what do the power struggles of those lofty figures concern us small fry? We should focus on our own responsibilities. Li Wei sighed, acknowledging that he had spoken imprudently. Do you know the background of this new director? Zhang Zheng raised an eyebrow. What does it matter to me? I don't even know him. You do know him. Remember the person we were tasked with promoting in the capital yesterday afternoon? Zhang Zheng whispered in Li Wei's ear. You mean the young lord of the Zhendong Marquis? Xia Chen. That's him. He is the one being parachuted into our Eagle Eye division as the director. Zhang Zheng gave Li Wei a look of astonishment. How can it be him? If I am not mistaken, he is only 17 years old. That is exceedingly young. What can we do? Consider his background. Moreover, he is the son-in-law of His Majesty, the Prince Consort. We lantern-bearers are merely the Emperor's hounds. Whether His Majesty grants this position to Director Xia Chen or even the commander's position, what can be said? Zhang Zheng sighed, deeply feeling the injustice of fate. As the two conversed, someone hurriedly burst through the door. Brothers, quickly tidy up our desks and clean the place. Our new director is about to arrive. Xia Ping gasped for breath and took the initiative to grab a broom, beginning to sweep up scattered scraps of paper from the floor. The others exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately, under Xia Ping's leadership, they rose from their seats and began to move. What does it matter if they feel indignant or lament the unfairness of fate? They are merely small players. The power struggles of the mighty can obliterate them with a single ripple. Even if they harbor discontent towards the new director, many feel that their own sons are older than him, yet he is undeniably the director now. This is an irrefutable fact. They lack the audacity to assert dominance over him. This is the harsh reality. What is there to clean? A newcomer with golden hair has yet to arrive, yet he already displays an air of superiority, demanding that we tidy up for the sake of appearances. I refuse to comply. A young man in his 20s abruptly kicked a chair from beneath the table, causing it to crash to the floor. A prominent scar stretched from his forehead to his chin, rendering his countenance particularly menacing. As he rose, the crowd instinctively recoiled, lowering their heads, their eyes glinting with realization. Indeed, how could they have forgotten about this troublemaker? They may lack connections and status, mere insignificant figures. But this troublemaker possesses significant lineage and influence. The current Empress is his aunt, and the Crown Prince is his cousin, truly a member of the imperial family. I share a disdain for him. Why does he not remain in the Imperial Guard? Instead, he seeks to stir chaos among us, the lantern-bearers. I have heard whispers that our Commander Lu's downfall was orchestrated by him. Everything was meticulously planned by this very individual. Now, he dares to enter our midst. Is he courting death? Another figure rose, appearing to be around 30, his expression dark and foreboding. The crowd's eyes brightened once more. This man is the adopted son of Lu Li, suggesting that an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. Chapter 44. A single individual can penetrate millions of troops. Lu Chun, one of Lu Li's adopted sons, stands out as the most capable among them. Lu Li has included him among the lantern-bearers, perhaps harboring thoughts of making him his successor. However, the will of the divine is inscrutable. Having served as the commander for over 20 years, should Lu Chun succeed him, it is feared that the lantern-bearers would indeed bear the surname Lu. This is one of the reasons for Lu Li's downfall. The Eagle Eye division comprises 5 factions, each of which is commanded by Lu Chun and the Duke of Yunyang, Cui Hu. At this moment, their voices resonate with the crowd, yet some individuals, with flickering gazes, remain silent, retreating discreetly to the corners of the room. The conflict of celestial beings is of no concern to these insignificant figures. The atmosphere is lively, as the crowd raises their voices in fervor. An external voice pierces through the commotion, calm yet strikingly resonant, penetrating through several doors and altering the expressions of all present. Though unseen, the voice is heard first. The crowd turns their gaze, and at that moment, the door is forcefully kicked open. Xia Chen, with a youthful visage now adorned with a fierce aura, strides in wielding a long blade. Following closely behind are Xia Chen, accompanied by Xia Hao and Li Shi. Xia Chen, with a serene smile and a folding fan in hand, exudes an air of poise and grace as if he were merely out for a leisurely excursion. His unparalleled beauty akin to that of a dashing young noble. This is the token of the Eagle Eye Division S Director. From this day forth, I am the Director of the Eagle Eye Division, Xia Chen declares with a smile, producing a platinum insignia from his belt and tossing it into the crowd with a casual flair reminiscent of a carefree scion. The insignia lands squarely in Li Wei's hands, leaving him momentarily stunned as the eyes of the assembly fixate upon him, causing the token to feel almost searing in his grasp. Well, is there a problem? If not, kindly return it to me. It was graciously bestowed by His Majesty. Xia Chen beams, his extraordinary presence rendering the crowd somewhat entranced, despite their roles as lantern-bearers. Having encountered numerous prominent figures in the capital, they have never before witnessed such demeanor among the younger generation. Li Wei, feeling nervous, hurriedly presents the insignia to Xia Chen with respect. Initially dismissive and even antagonistic towards the new director, he now finds himself daunted by Xia Chen's presence. Though Xia Chen is evidently younger, Li Wei feels an overwhelming sense of reverence, pondering if there truly exists someone born of such noble stature, untouchable and lofty. Although Xia Chen has uttered no harsh words and maintains a gentle smile that evokes a sense of springtime warmth, an involuntary dread washes over Li Wei. This sentiment is shared by all present, as the atmosphere feels as if it has been drained of air, rendering their breaths labored. The entire Eagle Eye Division falls silent. No one dares to raise their voice again, and even the most boisterous among them avert their gazes, unable to meet Xia Chen's eyes. Xia Chen remained remarkably composed throughout, yet the onlookers were awed by his formidable presence. This was an intangible clash of wills. The east wind overpowers the west wind. While one may possess a fine exterior, a mere faade cannot sustain one. What we, the lantern-bearers, truly seek is genuine skill. If you believe that connections and background grant you the privilege to act as you please among us, I advise you to retreat to the Imperial Army while you still can. Cui Hu, the Duke of Yunyang, witnessed how a simple remark from Xia Chen utterly deflated the morale of those present. Frowning, he realized that if he did not step forward now, the tide would irrevocably turn against him. 17 years old and brash, what qualifications do you possess? Lu Chen also rose, speaking in a grave tone. As he stood, more than a dozen lantern-bearers behind him rose in solidarity, their silence speaking volumes. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Duke of Yunyang, young lord, were anyone else to assert that they relied on connections and status to ascend, I would hold my tongue. But for both of you to make such claims is utterly laughable. Xia Chen stood at the entrance, retracting his folding fan, pointing at Cui Hu and Lu Chen, laughing heartily as though they were inconsequential. The lantern-bearers standing closest to Xia Chen turned pale, sensing that their new superior was rather extraordinary. This pressure was not merely a consequence of spiritual prowess. It emanated from the depths of his being, instilling fear and unease in anyone harboring hostile intent. It felt akin to encountering His Majesty, unfathomable and akin to divine authority. Both Lu Chen and Cui Hu felt the weight of this intimidation, their brows furrowing in discomfort. Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with a unique duality, the irises intermingling and revealing an extraordinary light within. Yet this transformation went unnoticed by all. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this peculiarity since that fateful night when he activated the Nine-Dragon Seal and entered the fragmented celestial realm. Whether it was the colossal, auspicious golden dragon merging with him or the awakening of his dual pupils, he found that by concentrating his energy, He exuded a natural pressure that could unsettle the heart and mind. In that moment, he embodied the very essence of destiny. Moreover, Xia Chen sensed that this oppressive aura could be further refined. Among the lantern bearers, there were no dukes, only Chief Chui. Under Xia Chen's gaze, Chui who felt a tremor of anxiety. Yet upon hearing Xia Chen address him as Duke of Yunyang, he furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. What is so laughable? What wrong have we committed? By what right do we not speak of you? Lu Chen's expression darkened, his demeanor cold as a lurking serpent. Laughable? Surely, our Duke of Yunyang is not oblivious to his origins. Xia Chen surveyed the room, his focus momentarily resting on Lu Chen before turning back to Chui Hu. I have stated it clearly. Do not refer to me as Duke of Yunyang. Chui Hu harbored a profound disdain for this appellation, resembling an enraged lion. His eyes fixed intently upon Xia Chen, as if poised to pounce at any moment. The Duke of Yunyang is the glory of your ancestors. A person who cannot even confront his own origins is unworthy to speak to me in such a manner. Xia Chen mocked, then continued, You are indeed correct. My ascent to this position has undeniably been facilitated by my lineage and background. From the moment I embarked on my official career, I began as a 7th-rank captain, a starting point that remains unattainable for the average individual throughout their lifetime. I am acutely aware that my achievements are the fruits of my ancestors' blessings, which I cherish deeply and boldly acknowledge. There is nothing amiss in this. My rise from a 7th-rank captain is the result of countless ancestors who shed their blood and sacrificed their lives on the battlefield for the nation, thus paving the way for my current standing. I have nothing to shy away from. On the contrary, I take immense pride in it. And what of you? You, who bask in the fortunes bestowed by your forebears, yet are too ashamed to admit it, loudly proclaiming that all I have achieved today is solely through my own efforts. Reflect upon those words. Do you not find them laughable? Xia Chen pointed at Chui Hu, his voice icy. Opposite him, Chui Hu's face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze with fury, fists clenched tightly, his mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to retort, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Chapter 45. The Dark King. The entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. At the entrance, a figure cautiously pressed against the wall, a lantern-bearer from another division, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Xia Chen's words flowed unabated, as if he sought to dismantle Chui Hu's resolve with a single stroke. Born into the illustrious Chui clan of Qinghe, you inherited the title of the Duke of Yunyang, with your aunt reigning as the current Empress. From the moment of your birth, you were marked by these indelible imprints. Surely, you do not believe that your ascent to this day is solely a product of your own merit. In our Grand Wu, encompassing 19 provinces and vast territories, countless talented individuals abound, yet many remain disenchanted and unrecognized. Were it not for the privileges that accompany your lineage, had you been an ordinary individual, you would not have ascended to the role of a lantern-bearer, let alone a leader of the lantern-bearers. It is imperative to express gratitude towards one's ancestors and to possess a clear understanding of one's own worth. One must not attribute every achievement solely to personal capability. Our journey to this point, including the accomplishments of esteemed officials in the court, is contingent upon the harmonious convergence of time, place, and people. Some aspects of life cannot be attained through mere effort or skill. The pivotal moments are dictated by the circumstances of one's birth. Being born into a fortunate lineage is of paramount importance. Xia Chen's words resonated with a profound clarity, akin to the striking of a great bell, echoing throughout the hall. The assembly instinctively perceived his rhetoric as a form of sophistry, a deviation from accepted norms filled with absurdities. Yet, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for counterarguments. Some among them could not help but nod in agreement, as if awakened to a new understanding. Indeed, the turning points in life are dictated by one's birth, while effort and ability hold significance. The fortune of one's beginnings is the most crucial factor. Do not think that my words are directed solely at him. They apply to all of you, Xia Chen proclaimed, gesturing towards Chui, who while sweeping his gaze across the assembly. Though you may consider yourselves mere footnotes among the lantern-bearers, in the eyes of the common folk, you are already exalted figures. Each of you who has gained entry into this circle has done so by virtue of your forebears. When a father passes away or grows old, it is through these connections that you seamlessly step into the role of a lantern bearer. Is that not reliant on your relationships? Yet, your connections pale in comparison to mine. Your backgrounds are not as formidable. Hence you refer to me as your superior. In essence, what distinguishes you from me? You too bask in the glory of your ancestors, standing at a threshold that an ordinary person would scarcely dare to envision. Your indignation and discontent towards me stems solely from your dissatisfaction with your lack of a background such as mine, and an identity that mirrors my own. How utterly ludicrous! Xia Chen pointed at the crowd, facing the 100-strong assembly of the Eagle Eye Division. Not a single individual dared to meet his gaze, for the truths he uttered were undeniable. They were all beneficiaries of connections, and entry into the Lantern Bearers was not achieved through sheer effort. The legacy of the Lantern Bearers was predominantly inherited, passed down from father to son, or through a gradual ascension from peripheral membership to full-fledged Lantern Bearer over generations of toil. Chui Hu, dejected and forlorn, resembled a drenched and miserable chicken, utterly devoid of spirit. Xia Chen gazed at Xia Chen with admiration, marveling at her master's eloquence that left all present speechless. Meanwhile, Li Shi regarded Xia Chen with an expression of intrigue, contemplating various strategies to break the impasse, such as employing brute force or summoning Commander Ma Song for support. However, he never anticipated that Xia Chen could seize control of the situation merely through the power of his words. Indeed, the attainment of my position as a captain is attributable to my family's influence, a fact I cannot deny. Yet, to be favored by His Majesty, transferred from the Imperial Guard to lead the Lantern Bearers, is a testament to my personal capabilities. Xia Chen relentlessly pressed on, delivering yet another heavy blow. If I am not mistaken, the investigation into the military defense map was primarily conducted by the Eagle Eye Division, was it not? As soon as Xia Chen's words fell, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. What do you mean to imply? Finally, unable to contain himself, Lu Chun stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Chen. Lu Chun, it must be noted, had personally led the team to apprehend the individuals responsible for the theft of the military defense map, albeit mistakenly capturing the wrong people. If you misdirect your efforts, how can you expect to reach your destination? Xia Chen regarded Lu Chun, whose countenance darkened. What exactly are you trying to say? Lu Chun clenched his teeth, Xia Chen's words piercing his heart like daggers, inflicting deep pain upon his usually proud demeanor. I merely perceived your lingering dissatisfaction, and since you question my qualifications to be your superior, allow me to elucidate. Xia Chen maintained a calm facade, concealing his emotions beneath a veneer of tranquility. Why am I able to join the Lantern Bearers? Why can I be your superior? Because I am more intelligent than you. Because I possess greater capabilities. Because I have solved cases that you could not. Hence, I have arrived. Therefore, I am the chief, while you remain merely a home master. So do you submit now? Each statement resonated like a resounding bell, striking the hearts of the audience and draining the color from their faces. I do not submit. Lu Chen's eyes blazed crimson, recalling how his adoptive father, Lu Li, had been purged due to the very man standing before him. Clenching his fists tightly, he yearned to cleave this man in two. Xia Chen slowly approached Lu Chun, their distance barely a yard apart, and locked eyes with Lu Chun's fiery gaze, speaking softly. If you do not submit, you are free to make a move. Your long knife is right at your side. With a swift strike, you might well split me in half. Xia Chen smiled, exuding an air of madness, leaving all present with the unsettling impression that their superior had lost his sanity. He was indifferent to his own life or death, and they were acutely aware of Lu Chun's temperament. In such a furious state, he might truly act. The atmosphere in the hall grew taut in that moment. Lu Chun's gaze sharp as a blade, as if calculating the trajectory of his strike. Li Wei was filled with trepidation, fearing that in the next moment, Xia Chen would be cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Ha ha ha! Do you take me for that fool, Zhao Yu? On your very first day in the Imperial Guard, you deliberately provoked Zhao Yu into making a move against you, only to seize the moral high ground and exert your influence over him. Not only did you deliver a thorough beating to Zhao Yu, but you also used him to establish your own authority, serving as a warning to others. Ultimately, you expelled him from the Imperial Guard. Do you think I am equally foolish? Lu Chen suddenly chuckled, closing his eyes. When he reopened them, his gaze was as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any emotion. He had teetered on the brink of losing control, nearly allowing Xia Chen to fully provoke him into irrational action. Regardless of whether he would have succeeded in slaying Xia Chen, the mere act of rising against authority would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. Xia Chen's eyes were calm, lacking disappointment. He viewed the situation merely as a tactical maneuver, a casual step taken. It came as no surprise that the opponent did not take the bait. If losing one's composure were so effortless, then this Empress, who wielded immense power during her reign and commanded the Lantern-Bearer, responsible for the downfall of the Dark King of the Inspection Institute and the Royal City Division, would be exceedingly disappointing. A satisfied smile graced Xia Chen's lips. Though he was still a youthful, lower-tier version of the Dark King, yet to evolve into his final form, his innate brilliance could not be concealed. Capturing such a person would indeed pose a challenge. Chapter 46. I am a kind-hearted person. The Eagle Eye Division once again fell into a state of silence. Contrary to the anticipated fierce confrontation, only a battle of wits ensued. The newly appointed director, resembling a great scholar, engaged in a verbal duel that left everyone speechless, particularly the instigators Chui, Hu, and Lu Chen. The eloquence of this new director was indeed formidable, a sentiment shared by all present. At that moment, the future infamous Dark King Lu Chen had already suppressed all expressions, concealing any trace of emotion. He regarded Xia Chen with a tone that was almost indifferent, devoid of sentiment, and slowly spoke. I have investigated you. Though youthful, your skills are remarkably adept, akin to a seasoned and astute hunter, preferring strategy over brute force. Whether during your initial appointment as a military officer or while capturing spies from the Inspection Institute, your actions have consistently demonstrated exceptional prowess. Since your departure from the estate, you have displayed your capabilities twice in public, revealing commendable martial strength each time. While the world deems you a wastrel, I perceive you as one who is deeply concealed. Thus, not only would my attempt to slay you fail, but I would also unwittingly deliver the blame directly into your hands. Lu Chen's words resonated in the ears of those present, leaving some lantern-bearers astonished. They had believed Lu Chen refrained from striking due to the burden of responsibility for slaying Xia Chen. Instead, they were taken aback to learn his hesitance stemmed from a lack of confidence in his ability to defeat Xia Chen with a single blow. Could this famed wastrel of the capital truly possess such formidable strength? Lu Chen was renowned among them as a youthful genius, capable of contending with even sixth-grade martial artists. Since you have studied me, yet still desire to engage, such actions are not befitting of a wise individual, Xia Chen remarked with a smile, prompting Lu Chen to fall silent, lost in his thoughts. Then let us speak. Given our current circumstances, how shall we conclude this? With over 100 of you encircling me, all elite members of the Eagle Eye Division, one might mistakenly believe you are plotting a rebellion against me, Xia Chen nonchalantly declared, causing many to change their expressions at the audacious accusation of treason. Director, you jest. We are gathered here to welcome your esteemed arrival today. A middle-aged man in his 40s, beaming with a smile, emerged from the crowd and approached Xia Chen with small, eager steps, bowing respectfully. Xia Chen's lips twitched. The audacity of this old fellow was rather astounding. Had he not overheard their earlier boastful declarations of uniting against his noble son, he might have almost believed him. The other lantern-bearers, however, brightened with recognition. Indeed, it was old Zheng. The fact that Zheng, one of the 5 leaders of the Eagle Eye Division, had maintained his position for over 20 years was not without reason. His words were eloquent and persuasive. So, you all have come to welcome me. I am truly honored. Xia Chen glanced at the middle-aged man with a goatee, whose face radiated a sycophantic smile, recalling the information about him. Zheng Ping, one of the 5 leaders of the Eagle Eye Division, had held his position for over 2 decades, a testament to both fortune and misfortune. Zheng Ping holds profound credentials within the Lantern-Bearers, having exhibited remarkable prowess in his youth, standing as a peer to the former commander, Lu Li. Rumor has it that the two once vied against each other in their early days, subtly competing from the ranks of minor leaders to the ultimate position of hallmaster. Ultimately, Lu Li ascended to prominence, his reputation echoing throughout the Great Wu dynasty, while Zheng Ping remained steadfast in his role as hallmaster for over 2 decades. Some assert that Zheng Ping incurred Lu Li's ire, resulting in the ascendancy of younger individuals over him, leaving him still merely as hallmaster. Conversely, others maintain that their rivalry was one of gentlemen, with Zheng Ping's unwavering stability in his position over the years serving as testament to his resilience. Xia Chen reflected on these insights before refocusing his thoughts. As for you all, I consider your presence a warm welcome. However, I am acutely aware that these two are poised to instigate trouble. Xia Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting on Cui, Hu, and Lu Chun. Have you two yet to comprehend the misunderstanding? Do you not see the esteemed director? Zheng Ping cast a pointed look at Cui, Hu, and then approached Lu Chun, delivering a swift kick to his rear. Cui Hu's expression shifted as he grasped the gravity of the situation, yet it was only then that Lu Chun spoke up. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed director. Cui Hu, realizing he was a step behind, hurriedly echoed, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed director. The two bowed respectfully. Xia Chen observed the scene with a smile, recognizing that his master had firmly established his foothold among the lantern-bearers. Truly, my lord is formidable. With nothing but words, he commands a respect that rivals physical might. Xia Chen reveled in this thought, casting an even more admiring glance at Xia Chen. Since you all acknowledge me as your director, it bodes well for our discussions. Though I am a man of compassion and approachability, I am also one who upholds principles. Some matters cannot simply be overlooked. Today, I shall not pursue accountability for others, but you too, in your arrogance, sought to incite insubordination among subordinates. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. Xia Chen's tone remained calm, yet it exuded a chilling authority. My lord, it is merely a misunderstanding. Today marks your inauguration. I have prepared a feast. Why not let us relocate and indulge until we are inebriated? Zheng Ping's countenance shifted, and he hurried forward. There is no need for further explanation. Those who err must face consequences. Do you understand? Xia Chen shot Zheng Ping a glance, causing him to feel as though struck by lightning. What imposing gaze! It was devoid of emotion, akin to the essence of divine law. An unsettling depth that seemed to encompass all existence, defying description. Zheng Ping found himself paralyzed, the first to experience such a daunting aura from another. Xia Chen's expression turned frigid, his finger pointing at Cui, Hu, Lu Chun, and the dozen or so individuals behind them, his voice calm, yet laced with dominance. Each of you shall receive 50 strokes of the military rod, and then be dispersed among other factions. Starting today, the 5 major factions shall rotate their 100,000 households. Do any of you have objections? Upon hearing these words from Xia Chen, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, particularly those of Cui, Hu, and Lu Chun. If it were merely a punishment of 50 strokes, they, as resolute warriors, could endure it with gritted teeth. However, the true peril lay in the rotation. Such a measure would undermine their very foundation, disrupting their entire power structure. The influence they had painstakingly cultivated over the years within the Lantern Bearers would be dismantled in a single day. My lord, is this rotation not a bit hasty? It may provoke some unrest. Even Zheng Ping could not help but interject once more. Zheng, I have expressed my benevolence and compassion for life. Do you not comprehend? I am here to save you, Xia Chen asserted, patting Zheng Ping on the shoulder with a smile. You are a clever individual. Surely you can discern the Emperor's intentions behind my reassignment to the Lantern Bearers. You, who have formed cliques and sought personal gain, must question whether the Lantern Bearers pledge allegiance to you or the Emperor. Was Lu Li's downfall truly a consequence of my investigation into the military defense map? Surely, you must understand this. With a gentle smile, Xia Chen continued, I offer my goodwill to aid you. Yet you fail to express gratitude and do not grasp my earnest intentions. This is profoundly disappointing. Should you oppose the rotation, consider it as if I have never spoken of it today. I shall not impose my will upon you. You may proceed as you wish, and I shall offer no dissent. However, I cannot guarantee what may transpire thereafter. I possess a kind heart and hope that, if it comes to that, it will not be I who wields the blade. Should such a moment arise, recalling today's gathering of your multitude, welcoming me, I trust one will show mercy." Xia Chen smiled, while Zheng Ping, drenched in cold sweat, trembled uncontrollably, his complexion paling. Chapter 47. The Empress. Why not assist me in fulfilling my duties as a wife? Xia Chen departed, boldly stepping into the office belonging to the director, with all eyes upon him. Having successfully taken charge, none dared to impede his progress, leaving a group of silent onlookers behind. Old Zheng, one among them, spoke. "You are usually the wisest. Please offer your counsel. Should we rotate positions? If we do, the foundations we have built over the years may crumble." The other two leaders, Liu and Chen Song, gathered around Zheng Ping, seeking his guidance. "I am willing to accept the rotation. Whether you choose to follow suit is your own concern. Do not expect me to be your weapon. I am no longer young and wish merely to live out my remaining days in tranquility." Zheng Ping, having regained his composure from Xia Chen's remarks, glanced at the two men before turning his gaze to Cui Hu and Lu Chun, shaking his head before departing. Liu, Chen Song, Yu, and Lu Chun exchanged glances. "I too accept the rotation," Lu Chun declared in a deep voice, and with that, he led a group of more than 10 individuals out of the hall. Liu and Chen Song looked at each other in disbelief, their last hope now resting on Cui Hu. "Do you two still not understand? Our internal unity has drawn the Emperor's attention, and Commander Lu has fallen as a consequence." Cui Hu remarked coldly, meeting their eyes. "As colleagues, I have said enough, but to disrupt all our subordinates at once is excessive and tyrannical. Since time immemorial, no newly appointed official has acted in such a manner." Liu frowned, grappling with the implications of dismantling his entire team. It was a matter of life and death. Even if he were to acquiesce, could those behind him accept such a decision? "Having said all that, weigh your options wisely," Cui Hu concluded, turning to leave. With his departure, only two factions remained in the hall. Each felt as though they were puppets in a brothel, manipulated and at the mercy of others. Once proud and aloof, they now found themselves subdued without a hint of defiance, appearing more feeble than the women they had scorned. "Disgraceful," Chen Song spat, recalling the bravado with which they had once boasted. Xia Chen had yet to lift a finger, and yet they had all succumbed. With mere words, had he truly brought them a heel? In the garden of Princess Yaoguang's estate, vibrant flowers flourished in wild abandon, competing for beauty, as butterflies danced among the blooms like playful sprites. Surrounding them, pavilions and towers were artfully arranged. Intricately carved railings winding around serene lotus ponds where goldfish frolicked and dew-like droplets glistened upon the lotus leaves. Princess Yaoguang, filled with delight, was feeding the goldfish when she heard a voice from behind. Turning in surprise, she was met by a maid clad in purple. Beside her stood a woman in yellow. Though her beauty paled in comparison to the princess, she would undoubtedly be considered a stunning beauty in any other company. This lovely figure held a skewer of candied hawthorn, her expression adorably naive, none other than Li Wei. The woman in purple and Yaoguang had evidently grown accustomed to Li Wei. The woman in purple, named Xia, was one of the two closest handmaidens to Princess Yaoguang. Had Xia Chen been present, he would surely recognize Xia, for she was none other than the renowned female chancellor of the Empress's era, her influence even surpassing that of the prime minister at times. Xia meticulously reported to the lantern-bearers all that had transpired today. Zheng Ping, Yu, and Lu Chun had agreed to the rotation and were currently kneeling at the prince's office door, voluntarily submitting their request for a change, while Liu and Chen Song, unable to endure such humiliation, had taken their subordinates to patrol the streets. In Xia's lively eyes, wisdom sparkled. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded like a waterfall, simply held up with a jade hairpin, with a few strands framing her face, adding to her gentle allure. She possessed an elegant figure, and her purple gown billowed gracefully in the breeze, resembling a blossom flourishing in the tranquil night. As she spoke with Yaoguang, her gaze was intent, her intelligence radiating from her every feature. She was a woman of great charm, yet standing beside Yao Guang, her brilliance seemed somewhat overshadowed. It appeared I had underestimated my fiancé. I had misjudged him from the outset. Yao Guang listened quietly to Ziyue's report, and after a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Zheng Ping and the others were astute individuals. Li Yu and Chen Song were clever too, but their confidence stemmed from being the elder brother of the crown prince and the third prince, respectively. It seemed that a significant reshuffling was imminent within the Eagle Eye Bureau. Yao Guang's voice was cool, her lips slightly parted. Your Highness, have you not always wished to extend your reach into the Lantern Bearers? Now that the prince has taken command of the Eagle Eye Bureau, this presents a splendid opportunity. Furthermore, with the prince hailing from the Xia family, should we succeed in securing their support, we would gain military power. Perhaps, you becoming the first female emperor of the Great Wu dynasty would no longer be a mere dream. As Ziyue spoke, her eyes glimmered with fervor. While both the crown prince and the third prince could only aspire to reach the level of the Lantern Bearers Hall Master, if they could garner the prince's support, they would have access to invaluable resources, one of the 9 bureaus with immense power at their disposal to assist them greatly. Yet we are not even wed. So why call him the prince? Yao Guang remarked, turning her head slightly, revealing her exquisitely refined profile. Her eyes flickered, lost in thought. If Xia Chen were to behold her highness, he would surely be captivated beyond measure. I refuse to believe there exists a man who could resist her beauty. Li Wei chuckled, wrapping her arms around one of Yao Guang's. The three had grown up together. Despite the master-servant dynamic, their bond was extraordinary. After all, they would eventually marry, and he would indeed become the true prince. Ziyue laughed alongside. I have heard that Xia Chen's looks are unparalleled. Some even say he surpasses the so-called 4 great beauties of the capital. You two are my closest handmaidens. Should I truly marry Xia Chen, you may find yourselves as chambermaids attending to me. I wonder, am I the one anxious, or is it that you both have taken a liking to Xia Chen? Yao Guang revealed a faint smile, instantly rendering all the flowers in the garden pale in comparison. Unwilling to concede, she retaliated against her 2 handmaidens. If she was indeed destined to marry him, she might as well have the 2 of them fulfill the duties of a wife on her behalf. Yao Guang glanced at Ziyue and Li Wei, the 2 girls who dared to mock her, and at that moment, both were already blushing profusely. We would never dare to compete with His Highness for a man. Ziyue chuckled. In her tranquility, she resembled an ancient painting, exuding an aura of serene profundity. Yet, when she spoke, she transformed into a lively purple mist, subtle yet undeniably captivating. Ziyue, a hidden figure during the Empress's reign, had countless admirers. Yet she remained as unattainable as the moon in the sky, impervious to touch. Along the pond in the garden, laughter and joy echoed. Even the goldfish in the water were drawn to the enchanting scene, entranced by its beauty. After the merriment subsided, both Yao Guang and Ziyue fell silent, with Yao Guang's expression turning serious and solemn. Please send an invitation to him, inviting him to attend the literary gathering in 3 days. It is indeed time for me to meet my fiancé. Yao Guang's exquisitely beautiful face was such that one found it difficult to look away. She regretted having initially judged him to be a talentless fool. Yet, how little time had passed, and he was now stirring up a storm in the capital, successfully taking charge of the entire Eagle Eye division, a feat she could not even approach. Indeed, she had underestimated him. Chapter 48. The invitation to the literary gathering the moment Xia Chen concluded his first day with the Lantern Bearer experience card. He was intercepted at the entrance of Jingde Street. The enchanting and future-renowned Ziyue, standing before him, inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, Your Highness, she began, my princess has long been betrothed to you, yet they have never met. In 3 days, my princess shall host a literary gathering, affording the 2 of you an opportunity to meet and deepen your bond. Ziyue gracefully descended from her carriage and, without a semblance of modesty, entered Xia Chen's carriage with ease. Upon entering, she lifted her gaze to scrutinize Xia Chen's countenance, discovering that indeed he possessed an unparalleled beauty, unmatched by anyone in the capital. Reflecting on the earlier words of her mistress, who had suggested they engage in nocturnal duties, Ziyue felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Xia Chen, puzzled by her sudden blush, mused to himself about her innocence. After all, he had merely entered the carriage without any untoward intentions. It appeared this future hidden minister lacked the composure one might expect. She was still but a young girl. Amused by this thought, Xia Chen decided to tease her. "Deepen our bond, you say? What, does your princess miss me?" he inquired, playfully raising an eyebrow while toying with a jade pendant in his hand. "Your Highness jest. My princess merely wishes to meet and understand one another, to ensure that when marriage comes, there is no ignorance that might affect our future affections," Xia replied, her voice steady despite the heat rising in her cheeks. "Oh, so it is not the princess who longs for me, but rather you who harbors such feelings," Xia Chen quipped, and at once, Xia's face turned crimson, the heat spreading through her entire being. "Your Highness, please do not jest," she retorted, biting her lip. Feeling her thoughts unravel the moment she stepped into the carriage. "I assumed you entered my carriage to gauge your princess's feelings in advance. As Yao Guang's personal maid, you will eventually serve her in the bedroom. If I am not mistaken, the royal family often sends a maid to evaluate the prince's capabilities. Might you be that chosen one?" Xia Chen teased, while Xia's face flushed to the point where it seemed it could bleed. Observing Xia's bashful demeanor, Xia Chen found it amusing. He imagined the contrast between her future self, steadfast and commanding in court, against the current version, rendered speechless by his playful banter. "Please, your Highness, let's be serious. The reason I entered your carriage is due to the throngs of onlookers outside. Although I am a woman, as the princess's maid, I am also considered your maid. Therefore, there is no need for excessive caution. As for who assesses your capabilities, that decision lies with the princess," Xia replied. Regaining her composure, her flushed face now adorned with a smile, exuding an elegance surpassing even the most refined ladies of the capital. "Today, I have come to extend an invitation to your Highness to attend the literary gathering." The blush gradually faded from the exquisite visage of Xia, as she deftly steered the conversation back on course. "The literary gathering is an event for scholars. What folly would it be for a boorish warrior to attend? If your esteemed princess truly wishes to meet me, let her choose a secluded place or simply come to the royal residence. We can shut the door and engage in earnest discourse, rather than venture into a public assembly teeming with outsiders." Xia Chen gazed at Xia with a smile. "Is there anyone in the capital who is unaware of the prince consort's recent commendation from His Majesty, who extolled his talents as comparable to those of Lin? The Prime Minister? Should he pursue the path of scholarship, a future appointment as a minister seems assured." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen raised an eyebrow. He had learned of this earlier that morning and surmised that it was the lantern bearers who were fanning the flames at the behest of Emperor Wen. The emperor intended to elevate him. The more renowned Xia Chen became, the wider the reach of his revolutionary theories on governance would spread. Although the prince consort was currently quite celebrated, many scholars in the capital harbored resentment towards him, even vowing to give him a sound beating. The princess, in her concern for him, believed that if he could engage in verbal duels with the learned, he would undoubtedly excel at the literary gathering. Xia presented a delicately crafted invitation to Xia Chen, then gracefully performed a curtsy and, with a smile, withdrew from the carriage. Xia Chen and Xia Hao climbed in, with Xia Chen wearing a mischievous grin. "Even before the wedding, the princess is so impatient to send someone to contact you. Could it be she is eager to marry? This princess is not as simple as you presume. She did not come earlier or later, but precisely now, which suggests she is keenly aware of my current standing. Indeed, one must first elevate oneself to garner attention. Otherwise, even in anger, one is merely seen as endearing." Xia Chen lifted a corner of the curtain, watching Xia's carriage gradually fade from view. No matter how extraordinary Princess Yao Guang may be, she remains, after all, a woman, and their engagement is a decree from the emperor, which cannot be altered. Within 2 or 3 years, the marriage will surely take place. Xia Chen chuckled dismissively. Though she hold a noble status, she is still just a princess. Xia Chen shook his head, refraining from elaborating. In the current capital, who would foresee that this relatively inconspicuous Princess Yao Guang would ultimately prevail? Years of lurking, transforming into a dragon in a single night. That one event shocked the entire world. It was precisely because Xia Chen recognized the formidable nature of Princess Yao Wang that he did not allow himself to become complacent. Her initiative to reach out to him was not due to his own merits, but rather because of his control over the Eagle Eye division. Intelligence systems are vital to any organization, and whoever wields that power can gain the upper hand. Upon returning to the residence of the Earl of Zhendong, Xia Chen did not first return to his courtyard, but instead proceeded to Xia Chen's quarters. He meticulously recounted all that had transpired with the lantern bearers that day. Your control is commendable, striking a balance between authority and gentleness, successfully avoiding the disdain of others while firmly establishing your stance. With the three major leaders now in agreement to rotate, you have the opportunity to seize complete control over these three factions. What are your plans for the other two factions? Xia Qian pondered for a moment before raising his head to address Xia Chen. Li Yu and Chun Song are clearly affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. We can ascertain this with certainty, and His Majesty is undoubtedly aware of it. The reason His Majesty assigned me to the Eagle Eye Division was likely to eliminate the influence of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince among the Lantern Bearers. Their disobedience presents me with an opportunity. As a newcomer, I must promote some of my own people. For every position, there must be a corresponding vacancy. Thus, it is time to target these two factions. A thorough cleansing of the Lantern Bearers is in order. Xia Chen spoke with an unsettling calmness. Yet his words carried an icy undertone. Truth be told, he preferred action over words. When a matter could be resolved with a fist, conversing felt excessively burdensome. Chapter 49. The Division of the Family. Xia Qian gazed at his nephew before him. He had always perceived this nephew as intelligent, yet somewhat lacking in the fortitude that characterized the Xia lineage. Concerned that Xia Chen might stray onto a misguided path, relying solely on insidious schemes akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, he now realized he had misjudged him. His nephew was, in fact, a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, a balance of yin and yang, contemplative yet not devoid of decisive action. Among the third generation, while Chen may not possess the most remarkable martial prowess and intellect, none among the youth could rival him. As I grow older, perhaps Chen will shoulder the family's burdens and steer the ship, ensuring a future where the Xia clan not only wields formidable strength but also possesses astute minds, paving the way for a century of prosperity. Xia Qian fell into deep contemplation. Based on Xia Chen's recent conduct, he exhibited both courage and strategy, truly a born leader. The Xia family has thrived for 6 centuries precisely because it has never adhered to rigid conventions. Those with capability and wisdom are entrusted with leadership. Xia Qian himself embodied this principle, wholly devoted to his family. Although his 2 sons were commendable, they lacked the broader vision that Xia Chen possessed. Uncle, I intend to move out of the Marquis residence. Just as Xia Qian envisioned the grand future of the Xia family, Xia Chen's sudden declaration startled him. Why on earth would you move out? Is it because your quarters are too remote, with too few servants? I shall arrange for assistance at once. Furrowing his brow, Xia Qian's gaze grew stern. For 6 centuries, it was rare for a direct descendant to leave the Marquis residence. Such a move typically signified a division of the family. Not for those reasons. Xia Chen shook his head, a smile gracing his face, his demeanor as gentle as jade, bringing a sense of springtime warmth. You wish to divide the family? Xia Qian's frown deepened. He had just contemplated entrusting the family responsibilities to Xia Chen, nurturing him for the future, only to find him proposing to leave. It is not as grave as a division, but I am no longer suited to reside in the Marquis residence. After sipping his tea to soothe Xia Qian's emotions, Xia Chen spoke slowly. The Emperor places great importance on our household, yet harbors reservations about it. Throughout history, those with great merit often provoke their sovereign's unease. The reason our household remains prosperous is that the realm is not yet unified, and the world remains tumultuous. Thus, the Emperor still requires our support, but he is also wary of us. My current status is somewhat peculiar. I am of the Marquis direct line, yet also a son-in-law. The Emperor seeks to win me over, as evidenced by my recent appointment among the Lantern Bearers. Perhaps he harbors other intentions, such as using me to sow discord within the Xia family, ideally fracturing it into 2 factions. From the perspective of outsiders, I have been overlooked in the Marquis household, raised in neglect by my parents, leading them to believe I have a strained relationship with the Marquis residents. Even the Emperor seems to share this sentiment. This is precisely the reason why His Majesty has chosen me. Therefore, moving forward, I must not exhibit excessive familiarity with the Duke's residence, nor should the Duke's household extend undue kindness towards me. Xia Chen spoke slowly, while Xia Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He wished to retort, yet found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, he spoke in a grave tone. Is the situation truly as dire as you suggest? Over the years, both your grandfather and I have willingly relinquished our military authority, and your father has remained consistently compliant. Does His Majesty truly harbor doubts about us? Even if our intentions are pure, the unity and exceptional talents of the Duke of East Town pose a significant threat to imperial power, something no sovereign would wish to see. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled like celestial bodies, deep and enigmatic like a black hole, enveloped in a somber silence. His tone was hauntingly profound, inducing an involuntary tension in those who listened. Let's not gamble on whether a callous emperor possesses any semblance of compassion. His Majesty has been on the throne for over 50 years, having transformed into a political machine. Any threat to his reign, anything beyond his control, shall be obliterated. Xia Chen regarded Xia Chen with utmost seriousness. Thus, if His Majesty desires to witness our Xia family in disarray, to see you harbor animosity towards us, to observe our 3 generations in discord, then we shall perform for him, assuaging his concerns while stealthily amassing our strength. Is this the course of action you wish to pursue? A flicker of light danced in Xia Chen's gaze as he fixed his intense stare upon his nephew, his tone unyieldingly stern. Indeed, the worse our relationship appears, the more trust His Majesty shall bestow upon me, granting me greater authority, and ensuring the safety of our Xia family. Xia Chen and Xia Chen locked eyes, and in that moment he no longer concealed his brilliance, radiating a confidence akin to a blade unsheathed. This assertive aura captivated Xia Chen, rendering him momentarily entranced. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chen finally spoke. I understand your intentions. Go forth and execute your plan as you have articulated. The following day, at the Lantern-Bearer's office, in the Eagle-Eye Division, at this hour, why is the new director yet to arrive? I am eager to see how he will act today. It is rumored that the rotation begins today. Although this gentleman is young, he possesses a ruthless heart. I have heard that yesterday, Master Zheng and his associates proactively sought a rotation. Yet this gentleman made them kneel at the entrance for 3 hours before permitting their entry. This individual is extraordinary, despite requesting the rotation. It was Master Zheng and his colleagues who were compelled to plead. It is as if he has handed them the blade, urging them to wield it. Such skill is truly remarkable. As the discussions continued, the clock approached noon, yet Xia Chen had still not arrived at the Lantern-Bearer's office. Something must be amiss. Do not wait any longer. Today, it seems, this new gentleman may not grace our office with his presence. Someone hurriedly dashed into the Eagle-Eye Division. What has transpired? Is there yet another unforeseen event? The crowd inquired anxiously, only to be met with a shocking revelation. A piece of news swept through the upper echelons of the capital, leaving many astounded. Recently, a prominent figure in the capital has emerged, one who has garnered the Emperor's favor. This individual, now in control of the Lantern-Bearers, is one of the esteemed officials of the East Town Marquis, the young lord of the Marquis, and the son-in-law of the Emperor, Xia Chen. A fire has erupted in the courtyard of his residence, causing astonishment among many. What? The East Town Marquis is ablaze? We must extinguish the flames. But what flames? The Marquis is home to numerous skilled individuals. A true fire seems implausible. It is rumored that the prince has quarreled with the Marquis and has since vacated the premises. A relative of mine, the son of my cousin's brother-in-law, witnessed this firsthand. Xia Chen is currently selecting a new residence with his subordinates and has already made a payment, indicating a genuine separation from the Marquis. What could have transpired to incite such a commotion? A division of this nature is no trivial matter. It appears that no direct descendants have ever removed themselves from the Marquis in its long history. I am uncertain, I have merely heard that the situation has escalated significantly. The head of the Xia family, the esteemed Marquis Onwu, Xia Chen, has even summoned the clan elders and personally enacted family discipline, reportedly nearly expelling Xia Chen from the family register. At this moment, from the highest echelons of society to the common folk, all in the capital are abuzz with news of this incident. In taverns and tea houses alike, discussions abound. The entire city is in a state of fervor. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this trending topic, Xia Chen, is moving into his newly purchased grand courtyard, accompanied by his beautiful maidservant, Baizhu. "Young master, will we visit the lantern bearers tomorrow?" Xia Chen inquired quietly, trailing behind Xia Chen, having just assumed leadership of the lantern bearers. It would be unwise to remain absent for too long, lest turmoil arise. "We shall take a day's respite tomorrow. The day after, I will attend the literary gathering. As for the lantern bearers, let the situation unfold for a while," he replied. "P.S. Dear friends, no need to support the book. Updates will continue throughout the day, ensuring your enjoyment. The climax of the story is fast approaching, and updates will be scheduled promptly at midnight every day." Chapter 50. Rebirth and the Essence of Blade. Though the newly acquired courtyard of Xia Chen may pale in comparison to the grandeur of the Marquis' residence, it nonetheless stands as a magnificent abode within the capital city. Nestled in the inner city and in close proximity to the main thoroughfare, its geographical placement is exceedingly advantageous. The courtyard, with its exquisite views and finely appointed rooms, captivated Xia Chen at first glance. Consequently, the acquisition of this estate cost him a staggering 3,000 taels of silver, a sum that would be astronomical for an average household. In this era, the purchasing power of silver is remarkably potent. Xia Chen's monthly stipend amounts to merely 50 taels, totaling a mere 600 taels annually. The cost of rice in Chang'an is exorbitant, and residing in the capital is no trivial matter. Standing beneath a peach blossom tree in the courtyard, Xia Chen sighed, reflecting on the burdens of household expenses. Having previously resided within the confines of the Marquis' estate, he had been blissfully unaware of the financial strains involved in daily living. Now, having moved out, he truly comprehends the challenges of sustenance, clothing, and shelter, all of which demand considerable expenditures. Over the past decade, the gifts received from elders during festive occasions had accumulated to a little over 2,000 taels, had it not been for Cui Mengru's tearful insistence last night, when she learned of his departure from the Marquis' residence. Gifting him 3,000 taels, he might not have even had sufficient funds to purchase this courtyard. "Master," a soft and melodious voice broke the silence as a gentle maidservant emerged from within the house. Indeed, Bihu now belongs to Xia Chen. Previously, she had served as a maid to Cui Mengru, originally intended to attend to Xia Chen's needs once he reached the 8th rank. However, due to Xia Chen's recent preoccupations with official duties and his reluctance to share his private quarters, this arrangement had been postponed. Upon learning of his imminent departure from the Marquis' estate, Cui Mengru, with tears in her eyes, insisted that he take Baizhu with him to care for him. Observing his aunt's sorrowful demeanor, Xia Chen felt compelled to accept Baizhu into his household. Reflecting on these events warmed his heart. Although his biological parents showed little concern for him, his uncle and aunt had treated him as their own child, never regarding him as an outsider. "How do you find this courtyard?" Xia Chen inquired of Baizhu, who, slightly bashful, avoided meeting his gaze. While officially assigned as a maid to the third young master, her true role was to warm his bed. In affluent households, it is customary for young masters to be attended by several bedwarmers upon reaching a certain age, and these maidservants would remain until the young master marries. Once wed, they would transition into the status of concubines. Thus, from this moment forth, she truly belongs to Xia Chen. I still possess over 2,000 taels of silver. Henceforth, I entrust you with the management of household affairs. In the coming days, please take some individuals to the West Market to procure some maidservants and attendants. It matters not if they are of a younger age, but they must come from unblemished backgrounds. Xia Chen handed a substantial stack of silver notes to Baizhu, yet she hesitated, too anxious to accept the money. "Master, I am but a maidservant. How could I possibly oversee the household affairs? Such matters should be managed by the mistress, the princess herself," she replied. The timing of our marriage remains uncertain. Shall we continue to wait indefinitely for her arrival? We have just moved out, and everything needs to be acquired anew. By the time she comes, the flowers will have wilted." Xia Chen grasped Baiju's delicate and smooth hand and then pressed a handful of silver notes into her palm. "You're the only lady of the household now. It falls upon you to manage things. Should we assign Xia Chen to take charge instead? Thus, it is decided that you shall oversee all matters within the house. I cannot devote my thoughts to domestic affairs," Xia Chen remarked with a smile. Baiju lowered her gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes. The warmth emanating from his grasp sent a shiver through her, her expression slightly dazed, akin to a flower poised to bloom in the spring. Occasionally, she lifted her eyes, her starry gaze flickering with shyness, as a gentle blush crept upon her porcelain cheeks. Truly, the young master is wonderful. As night fell, with the bright moon hanging high, Xia Chen stood in the courtyard practicing with his blade. His movements were remarkably simple, comprising only the most fundamental techniques of slashing, thrusting, and slicing. He repeated these motions time and again. To an untrained eye, it appeared utterly ordinary, yet those with discerning knowledge would marvel. For with each stroke, Xia Chen's energy was exquisitely refined, slicing through the air as if it were but a fine thread, exhibiting unparalleled finesse that eluded the comprehension of lesser minds. His gaze was intensely focused. Regardless of the day's demands, upon returning to his courtyard, he would wield his blade 10,000 times each day. Such relentless dedication and diligence inevitably yield remarkable rewards. Within Xia Chen's line of sight, his system panel continuously displayed rising text. Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10, Proficiency 10. Sword Technique Experience 9,830, 10,000. As time flowed, the youth persisted in his repetition of movements. Before long, a chime resonated in the air. "Your sword technique has reached perfection. You are about to comprehend a forbidden sword intent. Would you like to accept?" "Accept. You have comprehended the pure yang sword intent. Sword intent level. First forbidden. Experience required for second forbidden sword intent. 30,000. First forbidden sword intent. 0, 30,000. Xia Chen no longer paid heed to the small print on the system panel. He felt as though he had been drawn into a strange world. He transformed into a 5-year-old child, training under his master with the sun rising and setting, seasons changing. Regardless of the scorching heat or biting cold, Xia Chen steadfastly stood upon a cliff's boulder, enduring wind, rain, and sun. By 8, he had achieved minor proficiency in his swordplay. At 11, he attained great success, and by 18, he reached perfection. After perfecting his sword technique, Xia Chen bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain to venture into the world, heading eastward to learn from various sword masters. Along the way, he encountered bandits and faced tumultuous armies, fighting his way through countless battles. At 20, he enlisted in the military, starting as a lowly soldier, honing his sword intent amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At the age of 22, Xia Chen, feeling a profound sense of purpose, withdrew from the military and journeyed eastward, ultimately arriving at the vast sea. Gazing upon the boundless ocean from the eastern shores of Mount Xiao, Xia Chen perched upon the rocky outcrop, reminiscent of his childhood days spent practicing swordsmanship atop cliffs, meticulously repeating fundamental sword techniques. During this year, Xia Chen sustained himself by fishing, observing the ebb and flow of the tides, and witnessing the sun's ascent in the east and descent in the west. He gradually tempered his once sharp edges, the murderous aura forged in the crucible of bloodshed dissipating like grains of sand washed away by the sea. He transformed into an ordinary fisherman, embodying simplicity. Eventually, he laid down his sword, relinquishing his obsession with sword practice, embracing a more natural existence without undue striving. He truly became a fisherman, yet this fisherman harbored a particular passion. Each day, he relished sitting upon the rocks to watch the sun, often spending entire days in contemplation. On an unremarkable afternoon, as the sun sank below the horizon and was swallowed by the sea, Xia Chen suddenly broke into a smile, his eyes sparkling with divine light, akin to a sun rising anew, dispelling the darkness of dawn. He grasped the harpoon resting beside him and casually swept it across the surface of the sea. This stroke was named Dawn's Break. Xia Chen's voice was soft, almost a whisper, yet imbued with a righteous and radiant power that resonated deeply, as if a deity were proclaiming to the world. Instantly, the once dim sea was illuminated with brilliance. Fishermen aboard returning vessels widened their eyes in astonishment. What do they behold? Another sun slowly ascending, its light bathing the realm, as the ocean was rekindled with luminescence. The previously smooth sea surface was cleaved open, revealing the depths below. This extraordinary phenomenon unfolded over the span of 5 or 6 breaths, before the immense body of water surged back. Yet the surface remained imbued with an overwhelming essence of pure sunlight. Such was the power of a single stroke, fearsome indeed. Chapter 51. A Unique System and the 6th Rank Martial Artist. Xia Chen opened his eyes, and within them, a radiant sun gradually receded, transforming back into a singular eye, merging his dual pupils into one, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The tide, the great sun, the essence of blade. Xia Chen murmured to himself, lifting his gaze toward the position of the bright moon. Though only a fleeting moment seemed to have passed, he felt as if he had genuinely traversed the vicissitudes of over 20 years. The experiences in that world felt profoundly real, particularly his insights into swordsmanship. Yet, they became hazy, leaving only the pure essence of understanding. Furrowing his brow, Xia Chen realized that the memories of that world were beginning to blur. He recalled many events, yet the specifics eluded him. The only vividly intact memory was that of his sword training. It seemed that my system had undergone a mutation, significantly diverging from the player systems of my previous life. In my past existence, the player system could indeed accumulate experience points and then comprehend the essence of blade, fist, and sword. However, it was a direct infusion of knowledge. This time, it felt as though he had truly lived a lifetime, beginning his sword practice at the tender age of 5 and ultimately attaining enlightenment at 23 in the EC. This was an experience that had not occurred in his previous life. Although the memories of that world were fading, the sensations remained strikingly authentic, as if nothing was fabricated. You have successfully comprehended the pure yang blade intent in the small world, and having gazed upon the vast ocean, you have grasped the true essence of tides, creating your unique sword technique, Dawn. Your performance is outstanding. Reward: 1 small returning elixir. Host: Xia Chen. Age: 17 years. Realm: Peak of the 7th rank. Cultivation techniques: Red Sun Body Refinement Method. Shouyang Demon Breaking Blade. Dawn. Blade technique: 1 forbidden pure yang blade intent. Understanding law true essence of tides. System space: 10 cubic meters lower grade small returning elixir. Saves 3 months of arduous training. System all. Unlocked. Cultivation speed: 10-fold enhancement. Fortune Golden Dragon Refining Essence. Root Bone Talent: Superior Root Bone, formerly a waist body. Innate Dual Pupil Awakening. 1. The system panel displayed a plethora of text, and Xia Chen scrutinized the information carefully. The gains from this enlightenment were immense. The last time he entered the 9-Dragon Imperial Seal, the transformation bestowed upon him by that Fortune Golden Dragon was also substantial, with the most apparent change being his cultivation speed. Previously, his progress in blade techniques, proficiency, and experience points had all increased at a rate of 1-1. However, since that occasion, his advancements had surged to 10-10. His efficiency had escalated tenfold. Furthermore, his root bone, which had once been considered a martial waste, had transformed into a superior root bone following the refining process by the Fortune Golden Dragon. Even without relying on the system, his self-cultivation would certainly classify him as a genius. To his surprise, he had also received an elixir. Xia Chen felt a surge of joy. In his previous life, he had engaged in discussions on player forums and learned that while every player possessed a system, they were all rather rudimentary, and he had never heard of a system yielding equipment or reward items. This system of mine appears to be truly extraordinary. Could it be that my rebirth into this world is not due to the 9-Dragon Imperial Seal, but rather because of this system? Xia Chen's gaze flickered with uncertainty. as he found himself momentarily perplexed. He had always believed that it was due to the jade seal resting in his palm. Yet the recent anomalies with the system had sown seeds of doubt in his mind. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it any further, reasoning that the unknown would eventually reveal itself in due time. He retrieved a small elixir from the system's space, emanating a faint, alluring fragrance. Although this pill was of merely inferior grade, it promised to save 3 months of arduous cultivation. In this world, while medicinal pills do exist, they are not abundant. Most are healing potions, with few capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation speed. With this thought, Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Securing the formula for this small elixir would greatly bolster his future endeavors in building his own faction. If only he could acquire mid-grade, upper grade, or even a higher-tier version of this elixir. The possibilities were boundless. In a moment of resolve, he tossed the small elixir into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of blazing energy erupted in his throat, cascading through his limbs and bones. Xia Chen's blood began to boil, and his heart raced like a thunderous drum, echoing throughout the courtyard as if the very air resonated with the sound of a beating heart. It was hard to fathom that this was merely the heartbeat of a man. At this time, it was still mid-March, and the lingering chill in the air could hardly be described as warm. The peach blossom tree in the courtyard had only just begun to sprout tender buds, yet to bloom. As Xia Chen sat there, rhythmically breathing in and out, the temperature in the courtyard began to rise. Bizum, who had been tidying up Xia Chen's room, sensed the unusual occurrence outside and hurriedly pushed open the window. What she beheld would be etched in her memory forever. Xia Chen sat cross-legged beneath the peach blossom tree, and behind him, a vision materialized, an expansive ocean stretching endlessly to the horizon, with towering waves crashing mightily, instilling awe in the heart. This was Baiju's first encounter with the sea. She had often heard tales of its vastness within the Marquis' residence, but today, she finally witnessed it for herself. At that moment, a radiant sun slowly ascended from below the horizon, akin to dawn breaking, casting light upon the world and enveloping Baiju in a warm, magnificent aura. The sun rose higher, becoming a blazing orb in the sky, illuminating the entire courtyard. The flowers bloomed. In an instant, the peach blossom tree burst into full bloom, radiantly beautiful, leaving Baiju spellbound in wonder. Was this a miracle? The young master. Truly remarkable. As Xia Chen opened his eyes, there was a flash of lightning reflected within them. His eyes had grown increasingly enigmatic. He had officially stepped into the realm of a 6th-grade martial artist. At this moment, Xia Chen felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him. His enhancement this evening surpassed his previous capabilities by more than tenfold. Although at this stage, unless one reaches the 3rd tier, rank does not signify everything. Achieving the 6th tier positions one among the adept in the entire capital. In the martial world, attaining the 5th tier allows one to establish their own sect, which speaks volumes about the value of the 6th tier. Young master is truly remarkable. Baiju, regaining her composure, rushed out of the room. Tonight's events shall remain a secret from the outside world. This is a treasure meant solely for us. Xia Chen bestowed upon Baiju a radiant smile, and her heart raced at the sight of his exquisite visage. Rest assured, young master, I understand and shall not speak of it to anyone, even if the future princess were to join our family. This remains our secret. Baiju replied, her cheeks flushed, and she added softly at the end. Note, today's 3rd chapter is out. A wave of free rewards would be greatly appreciated. An update will come at midnight. I'm giving it my all. Special thanks to Imaginative Rules for the inspiring capsule of rewards. Chapter 52. No, brother, how can you be so handsome? Nightfall. Baiju poured hot water for Xia Chen and then stood by the wooden tub. Young master, may I assist you with your bath? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Baiju's lively eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Chen nodded. Baiju was now his personal maid, and as an indigenous person in this world, he found no need to impose modern sensibilities or pretend to be a paragon of virtue. A person, unless endowed with the power to change the world, should refrain from attempting to defy it or seek to stand apart. Blushing, Baiju approached Xia Chen, unfastening his belt and assisting him in shedding his garments. Instantly, a physique akin to a masterpiece revealed itself before her. Bai Zhu, standing only to Xia Chen's chest, found herself in close proximity, feeling the intense energy radiating from his body. Her gaze became entranced as she remained frozen until the sound of splashing water jolted her back to reality. Noticing Xia Chen had already entered the tub, she hurried to the tub's edge, dipping her delicate hand into the water to begin washing him. However, as she scrubbed, her mind wandered. "Young master, you are truly impressive." Late at night, Xia Chen extinguished the lamp, and, just as he settled onto his bed, he noticed a small figure stealthily approaching from the adjoining chamber. Even in the darkness, Xia Chen's eyes shone with clarity akin to daylight. He discerned Bai Zhu, clad minimally, with only a delicate purple undergarment covering her. "Bai Zhu," Xia Chen whispered. The sudden call startled her, causing her to jump. "What is it? Is there something else?" Silence enveloped the darkness, and after a moment, Bai Zhu's voice, barely above a whisper, emerged. "The matriarch instructed me to attend to your daily needs and to help warm your bed at night." Her words floated like the faintest of whispers, nearly inaudible unless one had keen hearing, and in the shadows, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xia Chen remained silent, aware that this was a custom of the large family. The reason he had not complied previously was that he had yet to break through to the 8th tier and was unable to consummate. "I do not require bed warming. You should sleep in the adjoining room tonight," he sighed. Although he was no paragon of virtue nor a hypocrite and had no desire to impose modern thoughts in this era, he was not one to rush matters. Bai Zhu would eventually be his, and given her youth, there was no hurry. "Do you find me unworthy, young master?" The darkness was thick with silence until Bai Zhu's voice, tinged with tears, broke through. "That is not my intention." Xia Chen, observing Bai Zhu's tear-streaked face in the dark, felt a pang of discomfort. "Very well, come here, but it is truly only for warming the bed." As Xia Chen pulled back the covers, a soft figure, reminiscent of a kitten, nestled into his embrace. In this feudal era, Xia Chen recognized that change was unattainable. Thus, he chose to acquiesce. While one might possess formidable strength capable of physically obliterating another, the alteration of a person's thoughts remains beyond forceful means. Morning broke. Upon awakening, Xia Chen resumed his martial training. He had already sent Xia Chen to request a leave of absence from the lantern bearer. His intention was to engage with those individuals following the poetry gathering of his betrothed the next day, to demonstrate to them the true meaning of discipline and consequence. The previous day's verbal sparring was merely an appetizer. Bai Zhu also rose from her slumber, her face aglow with joy, her gaze dreamy. Although the young master had not made advances the previous night, their relationship had undeniably deepened, transitioning from strangers to intimately acquainted. On the third day, Xia Chen's internal clock stirred him awake, and Bai Zhu, who lay like a kitten in his arms, was also roused. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and crawled out from under the covers, her delicate, fair skin exposed to the air, clad only in a light garment. "Is the young master going to meet the princess today?" she inquired. "Not exactly, just attending a literary gathering," Xia Chen replied, shaking his head and affectionately tousling Bai Zhu's hair. "You can sleep a little longer. I can manage on my own." "Nonsense. I must assist you in dressing. The gathering is at the princess's residence, and you must present yourself impeccably to avoid being looked down upon." Bizot insisted, quickly rising to help Xia Chen don his attire. At a small eatery along Central Avenue, known for its lamb soup, Xia Chen was asked, "Young master, are we not in a hurry? The princess's residence is just a few hundred meters ahead. Shouldn't we finish breakfast first?" Xia Chen, while savoring the lamb soup without looking up, replied to the anxious Xia Chen beside him, "What is the rush? Haven't you heard that esteemed guests typically make their entrance last? This lamb soup is quite delightful and authentically prepared. I truly enjoy it." Xia Chen sighed, observing Xia Chen, who remained as composed as a mountain, before he too began to sample the soup. For some reason, Xia Chen felt that his master was somewhat indifferent towards the renowned second princess, lacking any anticipation. Yet, Xia Chen treated everyone with utmost courtesy, even beggars in the city, exuding a warm, refined demeanor with no faults to be found. "Let's be off." After leisurely finishing his lamb soup, Xia Chen finally stood and beckoned Xia Chen to follow. "How much do I owe you?" he called to the shopkeeper. "No charge, young master," the proprietor replied, cautiously approaching, head lowered, and a broad smile adorning his face. Although he was unfamiliar with Xia Chen, the young man's striking appearance and demeanor unmistakably suggested he hailed from an illustrious family. With his modest business lacking any substantial background, how could he dare to accept payment? "Here you go. My young master has always paid for his meals." Without uttering a word, Xia Chen, following closely behind Xia Chen, produced a small silver coin from his pocket and placed it on the table, leaving the innkeeper with a towering silhouette as they departed. "Which noble family does this young master belong to? I have never witnessed such refinement before," murmured the old man Li, his gaze lost in thought. At that moment, he could never have imagined that this individual was none other than the illustrious Xia Chen, the subject of recent fervent discussions across the capital. Reigning atop the trending charts, in the Princess Yaowang's residence, an array of carriages and palanquins filled the entrance, bustling with a continuous flow of visitors. Scholars clad in elegant robes and young nobles adorned in lavish garments presented their invitations at the door, each wearing a radiant smile as they entered the princess's abode. "Look, that woman is exceptionally beautiful. I have never encountered such a stunning lady before. Which esteemed family does she belong to? Her grace is unparalleled." The lady in purple attire, indeed, had a prominent background. She was none other than Princess Yaowang's personal maidservant. Is she merely a maid? She surpasses the daughters of other houses in beauty and poise. It is no wonder she serves the princess. As the crowd gathered outside the princess's residence, they noticed the striking purple-clad maid, igniting a flurry of whispers among them. A few bold young gentlemen attempted to approach her, only to be met with her indifferent rejection. Was this maiden waiting for someone special? Who could command such attention from the esteemed maidservant, lingering at the entrance for so long? Perhaps it was Princess Pingyang or the third prince. Surely, only such notable figures could warrant the presence of the princess's closest attendant at the door. As the whispers continued, the previously composed maid's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Following her gaze, the crowd beheld a gentleman approaching. He bore an air of elegance, his brows like ink strokes, eyes long and profound, shimmering with a starlit depth, seemingly harboring boundless emotions and wisdom. His complexion was as pale as fresh snow, and his face resembled exquisite jade. Clad in a flowing blue robe, he stood tall and regal, exuding a gentle warmth akin to jade, as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm, captivating all who beheld him. Upon seeing the meticulously groomed Xia Chen, the maid's eyes lit up, and she found herself momentarily entranced. The onlookers gazed at Xia Chen with a mix of envy and admiration. "Brother, how can you be so handsome? How are we to compete?" They exchanged glances, feeling an immense pressure. The literary gathering had yet to commence, yet they already felt outmatched. Despite their own careful preparations, the disparity was stark. Their hearts ached, and their dismay deepened as the very maid they had long admired took the initiative to approach this gentleman. "I have met the esteemed son-in-law. Brothers, let's continue to update during the day." Chapter 53, The Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion. At the entrance of the princess's residence, all present were utterly astonished by the scene before them. The goddess they revered, Miss Xia, was exhibiting such demeanor before this man. "Really, my good fellow, are you not merely handsome? We are all men of stature. If beauty is to be measured, then height is a factor. Well, though one might say appearance is somewhat lacking, he is still a person. We are all here for the literary gathering. Why should you receive special treatment?" The crowd was filled with indignation and discontent. "Why are you here at the entrance?" Xia Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed, gazing at Xia. "I am here specifically to welcome the esteemed son-in-law," Xia replied respectfully while standing beside Xia Chen. Today, Xia Chen undoubtedly appeared more dashing than he had in the carriage, dressed in the uniform of a lantern-bearer. That day, he exuded an air of reckless charm, revealing a hint of arrogance. However, today, clad in exquisite garments, he radiated the essence of a noble gentleman, exuding an aura of affluence, yet remaining remarkably composed. Upon hearing Xia's explanation, Xia Chen cast her glance. then surveyed the crowd of scholars and young gentry gathered at the entrance, all eyes fixed upon him. He thought to himself that had this not been beneath the emperor's gaze, at the entrance of the princess's residence, these envious onlookers might have charged forth in a fit of jealousy. In such a case, should he summon the imperial guards or the lantern-bearers to disperse them? Alas, the jealousy of man is a fearsome beast. Contemplating this, Xia Chen nodded lightly at Xia. Let's proceed inside. Xia guided Xia Chen and Xia Chen past the throng blocking the entrance of the princess's residence. It was not until Xia Chen's figure had vanished from sight that the crowd erupted in spirited discussion. Who is this person truly? Miss Xia personally came to greet him. Such prestige. The crux is, why is he so handsome? With his arrival, do we still have a place here? What is there to fear? This literary gathering is a contest of intellect, not of appearance. I perceive him merely as a decorative faade, a pretty pillow with no substance. A young man clad in a brocade robe scoffed, exhibiting disdain for those who relied on their looks, unlike himself, who depended on his family's wealth. To arrive at a literary gathering looking so dashing, this must be a ruse. He must be aiming for Princess Yao Wang's favor, clearly seeking the easy path. Though I may not possess his looks, I take pride in my independence, as I am never reliant on others. Yang Wei thought this to himself, straightening his posture with a sense of pride. Yet, soon enough, his back began to slouch. It seems I ought to rest well. Maintaining such rigidity is rather exhausting. With a smile upon his face, Yang Wei opened the folding fan in his hand, intending to display his graceful charm when he overheard a voice nearby. Shoo! Keep your voices down. Do you know who that man was just now? Who else could it be? The individual in question is evidently a mere pretty boy, seeking a patron. How contemptible! Before the stranger could finish his statement, Yang Wei interjected. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, the speaker's expression shifted, and he nervously glanced around before hastily covering Yang Wei's mouth. Brother Wei, you mustn't speak so carelessly. That person holds significant influence. Be cautious lest his associates overhear. Who is it that warrants such trepidation? Surely, he cannot be a prince. One companion inquired, curiosity piqued, while others expressed dissatisfaction at the stranger's enigmatic demeanor. The man in question was Xia Chen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Annong and the betrothed of Princess Yao Wang. Just yesterday, his affairs had stirred considerable gossip, particularly regarding his recent departure from the residence of the Duke of Zhendong. What? He is Xia Chen? No wonder Miss Xia personally came to greet him. The crowd's expressions changed dramatically, followed by a dawning realization. This was indeed the princess's residence, although the couple had yet to wed. Their union had been sanctioned by the emperor, and the announcement had been made publicly. Thus, Xia Chen was, in essence, a co-host of the princess's estate. Lower your voices. Are you aware that Xia Chen currently oversees the Eagle Eye Division, one of the 9 divisions of the Lantern Bearers? Each division possesses distinct powers and jurisdictions, and the Eagle Eye Division primarily governs the capital. Today's literary gathering has attracted a vast number of scholars and young nobles from across the city, and it is certain that the Eagle Eye Division has infiltrated the event. Every word we utter may very well be recorded. Wu Bai glanced around, his voice laced with caution, fearful that their conversation might be overheard. The atmosphere shifted, particularly for Yang Wei, who was acutely aware of the Lantern Bearer's pervasive reach. Over the years, they had been notorious for their ruthless actions against prominent families in the capital, and the scions of these esteemed families were understandably apprehensive of them. Brother Wei, are you well? Why do you seem so feeble? You must pull yourself together. As the expressions of the crowd fluctuated, Yang Wei's head began to spin, his eyes rolled back, and his body weakened, causing him to collapse. I cannot endure this any longer. I feel dizzy and disoriented. I fear I may not participate in this gathering. I shall return to rest. Panic-stricken, Yang Wei recalled his earlier disparaging remarks about Xia Chen, uttered in a voice far too loud. Would Xia Chen and the Lantern Bearers seek retribution? Quickly, held Brother Wei back. Brother Wei, I've heard that goji berries can alleviate dizziness. I possess a simple remedy that centers on goji berries. I experienced remarkable effects the last time I used it. After the event concludes, I shall personally deliver it to you. A brother assured Yang Wei with a broad grin. Amidst the commotion at the entrance, Xia Chen had already entered the inner sanctum of the princess's estate. "Surely, we are not bound for the main hall of the literary gathering?" Xia Chen inquired as he walked behind him, traversing the winding yet picturesque path, admiring the scenery while speaking. "We are headed for the inner courtyard. Is it appropriate for me to enter the inner courtyard?" Xia Chen did not lift his gaze, casually speaking while surveying the resplendent fountain in the distant beautiful garden. The prince, being a familiar figure, would not raise eyebrows even upon entering the inner courtyard. Outsiders would hardly comment. With some time remaining before the literary gathering commenced, it was only natural for the prince to take a moment to rest. Xia halted, turned around, and earnestly replied while gazing at Xia Chen's handsome visage. Xia Chen nodded, opting for silence thereafter. Xia guided Xia Chen through the layers of courtyards, ultimately arriving at a charmingly scenic courtyard that exuded a sense of historical elegance. Tianfeng Pavilion. The plaque of the courtyard bore only 3 simple characters, lacking a signature. Yet these characters radiated an extraordinary essence. Xia glanced back at Xia Chen, pausing at the entrance of the courtyard, her eyes fixed on the 3 characters, before breaking into a gentle smile. These characters were inscribed by the princess herself, her handwriting having received commendation even from the esteemed Grand Tutor. Xia Chen nodded, acknowledging the beauty of the script. However, his pause was not for the calligraphy itself, but rather for the significance of the words Tianfeng. After ascending the throne, Yao Guang adopted the era to name Tianfeng. From these 3 characters, Xia Chen discerned that Yao Guang had long harbored ambitions for the world, aspiring for greatness. Did the prince find anything amiss with these characters? Xia, possessing keen insight, perceived a peculiar emotion reflected in Xia Chen's expression. The script was indeed exquisite, yet the 2 characters of Tianfeng seemed overly grand. The phoenix, destined to soar to great heights, appeared to embody an ambition that was somewhat ostentatious. Xia Chen's demeanor remained remarkably tranquil, offering a subtle critique that shifted Xia's gaze. The prince jested. It was merely an ordinary name for a courtyard. Xia smiled enchanting, swiftly concealing the peculiarity in her eyes. "Haha, I merely spoke offhandedly. However, if it were up to me to name it, I would deem this courtyard aptly named with just 2 simple words." "Oh, does the prince have a better name in mind?" Xia's gaze fixated on Xia Chen, a hint of intrigue in her eyes. Even her sharp intellect struggled to discern whether Xia Chen's previous remark was casual or laden with deeper significance. The morning sunlight bathed Xia Chen, illuminating half of his exquisite countenance, rendering him almost divine, radiating brilliance. "How about calling it Yao Qi?" Xia Chen's smile was radiant and warm, exuding a gentle grace that enveloped those around him like a breath of spring. Having uttered these words, he took a step forward into the courtyard, no longer glancing at the 3 characters of Tianfeng Pavilion. "Yao Qi?" Xia echoed the name at the entrance, momentarily perplexed, yet she found the words profoundly grand and sacred, as if imbued with significant destiny. The more she repeated them, the more resonant they felt, yet she struggled to capture the essence of their charm. In this world, there are no mythical tales of the Yao Qi and the Queen Mother. Thus, she is destined to remain oblivious to the significance embodied in those 2 characters. When Xia regained her senses, she beheld Xia Chen already taking the initiative to push open the door and step into the grand hall. "Prince Consort, wait for me," Xia exclaimed, lifting her skirts as she gracefully ran, her movements still exuding unparalleled elegance. Upon entering, Xia discovered that Xia Chen had seated himself in the hall. "The Prince Consort is here. The princess is currently bathing and will require a moment. The royal kitchen has already prepared breakfast for both the princess and the prince consort. It will be ready shortly." Xia guided Xia Chen into a dining area, then smiled as she spoke. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he was about to meet the future empress. Was she so eager? Would they share breakfast together? Had their relationship grown so intimate? Those unaware might easily presume they were already a married couple. Chapter 54. Princess Yao Guang. Xia Chen sat quietly upon a wooden chair, bathed in the warm, dancing light that flickered amidst the gilded beams of the hall. In the center, a long table of sandalwood was adorned with an exquisitely embroidered satin cloth. Surrounding it, emerald screens glimmered subtly, isolating the space from the clamor of the outside world. Alone, Xia Chen exuded an aura of composure, akin to a profound and unfathomable abyss. Maidservants stood silently around him, pouring tea, yet he remained reticent, enveloped in an unusual tranquility. In the depths of the courtyard, within a modestly appointed boudoir, Yaowang sat before her vanity mirror, listening intently to Ziyue's detailed report, murmuring the two words repeatedly. The copper-hued mirror reflected a visage of unparalleled beauty, unmarred and exquisite. Ziyue, standing behind Yaowang, lifted a wooden comb, her long, dark tresses cascading like a waterfall. I sense that the prince consort harbors intentions. His peculiar attitude towards the term Tianfeng intrigues me. It feels as though there are no secrets before him, as if he sees straight through to my essence. Ziyue's delicate brows furrowed, her expression one of confusion. It appears my prince consort is more astute than we had presumed. For the past 17 years, he has remained dormant, concealing his brilliance and honing his talents. Clad in a light inner garment, having just emerged from a bath, Yaowang's skin glowed with a radiant flush, exuding an alluring luminescence. Yet, why does the prince consort shroud his talents in obscurity? What makes him different from us? Could it be that his circumstances within the Marquis have been less than favorable, prompting others to conspire against him, striving to extinguish his potential in its infancy, thereby necessitating his careful masquerade as an ordinary man? Ziyue's brow knitted in thought, her voice ringing clear yet gentle, revealing her perplexity. 14 years ago, when Marquis Zhendong ventured to the battlefield of Dongwang, he fathered a second son. It is said that Xia Hao, possessing extraordinary talents, was cherished by both Marquis Zhendong and his wife, while Xia Chen was met with indifference. Nevertheless, Xia Chen, as the legitimate eldest son, is destined to inherit the Marquis, a reality that cannot be overlooked. Yaowang's voice resonated with a mature and commanding tone, imbued with wisdom and stability. Her beauty resembled the blooming peach blossoms of spring, with rosy cheeks and a complexion that radiated warmth akin to exquisite jade. Her eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters, captivating all who gazed upon her. She was enchantingly beautiful, as if she had stepped forth from a painting, rendering the world around her devoid of color. Standing behind Yaowang, gazed at the familiar visage in the mirror, momentarily entranced, unable to look away. Eventually, she regained her composure and spoke. "Princess, do you imply that Marquis Zhendong wishes to bequeath the title to his younger son, Xia Hao, and that Xia Chen's existence poses an obstacle, prompting the Marquis to plot against the prince consort? Surely, a tiger does not consume its cub. Even after 14 years apart, such cruelty seems unfathomable." The more Ziyue analyzed the implications, the more a chill crept down her spine. The image of Xia Chen's countenance surfaced in her mind, recalling his composed and confident smile, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. How has the prince consort managed to navigate the complexities of life within the Marquis so serenely over these years? Surely, she has endured numerous dangers and suffered greatly. It is no wonder that this time she has fallen out with the Marquis' household and decided to separate and move away. I am unaware of the specific reasons, and perhaps my conjecture is incorrect. Yaowang shook her head, a hint of perplexity lingering in her brow. She sensed that matters were not so straightforward. It seemed she had fallen into a cognitive trap. What was he doing now? Suddenly, Yaowang cast a glance at Ziyue in the bronze mirror, shifting the topic. He sat quietly, immersed in his tea, neither observing nor inquiring further. There was a certain patience about him. According to the news relayed by Li Wenzhong, Xia Chen has a penchant for military texts, exudes a tranquil demeanor, and possesses the aura of a great general. Indeed, upon seeing him today, it was as if that were the case. A smile graced Yaowang's lips. "Ziyue, what is your opinion of Xia Chen?" "General, Li holds the prince consort in high regard. Although rumors in the capital can be misleading, General Li's loyalty to the princess is evident. He would not deceive her. I have encountered the prince consort twice. While I cannot ascertain his martial prowess, he is undoubtedly different from the common folk, not an ordinary man by any means. Xia fell silent for a moment, thoughtfully grooming Yao Guang. In the stillness of the room, Yao Guang did not respond immediately to Xia's words. After a while, she nodded. Perhaps he could be won over. He might indeed become my husband in the future, and certain matters are destined to be intertwined with him. A contemplative expression flickered in Yao Guang's bright eyes. By the way, we should refrain from contacting General Wenzhong as much as possible from now on. He has recently been promoted to the Grand General of the Dragon Guard, and his status is no longer what it once was. My father harbors deep suspicions and will undoubtedly assign someone to monitor General Li, observing whether he engages with others. We must exercise caution. Yes, Your Highness, I will minimize our communications unless there are significant matters or emergencies that necessitate involving General Li. Otherwise, I shall refrain from employing this hidden pawn. Xia's expression turned serious, clearly understanding the stakes involved. Bring me my phoenix jade hairpin. I shall wear it today. Suddenly, Yao Guang remarked, gazing at her unparalleled beauty in the bronze mirror. Did you not say, Princess, that the hairpin was too ostentatious and that you wish to be more understated? Xia responded with surprise. This hairpin was a gift from His Majesty and is renowned throughout the Great Wu dynasty. It is crafted from a peculiar gem, crimson as if stained with phoenix blood, which delighted Emperor Wuzong upon its acquisition. The most illustrious jade artisans and contemporary celestial masters were commissioned to intricately carve and polish it. The first owner of this phoenix jade hairpin was none other than the Empress of Emperor Wuzong. Now, this hairpin has been passed down in the royal family for 6 centuries. When Princess Yao Guang turned 16, Emperor Wen bestowed this hairpin upon her, yet thus far, she has worn it only once. Today, she shall don it again. I possess no other adornments of note. This hairpin is my sole exquisite piece, perfectly suited to enhance my appearance. As Xia revealed a faint smile, she chose to remain silent and stood up to retrieve the hairpin. In her heart, she was as clear as a mirror. The princess, possessing natural beauty, had refrained from adorning herself with any accessories since the age of 15, simply to allow her companions and noble ladies some breathing space. Nevertheless, there were still numerous adornments within the princess's residence, and today she had deliberately brought forth this jade phoenix hairpin, signifying its considerable importance to her. Xia gently opened a jade box to reveal the hairpin, which was a striking crimson hue. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with the details of the phoenix feathers meticulously carved, as if it could transform into a resplendent phoenix reborn from the flames at any moment, radiating an aura of vitality. Once the princess donned the hairpin, her entire demeanor underwent a transformation. With a gaze filled with awe, Xia remarked on the change. This literary gathering would attract many talented individuals, thus deserving of earnest attention. Yao Guang, scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror, mused aloud, seemingly explaining to Xia, I believe it is for the sole purpose of meeting the prince consort. Upon hearing this, Xia playfully exposed Yao Guang's intentions, their camaraderie allowing for such teasing without hesitation. Yao Guang's ears flushed slightly at the remark, though she quickly concealed her embarrassment, regaining her composure. What nonsense! Hurry and check on Xia Chen. We've kept him waiting for so long. I wouldn't want him to feel neglected. I shall be right there. With a gentle push, Yao Guang urged Xia along, who smiled softly at the corner of her eye before slowly exiting the room. Chapter 55. The first encounter with the Empress Xia Chen remained composed, patiently awaiting the arrival of the princess. Soon he beheld Xia, gracefully adorned in a flowing violet gown. The prince has waited long. The princess shall be with you shortly. With a courteous bow, Xia approached Xia Chen, her crimson lips parting as she spoke. I am well. Xia Chen shook his head gently, his gaze unwavering. Xia found it difficult to discern whether Xia Chen was genuinely untroubled or merely concealing his displeasure, as he had already waited through the time it took to steep 3 cups of tea. Having just completed her grooming, Xia had taken extra care to present herself for the prince, which accounted for the delay. She sought to clarify, wishing to preclude any misunderstanding regarding the princess's intentions. Xia Chen offered a faint smile and replied, Lady Xia, you needn't worry. I am in no rush, and a brief wait poses no inconvenience to me. He paid little mind to the matter of time, whether it was a display of power or simply an effort to beautify herself, for his mind was shrouded in unease. Ever since entering the princess's estate, he maintained a facade of calm, yet harbored a constant vigilance within. From the tales of his past life, he recognized the depths of the second princess's concealment, an unsettling profundity. The crown prince and the third prince had clashed violently, leading to the third prince's desperate rebellion during the incident of the seizing of the gates, a clear indication of his being driven to the brink. Meanwhile, the second princess remained inscrutable, only revealing herself at the last moment to quell the chaos with swift, precise, and ruthless action. The very fact that she emerged to restore order amidst the slaughter of the royal bloodline was alarming. Although the royal family had suffered considerable losses, the presence of the eighth prince, whose lineage was not far removed, retained the right of succession. Traditionally, in such circumstances, a royal scion would be chosen to inherit the throne. Yet, astonishingly, both the bureaucratic factions and the military aristocracy opted to support the second princess's ascension. This revelation was unsettling, suggesting that these influential figures had long been swayed by the second princess, willingly placing themselves under her influence. Such cunning made her a formidable player, skillfully manipulating the entire realm. Now, this formidable individual was to become his betrothed, and the prospect of meeting her compelled Xia Chen to exercise utmost caution. Though he possessed an advantage as a half-player with an external aid, he never underestimated the inhabitants of this world. Countless players had perished in their attempts to navigate the treachery of the indigenous people, their lives serving as grim lessons. Yet, what troubled him more was the mystery surrounding his own demise during the incident of the seizing of the gates in his previous life. Had it truly been an accident? Or had the second princess, in the chaos of suppressing the rebellion, casually extinguished his life? Xia Chen was deeply skeptical. "Prince, the princess has arrived." In a daze, Xia Chen heard Ziyu's voice beckoning him. Xia Chen heard soft footsteps and turned his gaze towards the side hall. A woman emerged from behind, captivatingly beautiful, leaving him momentarily dazed. She was undeniably the most exquisite person he had ever encountered. Following her was a charming and spirited girl, Li Wei. Having seen the princess, Xia Chen, though momentarily entranced, immediately rose to his feet and respectfully bowed. Regardless of his conjectures, whether accurate or not, he understood that he must adhere to the formalities of the occasion. Yao Guang scrutinized the young man before her, her enchanting eyes revealing a flicker of intrigue. Indeed, he was the most outstanding individual she had ever laid eyes upon, his appearance flawless. "No need for excessive formality. Please rise," Yao Guang urged, her voice cultivated and serene, though a subtle smile, unnoticed even by herself, graced her lips. Li Wei, standing behind Yao Guang, observed Xia Chen with curiosity. Noticing her gaze, Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement before averting his attention. "Please, take a seat." Yao Guang gestured for him to sit opposite her. Soon, maidservants entered in succession, presenting an array of exquisitely crafted delicacies. Each portion was modest yet remarkably refined, a feast for the senses. "Are you hungry?" Yao Guang inquired, glancing at the handsome youth before her. "Not particularly," Xia Chen replied calmly with a nod. An awkward silence enveloped the room as Yao Guang lowered her gaze to the table laden with dishes, contemplating what to say to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. Ordinarily eloquent and astute, she found herself at a loss for words today, as the young man, her fiancé, differed subtly from her expectations. According to the information she had received, Xia Chen was gentle and refined, humble and courteous, exuding an air of nobility and friendliness, often adorned with a smile. However, upon their first encounter, while he was indeed polite, there was an unexpected blandness, bordering on aloofness, that caused Yao Guang to frown slightly. What could be the reason for this? Had the information been erroneous? Women's intuition is often remarkably accurate. Xia Chen believed he had conducted himself admirably, exhibiting respect and decorum, yet Yao Guang sensed a discrepancy. Seated at the dining table, the two shared a moment of silence. Ziyu furrowed her brow. While the prince consort was not known for being reticent, he also did not strike her as particularly anxious. Why then this cold demeanor? She had heard tales of his literary prowess, praised even by the emperor. Had he prepared for today's literary gathering? As Yao Guang's confidant, Ziyu felt compelled to prevent this somber atmosphere from lingering. It was the first meeting between the princess and the prince consort. While it was unreasonable to expect immediate affection, the unease should not be so palpable that both parties felt discomfort and restlessness. Indeed, as soon as Ziyu spoke, the oppressive atmosphere was shattered. I am but a warrior. Today, I merely wish to witness the talents of the youth of our Grand Wu. Xia Chen wore a gentle smile as he responded, momentarily realizing his own predicament. He had allowed preconceived notions to cloud his judgment, harboring suspicions that he might one day meet his demise at the hands of the second princess, thus taking a defensive stance against her. However, nothing of the sort had transpired, and he had only recently become engaged to her. As for his younger brother, the future pillar of the great Wu kingdom, Prince Xia Hao, he had only just turned 13 this year. There were rumors in his previous life suggesting that the Empress had intentions of choosing Xia Hao, yet such claims were evidently mere fabrications. The Empress had reigned for decades, casting her formidable shadow over the realm, leaving no power capable of opposing her. Had she genuinely favored Xia Hao, they would have likely been united long ago. From Xia Chen's understanding, the Empress had always remained solitary, seemingly fixated solely on the Tao. Even the heir to the throne was selected from among the royal family as a mere child. Furthermore, during the early days of the age of spiritual revival, the Empress had mysteriously vanished. Whispers circulated that Prince Xia Hao was implicated in this disappearance, a notion not entirely baseless. As the subsequent fragmentation of the Great Wu dynasty had indeed rendered Xia Hao the greatest beneficiary, while it was tempting to draw conclusions from the outcomes, one could easily fall prey to the pitfalls of preconceived notions. Xia Chen promptly awakened to this realization, regardless of the truth behind this historical enigma. He found himself swept up in the current of events, determined to experience and perceive life fully. As for the outcome and whether it could be altered, he resolved to strive wholeheartedly, undeterred by difficulties and dangers. With this in mind, Xia Chen bestowed a radiant smile upon Yao Guang. Chapter 56. Phoenix Claws. In the room, the atmosphere significantly softened. Both Yao Guang and Ziyu were perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Xia Chen's demeanor. They felt a tinge of nervousness upon their first encounter with the princess's majestic presence. Sensing their thoughts, Xia Chen smiled and casually remarked that he was no longer anxious. Yao Guang's lips parted slightly, and she was taken aback by her own words, surprised at how she had momentarily adopted a girlish demeanor. Upon first seeing Her Highness the Princess, she was struck by her ethereal beauty, akin to a phoenix soaring in the heavens, radiant and imposing, which naturally instilled a sense of trepidation within her. However, upon taking a seat and observing the princess's unparalleled visage, she found herself considerably more at ease. Xia Chen, with his striking presence, sat across from Yao Guang at a close distance, his gaze gentle yet not fervent, displaying an exquisite balance. Initially locked in eye contact with him, Yao Guang now averted her gaze slightly, feeling an odd sense of discomfort, a sensation she had never experienced before. My princess is undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world, Li Wei suddenly interjected, looking earnestly at Xia Chen. While my princess may indeed be the most beautiful, the claim of her imposing presence is somewhat exaggerated. Ziyu chimed in with a chuckle, sensing that Xia Chen's assertion might not merely be flattery, but a deeper sentiment, much like his earlier emphasis on the term phoenix. With aspirations as lofty as a swan, the future holds the potential for soaring heights. Xia Chen picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of phoenix claw, remarking lightly as if engaged in mere banter. Yet, across from him, Yao Guang's gaze sharpened, fixated intently upon him as he enjoyed his breakfast, creating a brief silence in the room, punctuated only by the elegant sounds of his chewing. As a woman, what does it matter how grand one's ambitions may be? Suddenly, Yao Guang smiled, illuminating the room like spring flowers in bloom, radiating beauty that rendered one spellbound. She found herself genuinely intrigued by the man before her. To dismiss his words as mere triviality would indeed be folly. Is Yao Guang foolish? Certainly not. She is astutely intelligent. Xia Chen believed that few in the entire Dao dynasty could rival her intellect. Thus, she was resolute in her conviction that her husband-to-be had a profound understanding of her, even grasping some of her foundational truths. Yet, an intense sense of insecurity gnawed at her heart, as if this man could see right through her, leaving her bare and unguarded before him. Moreover, the critical issue remained that she did not truly know this fiancé of hers. The information she possessed often did not align, rendering him an enigma shrouded in mist, obscuring her clarity. Do you particularly enjoy phoenix claws? In an instant, Yao Guang's thoughts raced, but she quickly regained her composure, reverting to her natural demeanor. Rather than probing further into this question, she deftly shifted the topic of conversation. The phoenix claws are delicious and succulent, particularly those from the princess's residence, which possess a unique flavor. Before arriving this morning, Xia Chen had already consumed a bowl of mutton soup, leaving him moderately satiated. However, he genuinely found the phoenix claws to be quite delectable. On the exquisite small plate, there were only 3 claws, and he devoured 2 of them. Yao Guang observed him in silence, feeling an inexplicable ambiguity in Xia Chen's words. It was said that today, the son of Minister Lin would attend the literary gathering, and recently, there have been rumors in the capital that the prince consort is exceptionally talented, surpassing even Minister Lin. It is likely that Minister Lin's son will challenge the prince consort today. Ziyue felt compelled to change the subject, inwardly sighing. She was becoming the lubricant between the two. It was merely a rumor circulating in the bustling streets. With Minister Lin's son coming today, it will be a good opportunity to witness if he possesses the demeanor of his family. Xia Chen, indifferent, focused intently on the culinary delights before him. As he continued to eat, he suddenly raised his head and inquired, "Who will be attending the literary gathering today?" Replying to the prince consort, some sons of high-ranking officials, as well as several young talents from the National Academy and the esteemed scholars from Bailu Academy, will be present. Master Tianhai from Tianlong Temple may also attend, and perhaps someone from the Celestial Master's residence will come as well. As Ziyue recounted the list of names, Xia Chen couldn't help but glance at her. His initial disinterest was suddenly piqued. The presence of the sons of officials and students from the National Academy and Bailu Academy was not unexpected. However, the attendance of esteemed scholars from Bailu Academy indicated a gathering of considerable prestige. More importantly, the participation of both Tianlong Temple and the Celestial Master's residence was quite unusual. The Abbot Long Shu from Tianlong Temple and the Elder Celestial Master from the Celestial Master's residence are among the top-tier powerhouses of the realm, known for their formidable prowess. And humanity is revered as the immortals of the land due to the existence of 5 first-rate powerhouses among them. Each possesses extraordinary capabilities. Both Tianlong Temple and the Celestial Master's residence are within the capital, yet they remain detached from worldly affairs, holding a transcendent status. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Yao Guang. It was indeed remarkable that such a literary gathering could attract both of these esteemed establishments. "Why have you stopped eating, Prince Consort?" Li Wei, who was about to call for the maid to bring more phoenix claws, noticed that Xia Chen had set down his chopsticks and curiously inquired. "This dish is so delicious that I fear I might become addicted. I'll one tea be able to indulge in it every day, which would be quite distressing." Xia Chen jested with a smile. "Is that so?" Li Wei responded, somewhat naively. "If you enjoy it, you can come often." Suddenly, Yao Guang gazed at Xia Chen and uttered these words. Xia Chen looked at Yao Guang in surprise. "Come often? Shouldn't he just move into the princess's residence?" He pondered silently, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Since we are not yet wed, frequenting the princess's residence might attract gossip. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Chen finally spoke. "Are you concerned about what others might say?" Yao Guang's beautiful eyes met Xia Chen's gaze unwaveringly, her expression resolute. Chapter 57. Heroes of the World. In the room, both Ziyue and Li Wei gazed at Yao Guang with a hint of surprise. They had not anticipated the princess's candidness. In truth, as soon as Yao Guang uttered those words, a wave of regret washed over her, for she realized the ambiguity they conveyed. The two had yet to be wed, and her statement seemed akin to an overt invitation for Xia Chen to visit her home. Regardless of intent, such words were likely to be misconstrued. Reflecting on this, Yao Guang cast a furtive glance at Xia Chen, only to find him maintaining an air of tranquility, adorned with a faint smile, seemingly oblivious to any misinterpretation. If the princess is unperturbed, then I too shall remain unfazed. Xia Chen beamed, exuding an air of composure. The two, in perfect harmony, chose not to prolong the discussion on that topic. Yao Guang savored her breakfast with delicate bites, her movements radiating elegance, which, in turn, evoked a sense of aesthetic pleasure in Xia Chen. However, the intensity of Xia Chen's gaze rendered Yao Guang somewhat uneasy. It was her first experience dining while being observed so intently, a sensation both unfamiliar and peculiar to her. In response, she subconsciously quickened her pace, yet her grace remained intact. Thus, the breakfast unfolded without much tumult. Xia Chen maintained his composure, continually reassuring himself to think little of it, treating the occasion as a unique form of courtship. Perhaps the princess should make some preparations. I shall first visit the literary gathering, he suggested, observing Yao Guang as she finished her meal and delicately wiped her vibrant lips with a silk napkin. His curiosity about the Tianlong Temple and the Taoist Academy piqued. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Guang turned to Xia Chen, her voice cool and measured. The time is nearly upon us. Let us depart together. With that, she rose, leaving Xia Chen momentarily perplexed by her intentions. The capital had not witnessed such a grand literary assembly in nearly 5 years, and the effort Yao Guang invested in organizing it was surely not for mere amusement. She sought to rally heroes and attract talented subordinates through this gathering. Xia Chen was acutely aware of her motivations. If he were to accompany Yao Guang, it would inevitably influence her recruitment efforts, undermining her aspiration to project an image of an independent and formidable woman. Thus, he had tactfully suggested he would proceed ahead. To his surprise, Yao Guang showed no inclination to conceal their relationship, choosing to make a public appearance together, which undoubtedly sent a signal to the outside world, perhaps hinting at a harmonious relationship, mutual satisfaction with their impending union, and perhaps even an imminent marriage. These thoughts flitted through Xia Chen's mind as he hurried to catch up with Yao Guang, walking alongside her toward the outer courtyard. What does it matter? If Yao Guang is unreserved, then why should I be cautious? I have no secret affairs to hide. He mused. As they strolled side by side, Xia Chen seized the opportunity to inquire about the attendees from Bailu Academy and the Taoist Academy, taking advantage of the spaciousness of the princess's residence. In the esteemed Bailu Academy, the eminent scholar Lu Tong has descended the mountain, accompanied by a host of his disciples. Recently, they arrived in the capital. Meanwhile, the illustrious Tianlong Temple is represented by Master Tian Hai, and if all goes as anticipated, the Taoist priest Xian Jinzi from the Heavenly Master's residence should also be present. Ziyue responded one by one, and Xia Chen nodded, understanding the situation in his heart. Since his arrival in this world, he had diligently studied and acquainted himself with notable figures from the Great Wu and the realm at large. Bailu Academy, renowned for its Confucian and Taoist teachings, boasts a rich history spanning over a millennium. Lu Tong himself is a figure of considerable legend. He devoted 15 years to rigorous study, passed the imperial examination at the age of 20, and entered officialdom, earning a reputation as a youthful prodigy. However, at the age of 32, he submitted a memorial to Emperor Wen, urging the sovereign to allow the common folk to recuperate and to refrain from waging wars. The Great Wu dynasty had already endured the turmoil of the Huaiyang and in battles, exacerbating the plight of its citizens, who faced increasing taxes and chaos. This appeal, however, incited the emperor's fury, leading to Lu Tong's indignation and subsequent resignation, as he returned to Bailu Academy to immerse himself in the classics of the sages. At 45, he emerged as a preeminent scholar. Now, 2 decades have passed since Lu Tong resigned and departed the capital, and the political landscape has undergone a profound transformation. Did Lu Tong seek refuge with Yao Guang during this literary gathering, or is it possible that his return to the capital signifies Yao Guang's machinations at play? Xia Chen recognized Lu Tong, to be precise, from his previous life. This very Lu Tong ascended during the reign of the Empress. ultimately joining the cabinet and becoming a high-ranking official. He tirelessly advocated for the welfare of the populace, implementing numerous policies that revitalized the economy of the Great Wu, establishing a robust foundation for its cavalry to conquer the world and assimilate the kingdom of Qing and the Great Feng. Master Tianhai of Tianlong Temple also holds considerable renown in this era, known for his eloquence and profound understanding of Buddhist doctrine. Although he hails from Tianlong Temple, he does not shun external teachings, having delved into Confucianism and Taoism, mastering the synthesis of these philosophies. He is also the third among the 6 direct disciples of Master Long Shu, frequently visiting the palace to discuss Buddhism and explore its principles with Emperor Wen. As for Taoist priest Xian Jinzi from the Heavenly Master's residence, he is among the most distinguished second-generation disciples, following the elder Heavenly Master and his select few direct disciples. While his fame may not rival that of the previous 2 figures, Xia Chen does not dare to underestimate Xian Jinzi. He is a sage of profound wisdom, who has accumulated knowledge over time and has emerged as a formidable presence. Xian Jinzi lived into the early days of the spiritual energy revival era, where he carved out his own path from the teachings of the Heavenly Master's residence, thereby establishing a new vein within Taoism and becoming a significant leader. This seemingly modest literary gathering conceals a wealth of talent. Many future luminaries destined to resonate through history shall emerge from this event. A sense of solemnity enveloped Xia Chen. He had previously taken this gathering lightly and nearly overlooked it, yet fortune smiled upon him for not missing the opportunity. He pondered whether the 2 representatives from Bailu Academy and the Guozijian had arrived. Considering their ages, they should be just past 20. In Xia Chen's mind, visions of the future began to materialize. During the era of the Great Unification, Confucianism flourished remarkably, even overshadowing Buddhism and Taoism at times, eventually establishing itself as the orthodox school of thought. Among the most illustrious figures of this period were 2 scholars, Su Xingchen and Feng Zhiru. Born respectively in the Guozijian and the Bailu Academy, one achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the youngest prime minister of the Dawu dynasty at the age of 29, while the other, at 31, broke into the 2nd rank of Confucianism and Taoism, setting a record for the fastest ascent in the Dawu dynasty. One was endowed with unparalleled intellect, while the other possessed extraordinary talent in Confucianism and Taoism. Their prestigious backgrounds from the Bailu Academy and Guozijian led to them being frequently discussed and compared by the people. Both had received the favor of the Empress and pledged their loyalty to her. Perhaps it was during this cultural assembly that Yao Guang sought to recruit them. As Xia Chen traversed a narrow path, his thoughts drifted far and wide, traversing the river of time, deducing the present from the future in search of a path that would suit him best. He also contemplated how to maximize his own interests. Soon, the group traversed numerous courtyards and arrived at the main hall, which was bustling with activity. Many attendees had already arrived, some seated, and as the sound of footsteps reached their ears, all eyes turned in unison towards them. Instantly, they beheld the unparalleled Yao Guang and the figure standing beside her. Xia Chen. Chapter 58. He my fiancé. The once lively outer hall fell into an immediate silence. All eyes were fixed upon Yao Guang, whose brilliance was truly captivating. Yet, even her radiance could not entirely eclipse the splendor of the man beside her. He stood tall and dignified, akin to a majestic pine, clad in impeccably tailored attire that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist to perfection. His visage appeared as if sculpted by divine hands, with brows that arched elegantly into his hairline and deep, expressive eyes that seemed to harbor countless stars. Beneath his noble nose lay lips of exquisite contour, embodying an innate air of nobility. Standing there with a gentle smile gracing his lips, he resembled the warmth of spring sunshine breaking through ice, captivating and enchanting. His ethereal presence seemed to transcend the earthly realm, reminiscent of a deity emerging from a poetic landscape. Although he remained quiet, not overtly seeking attention, the aura that surrounded him was undeniably magnetic, drawing the gaze of everyone in the hall. "Your Highness, the princess." The crowd collectively bowed, yet their peripheral vision lingered on Xia Chen, curiosity piqued. Who was this individual? Such striking looks, standing beside the princess. Could he be one of the princes? The current emperor had but a handful of offspring, 4 princes and 3 princesses, and many had never encountered a prince before, leading to a flurry of speculation. This man complimented the princess remarkably. Together they resembled a pair of celestial beings, perfectly matched. Unbeknownst to many, a thought arose within someone's mind. There exists such a remarkably handsome man in the capital, and I had been unaware until now. The crowd's thoughts swirled as Yao Guang's cool voice broke through. Please rise, everyone. Today's literary gathering does not require formality. With a graceful lift of her hand, she commanded the room. Xia Chen quietly surveyed the entire scene. The expansive front hall, including the courtyard, could comfortably accommodate hundreds without feeling crowded. Across the hall, a middle-aged eunuch was orchestrating the event, with beautiful maidens and other eunuchs weaving through the crowd, efficiently serving platters of fruit and drinks, ensuring smooth arrangements. That is eunuch's son, our esteemed steward of the princess's residence. He manages affairs with remarkable skill. Xia whispered to Xia Chen, noting his gaze. Xia Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Although the princess's residence was still in its formative stage, with many talents yet to be recruited by Yao Guang, she had still gathered a few noteworthy individuals. As Xia Chen searched the crowd for a familiar face, a distinguished middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding a remarkable presence, approached accompanied by 3 scholars clad in scholars' robes. Master Lu, no need for such formalities. Yao Guang quickly urged the middle-aged man to rise and take a seat. At this moment, both Yao Guang and Xia Chen found themselves in a side chamber, which provided a clear view of the entire literary gathering while maintaining a degree of privacy. Xia Chen scrutinized the somewhat modestly dressed middle-aged man and instantly recognized his identity. Lu Tong, the esteemed scholar of the White Deer Academy. It appears that Yao Guang has long been associated with Lu Tong, and his arrival in the capital must have been orchestrated by her. Xia Chen mused inwardly, and indeed, he soon heard Lu Tong's voice resound. The princess has written to summon me to the capital. I trust this is not merely an invitation to partake in a literary gathering. Presently, the dynamics within the court have shifted, and with Master Lu's remarkable talents, it would be a disservice to confine him solely to teaching. Furthermore, Master Lu has reached the pinnacle of the 4th grade Mingxin realm. Yet to transcend to the 3rd grade Liyuan realm, he must engage with the world. Currently, there is a vacancy for the left Deputy Minister of Rights, and I have recommended Master Lu to my father, Yao Guang stated softly, assuming a regal demeanor that hinted at the emergence of an empress. Years ago, I resigned in indignation, and the emperor was understandably displeased. I fear, Lu Tong pondered, voicing his concerns. After his resignation, he had retreated to the Bailu Academy, resolute in his decision to abstain from official duties for life. However, as he ascended to the 4th grade Mingxin realm, he gained clarity of purpose, shedding distractions and returning to his true self, which led him to no longer reject the idea of court life. Yet, he remained patient, waiting for the right opportunity. Master Lu possesses extraordinary talent. Although my father was once angered, he is a magnanimous man and would not harbor resentment over this matter. Yao Guang asserted confidently, well aware of her father's character. As long as one does not infringe upon his interests, he is akin to a wise ruler. 2 decades have passed, and the events of the past are now mere memories. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. After 2 decades of retirement, he was about to re-enter the official realm as a 3rd grade deputy minister, a position that places him at the heart of power within the Dawu dynasty. Lu Tong recognized that had it not been for Princess Yao Guang's recommendation, attaining this position would have been exceedingly difficult, even for a scholar of his renown. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. 20 years prior, he had been a mere 5th grade official, and now, after such a long journey, he had ascended to the role of a 3rd grade deputy minister. Among their contemporaries, those who navigated the treacherous waters of the court have, to this day, only managed to secure the position of left deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The 3 young scholars behind Lu Tong were visibly elated at the news of their mentor's elevation to a significant court position. If they were to succeed in the imperial examinations, it would undoubtedly benefit them, as having connections within the court greatly eases one's path to officialdom. Lu Tong and Yao Guang continued their conversation without any pretense, demonstrating the purity of their current relationship. Although Lu Tong had received favors, he had not wholly aligned himself with Yao Guang. Curiosity piqued, Lu Tong finally inquired, "Might I ask who this esteemed young gentleman is?" Having noticed the striking presence of the man since his entrance, he found it difficult to overlook him, despite his silence. "This is Xia Chen, my fiancé." Yao Guang's words were succinct and her tone forthright, displaying no hint of concealment as she candidly introduced Xia Chen. It turned out he was the imperial son-in-law. Lu Tong was taken aback. Having been away from political affairs for many years, he was not well acquainted with the happenings in the capital. During his recent visit, his primary endeavor was to familiarize himself with the court's dynamics. Over the past few days, the name he heard most frequently was that of Xia Chen, a rising star in the political arena, the legitimate heir of the Duke of Zhendong. And, at the tender age of 17, he had recently garnered national attention for his investigation into the military defense map case. As a result of this achievement, Xia Chen swiftly ascended the ranks, assuming leadership of the Lantern Bearers and taking command of the Eagle Eye Division. Whispers suggested that the Emperor intended for Xia Chen to eventually lead the Lantern Bearers, given his status as a relative by marriage, raising concerns about entrusting power to outsiders. If this rumor held any truth, Xia Chen could potentially become the most powerful outsider in the past 6 centuries of the Great Wu Dynasty. Regardless of the veracity of these claims, it was undeniable that Xia Chen's youth heralded a boundless future. After all, he was of the direct bloodline of the Xia family. The 3 disciples behind Lu Tong gazed at Xia Chen with a mix of admiration and envy, utterly unwilling to harbor any feelings of jealousy or animosity. It was evident that destinies diverged among individuals. They were already in their 20s, yet still bore only the title of scholar, while Xia Chen, at 17, had already attained the esteemed rank of a 4th-grade official. Most crucially, he commanded one of the 9 divisions of the formidable Lantern Bearers, wielding authority far exceeding that of an ordinary 4th-grade official. Chapter 59. The Discourses of Confucianism and Taoism. Not only that, but in recent days, Lu Tong had overheard numerous rumors regarding Xia Chen within the capital city. Although Lu Tong was not inherently a gossiping individual, the fervent discussions circulating throughout the city were impossible to ignore, and even despite his disinterest, he had absorbed some information. For instance, the esteemed Prince Consort had received commendations from His Majesty, who had exclaimed on the spot, "My Prince Consort's intellect surpasses that of the Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, and his literary talents are unmatched by the greatest scholars in the realm." Moreover, it was said that this Prince Consort had a falling out with the Xia family, becoming the first direct descendant to move out in nearly a century. These snippets of gossip piqued Lu Tong's curiosity, yet he had not anticipated that the individual before him was indeed the Prince Consort himself. As he rose to pay his respects, his 3 disciples promptly followed suit, understanding that this young man, despite his youth, had already attained a status equivalent to that of their esteemed teacher. What was more striking was the inexplicable aura that Xia Chen exuded, which seemed to subtly influence them at all times, evoking feelings of admiration rather than jealousy, and instilling within them a desire to draw closer and follow him, a realization they were entirely oblivious to. "Esteemed Scholar Lu, you are too gracious," Xia Chen remarked with a faint smile, rising with a demeanor that was neither arrogant nor dismissive, instead radiating courtesy that endeared him to those present. Upon hearing the Prince Consort articulate the principles of rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, Lu Tong noted that the Prince Consort had indeed studied Confucianism, as that phrase appeared to derive from the core tenets of the Confucian doctrine. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xia Chen, Lu Tong's curiosity compelled him to inquire further. His intrigue primarily stemmed from this very point. "You are overly modest." While this statement may seem simple, it profoundly encapsulates the relationship between Confucianism and governance. Exhibiting the grand ethos of our teachings, Lu Tong exclaimed, his admiration evident. The 3 disciples behind him were taken aback. Their teacher was one of the 5 great Confucians of the De Wu era, and they had not expected such high praise for Xia Chen from him. Merely an inspiration, Xia Chen humbly responded to the compliment. It is no wonder that His Majesty holds you in such esteem. At your age, I was still buried in my studies. Lu Tong reflected on the young man before him, whose demeanor was as refined as jade, and he could not help but feel a sense of melancholy, realizing the passage of time had rendered him older. If you can diligently cultivate your thoughts and fully develop the ideals within your statements, you may indeed leave a remarkable legacy in the annals of history. Lu Tong recognized the significance of this statement for the consolidation of imperial authority, and he pondered that if this insight truly stemmed from the young man himself, he was undoubtedly a seed of scholarly promise. Although he was now somewhat older, if he devoted himself wholeheartedly to Confucian studies, it was possible he might one day emerge as a sage of the Confucian tradition. Xia Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. I seek not fame for myself, but rather aspire to bring prosperity to the common folk, ensuring their happiness. Thus, I yearn to take up arms in defense of my homeland. Yao Guang had been quietly listening from the sidelines, refraining from interjecting, but upon hearing Xia Chen's declaration, she could not help but cast a lingering glance at him. Ah, what a pity! Lu Tong shook his head, feeling a genuine sense of regret. Had Xia Chen been under his tutelage since childhood, he might have achieved remarkable greatness in the future. Yet, Lu Tong understood that given Xia Chen's current status, he could no longer consider himself worthy to be the other's mentor. He pondered whether among the students Mr. Lu brought from the Bailu Academy to the capital, there was one named Feng Zhiru. Xia Chen did not wish to delve further into this topic. Her objective was clear. She simply wanted to ascertain whether Feng Zhiru had arrived. To her surprise, the prince seemed to be aware of him. However, it appeared that Zhiru had not accompanied the old gentleman to the capital. Disappointment washed over Xia Chen as Lu Tong shook his head, indicating he had only heard of the name in passing. Xia Chen smiled, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Who exactly was this Feng Zhiru? Yao Guang, perceptive as ever, sensed that despite Xia Chen's seemingly casual inquiry, her curiosity was piqued. Eager for talent, she had gone to great lengths to orchestrate such an impressive literary gathering with the hopes of gathering distinguished individuals. Feng Zhiru is a scholar from our Bailu Academy. Lu Tong replied upon hearing the princess's question. He entered the academy a decade ago and was accepted as a direct disciple by our esteemed headmaster. Oh, to be taken under the wing of Master Qi, he must possess exceptional talents, Yao Guang remarked, her interest visibly heightened. The headmaster of Bailu Academy was a renowned figure in the realm of Confucianism and Taoism, having nearly attained the second rank of the Confucian sages. Xia Chen's mind conjured the image of the headmaster of Bailu Academy, Qi Jingfeng, courtesy named Bujio, famously known as Master Bujio. His declaration upon breaking through to the third rank, "The gentleman does not save," had resonated throughout the realm, earning him immense renown among scholars everywhere. Yet, this distinguished master had rarely made appearances in recent times. Upon hearing Yao Guang's words, Lu Tong could not help but smile wryly. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but after becoming the headmaster's disciple a decade ago, Feng Zhiru has shown himself to be rather unremarkable. He remains at the 8th rank of self-cultivation even now. I had intended to bring him to the capital to experience its splendor, hoping that through this literary gathering, he might engage with the talented youth of the city and perhaps find inspiration to break through to the 7th rank. Alas, he declined, stating that he had yet to finish perusing the Academy's vast collection of books and was unwilling to leave the mountain. Lu Tong shook his head, reflecting on the fact that, by seniority, Feng Zhiru could still be considered his junior disciple. His good intentions had been met with rejection. He sincerely believed that the headmaster had misjudged Feng Zhiru. Although his character was commendable, his aptitude for the study of Confucianism and Taoism fell short. Now, at just over 20 years of age, rather than languishing in the confines of Bailu Academy, it would be far more beneficial for him to venture to the capital to seek official recognition and perhaps achieve some measure of success, thus not squandering his youth. He wishes to finish the collection of Bailu Academy's books? Even Yao Guang was taken aback by Lu Tong's words. With a history spanning a millennium, the Academy's collection had accumulated over generations, making it a vast repository of knowledge, more extensive than even the royal library. However, The notion that Feng Zhiru could possibly comprehend it all was utterly absurd. Yao Guang's interest in Feng Zhiru diminished significantly. Yet she sensed that the situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Who, after all, was Mr. Qi? Since he had once deemed Feng Zhiru worthy of becoming his closed-door disciple, it was plausible that Feng Zhiru possessed some exceptional qualities. Xia Chen offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. He certainly did not believe that Feng Zhiru was a mere mediocrity. The results spoke volumes about the process, and it was inconceivable that he could be mistaken. Xia Chen had heard in his previous life that, during his early years at the Bailu Academy, Feng Zhiru was indeed unremarkable, even appearing somewhat mediocre. He was an intriguing individual, seemingly indifferent to the realms of Confucianism and Taoism, having no aspirations for worldly office, and exhibiting a detachment from fame and fortune, resembling more a Taoist than a Confucian scholar. He spent his days immersed in books at the Bailu Academy, and it was during a tempestuous night, amidst thunder and lightning, that Feng Zhiru unexpectedly ascended to the third rank in a single night, uttering words that astonished the world. Xia Chen felt compelled to seize the opportunity to visit Bailu Academy at the earliest convenience. While he did not intend to recruit, he recognized the importance of making an acquaintance. This was a promising prospect, and given the current skepticism surrounding him, he could invest wisely. With this thought, a smile graced Xia Chen's face. During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Great Marshal, the prevailing moral ethos emphasized benevolent intentions and assisting others. However, Qi Jingfeng expressed a contrarian view, which incited widespread uproar. In September of the 32nd year of Dexian, Qi Jingfeng delivered a discourse at Bailu Academy, attracting scholars from across the realm, all eager to expel this disreputable figure from their midst. Standing before the assembled scholars at the Stone of Enlightenment in Bailu Academy, Qi proclaimed, "A gentleman does not intervene." He elucidated, "The reason a gentleman refrains from intervention is to uphold order and rules. A gentleman understands the complexities of the world, recognizing its inherent mechanisms and causal relationships. His thoughts are devoted to the welfare of the multitude. He is aware of the limited resources available and strives for their prudent allocation on a macro scale. Should he engage in actions contrary to values or collective rescue, he risks undermining societal virtue. A gentleman's restraint is also a form of self-protection and self-discipline. He assesses his capabilities and refrains from recklessly plunging into danger to save others, lest he endanger himself. If faced with a drowning individual and lacking swimming skills, a gentleman will not act impulsively, but will call upon an expert to provide aid. Furthermore, a gentleman considers the mindset and future implications for those he might rescue. Should his assistance foster dependency, he refrains from intervening, hoping instead that they may achieve self-awareness, resolve their predicaments independently, and grow. When a friend encounters a minor setback in their endeavors, a gentleman does not offer immediate assistance, but encourages them to reflect and strategize. This is the essence of a gentleman's non-intervention. Thus, Qi Jingfeng's words resonated throughout the realm, establishing him as a prominent figure in the great marshal's Confucian and Taoist circles. Chapter 60. The Scholar, the Monk, and the Taoist. In the side hall, Xia Chen, Lu Tong, and Yao Guang engaged in conversation, while Ziwei occasionally interjected with insightful remarks, leaving Lu Tong astounded by the unexpected erudition of a mirror made beside the princess. Conversely, Li Wei exhibited little interest in their discourse, quietly savoring the delicacies laid out on the table. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, news of Xia Chen's identity had spread like wildfire. Upon his appearance alongside Yao Guang, he had captivated the assembly. Whispers filled the air. "That is Xia Chen, the betrothed of Her Highness the Princess?" The crowd was taken aback, having heard countless rumors about him in recent days. A mere 17-year-old fourth-grade official, a rarity in the annals of the Great Wu Dynasty, with such a prestigious background, achieving such lofty heights at a tender age, and being promised a Princess Yao Guang, compounded by his striking good looks. How could one possibly compete? The young talents present were overwhelmed by a sense of impending rivalry. It was rumored that the illustrious Jing Xian, one of the 4 renowned handsome men, would also grace the gathering. Hailing from the distinguished Shao family of Jiangnan, He was said to revel in such literary events. The Xiao family is a lineage of scholars, rumored to possess royal blood from the previous dynasty. Someone exclaimed with gleaming eyes. This claim was not unfounded. The Xiao family had historically intermarried with the imperial lineage, producing many empresses, while the matriarchs often hailed from princesses. However, after the rise of the Great Wu, the Xiao family suffered greatly in the War of Extermination, retreating to Jiangnan. The Great Wu royal family, while not annihilating them, had allowed time to pass. Now, after 8 centuries, the royal family stood unchallenged, no longer wary of the Xiao lineage. It was said that Jing Xian was among the 4 most handsome men, while Princess Yao Wang was one of the 4 most beautiful women. Imagining them together was enough to elicit involuntary admiration from those present. Goodness, my friend, tread carefully. This is the princess's residence, and young Master Xia is still here. We must not engage in idle speculation. A sudden change swept over a listener's face, hastily distancing himself from the speaker, affirming his unfamiliarity with him. Others nearby, who overheard, exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of intrigue and caution. Eventually, one could not contain his thoughts and remarked, "I have had the fortune of meeting young Master Jing Xian. Indeed, he is striking and ethereal, yet, in terms of both appearance and demeanor, he pales in comparison to Xia Chen." The crowd exchanged bewildered looks. How could the universally acknowledged Jing Xian, a paragon of beauty in the Great Wu, be deemed inferior? As they opened their mouths to refute the statement, the image of Xia Chen's unparalleled visage flashed in their minds, plunging them into silence. Such an extraordinary face and bearing. Was it truly feasible to dismiss him? Anticipation grew among the assembly for Jing Xian's arrival. Only then would the comparison yield clarity. "Here comes the esteemed elder." A voice rang out, drawing everyone's gaze toward the entrance. It was none other than Lin Zihan, the scion of the Lin family. Lin Zihan is quite renowned in the capital. At the age of 25, he has already attained the rank of a 5th-grade official. Currently, he serves in the cabinet, not as a minister, but as a clerk, assisting in the transmission of documents and drafting official correspondence. Though his duties may appear menial, he has indeed penetrated the core of significant power. Many ministers have once held this position in their youth, leading some to refer to it as a preparatory role for future ministers, with a promising chance of entering the cabinet after 2 or 3 decades of service. Moreover, as Lin Zihan's father is the prime minister, he is often referred to as the little minister. With an extraordinary demeanor, Lin Zihan chose not to don official robes today, as he took a special leave to attend a literary gathering. Upon entering, he scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of someone. "Young master, the guests have arrived," including the princess and the esteemed scholar Lu Tong. In the side courtyard, someone whispered to him. "Lu Tong has come too?" Lin Zihan's expression sharpened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He recalled that yesterday, the Minister of Rights had visited his father for discussions, during which he learned that Lu Tong had been reinstated and was to assume the position of Deputy Minister of Rights, a recommendation by Princess Yao Wang. Thus, attending the literary gathering hosted by the princess was entirely appropriate. "Young master, shall we go in now? Patience is a virtue. If we enter now, others will surely think I am here solely for him," claiming the Lin family to be petty and narrow-minded. "My reputation is of little consequence, but my father's honor must not be tarnished. The banquet shall commence shortly. This gathering is about camaraderie through literature, and there will be ample opportunity to assess him later." Lin Zihan shook his head, exhibiting a calm demeanor. While his objective today was indeed to confront Xia Chen, he chose to bide his time. He moved aside and quietly sipped his drink, soon attracting a number of young gentlemen and scholars who approached him for conversation, their words filled with flattery. Lin Zihan remained composed and welcoming, swiftly becoming the focal point of a gathering. Just as the crowd's attention was wholly captivated by Lin Zihan, a striking monk entered the princess's residence. Appearing to be around 30, he bore a smile, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Although clad in a monk's robe, he exuded an air of elegance. Despite his quiet approach, he nonetheless drew the attention of the gathered crowd. It was Master Tian Hai, an unexpected arrival. Gasps filled the air. as he had gained fame at a young age, once referred to as the little monk Tian Hai at the tender age of 12 or 13, and now he was universally addressed as Master Tian Hai, frequently visiting the homes of the influential to impart Buddhist teachings. His reputation was well established. At 15, the already notable Tian Hai departed the capital to wander the world, embracing the life of a hermit, begging along the way to refine his Buddhist essence. Little is known of his journey, the places he visited, the countless miles he traversed barefoot, until at the age of 25, he returned to Tianlong Temple. After a decade of cultivation, Tian Hai has cultivated a heart of Buddha, its radiant brilliance now faded, untouched by the dust of the worldly realm. On that day, the entire Tianlong Temple was illuminated by the resplendent light of the Buddha, the sounds of chanting echoing throughout the capital. A sight to behold, Master Tian Hai. Even amidst a gathering of scholars, the presence of such a Buddhist master evoked profound reverence from all. "Esteemed benefactors, you honor me," Tian Hai remarked, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming as if they could see into the depths of one's soul. The Taoist Zhuangzi also arrived. Tian Hai's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man clad in a simple Taoist robe, who appeared behind him, holding a wine flask and carrying a long sword on his back. His demeanor casual. Upon seeing Tian Hai, Zhuangzi nodded in acknowledgement, then, disregarding the attention of the crowd, took a seat at a table in a corner of the hall. In the side hall, Xia Chen and the others observed this scene intently. "Ziwa, it is time. Please announce the commencement of the literary gathering," Yao Guang suggested to Ziwa as the attendees had nearly assembled. Zhuangzi first encountered the Grand Ancestor at a literary gathering. Zhuangzi, having little interest in such events, quietly secluded himself in a corner, dressed plainly, drinking alone. While the others engaged in jovial conversation, no one paid him any mind, except for the Grand Ancestor, who approached him for a conversation, thus forming a bond of friendship. History of Xia, Volume 52, Biographies of Zhuangzi, Section 71, Chapter 61, Physiognomy. The literary gathering commences. Yao Guang emerged from the side hall, followed closely by Xia Chen and Lu Tong. Once Xia Chen stepped out, he led Xia Chen away from Yao Guang's entourage, finding refuge in a secluded corner of the grand hall beside an elder. "Drinking alone is rather dreary, Taoist Zhuangzi. I possess little interest in the literary gathering. Why not share a drink with me?" Xia Chen, feeling quite at home, settled beside Zhuangzi and raised his cup in a toast from distance. Upon hearing the voice, Zhuangzi gazed over with bleary eyes. In that moment, he felt as though struck by lightning. His pupils constricted, and the intoxication faded from his gaze. The cup in his hand slipped, crashing onto the table and spilling wine across the surface. What did he behold? An endless nine-clawed true dragon coiled above Xia Chen's forehead, enveloping him in a mystical purple aura, radiant with golden hues. Zhuangzi was taken aback. As he refocused, he saw a young gentleman, resplendent as jade, smiling as he raised his cup in salute. The boundless nine-clawed dragon vanished, and the primordial purple mist dissolved into nothingness, as though the previous vision were merely an illusion. Had he been intoxicated? Zhuangzi's thoughts were tumultuous. Xia Chen, slightly taken aback by Zhuangzi's alarmed expression, glanced at the spilled wine. "Taoist, what troubles you? Do you feel unwell? Who are you?" Zhuangzi steadied his mind, regarding Xia Chen with a mixture of reverence and solemnity. "I am Xia Chen," he replied with a smile. Zhuangzi regarded Xia Chen for a prolonged moment, scrutinizing his features, and the more he looked, the more astonished he became. "It is you." Though residing in the celestial master's estate, he had heard whispers of Xia Chen's name in recent days. "Your physiognomy is quite extraordinary. You are no ordinary person." Zhuangzi spoke earnestly, albeit with a tinge of trepidation, for he had discerned nothing at all. He prided himself on his skill in physiognomy. He would dare to compete even with the most seasoned celestial masters. Over the years, having traversed the circles of the influential, he had never misjudged anyone, save for Princess Yao Guang, whose features eluded his understanding. Yet, before him stood Xia Chen, whose physiognomy was utterly inscrutable. He could glean neither past nor future, nor even present circumstances, as if he were transcendent, detached from the flow of time. "Could you elaborate, Taoist?" Xia Chen inquired with great interest, pouring another cup of wine for Xianjinzi. "Such matters cannot be divulged. The secrets of heaven must remain concealed." Xianjinzi shook his head vigorously, accepting the cup and draining its contents, attempting to mask his unease. He had seen nothing. His earlier assertions had been mere conjecture. Yet, beneath his uncertainty lay a profound gravity. He had previously glimpsed the swirling purple aura surrounding Xia Chen and the nine-clawed golden dragon, seemingly a manifestation of celestial fortune, coiling above his brow. Now, however, he found himself utterly unable to discern the young man's physiognomy, an occurrence that was indeed remarkable. If what transpired earlier was not merely a figment of imagination, does it not imply that this Xia Chen possesses the visage of an emperor? Yet, how could that be conceivable? In the realm of the Wu Kingdom, he had only discerned such features in the Wen Emperor, the Crown Prince, and the Princess Yaowang. When he first observed the imperial countenance in Princess Yaowang, he was utterly taken aback, doubting his own perception. However, upon closer examination and consultation with the esteemed Master of Heaven, he became increasingly certain. Though the princess's features were somewhat nebulous, the imperial essence was undeniably present, leaving no room for misinterpretation. This revelation filled him with profound contemplation. Might the Wu Kingdom one day usher in an era ruled by a female sovereign? It was precisely this extraordinary discovery that compelled him to honor the princess by attending this rather mundane literary gathering. And now, it seemed a potential fourth individual had emerged. The Wu Kingdom, in its current state of prosperity, had its sovereign reigning, yet even so, the aura of fortune could only manifest as a somewhat ethereal golden dragon of 5 claws, measuring a mere meter in length. In contrast, Xia Chen appeared to embody an expansive 9-clawed golden dragon, transcending countless realms. At this moment, Xianjinzi felt a wave of self-doubt, questioning his own skills and physiognomy. He even entertained the notion that perhaps he had indeed been intoxicated earlier, conjuring illusions in his slumber. Xia Chen, bemused, wondered why Xianjinzi seemed somewhat distracted. Could it be that he had overindulged in paper last night, leaving him in a state of disarray and lack of focus? After much contemplation, Xianjinzi resolved to return and seek counsel from the Master of Heaven. Although he considered himself unparalleled in the art of physiognomy, the Master possessed profound wisdom and insight into the mysteries of the universe, far beyond his comprehension. As Xia Chen and Xianjinzi shared drinks and engaged in conversation, they traversed a myriad of topics, from the politics of nobles to the culinary delights offered by street vendors. Eventually, as the effects of the wine took hold, Xianjinzi jovially leaned on Xia Chen, divulging exclusive insights. "Let me tell you, at the Rouge Pavilion on Suyu Street, while Miss Lin Yu may not be the most beautiful, she is undoubtedly the most skilled in the art of servitude. Spend a night in her company, and I guarantee you won't want to leave the next day." With a grin, Xianjinzi shed any semblance of the ethereal sage he had previously embodied. Xia Chen marveled at his demeanor, recognizing him as a future adept capable of forging a new path, unencumbered by worldly constraints, with a profound understanding of the Tao. He eagerly anticipated the opportunity to explore Suyu Street with him. As Xia Chen delved into discussions of the Tao with Xianjinzi, the literary gathering in the main hall was in full swing. Various cultural games such as drinking games, passing the flower, and throwing pots were being played with great enthusiasm. In the center of the hall, a troupe of performers entertained the guests. Xia Chen cast a glance around, marveling at how each era boasts its own unique tavern atmosphere. Essentially, this resembles a tavern. Losing entails drinking or showcasing one's talents through impromptu poetry performances. How delightful it would be if there were a dice game. Xia Chen's thoughts meandered chaotically, utterly devoid of any interest in joining the fray. Wasn't it more enriching to engage in discussions about life with Xianjinzi? Despite his secluded position, many gazes in the room gravitated towards him, an inevitable consequence of his striking handsomeness. Even in a corner, he drew attention. Particularly notable was the Taoist accompanying him, Xian Zhenzi, whose reputation, while not widespread, was recognized by some. He hailed from the Tianshi mansion and possessed genuine skills. Suddenly, the entire gathering fell into a brief silence, soon followed by gasps of astonishment. Young Master Jing Xian has arrived. At the entrance, a remarkably handsome young man stepped in, followed by a young attendant. A smile graced Jing Xian's lips as he paused at the threshold, standing tall while elegantly unfurling his fan, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. He refrained from advancing further, biding his time for the accolades of the crowd. Wherever he went, he was accustomed to being the center of attention, and he had mastered this ritual. This particular pose accentuated his striking features, especially showcasing the perfection of his right profile, which he cherished. Reveling in the admiration of those around him, he was poised to receive their praises. Come forth, let me bask in the limelight. Let the admiration pour upon me like a tempest. The more fervently, the better. Xian Zhenzi, skilled in physiognomy, upon first meeting the emperor, was taken aback by a sudden change in color and, in astonishment, knelt to say, "Last night, in a dream within a dream, I beheld a purple aura filling the skies for 9,000 miles, with a divine dragon coiling amidst it, its head and tail unfathomable. Now that I encounter you, I realize you are this true dragon. I wish to follow you and serve by your side." Tao History, Volume 3, Biographies of Xian Zhenzi P.S. On this peaceful Christmas Eve, I wish all my brothers a future filled with safety and happiness. I shall continue updating this evening. Chapter 62, Strategic Guidelines. Jing Xian exuded an air of gentlemanly elegance as he gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, waiting for the praise of the crowd. However, to his astonishment, no such commendations came. Lowering his gaze to the hall, he discovered that everyone's attention was fixated on a young man in the corner. The moment Jing Xian's eyes fell upon this youth, his pupils constricted sharply. Standing at a distance by the doorway, he could only glimpse half of Xia Chen's profile, yet that mere half stirred a profound unease within him. This visage appeared strikingly handsome. Jing Xian felt an overwhelming pressure. The sheer terror evoked by this side profile led him to ponder how exceptionally handsome the full face must be. Though he possessed a certain degree of vanity, he was astute enough to sense the shift in the atmosphere, despite having yet to utter a word or hear anything from others. It was evident that the change revolved around the young man with the handsome half-face. The crowd was undoubtedly comparing him to that individual. Although he had not seen the full face, the reactions of those around him suggested that he was the one who had lost. Jing Xian murmured to himself, realizing that while no words had been spoken, the gazes of those present conveyed everything. Silently, he folded his fan and feigned nonchalance, donning a natural smile as he ambled into the hall with a composed demeanor. "Greetings to all." Jing Xian addressed the assembly, executing a bow with impeccable grace. The crowd finally regained their composure. Now utterly convinced that Jing Xian had indeed been bested, Xia Chen was undeniably unmatched in his allure. For reasons unknown, the weight upon their hearts lessened considerably. If someone as renowned as Jing Xian, one of the four most handsome men, could not rival Xia Chen, then perhaps it was not so unacceptable for them to fall short as well. Who was this individual? When did such a personage emerge in the capital? Jing Xian scanned the crowd until he spotted Lin Zihan, who parted the throng to make way for him. He approached Lin Zihan and inquired softly. Lin Zihan, maintaining a stoic expression, replied slowly, "That individual is named Xia Chen, the prince consort." "Is he truly Xia Chen?" Jing Xian's countenance shifted slightly. He had come to this literary gathering not only for the event, but also for Princess Yaowang. He was aware that Princess Yaowang had already been promised to another. Yet 3 years ago, he had been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her at a banquet, and she had left an indelible impression on him. Although Xia Chen had gained considerable renown in the capital recently, Jing Xian did not believe that Princess Yaowang would be enamored with a young noble born into a military family. Did Xia Chen understand the intricacies of court politics? Was he well versed in Confucianism, Buddhist scriptures, or Taoist texts? He was merely a coarse warrior. Princess Yaowang was a person of exceptional intellect and grace. How could she possibly be attracted to Xia Chen? While he possessed both talent and looks, he had come today filled with confidence. Yet now, Jing Xian felt an undeniable pressure. His most assured asset, his appearance, had been utterly overshadowed by Xia Chen. Have you ever experienced his literary prowess? Or is he truly the fool of legend? Jing Xian is a man of great caution, though he may have lost in terms of outward appearance. He shall never concede in terms of inner talent and intellect. He has been partaking in libations with Master Xianzhen and refrains from engaging in such frivolous games. Lin Zihan remains composed and unhurried. A glance from Jing Xian reveals that he is aware Lin Zihan's purpose for attending the literary gathering today is to seek out Xia Chen. Having passed the imperial examination 6 years prior, Lin Zihan is now a 5th-rank official, possessing both scholarly prowess and a solid background, rendering any need for the literary gathering to gain renown utterly unnecessary. He has chosen to remain in the shadows, drinking quietly, seemingly aware of his own lack of substantial merit, perhaps merely echoing the adage of sovereign and subjects, father and son, which fortuitously pleases his majesty. Jing Xian's confidence swells further as he reassures himself that there is no need for haste. The literary gathering has only just commenced. Lin Zihan, steadfast and unflappable, is none other than the young minister. While the moniker carries an air of flattery, none can deny that Lin Zihan possesses genuine capability. Many assert he bears a striking resemblance to his father, Lin Hanpu, and foresee a future where he might join his father in the cabinet, creating a remarkable legacy of dual ministers within one family. Therefore, he would not recklessly offend a prominent figure favored by his majesty, particularly in the princess's residence, where Xia Chen is destined to be the future consort. Regardless of Princess Yao Guang's sentiments towards Xia Chen, striking him down within the princess's domain would be akin to striking the princess herself. Lin Zihan, endowed with exceptional talent, has spent 6 years under the meticulous guidance of his father within the cabinet, endowing him with a perspective and insight that surpasses his years. The envy and rivalry displayed by Jing Xian and his ilk appear to him as mere childish antics. Observing Lin Zihan's calm demeanor, Jing Xian finds himself at ease, settling down to savor his drink. However, as he watches others engage in games, a sense of eagerness stirs within him, prompting him to join in the revelry. Instantly, the atmosphere of the gathering becomes fervent once more. As time flows gently onward, this literary assembly boasts impressive stature, drawing nearly all the noted scholars of the capital, particularly those from the Imperial Academy, who occupy a significant portion of the venue. Some attendees lack official titles, yet the majority have already achieved the status of Jiren. With the triennial imperial examination approaching, this is a prime moment for enhancing one's reputation. Thus, the caliber of the entire gathering is notably elevated. Many vie to present their meticulously crafted couplets and poetry, the quality of which elicits nods of approval from the audience. Some even compose verses on the spot, garnering admiration from all present. The atmosphere of the poetry gathering reaches a resounding crescendo. The event begins with free activities, allowing participants to form groups for games, engaging in drinking and poetry recitation upon losing. As the gathering progresses, it transitions into a phase of unrestrained expression, where individuals can showcase their recent poetic endeavors or essays before the assembly. This is indeed a splendid opportunity for fame, thus many eagerly queued to take the stage. Some recited poetry, others performed musical compositions, and a few played the flute. Throughout this entire affair, Xia Chen remained engrossed in his drink. He truly lacked interest and did not wish to enhance his reputation through such means. Frankly, Xia Chen felt that his recent prominence in the capital was somewhat ostentatious and inconsistent with his deliberately modest demeanor, as well as his strategic principle of fortifying his defenses and accumulating resources in preparation for seizing power. Xia Chen has always possessed a clear understanding of his circumstances and did not believe that merely arriving early would elevate him above others. The depths of this world are profound, a truth many players from his previous life learned at the cost of their own lives. As the era of spiritual energy revival has yet to arrive, no matter how formidable one's personal combat prowess, it would be futile against the terrifying machinery of the state. Hence, Xia Chen resolved to first establish himself as a power within the Great Wu dynasty. patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Therefore, he preferred to act conspicuously while maintaining a low profile in his personal conduct. He had no intention of engaging in a literary gathering that promised fame without any tangible benefit. Moreover, he possessed a vast repository of literary works. Casually reciting a few extraordinary verses or the well-known 4 lines of haiku would render the competition trivial, akin to defeating children. Xia Chen believed that employing an ox knife to slaughter a chicken was unwarranted, even if he were to embrace the role of a literary copyist. It would be better suited for a more significant purpose, rather than being wasted on a mere gathering. Unbeknownst to him, however, the literary assembly was rife with undercurrents, and many gazes had once again shifted towards Xia Chen. It seemed he was merely there to observe the spectacle, intending to leave once the gathering concluded. They could not allow him to depart so easily. He needed to be measured. Someone turned to instruct those around him. The Grand Ancestor possessed striking beauty, with an ethereal grace that rendered him unmatched in the world. One day, as the Grand Ancestor attended a literary gathering, upon entering the venue, all present were astonished, captivated by his appearance, feeling inferior in comparison. At that time, the capital was home to the 4 universally acknowledged handsome men, one of whom was the young Master Jing Xian, also in attendance. Upon seeing the Grand Ancestor, he stood frozen in place, exclaiming, "Today, I truly have my eyes opened. Such striking individuals exist in this world, and I am far inferior." Thus, the young Master Jing Xian, unable to contain his embarrassment, thereafter ceased to call himself a handsome man. Xiaoshu Biography of the Grand Ancestor Volume 3, P.S. Brothers. There is approximately 1 week left until the end of 2024. This book is new, and I intend to make a final push for the rankings during this time. Therefore, starting tomorrow on Christmas, I will launch an event. The more generous the rewards, the more frequent the updates, with no upper limit. And I assure you, I will not go back on my word. Additionally, I urge everyone not to nurture the book. Previously, I had a book with over 500,000 readers that was abruptly taken down. To speak of it is painful. Many of my brothers missed subsequent content because of this nurturing approach. Even now, some still inquire about how they can access that book. Those who have consistently followed my writings would understand. I have never deceived anyone. Therefore, it is best for everyone to read a bit more frequently, even if it is somewhat disheartening. We wouldn't want to face any unforeseen events that might prevent us from accessing future content, which would be even more distressing. Chapter 63. The Buddha of This World. The poetry gathering continues. We have now reached the 3rd segment, where Yaoguang personally takes the stage, presenting several topics for spontaneous poetry, prose, and lyrics, allowing for unrestricted literary creativity. The appearance of Yaoguang ignites a fervor among the multitude of scholars present, for she is a princess, and under ordinary circumstances, they would seldom have the opportunity to engage with her. Amitabha. In a corner, a voice recites a Buddhist chant into Xia Chen's ear. He feels somewhat inebriated, having spent the entire morning drinking with Zhuan Zhenzi. Master Tianhai. Though slightly intoxicated, Xia Chen remains conscious enough to nod respectfully at the towering monk before him. Young Master Xia, will you not participate in the literary gathering? In Tianhai's eyes, wisdom sparkles, and his gaze is profoundly deep. A gentle smile graces his lips, exuding an air of elegance. The literary gathering is merely a superficial title. Buddhism teaches the essence of emptiness. Is it possible that Master possesses an interest in such trivialities? Young Master Xia's understanding of my Buddhist teachings is truly remarkable. Tianhai's eyes gleam with appreciation as he slowly brings his hands together in a gesture of respect. I have heard your words, ruler to ruler, minister to minister, father to son, and I sense profound wisdom within them, yet they seem incomplete. Hence, I seek your guidance. Tianhai's demeanor is humble, and his bearing is indeed exceptional. Though he may not possess the striking appearance of Jing Xian, he captivates the crowd just the same. Master Tianhai is a revered monk, yet why does he cling to the mundane? I have heard that Master possesses a pure heart, untainted by worldly concerns. Yet it appears you have become entangled in the very attachments you sought to transcend. Without responding, Xia Chen takes a seat and smiles as he speaks. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Tianhai's previously serene countenance shifts ever so slightly. What do you mean by that, young master? Tianhai clasps his hands together, reciting a chant once more. Confucianism values engagement with the world, Buddhism advocates transcendence, and Taoism emphasizes withdrawal from society. Yet, Master continues to navigate the realm of worldly power. After a decade of heart cultivation, it seems the essence of your spirit has not been purified, but rather corrupted. Xia Chen's eyes shine brightly as he gazes intently at Tianhai, as if he could see through the monk's flesh to the hidden darkness within. As Xia Chen's words resonate, not only does Tianhai's expression change, but even Zhuan Zhenzi, with his hazy gaze, turns to observe. Who can truly discern between the Buddha's heart and the demonic heart? I have my own path. Tianhai regains his composure, a smile returning to his face as he once more brings his hands together in humility and confidence. With a deep gaze, he studies the young man before him, realizing that this individual has insightfully articulated the state of his being. After 10 years of heart cultivation, he indeed encountered a dilemma. When he returned, the light of the Tianlong temple shone brilliantly, not because he had cultivated a heart of purity, but because his master, Long Shu, had personally recited the scriptures to suppress his demonic nature. This truth is known to but a few in the Tianlong temple, yet he knows. The Buddha may save the next life, but cannot redeem the sentient beings of this world. I possess a Buddha's heart and aspire to become the Buddha of this world. Tianhai wore a radiant smile, yet an aura of profound compassion enveloped him, as if he were destined to transform into a Buddha to rescue the souls of the present world. Years ago, he devoted a decade to refining his heart, traversing the eastern wilderness, journeying through the southern barbarians, arriving in the kingdom of Qing, witnessing the majestic landscapes of the Great Foam, and ultimately heading westward on a pilgrimage to the western regions. Along this arduous path, he encountered countless suffering beings, tormented by the pains of existence, struggling amidst endless warfare, rampant banditry, and lives rendered as insignificant as mere weeds. At that moment, he resolved to withdraw from worldly affairs, determined to make a difference for the beings of this realm. If the Buddha could not save all sentient beings, then he would embody the Buddha himself. He sought power to bring an end to this chaotic era. With a heart of compassion, he wished for the world to transform into a pure, divine land. Xia Chen gazed deeply at Tianhai, recognizing that Tianhai's compassionate heart had diverged from the current tenets of Buddhism. In Xia Chen's perspective, this divergence was not erroneous. Rather, he admired it. Yet, in this era, such beliefs were deemed heretical within Buddhism. One should give rise to a mind that is unattached. Xia Chen spoke slowly. Tianhai stood frozen, murmuring to himself, unattached, yet giving rise to the heart, a famous line from the Diamond Sutra, which teaches that one should not cling to anything, be it external fame, material pleasures, or even personal beliefs, insights, and emotions. Attachment breeds suffering and obstacles, binding the heart. While Tianhai possessed immense compassion, he had already succumbed to attachment, thus embodying a distorted heart. Pray tell, what heart should one cultivate? Tianhai remained rooted in place, repetitively echoing Xia Chen's words. Ultimately, he earnestly inquired of Xia Chen, cultivate a pure heart, a compassionate heart, a Bodhi heart. Do not be ensnared or deluded by external appearances. Instead, give rise to wisdom and an awakened heart. Xia Chen replied calmly. Tianhai regarded Xia Chen with utmost seriousness, pondering how deeply this individual understood their Buddhist studies. In the hall, many observers' gazes were fixed upon Tianhai and Xia Chen, as well as Xianzhenzi. Who would dare overlook these two, hailing from the Tianshu Mansion and the Tianglong Temple, both of which boasted practitioners of unparalleled prowess? Master Tianhai, what troubles you? Why do you keep bowing in reverence to Xia Chen? Murmurs of curiosity rippled through the crowd. What are they discussing? Why does it seem as though Master Tianhai regards Xia Chen with such peculiar respect and admiration? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Are you suggesting that my path is futile? That I should relinquish my attachments? Tianhai continued. Master possesses a heart of compassion. I may soon be assigned to the capital, If you wish, Master Tianhai, you may come to visit me. Perhaps then you will discover the true path. Xia Chen also pressed his palms together, resembling a Buddhist master, his face adorned with a smile. True strength must be applied wisely. Let it be used for practical matters rather than mere rhetoric. Tianhai ventured into the net of his own accord to seek him, and thus he extended an invitation to enter the vessel. As he spoke, he seized the initiative, rendering Tianhai momentarily speechless. He then invoked profound truths from the Diamond Sutra, delivering a jolt of revelation to Tianhai. While he did not unveil the depths of his Buddhist heart, he certainly stirred it. He chose his words sparingly, for fishing requires patience. Tianhai is an astute individual, and were he to display overt intentions from the outset, the fish would surely slip from the hook. Currently, Xia Chen could not illuminate a clear path for Tianhai, but should he be assigned to the capital in the future, once Tianhai set foot in his domain, he would possess ample means to secure him. First, he must lure the fish closer. Whether he can satiate its hunger is a matter for later. Tianhai was indeed intrigued by Xia Chen's remarkable understanding of Buddhist principles. Young Master Xia, you seem to possess a unique affinity with the Buddha. Should time permit, I would be honored to visit the Tianlong Temple and engage in a discussion of Buddhist doctrine. Tianhai expressed with a bow. I have heard of young Master Xia's extraordinary talents and scholarly grace, praised even by His Majesty, which fills me with admiration. As the literary gathering approaches its conclusion, might there be an opportunity to witness your esteemed intellect? Just as Xia Chen and Tianhai were enjoying their conversation, someone could no longer contain themselves and rose to speak loudly. It was not a lack of patience on their part, but rather that Xia Chen's aloofness was striking. Throughout the majority of the gathering, he had remained ensconced in a corner, imbibing and conversing, as if separated from their world. They had been waiting for an opportunity, yet as the event neared its end, with no chance in sight, they felt compelled to pressure Xia Chen into action. Master Tianhai embodies a compassionate spirit, empathizing with the suffering of all beings. In his youth, he lived as an ascetic, traversing the world and witnessing the myriad sorrows of sentient beings. Thus, he vowed to descend into the depths of hell for the sake of universal peace. During a literary gathering, Master Tianhai encountered the Heavenly Emperor, marking their first meeting. During this assembly, the Heavenly Emperor discerned the Master's fixation and proclaimed, "One should generate the mind without attachment." Upon hearing these words, Master Tianhai experienced a profound awakening. Shortly thereafter, he took refuge under the Buddha's teachings, thus establishing the present-day Buddha in our world. History of Buddhism, Transmission of the Present-Day Buddha, Volume 2, Chapter 64. A true gentleman must care for the world. The banquet fell into a sudden silence, with all eyes converging upon the scene. Some silently rejoiced, for the highlight of this literary gathering had finally arrived. Ever since Xia Chen's fame had spread throughout the capital a few days prior, many had anticipated this event, with some attending solely to witness him. Human nature being what it is, how could anyone not feel envy towards Xia Chen? He was already strikingly handsome, had become a prince consort, and at such a tender age held the esteemed position of a fourth-rank official, all while being well-versed in culture. While there were no words to be said on other fronts, the realm of culture was their forte, and doubts lingered about Xia Chen's true scholarly depth. However, most had already concluded in their hearts that any knowledge he possessed was merely superficial, a fade lacking substance. Thus, they sought to use this literary assembly, especially in the presence of Princess Yawang, to expose Xia Chen's pretentiousness. Why must he feign such grandeur before them, the cultured elite? This was intolerable. Indeed, young Master Xia, your phrase about rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, certainly carries the air of a great scholar. In my view, in a few years, you might become one of the 6 great scholars of Ardawu. What a few years! Young Master Xia's talents are not inferior to Prime Minister Lin's. I believe he already possesses the prowess of a great scholar. One after another, voices rose, intentionally loud. Lin Zihan, who had been sitting quietly to the side, cast an impassive glance at the speaker, committing his face to memory. How audacious of this person to speak of his father, Prime Minister Lin. While Lin Zihan understood that the speaker aimed to belittle Xia Chen, it was an affront to his father's dignity, and to do so in his presence was utterly reckless. Yao Guang and Lu Tong overheard these veiled attacks as well. Lu Tong glanced at the expressionless Yao Guang, then turned his gaze to Xia Chen, curious to see how he would respond. Xia Chen remained composed, slowly rising to his feet. His gaze swept over the speakers, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines, involuntarily stepping back a few paces. It was then they realized that this young man was not only extraordinarily handsome, but also emanated an impressive aura. I am but a mere warrior, not well versed in poetry or prose. Today, I merely wish to observe the talented youth of our capital. I shall not participate in your contest, Xia Chen declared, lifting his cup and filling it with wine. He raised it in salute to the assembled crowd, then drank it all in one gulp. The crowd was taken aback by Xia Chen's candid admission of his lack of poetic skill. Had he inadvertently conceded? Had they achieved their goal? No, this was insufficient. Such a nonchalant statement would lead some to believe that Xia Chen was merely being humble, disdainful of engaging in their contest. Thus, it was essential for Xia Chen to recite a poem, allowing them the opportunity to mock him and tarnish his reputation in the capital. Young Master Xia is far too modest. Who in the capital does not know of his literary talent? If he refrains from demonstrating it today, could it be that he looks down upon us scholars? Director Xia has already attained the rank of a fourth-grade official, while we, on the other hand, have yet to hold any official position, merely being lowly scholars. Naturally, he would not condescend to belittle us. Two voices subsequently arose, drawing the attention of the crowd, revealing that they belonged to two scholars from the Imperial Academy, one named Li Chun and the other Wang Ming. They were both somewhat renowned within the academy and regarded as prominent candidates in this year's imperial examination. Although their words appeared to flatter Xia Chen, they were laced with provocation. Their remarks, sharp and incisive, established a moral high ground, creating a distinct divide between Xia Chen and the other scholars. As if they alone could represent everyone present, and Xia Chen's reluctance to engage was a sign of disdain toward all those assembled. Does young Master Xia believe that our poetry and prose are as childish as a mere game of house, unworthy of the grand stage? Li Chun interjected. I have expressed my disinterest in poetry and literature and do not hold any disdain for you esteemed scholars. Each of you is a pillar of our nation's future, with a bright path ahead. I have come merely to witness your talents and the demeanor of our scholars from the Great Wu Dynasty. Xia Chen displayed a demeanor of considerable restraint, neither angered nor incited to participate in a contest. This only served to reinforce the crowd's conviction that Xia Chen possessed no genuine skill. With this thought in mind, they grew emboldened, eager to step forward and take their shots, hoping that once the literary gathering concluded and the tale spread, they might gain renown in the capital. Regardless of the disparaging remarks, Xia Chen continued to shake his head. Eventually, even Jing Xian could not help but rise. Recently, rumors had circulated in the capital, claiming that young Master Xia's talents surpassed those of Prime Minister Lin, creating quite a stir. It was said that Xia Chen currently held sway over one of the 9 departments of the Lantern Bearers. Could this be a scheme of his to outshine Prime Minister Lin? Jing Xian, with a heart for vengeance, directly placed this heavy accusation upon him. Fully aware that Lin Zihan's primary purpose for attending today was to vindicate his father. The stature of Prime Minister Lin was not to be trifled with. Some matters were inconvenient for him to address directly, yet that did not imply indifference. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Jing Xian and then at the expressionless Lin Zihan beside him. He understood that the scholars were akin to rabid dogs, eager to nip at him, aiming to curry favor with the young minister, especially with the imperial examinations approaching. If they could catch the young minister's attention, their futures would undoubtedly be bright. Despite his status as a prince and his control over the 9 departments of the Lantern Bearers, Xia Chen had no authority over the imperial examinations or the promotion of future officials. Thus, they were willing to offend him to win favor with the young minister. Master Lin, the recent rumors in the capital are not of my making. His Majesty has indeed praised me in passing, yet he never claimed that my talents surpass those of Prime Minister Lin. I wish to clarify this today to prevent any harm to the reputation of Prime Minister Lin. Whether you choose to believe me or not, this is my sole explanation. Allow this cup of wine to serve as my tribute to Prime Minister Lin. Xia Chen rose once more, poured a cup of wine, smiled at Lin Zihan, and then drank it in one gulp. Such a majestic demeanor elicited nods of approval from many. Immediately thereafter, Xia Chen did not retreat and sit down as he had previously. Instead, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping across every face present. With a slight smile, he gathered his composure and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, I, Xia, am indeed unskilled in poetry. For I believe poetry is but a trivial pursuit, a refined pastime of peaceful times. Yet now, the world is divided, and the situation in the Northwest is tumultuous. The common people are suffering. A true gentleman should harbor the welfare of the masses in his heart, pondering how to strengthen the nation and enrich its people. Thus, I disdain such trivial literary pursuits." Xia Chen's words resonated powerfully, reverberating throughout the venue, plunging the crowd into silence. Was he chastising them for not aspiring to strengthen the nation and enrich the populace, for indulging instead in refined elegance? As they stood in stunned silence, Xia Chen's voice rang out once more. "In these tumultuous times, while our valiant soldiers are shedding blood on the front lines in the eastern wilderness, and our borders to the north and west remain under constant vigilance, I find no inclination to compose poetry. This is precisely why I have consistently refused. Although I have little affinity for poetry, seeing you all lost in such trivial pursuits amidst the chaos of the Northwest stirs something within me. Therefore, I shall present you with a poem." His voice thundered, causing the faces of all present to flush with embarrassment, some shrinking back in shame. Indeed, while the soldiers on the front lines fought valiantly, they were engrossed in poetic trivialities, dreaming of shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chen had effectively chastised them all. The esteemed founder was knowledgeable from a young age, possessing extraordinary talents and the capability to govern the world. However, he harbored lofty ambitions, concern for the common people. Fully aware of the hardships faced by the soldiers on the front lines, yearning to strengthen the nation and enrich its citizens. Thus, he had little interest in showcasing himself through poetry. At that time, the scholars in the capital were all immersed in poetry, hoping to gain fame through it. During a literary gathering, the scholars urged the founder to compose poetry, but he repeatedly declined. Eventually, pressed by the crowd, he became angered and rebuked them, saying, "Scholars should harbor grand aspirations. How can you squander your days on such trivial literary pursuits?" With that, the room fell silent, and all the scholars present felt a deep sense of shame. History of Xia, Volume 3, Chronicles of the Founder Emperor. Chapter 65. Let the Song of Conquest Resound. The melody of Wu Go. Upon a high platform, both Yao Guang and Lu Tong fell into silence, particularly Yao Guang, although Xia Chen's ire was directed at the scholars. This literary gathering was convened by her. "Princess," Ziyue softly called from behind Yao Guang. "It is nothing. Do I lack such fortitude?" Yao Guang shook her head, smiling as she spoke. "Moreover, he is not wrong. Poetry and prose are merely trifles. Throughout history, no prime minister has ever governed a nation through poetry. The princess harbors great ambitions. Were it not for her gender, she would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success." Lu Tong praised, lamenting that Yao Guang's talents surpassed those of the crown prince and the third prince. Yet she was hindered by her being a woman. Otherwise, our great Wu would surely welcome a wise and virtuous ruler in the future. What being a woman? Who says a woman cannot accomplish great deeds? Yao Guang replied calmly with a smile. Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback by her words. Yao Guang smiled again, choosing not to elaborate further, her gaze drifting towards Xia Chen, who stood in the corner of the hall. For some reason, she felt a sense of anticipation for the poetry that Xia Chen might compose. In the hall, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xia Chen addressed them solemnly. "Where are the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone?" "Prince Consort, the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone are here. Please recite, and I shall hold the brush for you." A eunuch hurriedly stepped forward, presenting the finest writing materials. "I will do it myself." Xia Chen shook his head and took the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. "Then allow me to prepare the ink for young Master Xia." Master Tianhai, smiling, approached Xia Chen and, without waiting for him to respond, began grinding the ink. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Master Tianhai, akin to a humble scholar, was proactively assisting Xia Chen in preparing the ink. Had the world gone mad? After all, he was a direct disciple of Long Shu, who would not even require special deference before the princes. Seeing that Tianhai had already begun grinding the ink, Xia Chen decided to forego any pretense. Soon, the ink was ready. Xia Chen was proficient in calligraphy, having diligently practiced since childhood in the Marquis' residence. And in his previous life, he had also studied the cursive scripts of Wang Shiji. While he may not be a master, he had achieved a commendable level of skill. Consequently, as he put brush to paper, his strokes flowed like water, bold and majestic, exuding an impressive aura. When Tianhai beheld the first line, his eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed it aloud, announcing the content of the first line to the entire assembly. Let the song of conquest resound, the melody of Wu Go. Though merely the first line, its grandeur was already evident upon the paper. Soon, Tianhai recited the second line, vowing to extinguish the realms of Qing and Defeng. Upon the utterance of this line, the murmurs in the hall ceased, captivated by the profound grandeur within the verse. A vow to annihilate the realms of Qing and Defeng, unifying the world, with Wuguan being a crucial fortress in the northwest of Great Wu, serving as a vital defense against Qing and Defeng. To aspire for a western expedition and a northern campaign, one must first pass through this formidable checkpoint. The moment these lines of poetry were uttered, a grand and resounding atmosphere enveloped the gathering. This verse ignited a fervor among the learned individuals present, their faces flushed with passion. Yet, shortly thereafter, they were met with a poignant shift in tone from Master Tianhai. An overwhelming aura of melancholy and heroic resolve washed over them. To perish on the battlefield for one's country is the only fate worthy of a soldier. Why should one require a horse's hide to return home? As Master Tianhai's words echoed, many in attendance felt a shiver run down their spines. Someone murmured, "Why should one require a horse's hide to return home?" A sudden exclamation rang out. Someone at the banquet could not contain their excitement and struck the table in approval. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Others joined in their admiration. With the emergence of this poem by young Master Xia, the verses we had previously composed paled in comparison. A young man rose, raising his goblet, and with a serious demeanor, toasted to Xia Chen. To the astonishment of the crowd, this individual was none other than Yuan Yongkui, the son of the Minister of War. Previously, Yuan Yongkui had maintained a low profile amidst the throng, yet now he boldly spoke these words in front of everyone. Lin Zihan quietly savored the poem, and with each reflection, he found the essence of the verses more profound, capturing the indomitable spirit of the soldiers, unafraid of death. This poem is the finest frontier ballad our great Wu has produced in nearly 3 centuries. Lu Tong declared solemnly from the high platform. Ziyue repeated the 4 lines, her eyes sparkling with increasing brilliance. Yao Guang gazed at the radiant Xia Chen among the crowd, her expressive eyes revealing her contemplations. Upon completing his poem, Xia Chen bowed in gratitude to Master Tianhai for his assistance in preparing the ink. Your help in grinding the ink pales in comparison to the precious scripture you bestowed upon me. Master Tianhai clasped his hands together reverently, resembling a devout follower. Should the opportunity arise, I shall surely visit Tianlong Temple to discuss Buddhist teachings with you. Xia Chen reciprocated the gesture, his hands together in respect, before turning his gaze to the quietly observant Taoist Xian Jinzi. Taoist Xian, should you find the time, do visit me. I have fine wine to share, and we shall drink together. Taoist Xian, with a hazy gaze, nodded in amusement. Xia Qian, let us depart. Xia Chen turned to the awestruck Xia Qian, and together, they navigated through the crowd, exiting the hall towards the entrance. As they neared the door, Xia Chen glanced back at Yao Guang on the high platform, finding her gaze fixed upon him. Their eyes met in the air, and with a subtle nod, Xia Chen chose not to linger, vanishing completely beyond the threshold. Once Xia Chen had departed, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into animated discussions. Goodness, that poem is extraordinary. What a bold spirit. No wonder he is a direct descendant of the Xia family, issuing a call to vanquish both the Qing and Feng nations. Young Master Xia, with such lofty ambitions at a tender age, may well emulate the legendary general of yore, penetrating deep into Feng's territory and seizing its capital. Most scholars, lacking integrity, began to extol Xia Chen, entirely forgetting how they had previously slandered him. Lin Zihan, holding his wine cup, sat in silence before ultimately rising. "Let's depart," he said. Stepping outside, young Master Jingxian lingered behind, repeatedly murmuring Xia Chen's 4 lines of poetry, his heart growing heavier with each utterance. Alas, I cannot compete with him in appearance, nor in literary talent. Do I truly stand no chance? Young Master Jingxian gazed at the enchanting Princess Yao Wang on the high platform, a wave of helplessness surging within him. "Young Master, shall we leave like this? The literary gathering has yet to conclude. What if the princess?" On the street, Xia Chen expressed his concerns to Xia Chen. "When they first requested I compose poetry, I feigned weakness not to appease them, but rather to gauge Yao Wang's response." Xia Chen did not turn back, his tone calm. His primary objective was to test Yao Wang. Those scholars were merely tools for his purposes. It was laughable at that moment. They reveled in their belief that they had cornered Xia Chen, leaving him with no retreat, compelling him to angrily recite a poem. He was in truth waiting to see if Yao Wang would speak on his behalf, to deter those who pressed him, yet he received no such support. Yao Wang chose silence. Perhaps she merely wished to ascertain her own abilities, but by not standing in solidarity with him, she positioned herself against him. There was nothing more to be said. Xia Chen's heart turned cold once more. "Do you remember the faces of those who shouted the loudest?" Xia Chen stated expressionlessly. Hearing this, Xia Chen, since his master's mood was quite grim, though his words were calm, they carried an icy weight. "I remember, in a few days, when I take control of the Eagle Eye Bureau, arrange for a celebration feast for them." Xia Chen had always believed in retribution. Those who sought to rise at his expense, attempting to align with Lin Zihan, were utterly laughable. Though Xia Chen could not pave their way to advancement, he could certainly cast them into the depths of despair. Without a lesson, the people of the capital would truly believe him to be an easy target. Additionally, assist me in investigating a scholar from the Imperial Academy named Su Xingchen. Find a secret opportunity to bring him to me. Xia Chen gazed at the street vendors, his eyes distant, lost in thought. Emperor Taizu possessed a broad mind and a benevolent heart. In his time, there were those in the capital who envied his extraordinary talent and publicly challenged him. Yet he merely smiled and let it pass, harboring no resentment or private revenge. Because of his virtue, he was celebrated by scholars across the land. As a result, individuals of aspiration gradually gravitated towards him, inspired by his noble character, and desired to follow in his footsteps. The History of Xia, Volume 6, Annals of Emperor Taizu. This book remains in its infancy. Let us nurture it together, allowing it to flourish. To be candid, the composition of this work has demanded considerable effort, particularly in crafting the classical Chinese passages that follow each chapter, which has proven quite taxing. This is my inaugural attempt at writing historical literature, and I am determined not to let this book go to waste. Alas, there is much I wish to convey, yet as I ponder, words elude me, leaving me at a loss for where to begin. I hope to share more with my brethren when the opportunity arises. I shall dedicate myself to refining this book, ensuring that it provides my comrades with a gratifying reading experience. Chapter 66, The Top Talent. On the street, Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the master's interest in a student from the Imperial Academy. Could it be that this student had offended the master? However, he chose not to inquire further, silently committing the name Su Xingchen to memory. Xia Chen's primary purpose for attending the literary gathering was indeed to meet Feng Zhiru and Su Xingchen. Yet, to his surprise, neither of them had shown up. Although Xia Chen had been drinking earlier, he had remained vigilant, hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Xingchen, as he understood that Su was fervently engaged in court politics. With Yao Wang hosting such a remarkable event, it was only natural to expect his attendance. Alas, he remained conspicuously absent. Indeed, these exceptional individuals, despite not having yet risen to prominence, possessed an innate aura that made them difficult to attract. Xia Chen recognized that they were still biding their time, concealing their talents, awaiting the opportune moment. Nevertheless, the gathering was not without its rewards. He had made the acquaintance of Xian Zhenzi and Tian Hai, particularly Tian Hai, who had taken the bait Xia Chen had cast. Perhaps there would be future gains. With this thought in mind, Xia Chen entered a tavern, the hour nearing 2 in the afternoon. At the Yaoguang residence, only drinks and light snacks had been served. And with his recent rapid advancements in martial arts, his appetite had grown considerably. As Xia Chen settled into a private room, a gentle knock interrupted him. A young scholar clad in elegant robes stood at the door, smiling warmly at Xia Chen. His lips were as red as cherries, his teeth white and even, and his eyes sparkled like stars, exuding a quiet confidence that emanated from deep within. The main hall was already filled to capacity, and noticing that only 2 individuals had entered the private room, he boldly approached to inquire if he might share a table. The young scholar was exceedingly polite, yet his request to share a table took Xia Chen by surprise. Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Chen furrowed his brow and rose to his feet. While they were not domineering, nor did they bully the weak, unlike the unsavory customs of the noble offspring in the capital, sharing a table was not something they could easily accept. Moreover, the very reason they had reserved a private room was for a tranquil and discreet dining experience. As their master was no ordinary person. "We do not. Of course we can." Xia Chen was about to refuse when Xia Chen, with a radiant smile, interjected and stood up. Xia Chen's smile was exceptionally bright. As the ancient saying goes, Jiang Taigong fishes, those who wish to bite will come. It seemed this fish had willingly thrown itself into the net. The young man at the door was none other than Su Xingchen, the very individual Xia Chen had been instructed to seek. He was a prodigious talent, destined to be known alongside Feng Zhiru of the Bailu Academy as the dual stars of Confucianism and Taoism, possessing unparalleled intellect and strategic acumen. He was indeed a top-tier talent with the potential to shape the world. Standing at the entrance, Su Xingchen wore a smile, yet his gaze scrutinized Xia Chen with utmost seriousness. As their meal progressed, the atmosphere felt rather dull, and with such an expansive private room occupied by just the 2 of them, it seemed wasteful. "Brother, please join us." Xia Chen, adorned in Confucian attire, exuded an air of scholarly elegance that belied his martial lineage. "Thank you, esteemed brother." Su Xingchen clasped his fists in gratitude, his gaze towards Xia Chen imbued with admiration. This prince, hailing from a distinguished family, held the esteemed position of a 4th-rank official at a tender age, yet he bore not a trace of arrogance. Even his attendants exhibited a demeanor devoid of haughtiness. Though they had initially intended to decline his invitation, they did so without resorting to harsh words. His presence here was no mere coincidence, nor was it truly a matter of lacking a table to join. Rather, he harbored curiosity about this recently ascendant prince in the capital. Having spent 7 years in the city, he had formed his own assessments of numerous figures. Yet he had misjudged this son of the Duke of Anong. Especially after learning of his involvement in today's literary gathering, he felt compelled to witness this individual firsthand. Xia Chen was skeptical that Su Xingchen had genuinely come merely to share a table. He had just exited the literary assembly when Su followed closely behind. Such coincidence seemed implausible. Although Su Xingchen's rise was still a way off, Xia Chen doubted that someone as astute as Su would remain oblivious to matters of the court. Therefore, Su must certainly be acquainted with him. What was his intention in approaching? Was it mere observation, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Xia Chen found himself ensnared in contemplation. Both young men wore radiant smiles, yet their minds raced with icy clarity, processing thoughts at an accelerated pace. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, standing nearby, scratched his head in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. "I am Su Xingchen, courtesy named Chang Ye, a student of the Imperial Academy. May I inquire your esteemed name?" After taking his seat, Su Xingchen introduced himself without reservation, for there was nothing to conceal. He maintained a low profile in the capital, and few knew of him. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Chen, positioned slightly behind, narrowed his eyes upon hearing Su's name, scrutinizing him intently, then glancing at his own master, who wore an amiable and eager smile. Suddenly, It dawned on him why his master had acted peculiarly by inviting this individual to share a table. Was this not the very person his master had previously instructed him to investigate? The opportunity had presented itself. As Xia Chen observed Su Xingchen, his expression took on an increasingly peculiar quality. I am Zhang Sheng. Xia Chen played along, adopting a pseudonym. Su Xingchen nodded with a smile, while internally he began to assess. He found him to be magnanimous and approachable, yet with a discernible caution. He preferred to conceal his identity when out in the world. Su Xingchen had never suspected that Xia Chen was aware of him. His exceptional talent had taught him that in the capital, discretion was paramount, and there was no need to seek fame or reputation. To maintain a low profile, he had even abstained from attending this literary assembly, opting instead to send a classmate to gather information on his behalf. In the capital, aside from his classmates, few knew his name, which is why he chose to use his true identity. He practiced the principles of kingship with the ultimate aim of seeking the true dragon. Until he encountered a worthy sovereign, he refrained from drawing too much attention to himself, quietly biding his time. Once he identified the right ruler, he believed he could soar to great heights in an instant, making his name renowned across the world. In his quest for a worthy monarch, he clandestinely met with the crown prince, as well as the third and fourth princes, only to dismiss both in the end. This left him profoundly disheartened. For among the direct heirs of the Daowu dynasty, he found no capable leader. However, through his analysis of the world situation, he discerned that the Daowu was on the verge of consolidating its power, marking the end of chaos and the formation of a unified realm. This realization plunged him into self-doubt, leading him to question whether his assessments of the grand events were misguided. At one point, he considered leaving the Wu kingdom to venture into the Dafeng kingdom, in search of the fated true dragon. Yet, a recent chance encounter introduced him to the name of Princess Yao Guang, which piqued his interest and excitement, as she embodied the qualities of the sovereign he sought, capable of realizing his vision of kingship. However, he found himself puzzled by the fact that she was a woman, for history had never known an empress in feminine form. Once again, Su Xingchen was engulfed in confusion, prompting him to observe Yao Guang for a while longer. The upcoming literary gathering hosted by Yao Guang would provide an excellent opportunity for such scrutiny. Yet, at that moment, Xia Chen also captured his attention. Thus, he decided to approach, eager for a closer examination. Two young individuals, each with their own agendas, sat across from one another at the dining table, calculating and observing each other intently. Su Xingchen, whose courtesy name was Chanya, was exceptionally talented and possessed an intellect bordering on the supernatural. One day, while dining at an inn, he found the establishment fully occupied with no available seats. Coincidentally, the founding emperor also visited at that time. The emperor, a man of great magnanimity and fond of socializing, noticed Su Xingchen without a seat and graciously invited him to join his private room for a meal, treating him with respect regardless of his humble status. Su Xingchen was deeply impressed by the emperor's character and discerned that he was no ordinary individual, but rather bore the qualities of a true leader destined for greatness. Thus, a profound friendship blossomed between Su Xingchen and the emperor. History of Xia, Volume 13. Biography of Su Xingchen, 17th entry. Chapter 67. The rock takes flight amidst the winds. In the private room, Summer Chun inquired with a smile, "Why did you, Brother Su, who is a scholar from the Imperial Academy, not attend the literary gathering held by Princess Yao Guang today?" Su Xingchen replied with a serene smile, "My learning is but humble. I would rather not embarrass myself there." He shook his head with an air of nonchalance. Summer Chen's eyes sparkled as he responded, "I must respectfully disagree with your statement." Su Xingchen looked at him in surprise. He had merely been modest, seeking an excuse, anticipating that Summer Chun might chuckle or nod in agreement, perhaps change the subject, but he did not expect such a direct contradiction. His curiosity piqued. He paused to hear what Summer Chun would articulate next. "If you had attended the gathering, Brother Su, it is likely that other scholars would have been overshadowed, for you are offering them an opportunity, wishing not to draw attention to yourself." Summer Chun took a sip from his cup, his gaze steady upon Su Xingchen. Su Xingchen was taken aback. For one as astute as he, it was unexpected to hear such words from Summer Chun. Was this truly a reflection on himself? How could that be? Though he had resided in the capital for many years, he had not displayed his talents. And even his classmates were unaware of the depths of his intellect. How could Xia Chen know? Ah, your words are truly delightful, young master. You provide such emotional value. I'm already 22 years old and have taken the imperial examinations thrice, yet I have only attained the rank of a mere scholar. If I possessed true talent, would I not have achieved the status of graduate by now? At 22, I find myself languishing in life. Xu Xingqian feigned bitterness, his acting remarkably adept. I have heard of a legendary fish in the distant North Sea, known as the Goulan, whose size is immense, dwelling in the frigid depths. This extraordinary fish can transform into a bird called the pung, which observes the great tides of the world, waiting for the right moment. Ultimately, it leaps from the water and transforms into the majestic pung, soaring mightily, traversing thousands of miles from the North Sea to the South Sea, showcasing its prowess, and finally, riding the winds to ascend to the heights of 90,000 miles. Xia Chen recounted a fable, and Xu Xingqian's expression shifted at this revelation. Though he had not heard of such a wondrous fish bird, he grasped the essence of the words. I have also heard of a bird that does not spread its wings nor sing for 3 years. Many deem it a weak and foolish creature. Yet, there are those with keen insight who remark, for 3 years it does not fly. It will one day grow magnificent wings. It does not sing. It will observe the world. Though it does not fly now, when it does, it will soar to the heavens. Though it does not sing now, when it does, it will astonish all. Upon concluding this tale, Xu Xingqian's countenance transformed completely, his gaze sharp as he regarded Xia Chen. This was no mere coincidence, nor empty flattery. I believe, Brother Xu, that you embody this bird. If you do not fly, it will be but a pause. When you do, you will soar to great heights. If you do not sing, it is merely a silence. When you do, your voice will resonate profoundly. Xia Chen laughed heartily, his demeanor exuberant, his unmatched grace instilling a sense of humility in those around him. His words did not cease, but rather delivered a final, resounding blow to Xu Xingqian, concluding the battlefield of their discourse. When the great pung migrates to the southern seas, its wings strike the waters for 3,000 miles. Soaring to an altitude of 90,000 miles, where all things are born of yin and yang. Brother Xu resembles this Kuan-pung. At this moment, he remains a mere Kuan, lurking beneath the icy depths, yet harbors aspirations that reach the heavens. He simply awaits the opportune moment to harness the winds of fortune, to strike the waters for 3,000 miles, and then ascend to 90,000 miles, arriving at the South Sea, thereby achieving a transformation from darkness to light. Upon hearing these words, Xu Xingqian fell into a long silence, feeling a chill enveloping him. He had never regarded the heroes of the world with any esteem. He had always believed himself to be well concealed, assuming the role of a mere spectator, watching the renowned talents of the capital take the stage, performing this grand drama. He reveled in the sensation of lurking in the shadows, observing the great affairs of the world, waiting for the right moment. Yet today, someone forcefully and directly tore apart his facade, rendering his so-called concealment a mere jest. Ha ha! I have always considered my intellect unparalleled, thus I have been self-satisfied. Looking down upon the world, today upon meeting the young master, I realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the sky. Xu Xingqian chuckled at his own folly, then stood respectfully before Xia Chen, offering a bow. Xia Chen did not flinch, calmly accepting the gesture while sipping his drink, exuding an aura of inscrutable depth. Should you remain unrefined, you see me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. But should you cultivate yourself, you would see me as a mayfly basking in the vast sky. Mr. Xu possesses the talent to govern the heavens and the earth, yet he has remained hidden, seeking a worthy master. Xia Chen inquired once more, his tone tranquil, causing Xu Xingqian's heart to tremble anew. How could he possibly know this? What manner of creature is this Xia Chen? Can he truly see into the hearts of men? I have never spoken of these matters to anyone. I merely feel that my knowledge is insufficient, and now that the great Wu dynasty is at peace, my presence or absence makes little difference. Thus, I am in no rush. Su Xingchen remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, his words cautious yet still hesitant to open his heart to Xia Chen. He sensed the perilousness of his situation. It seemed as though Xia Chen knew him inside out, while he remained utterly ignorant of the latter beyond mere rumors. For instance, what sort of character does he possess? Is his heart broad enough to embrace others? And can I truly place my trust in him? After all, he is a lantern-bearer, the leader of a spy organization. Entrusting my future, my life, and my very being to him is fraught with danger. Is the world truly at peace? Yet, how is it that I see suffering everywhere, with the populace in despair, unable to pay their taxes, and even in certain regions? The sale of daughters has emerged, a sign of a dynasty in its twilight. Xia Chen's demeanor was nonchalant. At that moment, he resembled a noble scion, speaking words that could send shivers down one's spine. Yet he delivered them with casual ease. Su Xingchen's pupils contracted as he lifted his gaze, finally meeting Xia Chen's eyes directly, no longer evading or retreating. His entire demeanor transformed, no longer concealing his brilliance, as if he had become a different person. What does young Master Zhang mean by these words? You may still refer to me as young Master Xia. We are both astute individuals. Your visit is undoubtedly intentional. Pretending to be oblivious is rather tedious, is it not? A faint smile graced Xia Chen's lips as he ceased the charade, seeking to deliver a profound revelation to this young man who fancied himself unparalleled in intellect. Indeed, Su Xingchen's expression shifted once more, his trepidation towards Xia Chen intensifying. Who is he, truly? How is it that he possesses such knowledge? Is it possible that the lantern-bearers have an all-encompassing reach? Yet, there are numerous matters he has never confided to anyone else. Chapter 68. On the World. In the private room, Su Xingchen felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, he was exceedingly eager to depart, wishing to linger not a second longer. He abhorred the uncertainty, the trepidation of the unknown, which instilled within him a profound sense of insecurity. The figure before him, Xia Chen, radiated an aura of danger. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. He cast a glance towards the door, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, Xia Chen had silently positioned himself by the entrance, seemingly guarding the two of them, yet effectively obstructing Su's path to freedom. Su Sai Li, believing himself to be exceedingly astute, yet today he felt as if he had willingly walked into a tiger's den. Moreover, it was he who had presented himself at this door, and now escape seemed impossible. Xia Chen wore a faint smile, quietly observing the increasingly restless Su Xingchen. Su, what troubles you? Are you perhaps a bit famished? The dishes should be arriving shortly. Let's first indulge in some wine. Xia Chen lifted his cup and poured a drink for Su, who, after clenching his jaw, accepted the glass and downed its contents in one go. My esteemed director, today I have acted rashly. I shall pour myself a cup as penance. Su Xingchen recognized that his actions had been ill-considered. He knew nothing of Xia Chen, yet had recklessly approached him, eager for a closer examination. Ultimately, he had underestimated the heroes of the world. There is no need for self-punishment. Simply answer my question, Su. Do you truly believe that the realm is currently at peace and prosperity? Xia Chen maintained his smile. It bore an air of seriousness. Su Xingchen gritted his teeth, realizing that he could no longer evade the inquiry. If he did not respond appropriately today, he would find it difficult to exit through that door. What if Xia Chen were to accuse him of some crime? Perhaps suggesting he was an undercover agent from the Inspection Institute or the Royal City, colluding with foreign enemies? That would spell trouble indeed. Over the years, he had remained too low-key, failing to establish connections with prominent figures in the capital. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have showcased some talents, befriended a few powerful individuals, thus avoiding the current predicament of having no social network to rely upon. Although the Great Wu boasts a formidable military strength, its finances have long been unable to sustain themselves, relying solely on the incessant imposition of taxes to function. Reports of citizens perishing from starvation due to insufficient grain have begun to surface. In recent years, establishments such as the Yang and the brothels of Suyu Street have burgeoned like mushrooms after rain. while the cost of a single visit has continuously declined over the past 3 years. This starkly illustrates the intensifying competition among these establishments, with an increasing number of young women entering the trade, becoming ever more beautiful. The unfortunate reality is that ordinary families can no longer survive. They are compelled to sell their sons and daughters. While entering a brothel is a grim fate, it is preferable to the slow death of starvation. Su Xingchen's voice was heavy with indignation and sorrow, and Xia Chen regarded him with newfound seriousness. This young man truly possessed remarkable insight. It is indeed remarkable that the brothel industry can reflect the current state of society. By observing such establishments, one can discern the essence of societal issues and identify their origins. Su Xingchen continued, stating that currently, in the local area, there are 8 lords who hold dominion, akin to local emperors, exploiting the common folk, causing much distress and suffering among the populace. More critically, over half of these lords harbor ambitious aspirations. With external threats from the Qin kingdom and Defeng, and the tumultuous situation in the northwest, a war could erupt at any moment. In the present world, there are indeed pressing issues. Although the Great Wu dynasty appears robust, it is akin to oil on fire. One misstep could lead to widespread turmoil, Su Xingchen asserted solemnly. Therefore, Brother Su has remained in hiding, seeking a wise leader to support during the impending chaos, to elevate the true dragon to power and thereby share in the glory of the dragon's achievements. Xia Chen smiled amiably, seemingly casually remarking. Su Xingchen, seated opposite him, was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. How'd he know? Had he seen through it all? Even someone as composed as Su Xingchen felt a surge of anxiety and unrest within. He had not forgotten Xia Chen's current status, the lantern-bearer, a court enforcer, and the current emperor's son-in-law. The Xia family has been unwaveringly loyal to the royal family for 6 centuries, which is why they have consistently commanded the emperor's trust in military affairs. Now that his true intentions had been discerned, Su Xingchen felt deep regret, realizing that one misstep could lead to total ruin. He might truly be in peril today. He had grand ambitions, aspiring to be the prime minister, not just any prime minister, but the one who would unify the realm and become the first prime minister in history. Yet, it seemed he would perish before even embarking on this venture. What do you think of the other 2 kingdoms? Xia Chen continued to smile, posing another question. Though these nations possess some internal decay, there still remain loyal and virtuous officials. While their national strength may have waned, their fortunes persist. Su Xingchen sighed deeply, having envisioned the worst outcome, and thus chose to speak freely without reservation. Thus, the tripartite balance of power, ironically, renders our strongest nation the most vulnerable. Indeed, the emperor favors war, and currently, our country is on the brink of internal collapse. If the emperor were willing to focus on recuperation and appoint me as the chief minister, I could turn this situation around within 5 years. Su Xingchen, like a sword drawn from its sheath, shone brightly with determination. He had recognized the looming threat of death, prompting him to overturn his previously low-profile strategy. He sought to captivate Xia Chen's attention with his startling words, hoping to breathe life into this deadlock and draw the notice of the influential figures in the court, even the emperor himself. If only someone would grant him an opportunity. He was confident he could demonstrate his worth. Although this course of action was incredibly risky, he felt he had no choice but to take the gamble. Su Xingchen, born into a humble family, possessed extraordinary intelligence from a young age, unmatched in his village. At the age of 7, a ragged Taoist priest arrived in the village, exuding an extraordinary aura. The priest sought lodging at Su's home and, recognizing Xingchen's brilliance, decided to test him with knowledge. At that time, Xingchen had thoroughly absorbed the Confucian classics and gained an understanding of numerous worldly truths, which intrigued the Taoist, leading him to remain with the Su family. Xingchen took the Taoist as his mentor, and for 5 years, the nature of the teachings remained a mystery to all, as only the increasing gravitas of Xingchen became apparent, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. Upon reaching the age of 13, the Taoist departed from the Su household, leaving behind a tome for Xingchen entitled The Way of Kings. Chapter 69. A momentous change in 5 years. Xia Chen quietly observed the radiant XXNGCHN, took a sip of his drink, and casually remarked, "Are you suggesting that the current tripartite division of our realm shall endure indefinitely? Absent my intervention, for the next 50 years, the world will remain in this triadic equilibrium, each kingdom balancing the others. Though they harbor ambitions of annexation, none possess the absolute strength to annihilate the other two." XXNGCH, and asserted with unwavering confidence. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that within 5 years, our great Wu shall encounter a colossal transformation. At most, in 10 years, the prevailing circumstances will undoubtedly shift. Xia Chen smiled at XXNGCHN, articulating his judgment. XXNGCHN's gaze deepened. Instinctively, he felt compelled to counter Xia Chen's assertions with an elaborate explanation of his own perspective. However, he quickly reined himself in, maintaining a calm demeanor akin to a placid lake. "I understand your skepticism and your firm convictions. How about this? Let us indulge in a friendly wager. In 10 years, we shall revisit these 2 temporal markers I have proposed. If my predictions prove accurate, you shall owe me a favor. What that favor entails, I shall disclose at the appropriate time, but rest assured, it will be something you must fulfill." Xia Chen regarded XXNGCHN as though he were challenging him. "Do you dare to accept this wager?" XXNGCHN, gazing at the poised youth before him, felt the weight of his predicament. Initially, he had anticipated a grim fate, but Xia Chen's words hinted that he was not intent on his downfall. Seizing this unexpected opportunity, he resolved to take a chance. "Very well, I accept your wager." XXNGCHN's thoughts remained lucid. He found himself pondering Xia Chen's true intentions. Having prepared for the worst, he was taken aback by the prospect of a wager that granted him a glimmer of hope. The outcome, whether victory or defeat, would be a matter for the future. He chose to cast aside his current worries. Moreover, he firmly believed in his assessment. The state of the world could remain stable for at least another 30 years, and he felt confident in that assertion. Xia Chen, upon hearing XXNGCHN's agreement, could not help but smile brightly, having drawn him into his carefully laid trap. "I see you are restless and lack the appetite for this meal, and you do not appear to be in need of sustenance. Therefore, you may take your leave." With a wave of his hand, Xia Chen indicated that XXNGCHN was free to go. A surge of relief coursed through XXNGCHN at these words, though his expression remained composed and steady as he respectfully bowed to Xia Chen. "Thank you, young master. I shall take my leave now." At last, XXNGCHN felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. The tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. Though Xia Chen was astute beyond measure, he was ultimately still too young and lacking in experience. "I had thought he would imprison me in the Lantern Man's dungeon, yet unexpectedly, he let me go. Perhaps I had astonished him with my analysis of the world's affairs. And thus, out of consideration for our wager spanning a decade, he chose to grant me leniency." Su Xingjian Duke Inwali, recognizing that he was merely a pawn in Xia Chen's grand game. His words had stirred Xia Chen's competitive spirit, prompting him to propose a wager. Su Xingqian quickly assessed the situation in his mind. Despite the rapid workings of his intellect, he maintained an outward calm, adorned with a smile. After bowing respectfully, he prepared to turn and depart from this place of turmoil. However, at that moment, Xia Chen's voice rang in his ears once more. "Come to the Lantern Man's office tomorrow morning to report. I am in need of a scribe." Su Xingqian was taken aback. What? He instinctively wanted to refuse. Was he jesting? To follow Xia Chen to the Lantern Man's office as a scribe? He had aspirations to become a prime minister. Just as he was about to voice his rejection, Xia Chen's voice cut through again, this time devoid of warmth, imbued with a chilling calmness. "Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing tonight or leaving the capital. No matter how swift you are, you cannot outpace the Lantern Man. I could track you to the ends of the earth. I have noted every word you spoke today. They are nothing but nonsensical ravings. The great Wu kingdom is prosperous and peaceful, with its citizens living in contentment, and the sovereign governing with wisdom. Yet here you are, spouting treasonous rhetoric. Are you a spy from a rival nation, deliberately lurking within our capital to spread such rumors? Furthermore, you dare to stealthily follow me today. Were you plotting to assassinate me? Xia Chen cast a glance at the now pale Su Xingchen, continuing, moreover, you previously claimed to have been lying in wait, seeking the opportune moment, searching for a wise ruler to attain the merits of a dragon. Are you contemplating rebellion? Xia Chen's final words struck Su Xingchen like an invisible sword piercing his heart, sealing his fate. A cold sweat broke out across his body, and his complexion turned ashen, as if plunged into an icy abyss. These were deadly accusations. Su Xingchen had not anticipated the once gentle Xia Chen, who wore a smile, would suddenly turn hostile, casting aside any semblance of friendship. Do you realize that such charges could lead to the extermination of your entire clan? Xia Chen's words dripped with icy cruelty, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping Su Xingchen. This was the lethal energy he had cultivated during his time in the peculiar realm of the system, where he had inherited the essence of blade intent. Su Xingchen felt as though he had descended into the depths of hell, while Xia Chen appeared as a demon risen from the abyss. Gazing into Xia Chen's sinking eyes, he perceived an eerie radiance emanating from them. Momentarily envisioning a landscape of corpses and rivers of blood, a battlefield of unspeakable carnage, littered with shattered bodies. Though Su Xingchen considered himself the most talented of all, he had never encountered such a scene before. He was thoroughly intimidated. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his composure, steadied his mind, and sought to calm his tumultuous emotions. In a low voice, he began to speak. Your Excellency, you previously mentioned. Did I? I have just emerged from the literary assembly today. Upon entering the tavern, I noticed a shadowy figure trailing me, who then audaciously followed me into the private room, attempting to approach me with nefarious intentions, aiming to assassinate me. However, I saw through this plot and have merely been interrogating you since then. My loyalty to His Majesty is unwavering, Xia Chen declared with righteous fervor, bowing respectfully towards the direction of the royal palace from within the private chamber. Su Xingchen was left utterly speechless. I can attest that my young master was engaged in questioning you throughout, and your identity is indeed suspicious, accompanied by numerous treasonous remarks. Summer Qian, who had been standing at the door, seized a moment to interject, causing Su Xingchen's heart to plummet. Today, he had finally witnessed the essence of power, the distortion of truth, and the transformation of black into white. Today, Su Xingchen conceded defeat. You are an astute individual. I trust you will make the right choice. I hope to see you in the courthouse tomorrow morning, rather than having to issue orders for your pursuit, Xia Chen calmly stated while taking a sip of his drink, his demeanor exuding an imposing authority that instilled trepidation in others. Upon first meeting the great ancestor, Su Xingchen felt the ancestor's benevolence and was deeply impressed by his profound wisdom. He knelt before the ancestor, expressing his willingness to assist in his endeavors. Though merely a lowly clerk, he bore no grievances, only seeking to remain by the ancestor's side to learn. The great ancestor, recognizing his sincerity and steadfastness, nodded in approval, granting his wish. History of Xia, Volume 3, Biography of Su Xingchen, Chapter 70. The dazzling era and the enigmatic prodigy, Su Xingchen departed, his heart heavy with despair. As though he had lost his very soul. Wandering the streets, he appeared to be a mere specter of himself. The once astute and rational thinker found his mind entangled in chaos, overwhelmed by the emotionless voice of Xia Chen echoing in his thoughts. Exterminate the 9 clans. Such a grave calamity had befallen him due to a single misstep. Su Xingchen had always perceived Xia Chen as gentle and approachable, devoid of the airs of a nobleman. This misjudgment had emboldened him to approach Xia Chen, seeking to observe him closely. However, he was unprepared for the depths of Xia Chen's cunning. The moment Xia Chen chose to sever ties, it was as if a dark cloud had descended upon Su Xingchen's future. The prospect of falling into the clutches of this calculating individual filled him with despair. His aspirations of becoming a prime minister seemed to slip away, leaving him destined to become a mere pawn of the court, a lowly scribe illuminating the path for others. In the Dynasty, clerks were held in disdain by officials. Once he became a clerk, it would taint his history, rendering his future bleak. The thought of such a fate drove Su Xingqian to the edge of despair, contemplating the unthinkable. Yet, as this dark notion surfaced, he hastily shook his head. Su Xingqian, how can you, who prides yourself on your exceptional merit, possess such frail resolve? To consider escape through death in the face of adversity is unbecoming. Today's misfortune stemmed from his arrogance, his failure to regard the formidable figures of the realm. Moreover, the ruthless Xia Chen would undoubtedly not spare his family. His demise would allow for the imposition of unjust charges against them. A true man must bear his responsibilities. Even if he were to lead a life of quiet desperation, he must endure with the tenacity of a wildflower, for nothing should be able to bring him down. Persevere. Su Xingjian. His internal turmoil was profound, and in a moment of clarity, he clenched his fists, rallying himself with fervor, though the action appeared rather comical. Ha ha, father. Look at this uncle. He is quite amusing. If someone in our private school fails to recite their lesson, the teacher punishes them, and when they feel sad, our instructor encourages us in this very manner. It seems this uncle has also been reprimanded for not reciting his lesson. A young boy, innocent and carefree, pointed at Su Xingqian with a candied hawthorn in hand, laughing joyfully. Xiaoji, how can you be so rude? Quickly apologize to this uncle. The child's father admonished him, turning to Su Xingqian to offer his apologies. The boy, merely 7 years old and named Song Ji, hailed from an ordinary family in the capital. Children speak without malice. It is quite all right. Su Xingqian responded with a gentle smile, glancing at the boy with the candied hawthorn before turning to leave. In the private room of the tavern. Young master, what is it about Su Xingqian that has compelled you to go to such lengths to bring him into your orbit? Xia Chen inquired as he settled at the table. Now devoid of any outsiders, he had observed the earlier scene with keen interest, while Su Xingqian believed that Xia Chen was attempting to challenge him. Xia Chen understood that Xia Chen held Su Xingqian in high regard. Even if he did not actively seek him out this time, Su Xingqian was destined to be ensnared, for his master had long set his sights on him. This individual possesses remarkable talent, akin to that of a prime minister, Xia Chen stated calmly. Surely that cannot be. To me, he appears rather ordinary, and at just over 20, he has merely achieved the status of a scholar. There are countless students in the Imperial Academy who surpass him. Xia Chen expressed his skepticism, gazing at his master, who merely smiled in response and chose not to elaborate. He found himself lost in contemplation. His master had never before extolled anyone in such a manner. What extraordinary gifts did Su Xingqian truly possess? How does he compare to Prime Minister Lin? Xia Chen tentatively asked, immediately regretting his question. Was this not a rather foolish inquiry? Who was Prime Minister Lin, after all? He had wielded power for over 20 years, remaining steadfast despite the emperor's lingering suspicions, yet never facing any repercussions. Moreover, when did Prime Minister Lin become a standard for measuring the talents of the realm? At that moment, Xia Chen's voice broke the silence. Prime Minister Lin is indeed exceptionally gifted. He ranks among the top 10 in the annals of the past 8 centuries of the Dawei dynasty. Although our nation is riddled with flaws, it is not the fault of Prime Minister Lin, but rather a reflection of the emperor. If it were not for Lin's governance over the past 2 decades, amidst continuous warfare, Dawei might have already faced internal collapse rather than the current flourishing state that resembles a fiery cauldron as opposed to the decline of a dynasty. Yet even so, Lin is still not on par with Su Xingqian. Xia Chen asserted with a composed tone, leaving the room in an eerie stillness. Outside, the bustling diners continued their feasts, oblivious to the critical evaluation of Prime Minister Lin taking place within the small chamber. They could hardly fathom that the pillar of their nation, in Xia Chen's estimation, paled in comparison to an unassuming scholar from the Imperial Academy. Xia Chen swallowed hard, momentarily stunned by Xia Chen's words. Although he still harbored doubts about Su Xingqian's capabilities, he had unwavering faith in his master. If his master proclaimed him worthy, then indeed he was. That alone sufficed. Xia Chen lifted his gaze towards the sky through the paper window. Prime Minister Lin undoubtedly possessed great talent, ranking within the top 10 throughout the entirety of the past 8 centuries. However, Su Xingqian within that same historical context, could very well claim a spot among the top 3, if not contend for the very first position. He is a prodigious talent, destined to leave an indelible mark upon history with his brilliance. Yet, a time of great upheaval approaches, heralding an unprecedented era of unification, followed closely by a golden age. Countless heroes emerge like mushrooms after rain, with extraordinary figures, even unparalleled geniuses, stepping onto the grand stage of history. Beings of exceptional talent, like Xia Chen, may find themselves overshadowed in this resplendent era, unlike any other. Send someone to keep a close watch on him. Ensure he doesn't escape under the cover of night. Xia Chen remarked, regaining his train of thought as he spoke to Xia Chen. Rest assured, I shall personally oversee this matter tonight. However, sir, he must be an astute individual, aware that we have grasped his fate. Even if he attempts to flee under the cover of darkness, we possess our lantern bearers. Where could he possibly go? It is precisely because he is a clever man that we must be wary of his unconventional tactics. Scholars harbor the most intricate thoughts within them, and thus, we must exercise caution. Xia Chen remained prudent, never presuming that victory was within his grasp, nor allowing pride to cloud his judgment. Xia Chen was the first extraordinary individual he encountered, and he placed immense importance on him. Although this man may not yet bend the knee or willingly serve him, so be it. The priority is to bring him into the fold. Even if winning his heart proves elusive, securing his presence is paramount. Chapter 71. The Celestial Master's Residence. During the midday meal, Xia Chen savored his food with great delight and satisfaction. Meanwhile, the literary gathering hosted by Yao Guang had come to a close. As the attendees departed, Yao Guang remained seated in the grand hall, holding a piece of paper inscribed with a poem, an exquisite composition penned by Xia Chen earlier. Her bright eyes lingered on the verses, lost in contemplation. Xian Zhenzi, clutching a gourd filled with fine wine procured from the princess's estate, relished the quality of the beverages, which were undeniably of the highest caliber. Although he appeared somewhat inebriated, he navigated the bustling streets without colliding with anyone. In fact, his steps were light and swift, rendering him nearly imperceptible to those around him, as if he had melded into the very fabric of the atmosphere, present yet overlooked. At this moment, he seemed to be one with the Tao, embodying a peculiar state of existence. He strode along the central avenue, heading eastward, ultimately arriving before a magnificent palace, sprawling in size, with an imposing tower rising majestically within its confines. The tower, soaring 9 stories high, evoked a breathtaking visual impression, as if it were reaching for the heavens. This was none other than the revered sanctuary of Taoism, the Celestial Master's residence. Within its walls resided the eminent Celestial Masters, the pinnacle of combat prowess in the contemporary world. Uncle Master, greetings. Uncle Ancestor has returned. Xian Zhenzi entered the Celestial Master's residence, greeted warmly by disciples along the way. His esteemed position among the second-generation disciples marked him as a prominent figure, though he was not a direct disciple of the Grand Celestial Master, for the residence comprised 3 distinct lineages. Where's the Grand Celestial Master? As Xian Zhenzi traversed the Grand Hall, he finally arrived beneath the towering edifice. Uncle Master, the ancestor is upstairs basking in the sun, exclaimed a chubby, jovial youth who had been tinkering with an object in his hands. Upon hearing the voice and spotting Xian Zhenzi, he eagerly spoke up. Ah, indeed. Xian Zhenzi nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs, but paused to inquire about the object in the boy's hands. What are you working on? Right? Uncle Master, my alchemical skills are nearing fruition. I intend to create a remarkable artifact through alchemy. All things in nature possess a spirit, whereas man-made creations lack that essence. Thus, I have crafted a wooden figure, aiming to imbue it with a soul through alchemy, transforming it into a true being. The chubby boy, Mo Ban, excitedly elaborated on his project as soon as he heard Xian Zhenzi's question. Imbuing a wooden figure with spirit? Bringing it to life? Xian Zhenzi was momentarily taken aback. Though he acknowledged the boy's profound obsession with the art of the divine craftsman and recognized his unparalleled talent that even the venerable celestial master held in high regard, The notion of transforming a wooden figure into a true human seemed rather implausible. Bestowing spirit upon all things was a skill attributed only to the Creator, or what they referred to as the Tao. What would be the outcome? Despite his skepticism, Xian Zhenzi did not wish to discourage the child. Instead, he inquired with great interest. Indeed, Mo Ban's expression soon turned despondent. "I have failed," he lamented. "I have conducted several experiments, yet I could only momentarily imbue the wooden figure with a semblance of spirit. However, this cannot be deemed as bestowing spirit. It merely signifies that I manipulated the wooden figure with my techniques. Once I cease to infuse it with energy, it instantly reverts to being an ordinary piece of wood." Mo Ban hung his head in disappointment, realizing the difficulty of mastering such an art. "I am now attempting to reduce the size of the wooden figure," he continued, regaining a flicker of hope. "I'm also exploring other materials, such as jade, stone, and exotic metals, while minimizing their dimensions. Perhaps this will lead to success." Mo Ban quickly rallied his spirits, fixating intently on the small jade figure in his hands. "I will strive onward and seek the celestial master." Xian Zhenzi offered a word of encouragement to the boy before hastily turning away. He had legitimate business to attend to with the celestial master. Yet he also wished to evade Mo Ban's enthusiasm for sharing his imaginative concepts, which often left Xian Zhenzi feeling overwhelmed. As Xian Zhenzi ascended to the third floor, he encountered a woman clad in garments as white as snow. Her long, flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her visage was strikingly cold and beautiful. With eyes reminiscent of chilling stars and brows like distant ink, betraying an air of detachment, her slender figure moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a fairy amidst frost. Untouched by the mundane world, her otherworldly presence evoking both admiration and a sense of unapproachability. Murong Yuyin, endowed with a congenital Tao physique, was inherently close to the Tao, yet emotionally deficient, her 7 emotions yet to awaken. "Junior sister," Xian Zhenzi called out, halting his stride upon seeing her. "Senior brother." The woman nodded in acknowledgement, her expression remaining as expressionless as glacial ice. Xian Zhenzi had grown accustomed to her demeanor, understanding that her aloofness was simply her nature. Murong Yuyin was a disciple of the celestial master. Without further conversation, Xian Zhenzi prepared to ascend the staircase, his mind swirling with numerous questions that required the celestial master's insight. However, before departing, he paused once more, turning to regard Murong Yuyin. "Have you broken through to the 4th rank?" "I just achieved it this morning," she replied, her voice as cold as her demeanor, devoid of earthly warmth, her words succinct. It was precisely because her breakthrough was so recent that Xian Zhenzi had noticed, even someone as composed as he felt a ripple of emotion at this moment. "My little junior sister possesses an astonishingly terrifying talent. Having just turned 18 this year, she has already ascended to the 4th rank. Such a remarkable gift is no wonder that the esteemed celestial master chose to take her as a disciple. It is easy to envision that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the celestial master's residence is destined to welcome a 3rd-rank sage in her 20s. Xian Zhenzi departed, continuing his ascent. He felt a momentary pang of discouragement. It was fleeting. He quickly composed himself, his heart as calm as still water. He possesses his own path. Esteemed celestial master, Xian Zhen has come to pay his respects. Upon reaching the 9th level, which is an open-air tower affording a view of the azure sky, he recalled that during the night, the celestial master would gaze at the stars, contemplating the ways of heaven and earth, seeking opportunities to transcend the 1st rank. Xian Zhenzi's voice was soft, yet he knew the celestial master could undoubtedly hear him. With the celestial master's profound abilities, the moment he entered this star-gathering tower, he had stepped into the celestial master's domain. This is precisely why his journey here was met with lenient guards, for the celestial master feared no assassination attempts. Those who underestimate the heights of heaven and the depths of earth, daring to plot against the celestial master, would be fortunate to learn why the 1st rank is revered as a legend among mortals. Chapter 72. The dynasty cultivates fate. The sacred land cultivates virtue. Gumin, the ethereal voice of the old celestial master resonated in Xian Zhenzi's ears. Upon entering, Xian Zhenzi beheld an elderly man with flowing black hair, a ruddy complexion, and skin that glimmered with youthful vitality, reminiscent of an infant. This old man appeared to be merely in his 50s or 60s. Yet Xian Zhenzi was acutely aware that the celestial master had already surpassed a century in age. Celestial master, I am beset by uncertainties and have come here to seek your guidance, Xian Zhenzi said with utmost respect, bowing deeply. Even you are perplexed. It seems you have encountered a genuine conundrum. Speak and let me listen. The celestial master reclined in a rocking chair, dressed simply, squinting in the sunlight, with Teen nearby, exuding an air of tranquility akin to an ordinary elder. Today, while attending a literary gathering, I encountered a young man. In a moment of hazy reverie, I perceived a surging violet aura emanating from behind him, and a colossal, nine-clawed, divine dragon loomed behind his forehead, its form stretching across countless miles. Yet, upon closer inspection, all vanished, as if it were merely a figment of my intoxication. Yet I, who typically remain sober after 1,000 cups, still find my heart shaken by this recollection. Xian Zhenzi articulated, gathering his thoughts with earnestness. Moreover, what troubles me most is that I could not discern the young man's features. Every individual possesses a destiny, a fate, and one's visage reflects elements of this fate. My inability to perceive anything raises the question, does this imply he lacks a destiny, a fate altogether? The celestial master, who had been squinting in a relaxed manner like an elderly man basking in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing Xian Zhenzi's words. What extraordinary eyes they were, seemingly containing the sun, moon, and stars, infinitely profound, as if the very principles of the universe were in motion within them. What is the name of that young man? The celestial master inquired. Responding to the celestial master, his name is Xia Chen, Xian Zhenzi replied earnestly. Is he not the one from the Eastern Marquis who has become the prince consort of the princess and recently assumed control of the Eagle Eye Division? Indeed, celestial master. Xian Zhenzi nodded affirmatively. The celestial master possessed celestial prowess that intertwined with the fortune of the great Wu Empire. Thus, he was not oblivious to worldly matters. On the contrary, he was well informed about the political affairs of the capital, though he generally refrained from intervening, allowing events to unfold naturally. I have calculated his fate. He bears an average disposition. However, he is betrothed to Yao Guang, whose fortune is overwhelmingly potent. This is not favorable for him, as he lacks the destiny to bear such fortune, thus foreboding untimely demise. The celestial master spoke slowly. Having calculated the fate of Yao Guang's betrothed after the emperor had arranged the marriage, why then can I discern no features at all? Xian Zhenzi questioned, bewildered, believing that while his skills paled in comparison to the celestial master's, he certainly excelled in the art of physiognomy. The celestial master fell silent, fully aware of Xian Zhenzi's proficiency in this discipline. I shall cast another divination. The celestial master rose from his rocking chair, appearing as a gentle elder, devoid of any imposing aura. After a moment of contemplation, the celestial master frowned slightly and took up a tortoise shell once more to divine. Yet astonishingly, not a single hexagram could reveal the young man's fate. None manifested any sign. The venerable master, lost in contemplation, was observed by Zhuan Zhenzi, who found his heart in disquiet. Even a master could not decipher the enigma. Once more the master engaged in divination, marking his third attempt. Yet, as he cast the tortoise shell into the air, it had scarcely touched the ground when the intricate script inscribed upon it erupted in a violent explosion. The art of divination proved futile, eluding comprehension. Though anchored in the present, it was disconnected from the past and future. Was this an omen of change, a shift in the celestial order? The master's visage paled, his mind, usually tranquil, now tumultuous. Master, what troubles you? Zhuan Zhenzi gasped, his pupils dilating in shock at the unprecedented explosion of the tortoise shell. This individual bears significant karma. He is a variable, and the future has shifted. I can no longer perceive the celestial patterns. The master, regaining his composure, spoke gravely. Zhu Zenzi's heart raced with astonishment. Even the terrestrial immortal, the master, could not unravel the fate of Xia Chen. In this world, only two individuals eluded my understanding. One was Yao Wang. And now the addition of Xia Chen deepens the mystery. Strangely, these two are bound by a relationship of fate. Curiously, even with Yao Wang, I could faintly discern a fragment through the mist. She is a person of great fortune, destined for leadership. Though she remains a princess, she carries a portion of the destiny of the great martial nation, and may one day become the first woman to rule the realm, bringing an end to the chaos of ancient and modern times. Yet her husband, Xia Chen, remains entirely inscrutable. The master's tone was imbued with solemnity. Zhu and Zenzi, simultaneously astounded and relieved, marveled at the master's inability to see through Xia Chen's fate. His relief stemmed from the realization that it was not his own inadequacy, but rather the peculiarity of Xia Chen's destiny. A person's fate is determined from the moment of birth. Altering one's destiny is a formidable challenge. One's life is shaped by fate, fortune, and environment, as well as the cultivation of virtue, education, career, choice of partner, alliances with benefactors, and health. Among these, the environment and virtue may slightly modify one's fate, yet such feats are rare and contingent upon the individual's inherent destiny. Beyond this, to change a person's fate, one must rely on. The master hesitated, and Zhu and Zenzi, captivated by the discourse, interjected swiftly, "Master, what other methods exist to alter fate?" Fortune. The master gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting the profound depths of the sky. Fate, often referred to as national fortune, is chronicled in ancient texts. In the distant past, this world was indeed inhabited by land deities, beings of both human and demon nature, Buddhas, immortals, shamans, and even some extraordinary entities, all of immense power and vitality. However, one day, our realm became desolate, and we faced defeat. Some perished of old age, while others ventured far from home. Xian Junzi listened with rapt attention, his heart yearning and his mind unsettled. He understood that this knowledge must be a closely guarded secret of the Celestial Master's residence. Had it not been for Xia Chen today, he would have remained oblivious to such revelations. In those times, formidable dynasties flourished alongside renowned sanctuaries of cultivation. The sanctuaries focused on accumulating merits, while the dynasties cultivated their national fortune. The power of this fortune was exceedingly profound, bestowing titles of divine officials and garnering the worship of the populace. The entire court, both civil and military officials, could bind their official ranks to the forces of national fortune. With such blessings, even those with the most inferior aptitude could surpass others in cultivation speed by 10-fold, 100-fold. To truly alter a person's destiny, only the might of national fortune could suffice, and it had to be a considerable force. The old celestial master turned to gaze at Xian Junzi, smiling as he spoke. A considerable force of national fortune? Xian Junzi pondered. Are you implying that Xia Chen has acquired immense national fortune, thus defying fate? Yet, as far as I am aware, the national fortune is finite and has been divided among the Great Wu and the Great Fengqing states. From where could he have obtained such power? Xian Junzi inquired, deeply perplexed. Chapter 73. The pinnacle of the present world, the power of fortune in the world is finite and directly correlates with the prosperity of a nation. When the populace enjoys peace, the economy flourishes, the military stands strong, and remarkable individuals emerge. The essence of fortune becomes increasingly potent. In essence, this is proportional to a nation's comprehensive strength. Institutions like the Heavenly Master's Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Temple to the west of the capital, although they refrain from meddling in worldly affairs, are willing to aid the Great Wu dynasty in safeguarding the realm because they can partake in a portion of this fortune. The significance of this power is such that even the most formidable individuals of the time feel compelled to engage in the contest for it. Xian Junzi was left in profound bewilderment, pondering the source of Xia Chen's extraordinary fortune. Even if one were to alter their fate, some aspects should still be discernible. The old master spoke slowly, revealing, "This Xia Chen harbors a great secret. Perhaps he possesses an object that obscures heavenly secrets. But I sense he is more akin to an unpredictable variable, an anomaly that has evaded detection. A brilliant light ignited in the old master's eyes as he stood atop the star-picking tower, gazing into the heart of the capital, seemingly striving to pierce through the void to locate Xia Chen. An anomaly? The heavenly principle follows the law of 50, while the great cycle adheres to 49. Humanity is but one of these. Everything in existence possesses a predetermined fate, yet it is precisely because of such anomalies that the potential for destiny to be altered arises. The old master spoke with a voice that resonated like the sound of the Tao, while Xianjunzi listened intently to his teachings. You previously mentioned experiencing a fleeting vision of a 9-clawed golden dragon of fortune spanning the infinite skies, accompanied by a surging purple aura. The old master turned to regard Xianjunzi, who knelt before him. Indeed, yet upon closer examination, it seemed as if I had merely been imagining things. You are well versed in physiognomy, having reached the pinnacle of this art. At that moment, as you indulged in wine, your spirit was exceptionally unencumbered, harmonizing with the Tao, which may explain your glimpse of that obscured fragment. Xianjunzi, upon hearing the old master's words, was struck with profound astonishment. However, such a phenomenon represents the countenance of an emperor. Even when I beheld his majesty, I could only perceive half a zhang of purple aura and 3 zhangs of fortune. Unable to contain himself, Xianjunzi spoke further, drawing from his knowledge of Taoist texts that described the true dragon of fortune as a manifestation born from the confluence of fortune and national destiny. Only when an emperor accumulates 10 zhangs of fortune might there be a chance for it to transform into a golden dragon of fortune. The old master fell silent in contemplation, unable to provide an explanation. Xianjunzi continued, "You have stated that Yao Guang possesses an exceptionally unique fate. Born amidst 10 zhangs of purple aura, with our great Wu's national destiny integrating into her very being. In the future, she may surpass all emperors of the past and present, achieving an unparalleled legacy, unifying the realm, and consolidating the fortune of the world within our great Wu, thereby successfully manifesting the true dragon of fortune. At that time, with this unified fortune, you may even transcend the constraints of heavenly principles and step into the legendary realm of the extraordinary." As Xianjunzi spoke, his tone grew increasingly solemn. "Yet now that an anomaly has arisen, will this affect your grand design, master? Should we seize the opportunity while he remains vulnerable to rectify this variable?" As Xianjunzi concluded his words, a chilling aura enveloped the atmosphere. When Yao Guang was born, the entire capital was suffused with a mystical purple haze, and wisps of violet clouds floated across the sky, an extraordinary phenomenon that compelled the populace to kneel in reverence. At that time, the court, both civil and military, believed it to be an omen of victory in the Southern Frontier Campaign, a celestial manifestation to signify that the current sovereign's achievements were worthy of comparison with the ancient sagacious rulers. The emperor was elated and granted a general amnesty as a result. However, Xianjunzi understood that this heavenly portent was, in fact, a consequence of Yao Guang's birth. He was profoundly astonished, for such a striking display of purple aura throughout the capital upon the arrival of a mere princess was unprecedented. Historically, even those sovereigns born with immense fortune and imperial destiny could not rival the significance of Yao Guang's birth. Xianjunzi's awareness stemmed from the old celestial master's discovery of this secret. His expertise in physiognomy had earned him the privilege of being discreetly brought into the palace to conceal Yao Guang's features, preventing others from discerning her true nature. If variables were so easily amendable, they would not be regarded as variables. If you were to take action yourself, as a first-tier powerhouse, who among the living, aside from the other 4 first-tier masters, could possibly impede you? Xianjunzi spoke earnestly, possessing great confidence in the old celestial master's strength. Ha! In the face of uncertainty, who can claim absolute certainty? Moreover, who can ascertain that no other first-tier master has taken notice of this Xia Chen? The old celestial master laughed heartily, his aura serene, akin to that of a benevolent elder. Yet, Xian Jinzi was keenly aware that the old celestial master was not one to show mercy. In his youth, the old celestial master had ventured alone, wielding the Xuanwu sword, to the eastern wilderness, vanquishing demons and evil spirits. The old celestial master mentioned, Long Shu presiding. Xian Jinzi's expression shifted slightly. The contemporary leader of Buddhism, the foremost figure in the central plains of the faith. He couldn't help but recall the literary gathering where Master Tianhai had taken the initiative to converse with Xia Chen. Were they merely engaging in casual banter? Ha 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 ha. I know not. The affairs of the world are myriad, and I am but an ordinary mortal. How can I claim to know them all? The old celestial master chuckled candidly, glancing toward the distant horizon, where blue skies and white clouds danced in the gentle breeze, and spoke once more with a smile. There is no need to harbor murderous intent. Since variables exist, there must be a reason for their existence. As for the future, no one can predict it with absolute accuracy. Even I cannot truly see through it. The emergence of variables does not necessarily lead to adverse outcomes. Perhaps it is precisely because of these variables that we may gain unforeseen rewards. This is the essence of the Tao. In the grand design of fate, we are all mere mortal beings, unable to contend with destiny. Let everything unfold naturally. The old celestial master stood at the forefront, unencumbered by any railing, and with a single step forward, he would plunge into the abyss. Yet, it was evident that Xian Jinzi harbored no concerns about the old celestial master as potential fall. He gazed at the old celestial master, who, at that moment, exuded an ethereal aura, blending harmoniously with the cosmos, enveloped in a profound and mysterious resonance of the Tao. Xian Jinzi sighed, contemplating the disparity between himself and the old master, not merely in terms of cultivation, but also in the realm of mindset and understanding of the Tao. Since fate has brought you together, it may signify a profound connection between you and him. Endeavor to engage, free from extraneous thoughts, and allow everything to unfold naturally, much like the way one would nurture yaoguang. Today, plant a seed. In due time, it may take root and flourish. I shall also seek an opportunity to personally meet this young man and discern the mysteries that reside within him. The old master, with his back turned to Xian Jinzi, seemed to turn away from the world, embodying the essence of the Tao, his aura elusive and intangible. Indeed, Xian Jinzi bowed his head in respect, and when he raised it again, he found himself standing before the star-picking tower on the first floor. The sorcery of the master's abode, the revolution of stars. Chapter 74. The idol of scholars and the troubles brought by extraordinary talent as Xian Jinzi conversed with the venerable Taoist master. The events of the literary gathering began to circulate throughout the capital. Did the prince consort, Xia Chen, attend? Has he composed poetry, and how did he perform? Just a few days prior, some had proclaimed him a prodigy among scholars. This was indeed a grand banquet, with many students eager to ascertain whether Xia Chen possessed genuine talent and learning. It was a fine afternoon, and the tea house was bustling with patrons enjoying their afternoon tea. Curiosity was piqued as they inquired of a scholar returning from the literary assembly. The crowd encircled him, but the scholar from the National Academy wore a troubled expression, hesitating to respond. What troubles you, Shaoli? We are your uncles, having watched you grow since childhood. We even supported your tuition when you entered the National Academy. Now that you have achieved the status of a Jurin and participated in the princess's literary gathering, do you look down upon us and refuse to converse? An elderly man, frustrated by the silence, exclaimed, Qinshu, do not press Li Zheng. At that moment, another scholar clad in a Confucian robe entered the tea house. He smiled and inquired, what is the matter? Ha ha! Li Zheng confronted Prince Consort Xia Chen today alongside a group of National Academy scholars, publicly compelling him to compose poetry. I am at a loss as to what he was thinking. Regardless of his true abilities, he is the Prince Consort, a scion of nobility, currently a high-ranking official with considerable power, certainly not someone of our humble origins to offend. Yet he foolishly approached him, and try as I might, I could not dissuade him. Zhang Zhongyong recounted, shaking his head. Had it not been for our shared upbringing, I would not have spoken so candidly. Yet Li Zheng, instead of appreciating my concern, accused me of hindering his path to fame, and threatened to sever ties with me. Truly, being a good person is a thankless endeavor. Zhang Zhongyong sighed, addressing the attentive neighbors with an air of resignation. If only he had merely embarrassed Xia Chen in public, but Xia Chen is evidently not to be trifled with. He chastised them for their obsession with poetry while neglecting national affairs and the pursuit of scholarship, always seeking shortcuts and clever tricks. Ultimately, he composed a poem before all, articulating his aspirations and leaving everyone stunned. Zhang Zhongyong laughed heartily, while Li Zheng appeared mortified. The poem was remarkable. After today, I doubt anyone will dare to claim Xia Chen lacks knowledge or literary flair. This is true renown in the capital. Ha! A true gentleman should be like this. Zhang Zhongyong exclaimed, his spirit buoyant, captivated by the essence of Xia Chen's poem. Once again, Xia Chen ascended to the headlines of the capital, becoming the subject of discussion among the people during their leisure. Among the various discussions, the most notable is undoubtedly the poem he penned, particularly the last two lines. Only to die on the battlefield for the nation. Why must one be wrapped in horsehide upon death? These words have stirred the hearts and aspirations of many. Director Xia aptly remarked that poetry is merely a trivial pursuit throughout history, which Chancellor has governed the state through verses. It is practical deeds that foster a prosperous nation. In these tumultuous times, with unrest looming and the northwest border on the brink of war, what we require are capable ministers, not so-called literary giants. The Northern Great Fong has witnessed a steady decline in national strength over the years, largely due to the prevailing admiration for literary governance. There, scholars indulge in merriment and revelry, oblivious to the pressing affairs of the state. With such a pervasive atmosphere, how can a formidable military be forged? Thus, I can assert that if the Great Fong continues on this path, it will inevitably fall prey to our Great Wu within 50 years. We must not follow in the footsteps of the Great Fong and must remain vigilant against the corrosive influence of poetry on the minds of the people. A student stood at the entrance of the Guozijian, passionately proclaiming, surrounded by fellow scholars who nodded in agreement. While it is essential to study the classics of sages, understanding statecraft is equally vital. We must not squander our energies solely on poetry. Historically, no chancellor has risen to prominence through verse, but rather through tangible actions. In no time, the name of Xia Chen resonated throughout the scholarly community, with many adopting his lines, only to die on the battlefield for the nation. Why must one be wrapped in horsehide upon death? As their guiding principles, believing that a true gentleman should be loyal to his country, even unto death on the battlefield. Some even contemplated enlisting in the military. These developments were unforeseen by Xia Chen, who had returned to his courtyard where a young boy was seated before him. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, yet his face bore an innocent youthfulness. "What brings you here?" Xia Chen inquired. "Third brother, I have come to serve you," Xia Wen exclaimed, animatedly fidgeting as he glanced around. "You wish to serve me?" Xia Chen replied with a hint of amusement. At that moment, Baizhu personally entered with tea for both Xia Chen and Xia Wen. "Indeed, if Sister Baizhu can accompany you, why can't I?" Xia Wen said with a smile as he accepted the tea, causing Baizhu to blush at his words. "That won't do. You are too young. Besides, does third uncle know of this?" Xia Chen shook his head, recalling that Xia Wen had not yet turned 12 this year. "But I have already broken through to the 8th rank of the refining essence realm. According to the family rules, I am eligible to step into society," Xia Wen declared earnestly, rising from his seat. "You have advanced to the refining essence realm so swiftly?" Xia Chen expressed his surprise, marveling at the boy's extraordinary talent. In comparison, he himself had not reached the 8th rank until the age of 17, thus considering his own aptitude rather ordinary among the noble youths. "Indeed, I must extend my gratitude to Brother San. Had it not been for his refinement of the foundational sword techniques, my breakthrough would not have come so swiftly and effortlessly." Xia Wen scratched his head, a goofy smile adorning his face as he recounted the entire sequence of events to Xia Chen. Originally, Xia Wen anticipated that, following the conventional training pace, it would take him a minimum of 2 to 5 months to achieve a breakthrough. However, his uncle, Xia Chen, personally imparted to him a sword technique known as the Shoyang demon-slaying blade, which astonishingly harnesses the energies of heaven and earth to temper the body. Consequently, he accomplished this pivotal advancement in merely a month's time. Initially, I aspired to join the Forbidden Army, yet they deemed me too young. I then contemplated enlisting in the Border Army, but both my uncle and father adamantly opposed that notion. Thus, I resolved to seek refuge with you, Brother San. Xia Wen's expression radiated enthusiasm. Originally, both Xia Chen and his father, Xia Hao, intended for Xia Wen to remain within the estate to hone his martial prowess, ideally achieving a breakthrough to the 7th or even 6th rank before venturing out. By that time, Xia Wen would be slightly older, allowing them to breathe easier. However, Xia Wen was adamant. Having finally broken through to the 8th rank, he was determined to explore the outside world, even if it meant merely staying in the capital. He was loath to endure the tedium of the Marquis's residence any longer. Xia Chen gazed at the youthful boy before him and sighed. Is this the burden that accompanies such prodigious talent? Had Xia Wen achieved his 8th rank breakthrough around the age of 14, his parents would not have been nearly as anxious about his departure from the estate. Yet, emerging at the tender age of 11, who would not be concerned? He was, after all, still just a child. Chapter 55, Xia Hao. In the hall, Xia Wen glanced around and noticed that Baizhu had already left before he whispered, I know that the rumors about third brother falling out with the family are surely false. Although third brother is somewhat inconspicuous at home, our uncle and aunt treat you exceedingly well. All those external whispers are mere fabrications. Xia Wen lowered his voice, his youthful face imbued with earnestness. Our uncle has even declared his intention to remove me from the family register. How could that be untrue? Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at Xia Wen. Despite his words, he couldn't help but admire the boy. Though young and seemingly reckless, it appeared he was not entirely foolish. I may not know what transpired, but it seems that third brother and our uncle must have their reasons for acting this way. Xia Wen scratched his head and chuckled. Moreover, I mentioned my desire to join you to my father. Though he sternly opposed it, he still sent 3 family soldiers with me. Doesn't that make his intentions quite clear? Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback by Xia Wen's revelation. Was it possible that Xia Wen's decision to seek him out had been tacitly approved by his uncle Xia Hao? What had transpired at home recently? After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, was there any significant occurrence? Nothing major, but a couple of days ago, while in my father's courtyard, I overheard him conversing with my mother, quite inebriated. I vaguely gathered that there was a vacancy for a deputy minister in the Ministry of Rights, a position that should have rightfully belonged to him. The Ministry of Personnel had already submitted the petition to the cabinet, but it was ultimately rejected on the grounds that my father was deemed too young and needed further tempering. In the end, the position went to a distinguished scholar from the Bailu Academy. Xia Wen lowered his head, his spirits dampened. He had caught a glimpse of his father in such a state, and it was the first time he had witnessed his father inebriated. Hearing this, Xia Chen fell into silence, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of his uncle Xia Hao, elegant, refined, and exuding the grace of a true gentleman. Whenever he interacted with the younger generation, he bore a smile, never differentiating between talent or the distinctions of bloodlines. The Xia family held substantial military power, and with Uncle Xia's scholarly pursuits in politics, he had already tread upon sensitive ground, especially given his considerable aptitude in the political arena. With the upcoming imperial examination, the Ministry of Rights presiding over it made the deputy minister's position exceedingly significant. Should Uncle Xia assume this role, even if he were not the chief examiner for this examination, he would, in name, serve as a mentor to the candidates. Xia Chen sighed, glancing at Xia Wen, and spoke solemnly. I understand. It is the emperor who harbors apprehension towards our Xia family. He fears my father, and thus seeks to cultivate factions against us, worried that our family might extend its influence into the civil service. In that case, with our military might and scholarly support, he fears that his grand military dynasty might become unstable. Xia Wen set down the teacup in his hand and rose to his feet, a touch of frostiness adorning his youthful visage. Xia Chen was somewhat taken aback by Xia Wen's words. His younger brother displayed quite the audacity, though seemingly reckless. He possessed a remarkable depth of insight, embodying a rare intelligence. Perhaps his father had not erred in naming him Xia Wen, for this younger sibling undoubtedly inherited his father's political acumen. He was truly a prodigy among the future generations of the Xia family, second only to his younger brother. Xia Hao, at the tender age of 11, he had already revealed exceptional qualities. Moreover, it was crucial to note that he harbored no affection for the great Wu, particularly for his majesty. Indeed, he was a talent worth nurturing. The thunder and rain are both the grace of the sovereign. Xia Chen remarked calmly as he regarded Xia Wen. I understand, third brother. I shall not voice such sentiments externally. Our Xia family is undoubtedly loyal to his majesty. Xia Wen replied, lifting his head and grinning at Xia Chen. The two exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Stay with me. Reside here. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to the lantern bearer and arrange for you an identity, allowing you to serve as my attendant. Very well. I have heard that third brother is now a fourth-rank official and oversees the lantern bearer's eagle-eye department, enjoying considerable prestige. My father has been the officialdom for over a decade and has only reached the fourth rank. Xia Wen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Despite his precocious wisdom, he was still merely an 11-year-old child. Bai Zhu entered, personally escorting Xia Wen to the side courtyard to make arrangements for him. Meanwhile, Xia Chen remained seated, lost in contemplation. His third uncle, Xia Hao, had achieved success in the imperial examination at the age of 22, securing first place among the scholars. Now, 36, he possessed both background and capability, rising to the fourth rank within 14 years, a rapid ascent by any standard. Yet, when applied to his uncle, this speed seemed merely average. Even slow, something was evidently amiss. His uncle had studied at the Bailu Academy in his youth, earning praise from the current headmaster, Mr. Qi, which attested to his scholarly talent. The memorial had been rejected by the cabinet, citing his youth as the reason, yet they had not questioned his qualifications or abilities. The Deputy Minister of Rights, while indeed a prestigious position, was merely a third-rank role, not the top post of minister. The argument of his youth seemed inadequate. With a sigh, Xia Chen pondered the reasons behind his uncle's inebriated state, reflecting on his evident frustration with unfulfilled aspirations. If this trajectory continued, his uncle's career could only reach a modest pinnacle, at most securing a deputy ministerial role, with any hopes of becoming a minister or entering the cabinet entirely out of reach. It appeared that both his elder uncle and third uncle had sensed the emperor's profound unease regarding their family, caught between a desire for alliance and a deep-seated wariness. By ascending Xia Wen, they were making a calculated wager. In the third generation of the Xia family, it can be said that remarkable talents have emerged one after another. Although they remain largely unknown to the outside world, hidden away in obscurity, Xia Chen and Xia Hao are certainly aware of the true potential of their progeny. Despite their youth, these descendants already exhibit astonishing promise. The first and second generations of the Xia family have already incited the emperor's suspicion. One can only wonder how the emperor could find peace if such talents continue to manifest in the third generation. It appears that my uncle and third uncle have sensed the looming danger surrounding our family and have taken action. Thus, in accordance with the trajectory of history, our family likely placed firm support behind Yawang, allowing us to evade the threat of annihilation and enabling the third generation of the Xia family to shine brilliantly during the era of unification. Xia Chen murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with extraordinary light, as his unique pupils slowly revolved, a chaotic aura enveloping him, as if he could open the heavens themselves. Chapter 76. Has my poem become a model? The Lantern Bearer's Office. After a 3-day absence, the esteemed director of the Eagle Eye Division has finally graced us with his presence today. Since assuming his position, he had instilled a sense of awe among his subordinates. Many anticipated a tempestuous storm to follow. However, to their surprise, Xia Chen chose to defy convention and remained absent from the office for 3 consecutive days. It was only yesterday that they learned their director had attended a literary gathering, where he emerged victorious, and now his poem reverberates throughout the capital. It is essential that our director's poem spreads like wildfire, The capital and its surrounding regions fall under the jurisdiction of the Eagle Eye Division, and within a day, everyone must be made aware of this poem. As Xia Chen entered with Xia Wen, he overheard the voice of Master Zheng Ping, who was giving instructions to his subordinates. Flanked by Cui Hu and Lu Chun, both silent by his side. Meanwhile, the other two prominent masters, Chun Song and Li Yu, were conspicuously absent. What could they possibly be up to so early in the day? With a cheerful demeanor, Xia Chen entered the hall and inquired of the gathered crowd. The director has arrived. Zheng Ping's face, typically lined with age, instantly transformed into a radiant smile, his previously stern countenance shifting dramatically. Director, the assembly of over 10 lantern bearers, regardless of their personal sentiments, bowed in unison to greet Xia Chen. During his absence, they had come to terms with many realities. Xia Chen's leadership of the Eagle Eye Division was now an undeniable fact, a decision made by the Emperor that no one could contest. Even in his absence, another would step in, as the Emperor's lack of trust in their internal affairs necessitated the introduction of external personnel. "Why are you spreading my poem?" Xia Chen queried, his gaze tinged with curiosity. Although he was now the director, leveraging his authority for personal gain felt somewhat inappropriate. "Rest assured, Director, this task comes from above. We are merely fulfilling our duty." Zheng Ping gestured skyward, eager to mend the relationship with Xia Chen, albeit not to such a degree of impropriety. Understanding dawned upon Xia Chen. His poem spoke of patriotic sacrifice and fearlessness in the face of death. With a likelihood of impending conflict in the Northwest, this poem could serve to rally spirits and awaken a national fervor akin to a total mobilization. Thus, his poem had transformed into a propagandistic endeavor. The lantern bearers promoting his work had morphed into a political mission. This was an unexpected turn of events. Xia Chen had not anticipated the Emperor would exploit this opportunity. "We, the Eagle Eye Division, oversee the capital and its vicinity, while other regions are managed by our brethren from different divisions. Your poem will undoubtedly echo throughout our great Wu Kingdom within 3 days, and your name shall resonate among the populace." Zheng Ping continued, smiling beside Xia Chen, then straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor before bowing slightly, his voice resonating with authority. "Congratulations, esteemed sir. Your name is destined to resonate across the world." Upon uttering these words, Zheng Ping observed the reactions of the other lantern bearers, particularly the previously silent Cui Hu and Lu Chun, whose lips twitched slightly. They quickly regained their composure and, with a respectful gesture, addressed the gathering. "My dear brothers, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. I invite you all to the Shang Tower for a drink this noon." Xia Chen smiled, patting Zheng Ping on the shoulder, acknowledging the old fellow's adeptness at navigating social affairs. "Allow me to introduce my younger brother, Xia Wen. Please assist him in his induction. Let's follow the proper procedures and have him join as a lantern bearer. He doesn't need a formal position, just a role as my attendant will suffice. Today's luncheon at the Shang Tower will serve as his welcome feast. Is that agreeable?" Zheng Ping glanced at the youthful Xia Wen, who offered him an endearing, simple smile, reminiscent of a naive boy. He then looked back at Xia Chen and replied with enthusiasm, with the director personally vouching for him. "There is no issue at all. I shall prepare the necessary documents this afternoon." "No, before the luncheon today?" Zheng Ping thumped his chest confidently. Such is the privilege of power. For the average person striving to become a lantern bearer, it is a Herculean task, yet for Xia Chen, it is merely a matter of a single word. Xia Wen gazed at his elder brother with admiration, marveling at Xia Chen's commanding presence over the unruly lantern bearers. "I, too, wish to wield such authority. I will stay by my brother's side to learn. One day, those who defy him shall be brought to heel." With this thought, Xia Wen beamed with an innocent grin. However, the other lantern bearers regarded Xia Wen with peculiar expressions, noting his youthful stature. He appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, yet his face bore the unmistakable traits of youth, suggesting he was even younger. "This is the son of the Assistant Minister of Rights, Lord Xia Hao." Cui Hu, who had remained silent, spoke gravely. "Indeed, he is my uncle's child," Xia Chen interjected. "Ah, as colleagues I shall speak plainly. This boy had a falling out with my uncle. He wished to venture forth to protect our homeland, but my uncle vehemently opposed him. Consequently, after a fierce quarrel, He ran away from home. Xia Chen chuckled, not bothering to conceal the truth, as it was hardly a secret, though certain details remained unspoken. The others, upon hearing this revelation, exchanged bewildered glances, their attention diverted from the latter part of Xia Chen's statement. He has broken through to the 8th rank? Chui, who could no longer restrain his curiosity, and inquired. If my memory serves me right, our records indicate that the eldest son of the assistant minister is just 11 years old, is he not? Another voice chimed in, astonished. An 8 rank at the age of 11? How is that even conceivable? Yet, the regulations of the Zhendong Marquis residence stipulate that only those who have achieved the 8th rank may step into the world. This revelation left everyone astounded. How astonishingly young. What a prodigy. In the eyes of the common folk, the lantern-bearers were subjects of dread, and at this moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. Each gaze was filled with incredulity. Even Shui, who, in the typically taciturn Lu Chun, could not avert their eyes from Xiaowen. They were aware that the lantern-bearers maintained records on the scions of the capital's elite. This was no secret. Not small at all. I will soon turn 12. Xiaowen stepped out from behind Xia Chen, grinning innocently as he ruffled his hair, presenting a visage entirely harmless. Yet, this revelation struck the others with greater force. The world was utterly mad. Was this truly the direct lineage of the Duke of East Town? Each of them possessed such remarkable talent. It was important to note that within the ranks of the lantern-bearers, there were individuals in their 30s who had barely attained the 8th rank. The disparity was indeed staggering. Today at Dashing Tower, all of you must attend. Xia Chen called out, while clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. He bore no semblance of official authority, yet it was clear that none dared to disregard him. The impression Xia Chen left on that fateful day was indelible. Now, everyone recognized this superior who, while appearing gentle, possessed a heart of ice and remarkable cunning. Far from the harmless Fade he projected. Naturally, we shall attend young Master Xia Wen's welcoming banquet. The numerous lantern-bearers responded promptly, bowing deeply, their gazes towards the youthful Xia Wen now tinged with newfound reverence. Report, sir. A person named Su Xingchen is outside, seeking an audience. He claims you summoned him. One of the lantern-bearers entered to inform. Xia Chen smiled, feeling a surge of joy. Both civil and military matters were now firmly in his grasp, and the weather today was splendid, uplifting his spirits immensely. P.S. My heartfelt gratitude to the top 10 supporters on the gift leaderboard. Bland Little White, Huili Meow. Is it here yet? Chocolate-colored choices, distracted by chaos. Yu Hao Jean of Sarsen Island. Sunshine 3315. Moon Unmoved, Bright Moon over Southern Shore, and Yuwuk. I also extend my thanks to all who have given this book rewards, comments, discussions, and 5-star reviews. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 77. Aboard the thieving ship. Su Xingchen trailed behind a lantern-bearer, his face haggard and his eyes bloodshot, yet a glimmer of fervor danced within his gaze. He had spent the previous night in restless wakefulness, unable to find solace in sleep. Despite his resignation to fate, the shadows of contemplation plagued him. He pondered endlessly, and in the end, he felt as though he had grasped a profound insight. Why did Xia Chen seek to torment him? Was it merely for his amusement? He, a scion of the Marquis and now a prominent official, wielded power and influence, while Su Xingchen was but an ordinary scholar at the Imperial Academy, their statuses worlds apart. To him, extinguishing Su Xingchen's life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Could such a person truly be motivated solely by a malicious whim? Su Xingchen deemed it improbable. There must be deeper reasons concealed from his understanding. As dawn approached, a sudden epiphany surged through Su Xingchen, jolting him upright in his bed, his body trembling violently. Xia Chen understood his aspirations for rebellion, his quest for a worthy sovereign, yet instead of apprehending him, he implored Su Xingchen to serve as his scribe. Was it his own rebellion he sought, or was it the Xia family that harbored such ambitions? Enlightenment washed over Su Xingchen, dispelling the fog of confusion that had clouded his mind. He was a man of exceptional intellect, and he should have arrived at this conclusion sooner, but he had been misled by Xia Chen, ensnared in a web of flawed reasoning, only to grasp the truth as he teetered on the edge of slumber. A spark ignited in his pupils, a tumultuous blend of excitement, eagerness, and bewilderment. Xia Chen, a prince consort, enjoyed the emperor's favor. Why would he contemplate rebellion? Was it the Xia family? Although they wielded considerable power, all signs indicated their loyalty to the throne. Su Xingchen found himself perplexed. Even his keen intellect struggled to decipher the situation. Moreover, he had no intention of revealing his suspicions. For to expose Xia Chen or the Xia family's alleged treachery would surely lead to his demise. Both Xia Chen and the imperial family would seek his end. The royal court would never sever ties with the Xia family. Having unraveled these thoughts, excitement radiated from Su Xingchen's eyes. Only through destruction could renewal arise. Without dismantling the old, the new could not take form. Was this not precisely what he had longed for? Su Xingchen entered the lantern-bearer's office, casting curious glances around. The outside world had painted a grim picture of this place, likening it to a hellish realm. Yet, upon entering, he discovered a bustling atmosphere. People came and went, dispelling the eerie ambience. Please proceed. The lantern-bearer gestured, leading Su Xingchen into a small courtyard and signaling for him to enter. My lord. Su Xingchen knocked on the door, waiting for a response before stepping inside. Upon entry, he beheld a remarkably handsome youth seated at a desk, seemingly engrossed in work, while a younger boy observed him with keen curiosity. Did you not sleep well last night? Seated at the desk, Xia Chen did not lift his head. Yet he seemed to perceive Su Xingchen's condition with remarkable clarity. This only deepened Su Xingchen's sense of Xia Chen's inscrutability. I was a bit restless last night due to excessive excitement, Su Xingchen admitted, clasping his hands. Is it because you suspect me of treason that you were so agitated? Xia Chen continued to focus on the documents before him, annotating them with an air of profound calm. However, to Su Xingchen, Xia Chen's voice resonated like a haunting melody from the depths of the abyss, plunging him into despair. How could he know this? Did he possess the ability to read minds? Thankfully, I never considered reporting to the authorities. Otherwise, he might have already set his machinations in motion. Had I entertained such thoughts, I might have met my end just beyond my doorstep. A cold sweat broke out on Su Xingchen's brow as he felt he had narrowly escaped death once more. From now on, you shall remain by my side as a clerk, assisting me with the management of documents and records. Furthermore, your parents are advanced in age, and you have been away from home for many years. In our great Wu, filial piety is paramount. Serving one as parents is a duty we, as their children, must fulfill. I shall arrange for your parents to be brought from Ping'an County to the capital. I have acquired a small courtyard adjacent to my residence. You and your family shall reside there henceforth. Xia Chen remained focused, his head still bowed, while Xia Wen, who had been silent until now, approached quietly. This is the key. Xia Wen handed a set of keys to Su Xingchen. As he accepted the keys, Su Xingchen swallowed hard, realizing that by taking them, he was irrevocably bound to this path, whether Xia Chen was a benevolent leader or not. He understood that refusal was not an option. Otherwise, he would not merely be entering the service of a lantern-bearer, but would find himself imprisoned instead, with his family unable to escape the same fate. If fortune favored him, perhaps they might even reunite within those confines, forming a seemingly happy family. Thank you, my lord. Su Xingchen took the keys from Xia Wen, glanced at the amiable smile of Xia Wen, and then bowed respectfully to Xia Chen. Noon. The Sheng building. The entire second-floor hall had been reserved by Xia Chen. The Sheng building held a considerable reputation in the capital, renowned for its delectable cuisine and, more importantly, its auspicious name. Whether among the powerful or the wealthy, it was customary to host celebratory banquets here. It's not just Boss Zhang. The entire second floor has been booked. Who is this imposing figure? Someone grumbled in the first-floor lobby. How arrogant! I usually dine in the private rooms on the second floor. Today, I am relegated to the first-floor hall. My cousin is an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I shall see who dares to act so imperiously in the capital. Frustrated patrons blocked the entrance, voicing their displeasure to Zhang Linda, the proprietor of the Sheng building, a middle-aged man in his 40s who hurriedly bowed to the crowd. Esteemed guests, I am well aware of your loyalty as regular patrons. However, The second floor is currently unavailable, having been reserved by a lantern bearer. Should you inadvertently confront a noble, it could spell disaster. I am merely considering your well-being. A lantern bearer? Indeed, upon hearing that name, the expressions of the crowd subtly shifted. It is true, and moreover, it is personally arranged by the esteemed lantern bearer, Lord Xia Chen. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest you dine on the first floor or perhaps at the neighboring Shun building. Either option is acceptable. However, it is imperative that you refrain from ascending to the upper floors and disturbing the esteemed guests. Zhang Linda, drenched in perspiration, ultimately took the initiative to propose that everyone dine at the competitor Shun building. The crowd cast a glance at the second floor, and their earlier ire dissipated entirely. Even the young gentleman who had previously boasted of his uncle being a minister of revenue fell silent. At the Shun building, on the second floor, esteemed guests, today marks the day my brother Xia Wen and my comrade Su Xingchen commenced their employment. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence. Allow me to raise this glass first. Xia Chen poured himself a drink and stood up, delivering a brief yet impactful address, expressing his gratitude in an exceedingly approachable manner. Su Xingchen observed the unusually affable Xia Chen, then glanced around the hall at the remarkably docile lantern bearer, and could not help but marvel. This Xia Chen, outwardly gentle and unassuming, seamlessly integrated with everyone, commanding respect without the slightest hint of arrogance. Is this what it means to possess true leadership charisma? Chapter 78. I declare that those who engage in factionalism shall indeed engage in factionalism. The atmosphere at the entire welcome banquet was amicable, with Xia Chen naturally being the center of attention. The attendees were predominantly middle-ranking officials of at least 100 households. As they mustered the courage to approach him for toasts, Xia Chen responded with a smile, displaying no airs of superiority, fully integrating himself into the grassroots level. This demeanor gradually eased the apprehensions of the crowd. Their concern stemmed from the fact that their young master was exceedingly youthful. They feared that he might hastily seek achievements, employing crude and reckless methods that could lead to a purge of the grassroots officials right from the outset. Surrounding Xia Wen and Su Xingchen were many who recognized these two as Xia Chen's trusted confidants, despite their positions as mere attendants and scribes. Yet, the steward of the Prime Minister's residence held a status comparable to a seventh-rank official. Particularly, Xia Wen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Eastern Town. Though his branch did not possess a title, his father was a minor minister, a bona fide fourth-rank official. Moreover, it was known to all that Xia Wen was a prodigy, having attained the 8th rank at the tender age of 11, which hinted at a promising future as a significant figure. Thus, no one dared to overlook him due to his youth. I can't drink anymore. You all go drink with Brother Su. Xia Wen, his eyes slightly glazed, yet still possessing a flicker of clarity, pointed urgently towards Su Xingchen. Previously, he had no opportunity to indulge in drink at the Duke's residence, but buoyed by the support of the crowd today, he partook with enthusiasm and soon found himself somewhat inebriated. Upon hearing Xia Wen's call and noticing him pointing, Su Xingchen promptly feigned drunkenness, resting his head on the table. The banquet proceeded with much merriment, as everyone drank to their heart's content. Meanwhile, Xia Chen sat alongside Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun. Today, my lord has truly spent extravagantly. Zheng Ping, with flushed cheeks from imbibing quite a bit, raised his glass in a toast to Xia Chen. We are brothers. What does it matter about expenses? Xia Chen reciprocated the gesture with a smile. However, I had originally reserved the entire second floor. Yet it seems it hasn't filled to capacity. Xia Chen sighed, expressing his indifference. The expressions of Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chun subtly changed upon hearing this, each reflecting a different sentiment. The Emperor has tasked me with a mission regarding the lantern bearers, Xia Chen continued, speaking candidly as though he regarded the three as confidants. A palpable shift occurred in their expressions. Even the usually composed Lu Chun turned his gaze towards him. What is the nature of this mission? Cui Hu could not contain himself, having become particularly obedient and compliant after being lectured by Xia Chen on that day. The Emperor has mentioned that over the years, the lantern bearers have engaged in factionalism, forming cliques and their subordinates have nearly developed into personal armies. Xia Chen paused, observing the sudden change in the trio's countenance. Especially Lu Chen's. On that fateful day, the dispersion of your subordinates was, in truth, a form of salvation for you all. I hold great esteem for the three of you. You are all astute individuals, and I trust you will comprehend the benevolent intentions behind my actions. Xia Chen gently patted Zheng Ping on the shoulder, then did the same to Cui, who beside him. He cast a glance at the visibly distressed Lu Chen and spoke. His Majesty possesses a compassionate heart and a broad-minded spirit. Although you're the adopted son of Lu Li, you remain merely an adopted son. As long as you refrain from making grave mistakes during this sensitive period, these issues shall not pose significant trouble. Lu Chen swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking out within him as he grasped the reason behind the Emperor's decision to appoint a young outsider into their ranks. Youthful vigor often leads to rashness, a fervent desire for achievement, and thus, the blade can be wielded with ferocity. This is the virtue of youth. This blade, however, is now aimed at the associates of his adoptive father, Lu Li. As Lu Li's adopted son, he should naturally find himself on the list of those to be purged. Yet, in this delicate time, you are no longer suited to serve as the leader of the Lihua Hall. Are you willing to relinquish your position, temporarily endure hardship, and serve as my attendant? Xia Chen inquired calmly. Lu Chen remained silent. Xia Chen did not resort to thunderous tactics or accuse him of any crimes. He had committed no wrongdoing. With tranquil words, he sought to reclaim all the power Lu Chen held, a far graver act than merely scattering his subordinates. Nonetheless, Lu Chen recognized he had no alternative and needed to express gratitude to Xia Chen for sparing him, for he should have been the first to be targeted. Thus, merely reclaiming his authority was already an immense favor. My lord, I am willing to serve as your attendant and follow you henceforth in gratitude for your life-saving grace. Lu Chen said solemnly, raising his wine cup. Regardless of his sincerity, he understood the necessity of thanking Xia Chen, for his fate lay in Xia Chen's hands. In the 3 days since Xia Chen had arrived at the Yamen, they had learned that he bore the Emperor's edict, which explained why they had previously been at odds with him. Yet today they appeared as compliant as obedient spouses. Thus, Xia Chen successfully wielded authority through a toast. Old Zheng. Xia Chen turned to Zheng Ping, who started at the sound of his name, and quickly responded. My lord, I assure you I am not aligned with Lu Li's faction. Please see the truth of my loyalty. I too am willing to relinquish my position and serve by your side as an attendant. Zheng Ping hastily distanced himself from any association, fervently declaring his loyalty. Fearful that Xia Chen might misinterpret his allegiance and label him as one of Lu Li's followers. His Majesty is undoubtedly intent on bloodshed. Anyone associated with Lu Li shall face a dire fate. Ah, old Zheng, I am not a ruthless executioner. There is no need for such anxiety. I wish to inquire about Chen Song and Li Yu. It appears they are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Am I correct? Xia Chen shifted the conversation, picking up a piece of beef from the table and speaking as he savored it. Zheng Ping relaxed, yet his gaze remained remarkably calm throughout. The matters at hand were indeed unknown to his subordinates, and the common folk dared not speculate on the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. However, it is a grave offense for them to extend their hands toward those who bear the lantern, for we, the lantern-bearers, are ever loyal to His Majesty. Zheng Ping spoke with utmost seriousness. Ha ha, old Zheng, you are quite amusing. You are a veteran of our Eagle Eye division, and as I am new here, I am still unaware of many of the customs. It seems I must seek your guidance. Tell me, today I am hosting a banquet for my colleagues in the Eagle Eye division. All 3 of you have honored me with your presence. Yet those 2 have chosen not to attend, accompanied by a host of their subordinates. What does this signify? Xia Chen shifted the topic once more, appearing casual as if merely posing a trivial question. Cui Hu and Lu Chen exchanged solemn glances, both acutely aware that the real crux of the matter had arrived. To disdain one's superiors and form factions for personal gain is a grave sin. Zheng Ping's expression turned serious as he spoke. What would be an appropriate punishment? Forming factions for personal gain warrants the death penalty, confiscation of property, exile for the male members of the family, and the females sent to the Ministry of Rights. Zheng Ping replied without a hint of hesitation, his voice cold. At this, even Cui Hu and Lu Chun cast a profound glance at Zheng Ping. Was this truly the same old Zheng, who typically wore a smile and exuded warmth towards everyone? P.S. This is the third chapter for today. My gratitude to War Correspondence Glove for the generous support. Chapter 79, Seizing Everything. Upon hearing these words, Xia Chen smiled, picking up another piece of beef before inquiring once more. But what if they truly are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince? What shall we do then? Cui Hu and Lu Chun understood that this question was not posed lightly, while Lu Chun observed Zheng Ping with a thoughtful expression. The lantern bearers report directly to His Majesty. It would be a grave error for the Crown Prince and the Third Prince to meddle with them. I doubt they would place their people among the lantern bearers. Zheng Ping chuckled softly and continued. However, Chun Song and Li Yu are exceedingly arrogant. They seem to be part of Lu Li's faction. We must not allow such conspirators to remain among the lantern bearers. Zheng Ping spoke with a solemn and decisive tone, his words laced with an air of menace. Ha ha! You're absolutely right, Lord Zheng. How could the Crown Prince and the Third Prince possibly extend their influence among the lantern bearers? One is a Crown Prince, the other a Third Prince. It is inconceivable for them to conspire against us or infiltrate our ranks. Rumors, indeed, are nothing but unreliable whispers. Xia Chen laughed heartily, while Cui Hu and Lu Chun exchanged glances, fully aware that Xia Chen's words carried deeper implications. With Lord Zheng's guidance, I am reassured. Cui Hu, Lu Chen. Xia Chen turned to look at them. You both heard my conversation with Lord Zheng. Assist him in apprehending Li Yu and Chun Song this afternoon. Furthermore, capture all those from their factions who did not attend the banquet and imprison them in the Lantern Bearer's dungeon. Is that feasible? Xia Chen asked calmly, prompting Zheng Ping to interject hastily. Ah, my lord, such matters should be handled by these two young men. I am but an old relic and have not led a team in over a decade. If anything goes awry, it would be troublesome. Lord Zheng, precisely because they are young, they may lack the ability to maintain order. You are a venerable figure in the Eagle Eye Division, renowned among the Lantern Bearers. It is imperative that you take charge of this operation. Besides, with both of us involved, what could possibly go wrong? Xia Chen smiled, not affording Zheng Ping the opportunity to decline. At that moment, Cui Hu discerned something amiss. His superior seemed to hold a special regard for Zheng Ping. He recalled Zheng Ping's unwavering position in the Eagle Eye Division for over 20 years and suddenly came to a realization. Thus, he remained silent, bowing his head to continue eating, fully supporting Xia Chen's plan. Zheng Ping must lead the charge to apprehend Li Yu and Chun Song. Xia Chen departed, accompanied by Xia Wen, Xia Qian, Su Xingchen, and Li Shi, leaving Dushing Building. The wind has risen. Cui Hu opened the paper window, standing by the second-floor window, gazing at the thriving capital of Dao. He extended his hand, feeling the breeze caress his fingers, and slowly remarked, "Have we all eaten our fill?" Lu Chen remained seated at the table, his expression calm. Yet he suddenly shouted, "We are full." Instantly, several individuals rose to their feet, responding vocally in unison. Lu Chen turned to look at Zheng Ping, who sat on the opposite side, and spoke earnestly. "Lord Zheng, the esteemed one has instructed us to assist you, so please guide us on how to proceed." Zheng Ping merely needed to command, and we shall carry it out. Lord Zheng, being our senior, possesses more experience than we have salt to consume. We shall heed your counsel. Cui Hu also stood by the window, clasping his fists in agreement. Zheng Ping's lips twitched. These two young scamps were now treating him with such deference, whereas previously they had regarded him with disdain, believing he merely relied on his seniority. Each of them, typically unruly and dismissive of others, now faced a serious matter concerning the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they had become like timid turtles. You two, return to the office swiftly and gather all personnel. I will also arrange for additional assistance. This operation must be executed with alacrity, without causing any disturbances. Once we apprehend them, disarm them, and confine them in the Lantern Man's prison. Ensure no one approaches. Zheng Ping spoke in a low voice. Understood. Lu Chun and Cui Hu replied in unison. The Lantern Men exchanged glances, though uncertain of what was to come. They sensed a storm brewing. Yet, it seemed this tempest bore little relation to them. Rather, they appeared to be transforming into the storm itself. Such is the outcome of aligning with a capable leader. In the afternoon, a ripple of excitement surged through the Lantern Men. The two divisions of the Eagle Eye Bureau, from the 100 households upward to the division leaders, were all apprehended. Some attempted to resist, but were nearly slain on the spot. A few hundred households were even disarmed and taken away in front of the crowd. This left the Lantern Men feeling somewhat anxious. Yet the incident remained confined within the Eagle Eye Bureau, which brought a measure of reassurance. Goodness, the newly appointed director of the Eagle Eye Bureau is rather ruthless. 2 divisions, 2 division leaders, over 500 households, and more than 12,000 households were directly apprehended. This was indeed terrifying. That Lord Xia acted so decisively and captured so many people. Was he truly unafraid of causing a major upheaval? Ah, the youth are indeed bold, unrefined by society, and thus fearless. It seems that Li Yu and Chun Song are in grave peril this time. Others remaining in the capital from several divisions could not help but draw a sharp breath, shaken by Xia Chen's actions. However, what charges were being levied? To apprehend so many Lantern Men without cause. Surely, even as director, he must be overstepping the bounds of propriety. Some began to wonder what evidence Xia Chen possessed to act with such audacity. I must emphasize this point, as I have heard it through the grapevine. Chun Song and Li Yu are suspected to be aligned with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Is that true? What do the Crown Prince and the Third Prince intend? We are Lantern Men, and such affiliations are considered taboo. It is rather perplexing. If these two individuals truly are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, shouldn't such information be classified? Why does it now seem to be common knowledge? Some were taken aback by the revelation, while others, possessing a political acumen, pondered its origins. Regardless of its source, it has been deemed mere hearsay. We might as well enjoy the spectacle. As the powerful engage in their machinations, it would be prudent for us to refrain from involvement. If Chun Song and Li Yu are indeed connected to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, then it hardly comes as a surprise that Lord Xia acts with such impunity. This could very well be the Emperor's directive. Someone gestured towards the heavens, prompting the crowd to withdraw their necks, unwilling to delve further into the discussion. Chapter 80. The one who manipulates the Crown Prince. Let me out of this wretched place. Who dares to imprison me? Where is the warrant? I am but the hall master. As Xia Chen entered, he was greeted by a cacophony of angry shouts. What is all this ruckus? Xia Wen approached and delivered a forceful kick to cell number 48. Inside was none other than Li Yu. Xia Chen, on what grounds do you detain us? What crime have we committed? Li Yu glared at Xia Chen as he emerged, his eyes ablaze with fury. You abuse your power and seek personal revenge. I shall report you to the commander. Even if you are the prince consort, the emperor will not spare you. Li Yu, believing he had intimidated Xia Chen into silence, grew increasingly confident as he spoke. Are you certain the emperor will not show me mercy? Xia Chen finally responded, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Li Yu, causing the latter's expression to shift. With that, Xia Chen moved on, and Li Yu ceased his shouting within the confines of the cell. As Xia Chen passed cell number 23, Chun Song, who had been seated quietly, suddenly brightened. Lord Xia! Lord Xia! Chun Song quickly rose, grasping the bars and calling out. My lord, I was wrong. The reason I did not attend the banquet today was due to a family matter. My elderly mother is ill and requires my care. Chun Song spoke, tears welling in his eyes, his performance tugging at one's heartstrings. Who does this old man think he is fooling? Your mother is sick? What about your subordinates? Surely they do not all share the same ailment. Xiao Wen chuckled from behind Xia Chen. Chun Song's face stiffened, yet he persisted, gritting his teeth and speaking earnestly. My lord, may I have a word? Xia Chen cast him a sidelong glance, taking a few steps forward to hear what he had to say. My lord, I am in service of His Highness the Crown Prince. Previously, I was blind to my own folly and offended you. I now recognize my error and will henceforth be at your command in the Eagle Eye Division. You are also the husband of Princess Yao Wang, my lord. The Crown Prince has always maintained a close relationship with her. Once he ascends the throne, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. and perhaps the position of commander of the lantern bearers will rightfully belong to you. Xia Chen regarded Chen Song with a peculiar gaze. While Chen Song misinterpreted the moment as one of victory, a confident smile emerging on his face. Did that surprise you? I am indeed a man of influence. As is the crown prince. Ha ha ha. Chen Song reveled inwardly, confident that revealing this secret would turn his fortunes around, and perhaps even draw Xia Chen into the crown prince's camp. Externally, he maintained a facade of humility. Chen, do you suppose I apprehended you for not following orders and deliberately making things difficult for me by not attending the banquet? Chen Song instinctively replied. Xia Chen chuckled and shook his head upon hearing the response. Chen Song was indeed adorably naive, completely unaware of the reason behind his imprisonment. Lord Chen leaned in slightly, stating, "Let me explain this to you properly." Xia Chen waved his hand, beckoning like one would to a dog, and remarked with a smile at Chen Song's spirited demeanor, who eagerly pressed his head through the bars to listen intently. Xia Chen leaned forward, speaking in a gentle yet calm tone. "I am affiliated with the crown prince." After uttering these words, Xia Chen patted Chen Song's cheek, causing Chen Song's pupils to constrict, his heart tumultuous with turmoil. Was Lord Chen truly foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? After all, he was a member of the Lantern Society, the very leader of it. Did he genuinely believe that their machinations were flawless? To collude with the Lantern Society and conspire with the Crown Prince while the Emperor still reigns. Was the Crown Prince so eager to ascend the throne? Did he wish to control the Lantern Society and stage a coup? Xia Chen's tone remained soft, yet Chen Song was already drenched in cold sweat. An icy chill coursed through him. If he had not awakened to the truth by now, he would truly be a fool. Furthermore, now that you are captured, do you think the Crown Prince would expend effort to rescue you, or simply send someone to silence you, for convenience's sake? Xia Chen laughed, and upon hearing this, Chen Song felt utterly weak, collapsing within the confines of his cell. Xia Chen laughed heartily, reminiscent of a villain, continuing deeper into the prison. Xia Chen was not there for Chen Song or Li Yu. They were unworthy of his attention. His purpose was to seek 3 illustrious individuals. "My lord, we have arrived. Here resides Xia Chen." As one cell door swung open, blinding light flooded the dim confines, awakening a man clad in prison garb. His face obscured by a beard and his skin pallid from years devoid of sunlight. "Xia Chen, step forth. The Lord wishes to see you." Xia Chen, his mind clouded, realized he had been imprisoned for nearly 2 years. Since his initial arrival, following a few lashes, he had been neglected. Why was someone seeking him today? "I have met the Lord." 2 years of prison fare had instilled a sense of reverence in this once bold and fearless youth, who no longer possessed the same audacity. He regarded the strikingly handsome young man before him and bowed respectfully. 2 years prior, Xia Chen had led a group of scholars from the Imperial Academy, imploring the emperor to take greater interest in state affairs, advocating for a hands-off governance that would enrich the populace and promote recuperation, while also spreading alarmist rhetoric that the great Wu dynasty must cease hostilities, lest they face imminent peril. Consequently, he was apprehended by the Lantern Society, and thus 2 years and 3 months had passed. Xia Chen recited the charges, gazing at the kneeling youth before him. Xia Chen's expression shifted, ultimately settling into a mask of calm. For 2 years of neglect, he had thought himself forgotten. Was today the day he would face execution? Xia Chen stood tall, adjusting his tattered prison garb. Despite his ragged attire, he exuded an extraordinary demeanor, reminiscent of a resilient bamboo, steadfastly clinging to the mountains, unyielding and upright. "Do you regret your past statements?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, gazing intently at Xia Chen. "If given another chance, I would still choose to submit my memorial. Yet, I indeed regret my impulsiveness, my ignorance of the world's vastness, believing that as a scholar of the National Academy, I could freely express my thoughts and comment on state affairs. Should I be granted another opportunity, I would remain quietly in the shadows, diligently striving for official recognition to enter the Hanlin Academy and confront the elders and His Majesty directly, questioning why they neglect the common people. The realm does not belong solely to the emperor. It belongs to the myriad of citizens. The people can no longer endure If we do not cease the incessant warfare and allow for recuperation, our great Wu shall inevitably meet its demise. Xia Chen spoke with remarkable composure, yet his voice resonated powerfully. 2 years of imprisonment had imparted to him an understanding of the world's heights and depths, and of his own insignificance. Nevertheless, he still did not consider himself in the wrong. The realm is on the brink of collapse. Our great Wu is doomed. Yet it is the common people who suffer. Xia Chen gazed at the youth before him, imbued with righteous spirit, for a long while before finally breaking into a smile. The suffering of the people is the lament of the people. Xia Chen spoke slowly, and upon hearing these words, Xia Chen's eyes brightened. As he repeatedly murmured Xia Chen's statement, his gaze transforming in intensity as he looked upon Xia Chen. Xia Chen, you are hereby released. From this day forth, you shall accompany me as a scribe. Previously resigned to a fate of martyrdom, Xia Chen stood frozen at these words, his eyes fixated on Xia Chen's departing figure. He has been released? Xia Chen, courtesy named Shoujing, was diligent and studious from a young age. At 17, he entered the National Academy for his studies. By the age of 23, he, along with his classmates, submitted a memorial addressing the deficiencies in state governance, articulating sharp criticisms, including the audacious assertion that the realm does not belong solely to the emperor, but to all its citizens. Consequently, he was apprehended by the authorities and imprisoned. At that time, the founding emperor served as the chief of the lantern bearers and recognized Xia Chen as a person of great talent. Deeply concerned for the welfare of the nation and its people, thus he was released and allowed to study at his side. Annals of Xia, Volume 13. Biography of Xia Chen, Chapter 81. The Scholar, the Merchant, and the Delinquents. In the dungeon of the lantern bearer, a filthy youth, shackled at both hands and feet, was slumped against the wall in slumber. Zhang Wenliao awakened. The thunderous voice jolted Zhang Wenliao from his sleep, causing him to startle and turn over. Is it already night? Have I missed dinner? He rubbed his stomach, which gurgled in protest, a reminder of his gnawing hunger. Having been imprisoned in the lantern bearer's dungeon for nearly 2 years, he had long since abandoned hope of escape. As an ordinary rogue, how could he possibly find a way out of this grim prison? He harbored no grand ambitions. Merely surviving, avoiding death in the dungeon, was a stroke of fortune. Each day he managed to endure was a day to cherish. Step out. An ordinary lantern bearer, identifiable by the white badge at his waist, swung open the cell door and addressed Zhang Wenliao with an impassive expression. My lord, I have already divulged all I know. I was misled at the time. I never intended to obstruct the lantern bearers in their duties, nor did I wish to confront them. It was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Wenliao glanced at the open door, his heart racing with trepidation. He had witnessed the lantern bearer's ruthlessness upon his arrival, and now he felt akin to a cornered dog, clinging to life for 2 or 3 months before barely escaping death. Come out. Someone wishes to see you. The lantern bearer at the threshold brandished his whip, prepared to strike Zhang Wenliao, but hesitated, recalling the esteemed individual behind him. He marveled at the improbable luck of this petty rogue, being summoned directly by Lord Xia. He urged Zhang Wenliao to exit quickly. My lord, please do not kill me. Trembling, Zhang Wenliao stepped out of his cell, only to find 3 figures waiting outside. Among them, the foremost young man was beyond Zhang Wenliao's ability to describe. He swore that in his 20-plus years of life, he had never encountered a man of such striking beauty. Was this a celestial being? Overwhelmed by this thought, Zhang Wenliao knelt, unable to rise. Xia Chen furrowed his brow, finding Zhang Wenliao's demeanor lacking in dignity. Was this truly the individual destined to shine on the battlefield in the future? Lift your head, Xia Chen commanded in a deep voice. Zhang Wenliao hastily obeyed, anxiety gnawing at him as he wondered what fate awaited him. Zhang Wenliao, from this day forth, you shall serve as my bodyguard. Xia Chen's tone was devoid of emotion, while Xia Wen, following closely behind, felt perplexed by his brother's decision to take in a common criminal from the dungeon. The earlier recruit, Xia Chen, had been a scholar from the Imperial Academy, but Zhang Wenliao's performance seemed woefully inadequate for a bodyguard role. Xia Wen believed he could easily overpower Zhang Wenliao with a single hand. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, still clad in prison garb and silently trailing behind Xia Chen, assessed the kneeling Zhang Wenliao. Was this also a fortunate soul, chosen by their master? Zhang Wenliao stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the departing figures of Xia Chen and his companions, feeling somewhat bewildered. What are you still doing here? Did you not hear that the adult has already spoken? Do you wish to remain imprisoned? Surely, you do not believe that our lantern-bearer's prison is akin to a retirement home? The lantern-bearer, who had been observing from the side, spoke with a hint of annoyance, rousing Zhang Wenliao from his stupor. Am I free to leave now? Zhang Wenliao hesitantly inquired. This was the infamous lantern-bearer's prison. Could it truly be so simple to escape? Although he was a rogue, lacking worldly experience, his mind was sharp, and he pondered whether this might be a trap. Perhaps they intended to let him go, only to accuse him of breaking out and subsequently execute him. As his thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head. No, it was improbable. The lantern-bearer had countless methods to eliminate him, and he was hardly a figure of significance to warrant such elaborate schemes. Xia Chen has seen the adult, a man in his 30s, clad in prison garb yet remarkably tidy, knelt before Xia Chen, bearing a beard. Having lost his vast fortune and spent 3 years in the lantern-bearer's prison, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. You are quite commendable, Xia Chen remarked, observing Xia Chen. Despite his misfortune, his spirit was unmistakably robust, a quality that no prison garb could conceal. Zhang Wenliao, who silently lingered at the back, swallowed hard. In comparison, he felt somewhat inadequate. Reflecting upon his previous demeanor, he experienced an unfamiliar sense of shame for the first time in his life. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. Life inevitably leads to death. What is there to fear? Since I did not perish 3 years ago, it signifies that my fortune has not yet waned. After 3 years of waiting, I have finally encountered a true master. As Xia Chen spoke, he performed a deep bow, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground. You know me, and you foresaw my arrival today to rescue you? Xia Chen responded with some astonishment. Was there anyone who could anticipate events better than he? Xu Yin was unaware of the adult's identity and did not know that you would come to save me today. However, I believe that 3 years ago, when I lost my fortune and suffered greatly in prison, nearly beaten to death, I was disregarded by that prominent figure. To him, I was merely an insignificant insect. An innocent man suffers for possessing wealth. That esteemed individual only coveted my fortune, indifferent to my life or death. It is precisely for this reason that I managed to survive. During my imprisonment, I felt despondent. Over a decade of hard work reduced to nothing in an instant. I contemplated ending it all, yet eventually I came to a realization. I wanted to take a gamble to hope that a significant figure might recognize my worth, my acumen in commerce. Therefore, I must live resiliently enduring, even if it means merely surviving in prison for 5, 10, or 20 years. As long as no one comes to take my life, I shall strive to live. This day arrived sooner than I anticipated, merely 3 years. And I have awaited your presence, my lord. In these past 3 years, I have come to understand a profound truth. In this world, possessing treasures without strength is the original sin. Xia Chen knelt upon the ground, his head respectfully bowed, his tone imbued with an earnestness tinged with sorrow, yet akin to the resilient grass that bravely endures the spring. Though I am unaware of your esteemed identity, it is evident that since you were able to rescue me from the clutches of the lantern-holder's prison, you must not fear the powerful figure who once seized my family's fortune. Thus, I beseech you, accept me. Xun Shuiyan's voice rang with conviction. He recognized this might be his singular opportunity, and he must seize it. I implore you to take me, to accept me as your loyal servant. From this day forth, you shall be my master, and I shall desire nothing more than your protection, granting me a place to belong and a chance to showcase my talents. Xun Shuiyan's words were resolute, while Zhang Wenliao swallowed hard, realizing that in comparison, his earlier demeanor seemed increasingly inadequate. The other had boldly declared his willingness to serve this formidable individual, while he himself had been too frightened to even express his gratitude. Zhang Wenliao felt a twinge of unease within. It appeared he had fallen short. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoqian regarded Xun Shuiyan with solemnity. He acknowledged that Xia Chen's rescue was a tremendous favor, yet to request that Xia Chen accept him as a servant felt beneath the dignity of a scholar. He resolved instead to serve this esteemed figure diligently and repay the kindness in due course. Yu Shaoqian silently contemplated, his resolve solidifying. Sometimes, without comparison, there is no pain. Through the juxtaposition with Shen Shuiyan, both Yu Shaoqian and Zhang Wenliao felt their prior performances had been insufficient. Shen Shuiyan, born into poverty in the Shao family, began his apprenticeship at a tavern at the age of 12. His intelligence and quick wit earned him the favor of his employer, who often kept him by his side. Diligent and eager to learn, within a year, he managed the tavern's affairs with remarkable efficiency. By the age of 14, he was promoted to manager, and within 2 years, the tavern's business flourished fivefold compared to the past. At 16, Shen Shuiyan decided to venture into independent business, taking his savings to another city to open a small restaurant, which thrived with customers, bringing him his first fortune. By 18, he established his first tavern, and his enterprise gradually expanded, becoming a leader in the industry. By 30, he became the wealthiest individual in Yunzhou, celebrated as a commercial genius. At 32, he sought to expand his business into the capital, drawing the attention of the city's elites. However, at 33, he suffered the calamity of having his assets confiscated, resulting in 3 years of imprisonment. Fortunately, the wise Emperor Taizu recognized his talent and rescued him from the depths of despair, ensuring that his abilities did not go to waste. History of Xia, Volume 37, Biography of Shen Shuiyan, Chapter 82. The powerful Lord Xia. Xia Chen gazed at Shen Shuiyan, who was kneeling on the ground, and nodded. Rise, for I shall be your pillar of support from this day forth. Upon hearing this, Shen Shuiyan knelt again in gratitude. Ding dong. Congratulations, player. You have gathered 5 extraordinary individuals, meeting the requirements for the Dynasty Domination version. Would you like to proceed with the update? Xia Chen heard a crisp sound, and the system panel materialized before his eyes. He cast a discreet glance, retracting his gaze, before looking back at Shen Shuiyan, Zhang Wenliao, Xiao Wen, and Yu Shaoqian, along with Su Xingchen, whom he had left in the room to organize documents. This indeed made 5. His current system version was already the spiritual awakening version, and now it was poised for another upgrade. Truly, he was set to be leagues ahead. Let us depart, Xia Chen said with a smile, his spirits exceptionally high. His visit to the dungeon today was intended for these 3, yet he had unexpectedly reaped additional rewards. He had successfully triggered the conditions for a system upgrade. It could be said that his system was originally at version 3.0, and with this upgrade, it would ascend to version 4.0. Shen Shuiyan observed the beaming Xia Chen, clearly in high spirits, and quietly followed behind. This young lord, seemingly no older than a mere teenager, commanded an unmistakable respect from the surrounding lantern-bearers. The dungeon was notorious, dubbed the 18 Layers of Hell. Ordinary individuals who were imprisoned here for over a month seldom emerged alive, either perishing within or succumbing to old age. Yet this youthful lord could simply utter a single phrase to secure their release. His power was indeed formidable. Lord Xia, what an honor to see you in person. As they walked, Yu Shaoqian and the others noticed numerous lantern-bearers greeting Xia Chen, to which he responded with a nonchalant nod. This left them astounded. They had been away for 2 to 3 years, and now a figure of such youth had emerged in the capital. The world outside had undeniably changed. Master Li, I shall take these 3 with me. I will handle any necessary procedures personally. Xia Chen addressed a middle-aged man in his 30s in the dungeon's basement hall. The dungeon fell under the jurisdiction of the Lantern-Bearers 6th Division, the Detention Division, and the basement levels 1 to 3 were overseen by Master Li. These 3 were not particularly significant prisoners, thus Director Xia could simply take them away. I will ensure the formalities are properly handled, and by evening, I should be able to deliver the release documents to your courtyard. Master Li, who had been leisurely enjoying tea, abruptly sprang from his seat, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Director Xia. I appreciate your assistance. I will ensure the procedures are conducted correctly. Let's share a drink soon. Xia Chen nodded, offering a smile without excessive formality, and turned to depart. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoqian and the others absorbed the entire conversation, each acutely aware of the significance of what they had just witnessed, despite their differing statuses and perspectives. They were filled with trepidation, having learned of Xia Chen's identity. This seemingly youthful individual was, in fact, the director of the Lantern Bearers, though the specific bureau he governed remained a mystery. Having been imprisoned for over 2 years, I was unaware of the changes in the outside world. To wield such authority at a mere age of just over a decade, this remarkable individual was destined to become a significant figure within the court. Xia Chen murmured to himself, his experiences in the prison having transformed his mindset considerably. Once an idealistic noble, he now understood that to save the nation, reliance on others was futile. One must cultivate personal strength, seize power, and take genuine action. This was the true path to national salvation. At this moment, Xia Chen was no longer merely a youth engrossed in the teachings of sages. He had evolved into a pragmatic doer, possessing both a sense of direction and adaptability. Achieving the rank of director at such a young age, this benefactor who had rescued me undoubtedly harbored extraordinary credentials. I pondered which eminent family's scion he might be, to have earned the sovereign's trust. With this esteemed individual's protection, my business would surely flourish without hindrance, free from prying eyes. Shen Shuiyan silently contemplated, his spirits rising as he realized that his 3-year wait had not been in vain. He had finally encountered a patron who recognized his talents. During his imprisonment, he had not idly bided his time. A grand commercial blueprint had long been conceived in his mind, aimed at showcasing his worth upon his release. His business acumen had evolved to unprecedented heights compared to 3 years prior. Little did he expect that a single experience within a Lantern Bearer's prison would yield such fortune, affording him the opportunity to align himself with a true powerhouse. Perhaps I too might one day ascend to the stature of the prominent figures I once admired. Zhang Wenliao mused contentedly, though his aspirations remained modest. Originally, according to their predetermined fates, they would have needed to wait an additional 2 or 3 years before being selected by Yaoguang, heralding a significant change in their destinies. Particularly for Zhang Wenliao, even following the original trajectory, his moment of glory lay over a decade ahead. Yet now, their fates had once again shifted. "Boss, why are you so anxious and formal?" He is merely the director of the Eagle Eye Bureau, while we are from the Bureau of Seclusion. Even if his rank surpasses ours, and he is considered our superior, there is no need for such apprehension. After Xia Chen and his entourage exited